Overnight, 8 billion people around the world were pulled into an unfamiliar plane. There are no cities here, no order, only endless wilderness. Even more terrifying is that every time night falls and darkness envelopes the earth, hordes of zombies and monsters will emerge in a frenzy, hunting down all living things. From the very beginning, everyone was forcibly drawn into this brutal survival game. Each person will randomly receive a vehicle, a talent, and a weapon. Some people are incredibly lucky and awaken the ability to double their strength, allowing them to smash a zombie's head with a single punch. Some people gain the ability to fly, allowing them to move freely through the air and easily evade monsters. But many more people only acquire useless talents that have no combat effectiveness, such as counting money faster, recognizing currency, or even just keeping clearer accounts. This man's name is GZong. He is also one of those unlucky guys. However, his talent is practically a bug. He can glean crucial intelligence from his surroundings once a day. You can choose to accept or reject. If rejected, this message may be triggered again at a random time that day, or it may disappear completely. Just then, ding. Today's intelligence triggered. Receive. He was slightly taken aback. It triggered so quickly? But after thinking for a moment, he still chose no to avoid the intelligence content and treasure chest prompt being the same, thus wasting this opportunity. He continued searching through the grass and soon spotted a faintly glowing wooden crate not far away. GZong's eyes lit up, but he didn't approach rashly. The crate was only 7 or 8 meters away from the zombie. He bent down, moved quietly, and even deliberately suppressed his breathing as he stealthily reached the crate and then opened it. A flash of light and a pile of supplies appeared before him. Gained 1 gold coin, 3 parts, 2 leather, gained 1 Glock 17. In addition to some basic materials, there was even a pistol, which finally put his mind at ease. GZong picked up the black pistol. Its heavy weight exuded a cold, dangerous aura. This was his first real experience handling a firearm, and he felt both excited and nervous. The panel information immediately appeared. Glock 17, magazine 2040, durability 100%. This was a fairly reliable weapon at close to medium range. The included 60 rounds of ammunition gave him even more confidence. GZong's gaze shifted to the zombie not far away, deciding to test the gun's power first. He imitated the action in the movies, pulling the slide and cocking the gun with a click which startled the zombie, which immediately roared and charged at him. GZong took a deep breath and fired. The first shot missed, hitting only the shoulder, but it thoroughly enraged the zombie, causing it to suddenly increase its speed and pounce wildly. He quickly retreated, firing repeatedly, and when the distance between them was only 3 or 4 meters, the last bullet accurately struck the zombie between the eyebrows, knocking it down on the spot. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins plus 0.1. GZong panted heavily, wiping away sweat. His first real combat experience was still too exciting for him, but the fact that killing a zombie would drop gold coins was an unexpected bonus, although the amount was pitifully small. He tucked his pistol back into his belt, crouched down to search the corpse, but quickly gave up. It was just a rotting, stinking body, disgusting and utterly worthless. He glanced at the time. Only 4 hours remained until nightfall. He decided to hurry and continued gathering supplies. After opening the area chat, he discovered that many players had already found treasure chests, with all sorts of equipment appearing. Someone had even gotten an M4A1 rifle with unlimited ammo, which immediately ignited the entire discussion for him. GZong felt a pang of envy, but quickly suppressed his emotions. With his intelligence-gathering talent, these things would come to him sooner or later. Just as he was about to leave, a startling noise suddenly came from afar. His expression changed drastically, and he cursed, "Damn it!" He then turned around, rushed into the van, closed the door, started the engine, and floored the accelerator. The engine roared, and the vehicle shot forward from the grass. But it hadn't gone far before 7 or 8 zombies caught up from behind. A manual transmission is inherently slow to start, and the grass provided considerable resistance. So the zombies quickly closed in, frantically pounding on the windows and their screams sending chills down one's spine. Rotting faces were pressed against the car window, as if they were about to tear him apart. Only then did GZong realize that the gunshots had attracted the horde of corpses. He quickly shifted gears and accelerated, barely managing to leave them behind, driving for several kilometers before finally stopping. When I got out of the car to check, the doors and hood were dented and covered in blood. The worst damage was to the driver's side window, which had been smashed and cracked. The durability, which was originally 15%, had now dropped to 14%. Damn it, GZong couldn't help but curse. The car door could barely hold him off, but if the window shattered, he would become prey trapped in an iron box. Just as he was staring at the window, the system information appeared. Vehicle window, upgrade route, firing compartment, converts into a firing port, allowing attacks from inside the vehicle. Requires 5 gold, 2 parts, 5 steel pieces, upgrade route. Tempered glass, improves defense while preserving visibility. Requires 3 gold, 1 part. Note, 80% of materials are refundable upon upgrade. Looking at the upgrade prompt, GZong remained silent for a moment. To survive the first night, he needed to upgrade the car windows, but the price was outrageously high. Tempered glass cost 3 gold coins, equivalent to killing 30 zombies. He only had 60 bullets in total, which wouldn't be enough unless he got headshots every time. With only 3 hours left, he dared not hesitate any longer. Relying solely on hunting zombies to accumulate money was clearly unrealistic. The only way forward was to continue searching for treasure chests. So GZong drove the van slowly across the open plains, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Finding the treasure chest was extremely taxing on his eyes. The landscape was monotonous, and the sunlight was particularly glaring. Staring at it for too long made his eyes ache. More than an hour passed before he finally harvested 43 fresh fruits from a red dwarf fruit tree. These fruits could provide nutrients, but they couldn't be eaten as a staple food, otherwise it would easily cause diarrhea. GZong tried one. It tasted sour and astringent, but it was enough to quench his thirst and satisfy his hunger. He put the rest of the fruit into his backpack and continued on his way. But after driving only a few hundred meters, the ground suddenly became soft, and the wheels seemed to sink into the mud, making it extremely difficult to move forward. He immediately stopped the car, got out, and stepped into the mud. Sure enough, his feet were covered in mud and water. The area had turned into a wetland. If the car got stuck, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without rescue, he had to get out on his own, or he would be trapped and die there. GZong made a decisive decision. He would abandon any further attempts to drive deeper. He gripped his pistol, preparing to explore on foot. Just then, a notification sound rang out. Ding! Today's intelligence triggered. Except GZong's spirits lifted, and he accepted without hesitation. Intelligence indicated that he had entered the outer edge of the swamp, a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. A bronze luster had been observed 100 meters to the southeast, suggesting the possible hiding of something special, but only if he brought weapons. GZong immediately looked southeast, where he saw damp and sparse grass, exuding an inexplicable unease. Without hesitation, he gripped his gun with both hands and cautiously advanced. The mud grew deeper and deeper, soon reaching above his ankles. Every step felt like wading through molten mud, and several times he almost couldn't pull his shoes out. What was even more chilling was the numerous traces left by snakes crawling on the ground. GZong proceeded with increasing caution, finally reaching his target area. He immediately spotted a wooden treasure chest half buried in the mud. Overjoyed, he rushed forward and opened it. Received 1 gold coin, 5 python skins, 200 universal bullets. Received 1 AK-47. Received 1 short dagger. With the 2 weapons in hand, GZong was overjoyed. He took out the AK, its heavy weight giving him a sense of security. The short dagger was tucked into his waistband for easy close-quarters combat. Add to that a large quantity of general-purpose ammunition and python skin, and this haul was practically a windfall. That feels good, he chuckled softly, his confidence instantly returning. But the next second, he frowned. What about the bronze luster mentioned in the intelligence? It couldn't possibly be referring to this wooden box, could it? GZong quickly calmed down and squatted down in the mud to carefully observe his surroundings. Not long after, a giant python, 7 or 8 meters long, slowly slithered out of the grass and swam past him not far away. He froze on the spot, not daring to even breathe. Even more terrifying, this was just the beginning. Within 10 minutes, he saw no fewer than 5 giant pythons, one of which was even over 15 meters long. If you were to be entangled by one of those things, your bones would be crushed. This place was practically a death trap. Under this immense pressure, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue searching. Half an hour later, he finally spotted an unusual bronze luster on a patch of flattened grass. Found it. His heart suddenly raced, and he slowly moved closer. The mud was already up to his calves. He rolled up his sleeves and reached into the muddy water to feel around. He soon came across a hard and well-shaped box. GZong held his breath and pulled hard. The muddy water churned instantly. Bubbles rose continuously, and the metallic texture became increasingly clear. The next moment, he dragged a complete treasure chest out of the mud. Bronze treasure chest. Review. Finding me is quite an achievement. Bronze level. Getting a level 3 treasure chest on the very first day of the game. This luck is simply unbelievable. GZong forcibly suppressed his excitement and opened the treasure chest without hesitation. With a clang, the box lid was flung open, and a dazzling light burst forth. Gained 20 gold coins, 50 parts, 2,000 universal ammo. Gained 1 sniper rifle. Gained 1 fire weapon modification. Ballistic correction. Gained 1 armor core rare. This wave of rewards made GZong instantly rich. Even he himself didn't expect to get such an exaggerated harvest on his first trigger of intelligence. He couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He immediately retrieved all the supplies, prioritizing the sniper rifle. It was a TRD-22 with a range exceeding 2,000 meters. Once scoped in, it was practically a one-shot kill, a veritable long-range weapon. Next is the ballistic correction device, which can ignore wind resistance and greatly improve accuracy. However, once the modification is completed, it cannot be removed, making a bound enhancement. But what excites him most is the rare armor core. This is a key material for upgrading level 2 vehicles, extremely scarce in the early stages, and its value is immeasurable. With the addition of gold coins, spare parts, and 2,000 rounds of ammunition, this wave of resources far surpassed that of ordinary players. GZong was increasingly convinced that in this world, risk and reward were always directly proportional. After collecting his spoils, he prepared to leave the swamp immediately. But as soon as he turned around, he froze. Behind him, a gigantic blood python, 15 meters long and as thick as a bucket, had coiled up. Its front half was raised high, its tongue flicking in and out, and its cold, vertical pupils were fixed on him. The two were less than 2 meters apart. The system information appeared. This was an adult swamp python. Once enraged, it would crush its prey alive before swallowing it whole. GZong instantly made a judgment. Turning to run was tantamount to suicide. The only way to survive was to fight head-on. Click! The sound of an AK-47 being cocked rang out suddenly. Blood Python was slightly startled, and the next second it let out a piercing screech, preparing to pounce. But GZong was faster than it. He had already raised his gun, locked onto the head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down, tongues of fire flying in a continuous line, slamming into the blood python's head. Instantly, flesh tore open, blood splattered, and the giant python writhed and struggled wildly. He didn't stop for a moment, emptying an entire magazine. Taking advantage of the reload, he quickly drew his pistol and continued firing, completely suppressing his opponent. After 2 rounds of fire, the blood python had been reduced to a mangled mess, with only a few nerve reflexes still twitching slightly. GZong only stopped when his pistol had also run out of ammo, bending over and supporting his knees, panting heavily. Successfully killed an adult swamp blood python. Gold plus 0.5. Python skin plus 1. He was somewhat surprised upon seeing the reward. The reward was significantly higher than that for ordinary zombies, further confirming his belief that this type of monster was only suitable for ranged hunting. Melee combat was far too dangerous. Just then, a dense rustling sound suddenly came from the surrounding bushes. The gunshots had alerted the entire swamp. GZong dared not linger and immediately retreated towards the van. Sure enough, blood-red pythons sprang out of the mud and began to swarm towards him. He retreated while firing his AK in bursts. Although the accuracy wasn't high, the firepower was fierce enough that a single hit could often break the snake's body. Successfully killed a juvenile blood python. Gold coins plus 0.1. Retreating and reaping kills along the way, he emptied 3 magazines in just 100 meters, taking down a total of 18 blood pythons. When he finally rushed onto the vehicle, he was soaked in sweat, covered in mud, and reeked of gunpowder and blood. a truly wretched sight. But in his heart, he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. This battle had netted him a total of 2.3 gold coins and 7 python skins. A remarkable haul. He opened his backpack to check his resources. His gold coins had exceeded 24, and his weapons, ammunition, and materials were all piled up. His inventory was practically overflowing. With less than an hour until nightfall, he decisively abandoned further exploration and decided to upgrade his vehicle first. After driving the car to a low-lying area covered in bushes, he turned off the engine to conceal his tracks and began upgrading the windows. Of the two upgrade options, the tempered glass option focused on defense, while the firearm compartment option balanced offense and defense. Given his current firepower, he naturally chose the latter. Although it was more expensive, requiring 5 gold coins, 2 parts, and 5 steel plates, it was definitely worth it. He opened the exchange and found that player-to-player trading had gradually become more active. Weapons and bullets were the most expensive, followed by tools and fuel, while food was ridiculously cheap. After searching for steel shards, he was somewhat surprised to find that the price of this material was incredibly low, mostly selling for only 0.1 gold coins. GZong didn't hesitate and immediately bought 5 steel shards to gather the upgrade materials. Then he clicked on the upgrade, firing compartment. A notification sounded, and the firing compartment upgrade was complete. A flash of white light, and the windows of the van, previously covered in blood and cracks, were instantly replaced by thick steel plates. Different size sliding gates were mounted on the steel plates, accommodating weapons ranging from 20 to 300 millimeters in caliber. From this moment on, the vehicle truly became a mobile bunker, capable of firing from the left, right, and rear at any time. 5 heavy steel gates stood in neat rows, conveying a rugged yet reassuring sense of security, and giving the old, dilapidated car a cyberpunk wasteland feel. To his surprise, even the windshield had been reinforced with tempered glass, completing the last shortcoming. Besides the windows, the vehicle offers numerous upgrade options, including the engine, tires, doors, external armor, and even a roof-mounted machine gun. Comfort features are equally comprehensive, with air conditioning, audio system, seat functions, a generator, and a car refrigerator, all unlockable step by step. All upgrades are tiered, and you need to reach level 10 or higher to unlock vehicle advancement. After a quick review, GZong confirmed that the main materials required for upgrades were gold coins, parts, and steel pieces, followed by other miscellaneous resources. He immediately opened the exchange to check the current prices. It was the first day of the game, and prices were in complete chaos, but that was precisely why it was the best time to snag a bargain. Most people were frantically selling off various materials in exchange for weapons and ammunition. A pistol typically sells for over 3 gold coins, with bullets costing extra. Rifles and machine guns are even scarcer resources, requiring private negotiation for pricing. But the most outrageous item is the bullets. 100 rounds can fetch 2 to 3 gold coins. GZong frowned, muttering under his breath, "Damn." At this price, it would take an average of 3 bullets to kill a zombie to barely break even. He then opened the regional channel. In just a few hours, the number of players had dropped from 100,000 to 97,000, a loss of nearly 3,000. Messages scrolled rapidly in the channel. Some were showing off their firepower, some were asking to team up, and others were wailing for survival. "I'll buy guns and bullets with all my gold coins. I'm going on a killing spree. Quick, group up. We need enclosed vehicles. Please carry me. I only have melee weapons." No way, no melee weapons. Some people showed off their loot from opening treasure chests, revealing 200 bullets in 2 hours, which they sold for 6 gold coins, immediately drawing envy from many. Others couldn't even find treasure chests and were simply chased around by zombies. GZong quickly grasped the key point from this information. Everyone was frantically building up firepower, but neglecting defense. He had already made a judgment in his mind. Spare parts and steel plates were now at their lowest prices in history. He knew the price would skyrocket tonight, or even tomorrow. Without further hesitation, he took 1,500 bullets from his 2,000 bullet arsenal, divided them into 15 lots, priced each lot at 3 gold coins, and listed them on the exchange, keeping only 500 bullets for himself as backup. Within minutes, all the bullets were gone, and he received 45 gold coins. Adding this to his remaining money, his total gold coins reached 64.4, instantly making him a millionaire. Next, he began a buying frenzy, specifically targeting spare parts. At this time, many people treated spare parts and steel pieces as garbage, with a price of only 0.1 to 0.2 gold coins, and no one even wanted them. But in GZong's eyes, these things were all surefire ways to make money. Even if the price only doubled later, he would still make a killing. Even if he couldn't sell them, he could keep them for himself to deal with the future zombie hordes. He immediately sprang into action, buying up large quantities of parts. Soon, he noticed other players following suit, buying up even more. Looks like there are quite a few smart people out there, he thought, his gaze sharpening, but his hands moved even faster. By nightfall, he had stockpiled over 500 parts, driving the market price up to 0.2 gold coins. Left with no other option, he switched to buying steel scraps and a small amount of food before stopping. After taking stock of his backpack, he found himself with an astonishing amount of resources. Only 7.3 gold coins left, but in return, he had acquired a large quantity of materials and a complete set of weaponry. The window of opportunity had closed. Now, the true test of the night would begin. GZong looked out the car window. The setting sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the entire plain was gradually swallowed by darkness, bringing with it a sense of oppression. He quickly organized his equipment, tucking his dagger and pistol to his waist, setting up his sniper rifle on the side window, and holding a rifle in his hand. He replenished his pistol with 50 rounds and loaded his rifle with 200 rounds, while also installing a ballistic correction device on his sniper rifle. With this modification, even if he wasn't a professional sniper, he could reliably complete long-range shots, significantly improving his combat efficiency. However, he was also well aware that these kinds of modification devices were ridiculously expensive. Features like no recoil and unlimited durability generally cost over 20 gold coins, making them unaffordable for ordinary players. As for the legendary unlimited ammo, there wasn't even anyone listing it for sale. By now, darkness had completely fallen. The bright moon hung high, the stars twinkled, and a gentle breeze rustled through the grass. It should have been a pleasant summer night. If it weren't for those monsters roaming in the darkness, this scene would perhaps be even more beautiful. As the clock struck 6, a notification popped up on the public chat. Night has fallen, it's time for the monsters to hunt. Weak little rabbits, please hide yourselves. This short sentence instantly caused an uproar in the chat channel, with tension spreading rapidly. It's starting. Who's going to stick together? One person can't hold out. Send out the coordinates. Those who can get close, gather quickly. In the chaos, a man named Li Jiangguo stepped forward and directly released his coordinates. We already have more than 20 people on our side. We don't have high requirements, as long as they can follow the rules. Soon, someone recognized him. It's that big shot who got the tank. The atmosphere instantly changed, and many people rushed to join him. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongjie in the Black Mountain mining area was also recruiting, and he explicitly required that people must have at least firearms. In an instant, these big shots became the targets of everyone's eagerness to join them. GZong watched all this without uttering a sound. He knew very well that while banding together could indeed increase the survival rate, in this unregulated environment, conflicts of interest would inevitably escalate into infighting sooner or later. Rather than getting involved in that kind of trouble, it was safer to act alone. However, he didn't completely cut off contact. Instead, he sent a message in the public chat. Try not to run around, turn off your guns and hide. Don't fire unless you have at least 200 rounds of ammunition, as the noise will attract all the zombies. As soon as he sent this message, many people calmed down instantly. Really, I'm too scared to move the car. Someone immediately chimed in. I fired a gun during the day and almost got surrounded and killed. It's really dangerous. Just as everyone was still hesitating, someone suddenly exclaimed, "They're here. The zombies are coming out." A crimson mist quickly spread, and figures emerged from the darkness. The zombies of the night had completely changed. No longer sluggish as they were during the day, they began to run wildly, emitting low growls, frantically searching for living creatures like wild beasts. GZong observed through the car window and noticed that their numbers had increased significantly compared to the daytime, and their speed and attack power had also noticeably increased. He knew in his heart that tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. Not long after, gunshots suddenly rang out in the distance. Bang! Bang! The gunshots ignited the fuse. GZong quickly picked up his sniper rifle and locked onto his target through the scope. 2 kilometers away, A low-speed electric vehicle was completely surrounded by a swarm of zombies, like a piece of meat that had fallen into an ant colony. The driver frantically fired his gun and tried to escape, but the car windows were smashed one after another, and the zombies poured into the vehicle. In just a few seconds, the driver was torn apart and devoured. This scene made GZong frown. He glanced at the number of viewers in the channel and saw that it was dropping rapidly. The screen was filled with screams and cries for help. Some had narrowly escaped death, while others were trapped and utterly despairing. Just then, a distress message caught his attention. "Someone save me. Give me 2 gold coins and a super silencer." Upon seeing this equipment, GZong's eyes narrowed immediately. This was a rare and valuable item. He immediately messaged the other party privately. "Send me your coordinates. I'll pick you up if you're within 10 kilometers. The other party replied with their location almost instantly. The distance was only 7 kilometers, but in this environment, it was still not an easy task. GZong asked, "How much longer can I hold out?" The other party replied urgently, "The car window is about to give way. There are more than a dozen outside. I dare not go out. Boss, hurry up. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait." "Wait." GZong didn't waste any words, started the van, and drove towards the other party's location. As soon as the engine roared, the nearby zombies were immediately alerted and howled as they chased after them. Soon, a long string of zombies was trailing behind the vehicle. Fortunately, the terrain was flat, and the vehicle could maintain a speed of over 40, so it wouldn't be caught for the time being. Virum, Virum. As night fell, GZong drove the van in circles on the plain, practically leading the zombies like kites. During the day, as long as you pick up the speed, shaking off zombies isn't difficult. But at night, the number of zombies surges and their speed increases dramatically, instantly turning the situation into a difficult predicament. Some zombies cling tightly to the car doors, some climb onto the roof, and others pounce head-on, leaving the front of the car with no chance to avoid them, resulting in a slamming head-on collision. Not only does the windshield become covered in blood and grime, but it also easily traps corpses under the chassis, leaving the driver vulnerable to being stuck and waiting to die on the spot. GZong hadn't originally planned to operate at night, so the vehicle had received almost no upgrades. But given the current situation, reinforcement was no longer an option. He quickly opened the control panel, immediately focusing on the tires. After a quick comparison, he directly selected the more balanced, all-terrain tires. Ding! Purchase successful! A flash of white light, and the badly worn old tires disappeared instantly, replaced by new, large tires with a robust tread pattern. The grip was significantly improved, and the entire vehicle drove much more smoothly and steadily, without the previous feeling of being dragged along. His gaze then fell upon the chassis, and he unhesitatingly chose the off-road chassis. After the upgrade, the vehicle was noticeably raised, and the suspension system became much more robust. When driving over bumpy roads at high speeds, the feeling of vibration was greatly reduced, and handling stability increased dramatically. "Damn, that's awesome." GZong couldn't help but curse, slamming the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared, and the minivan shot into the night like a wild horse. The old beat-up car that he used to drive with such care now felt surprisingly like an off-road vehicle. He glanced at the panel. The upgraded windows increased durability from 14% to 19%, and now, with the tires and chassis reinforced, overall durability soared to 35%. The car wasn't scrapped. Instead, it was getting stronger with each modification. His speed quickly increased from 40 kilometers per hour to the maximum of 60 kilometers per hour, and the zombies behind him were gradually left behind. But he also knew that if he wanted to continue to accelerate, he would have to upgrade the engine and transmission, and he clearly didn't have enough gold coins at the moment. On the rest of the journey, GZong saw many other players desperately fleeing, their vehicles trailing long trails of corpses behind them. While driving at night could offer temporary protection, the fuel consumption and mental strain were staggering, and it wouldn't last long before the game collapsed. Vehicle defense is the key. He knew very well that the parts he had stockpiled in advance would only become more and more valuable later. After driving at full speed for more than half an hour, GZong finally approached the target. He did not rush in, but instead found a concealed spot to park and observe the road ahead with the scope of his sniper rifle. The black sedan in the distance was completely wrecked, its chassis jammed by flesh and corpses, surrounded and being torn apart by a dozen zombies. Inside was Zhou Cheng, who was clearly on the verge of collapse. constantly sending out distress messages. Once within a 1-kilometer radius, the radio automatically connected. The moment the connection was established, GZong began crying out for help. GZong calmly replied, "If it arrived, give me the reward first." In this life-or-death situation, GZong didn't dare haggle and immediately completed the transaction. Transaction successful. Received 2.1 gold coins. Received modification device, super silencer. GZong glanced at the description. This device could not only completely suppress gunfire, but also reduce recoil, making it a veritable marvel. However, once installed, it could not be removed. Without hesitation, he mounted it directly onto his sniper rifle. A flash of white light and a frosted silencer appeared at the muzzle of the gun. GZong licked his lips, climbed in the back seat, opened the firing chamber, and slowly extended the muzzle out the window. He loaded a bullet, scoped in, and held his breath. The next instant, the trigger was pulled. Bang! The gunshot was compressed into a slight whooshing sound as the bullet, like a shadow, streaked across the night sky, accurately striking the head of a zombie. With a bang, the head exploded instantly, splattering blood and flesh across GZong's car windows. Such strong stability? It really hits exactly where you point. After hitting the target with one shot, GZong felt a surge of excitement, even having the illusion that he had become a sniper master. However, he also knew that this was mostly due to the combined effect of the ballistic correction and the silencer. He continued aiming, the crosshairs and the scopes seeming to call out names, locking onto whoever he targeted, and they fell. When zombies were piled up, he could even pierce through 2 or 3 with a single shot, his efficiency astonishing, and the kill notifications kept refreshing. As notifications kept popping up and gold coins and materials kept pouring in, GZong became increasingly adept at the game, gradually entering a mowing down enemies mode. That feeling of remotely controlling life and death was becoming more and more addictive. Meanwhile, inside the sedan, GZong huddled in his seat, trembling. Sensing the change outside, he cautiously looked up. He saw the zombies surrounding the car being blown off one by one, and he almost cried with excitement. "Boss, you're awesome." He had initially worried that GZong would take the money and run away, but now he was completely relieved. In less than a minute, all the zombies outside the car were cleared away, and because of the silencer, no new threats were attracted. "It's done. Clean up under the car yourself." "I'm leaving," GZong said calmly. GZong thanked him repeatedly, even wanting to become his sworn brother. "I have a C-level support talent. I can do anything." "I don't take underlings," GZong refused outright. He only conducted transactions and didn't want to get involved in any extra favors. After saying that, he drove away. This trip had consumed 20 sniper rounds and some fuel, but he had earned 3.6 gold coins plus a silencer. A huge profit no matter how you looked at it. GZong found a place to park, ate 2 dry pieces of bread, and drank a few gulps of cola for dinner. He then checked the bullet prices on the exchange and found that sniper bullets were priced low, mostly around 1.5 gold coins. The reason was simple. Sniper rifles were scarce, and many people preferred to use general-purpose bullets instead. Without hesitation, GZong bought 200 rounds of ammunition and loaded them all into his gun, instantly eliminating any ammo shortage. "Let's go all out tonight," he thought in high spirits, as he continued to accept orders on the public chat. For the next few hours, he continued to rescue nearby players, collecting small rewards. Some gave him gold coins, others food or materials. He made these rescues along the way, earning resources and accumulating reputation at the same time. However, he soon encountered a strange character named Wang. This man was surrounded by zombies, but refused to contribute a single penny, instead standing on his moral high ground demanding free rescue, which GZong promptly dismissed with a string of insults. As a result, Wang lost his temper and launched a vicious attack on the public chat. GZong stood by and did nothing to help, and even took money to insult people. This immediately sparked heated discussions, but most players quickly saw through his intentions. Many people immediately retorted, "Isn't he just trying to get something for nothing? What's wrong with someone risking their life to save others and getting a little something in return?" Some even bluntly stated that if this kind of person forces the big shots to back down, everyone will suffer. Those whom GZong had saved, in particular, were subjected to a barrage of insults. Wang was quickly silenced and even blacklisted as a public enemy, effectively ending his social standing. GZong, however, ignored such people, and continued on his journey to take orders. From 7 p.m. to midnight, he drove over 100 kilometers, using up almost all of his newly purchased 200 rounds of ammunition. Just as he finished the last order, a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the title, Ranger. He opened it and saw that his attributes had been directly increased in physique and spirit, and he also received an additional 20% gold coin bonus. GZong's eyes lit up, and he immediately put it on. Instantly, he felt a comprehensive improvement in his physical abilities. His strength, endurance, perception, and even his thinking were all significantly enhanced, and this change was very noticeable. The most crucial part is the 20% bonus. The more kills you get, the more you earn, making it extremely valuable in the late game. That feels good. GZong let out a long breath, in a very good mood, and then looked at his backpack. Gold coins, 21.5, weapons, sniper rifle, level 2 modification, X1, rifle X1, pistol X1, short dagger X1, universal ammo X450 tools, pickaxe X1, machete X1 materials, parts X589, steel sheets X33, python skin X12, leather X15, armor core, rare, X1 food, fresh fruit X42, bread X8, cola X2, mineral water X8, ham sausage X5, instant noodles cup X5. GZong had a very fruitful trip. Besides gold coins, he also acquired iron pickaxes and machetes, as well as a large amount of materials and food, mostly as payment from the players. It was already late at night, and after several hours of fighting, most of the players had found ways to survive. The number of players in the area had stabilized at around 93,000 and was no longer declining sharply. However, prices have changed significantly. Food and water prices have dropped by 30%, while parts and steel have skyrocketed several times over, especially parts, which have now reached 0.5 gold coins each. Fuel prices have also doubled, from 3 gold coins to 6 gold coins per unit, becoming a hard currency. Without fuel, vehicles are just decorations. GZong quickly replenished his resources, bought a unit of fuel, and stockpiled food and 400 sniper rounds. His gold coins were soon depleted. They really don't last long. He sighed helplessly. However, he didn't plan to sell the parts for the time being, as they would only become more expensive later. As the zombie population began to decrease in the early hours of the morning, the players' stress levels dropped, and the chat channels became lively again. Some were relieved to have survived, others complained about their vehicles nearing the end of their lives, and still others regretted not stockpiling spare parts during the day. Many more were discussing future developments and resource reserves. Just then, a user with the ID Kekiju started spamming the chat, offering to trade something called Sunshine Cauliflower for parts. Many people scoffed, thinking it was a waste to trade parts for food, but GZong noticed this and directly messaged the user privately. The other party replied instantly and even proactively showed information about Sunshine Cauliflower, a high-grade vegetable that directly increases constitution by 0.1 upon consumption, with a maximum of 5 servings per day. GZong's eyes lit up. This kind of food that could directly boost attributes was far superior to ordinary fresh fruit. The other party seemed worried that he wouldn't make the deal, so they sent several messages to promote it, also showing off several other special vegetables, like setting up a stall. GZong didn't agree immediately, but first checked the exchange and found that this vegetable couldn't be listed for trading at all. It was a scarce resource. Only after confirming the deal did he turn back to negotiate the price. After some haggling, they finally traded 5 parts for 7 sunflower cauliflowers and several other vegetables with slightly weaker effects. After the transaction was completed, GZong pressed for details about the so-called top secret. The other party hesitated for a moment, but finally revealed that he had grown all these vegetables himself using his talent. Although GZong was somewhat suspicious, he didn't delve into it further. The value of this resource channel was already very obvious. The two added each other as friends for future transactions. After ending their chat, GZong took out the sunflower cauliflower. It looked like miniature broccoli, moist and bright, with an excellent appearance. He took a bite, and his eyes lit up. The texture was crisp and sweet, and the juice was plentiful, much better than ordinary food. He wasn't full to begin with, so he ate 5 in one go. Soon, a warm current spread through his body, and he felt a slight warmth throughout his body, and his physical condition improved as well. He immediately opened the attribute panel to check the changes. Name, GZong. Title, Ranger. Constitution +3, Spirit +3, extra kill bonus plus 20%. Constitution 14.5 plus 0.5, Spirit 12 extra kill bonus, 20% accumulated, 0 gold, bound vehicle, dilapidated van, level 3 modification, talent, daily intelligence, SSS rank, hidden, unique. Not bad. If things continue like this, we might even be able to use melee weapons later. GZong closed the panel with satisfaction and began to analyze the current growth path. Currently, players are roughly divided into several paths. Some focus on vehicles, investing all their resources into them to quickly reach the second tier. Some prioritize improving their physique and spirit, pursuing physical evolution. Some focus on weapons, pursuing short-term bursts of power. And some choose to hoard resources and proceed steadily. Each of these routes has its advantages and disadvantages. Vehicles have great potential but require a high investment. The melee route is extremely risky. Weapons are effective but not sustainable, and simply stockpiling supplies is safe but difficult to sustain in the late game. GZong knew very well that the safest approach was to develop comprehensively. The survival guide also clearly reminded him that none of the aspects should be neglected. Ideally, he would form a team to complement each other, but that required extremely high trust, and any problems that arose could be fatal. For this reason, he doesn't plan to form a team for the time being. Fortunately, he possesses the daily intelligence talent, so as long as he holds his ground in the early stages, he will have a good chance to expand fully later. Thinking about this, GZong, who had been busy all day, finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep in the hard driver's seat. The night was far from peaceful. Every now and then, zombies would pound on the car door, emitting piercing howls, waking him and forcing him to deal with them. After several such incidents, dawn finally broke. The rising sun dispelled the darkness and mist from the horizon. Dewdrops slid down the blades of grass. Birds landed on the roof and chirped softly, and the fields outside the window regained their freshness and vitality. GZong glanced at the weather forecast, confirmed it was a suitable day for action, and got out of the car to stretch his legs. The morning air was slightly cool. He took a deep breath and felt much more awake. The vast plains made him feel as if he were in another world. He stretched, his whole body aching. If I sleep in this crappy seat for a few more days, my back will be ruined. I need to upgrade my vehicle as soon as possible. After a short stretch, he started eating breakfast. Bread, sausage, fresh fruit, vegetables, and a large bottle of water. He wolfed it down. After his physique improved, his appetite increased significantly, and even with so much food, he was only half full. He smacked his lips and couldn't help but mutter, "If only I could have a hot pot meal." But reality was harsh. Even proper meat was hard to come by now, so he could only fill his stomach first. After finishing his meal, GZong immediately got into the van and set off. Starting the next day, all the players worked even harder, with almost no one daring to relax. The van sped across the plains. The upgraded chassis and tires significantly increased its speed, and coupled with his enhanced eyesight, his search efficiency was also much higher. Not long after, he found a wooden treasure chest in a small basin. A great start. GZong's eyes lit up, and he quickly got out of the car and opened it. Received 2 gold coins, 400 universal bullets, 1 fuel. Seeing the fuel and a large quantity of bullets, GZong's spirits lifted. This treasure chest was worth over 15 gold coins. After securing the supplies, his confidence soared, and he continued onward. For the next few hours, he didn't find any more treasure chests, but he cleared out more than 20 zombies, earning 2 gold coins. Along the way, they also hunted a wild deer, killing it with a sniper rifle and obtaining its hide and 10 portions of fresh meat. However, lacking the means to cook or trade, they could only temporarily store in their backpacks. Time quickly approached noon, and GZong didn't stop to eat, only munching on some vegetables as he continued on his journey. Just as the terrain began to change, the familiar notification sound rang in his mind again. Ding! Today's intelligence triggered. Receive. GZong answered without hesitation. Receive. Soon, a crucial piece of information emerged. There was a grove of low vines to the southwest, where the materials were suitable for making armor, but it was also threatened by wild beasts and poisonous insects. More importantly, an unusual metallic sheen had recently been observed there. Upon seeing this, GZong's gaze sharpened slightly. The metallic sheen meant there was a high probability of rare resources, or even items of greater value. The familiar metallic reflection reappeared. The clue to the treasure chest was now clear. GZong quickly determined the direction, southwest. He immediately opened the side window, firing position, and quickly locked onto the low vine forest in the distance. Without hesitation, he drove directly towards it. The vehicle stopped a few dozen meters away. He got out fully armed, a pistol and dagger tucked into his waistband, a fully loaded AK-47 in his hand, and a sniper rifle slung over his shoulder. His previous experience in the swamp had taught him that such terrain could potentially harbor even more dangerous, larger monsters. Reaching the edge of the vine forest, GZong discreetly slipped inside. The vines had a strange structure and were extremely tough, but their distribution was not dense, making it difficult to traverse. He tried cutting them a few times with his dagger, only to find them exceptionally hard, clearly not easy to harvest. He hadn't gone far when he heard a rustling sound beneath his feet. A centipede, over 70 centimeters long and as thick as a wrist, suddenly darted out, sending chills down his spine. This wasn't the right environment to fire a gun, so he gritted his teeth, held his ground, and, as the centipede closed in, plunged his knife into its head. The centipede was pinned to the ground, writhing wildly until it died completely. A system notification popped up. Killed a venomous centipede, gold plus 0.2, venom plus 1. GZong was startled. This thing was even more profitable than a zombie. He wiped his dagger and continued forward. But the number of poisonous insects in the forest increased, and giant spiders and eerie blue scorpions appeared one after another, sending chills down his spine. Left with no other choice, he picked up his silenced sniper rifle and picked them off one by one to avoid attracting greater danger. After wandering through the vine-covered forest for half an hour, he gradually grew impatient. Just as he was about to change direction, he looked up and saw two black treasure chests lying at the end of his line of sight, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. GZong's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly pushed aside the vines and squeezed forward. But the closer he got, the greater the resistance became. The last meter was almost completely blocked by the vines, and he could only cut it little by little with his dagger, which was extremely inefficient. After struggling for more than 10 minutes, his arms were starting to ache, but progress was extremely slow. If you can't afford it, don't release it. He couldn't help but complain, so he simply switched to using a sniper rifle to forcibly break through the vines, and it took dozens of bullets before he finally touched the treasure chest. The information appeared before his eyes. Black iron treasure chest. GZong licked his lips and opened the first one without hesitation. A flash of light appeared, and the rewards popped up: gold coins, materials, thousands of bullets, and 2 modification devices. When he saw unlimited bullets, he was completely stunned, then overjoyed. Holy crap, it's out! This level of core modification is practically a cheat code in the early game. Its value is terrifying. There is also the super sharpening, which, although a modification of melee weapons, was of considerable value as it was considered a core item alongside infinite bullets. GZong quickly gathered all the supplies, his emotions reaching their peak. He didn't stop and immediately opened the second treasure chest. Another flash of light appeared, and this time, in addition to resources, there was also a piece of armor and a pile of fragments. The information for the dwarf vine armor appeared, possessing bullet resistance and self-repair capabilities, making it extremely defensive. But what truly shocked GZong was the description of the talent fragments that followed. 10 fragments can be combined to create a talent. He stared at the prompt, his heart pounding. He had originally thought that each person only had one talent, but now it seemed that the upper limit of this world was far higher than he had imagined. This makes the problem more serious. The appearance of talent fragments directly raises the growth ceiling for players. Especially for high-end players with abundant resources, they will only become stronger and stronger, snowballing their growth. However, based on the information currently available, the level difference between talents is not so easy to overcome. Not every treasure chest will yield fragments, and it seems that only chests of iron grade or higher have a chance of dropping them. At the current roughly 50% probability, it would take opening at least 20 iron chests to have a chance of piecing together a single B-grade talent. High-level chests are hard to find. GZong muttered to himself. This time, the black iron chest was hidden deep in the vine forest, and the bronze chest from last time was buried in the swamp. Without a clue, it would be almost impossible to find them, let alone higher-level chests. He packed the fragments and other resources into his backpack, then casually put on the dwarf vine armor. Although it was only a common-grade piece of equipment, it was highly practical. Not only was it bulletproof, but it could also repair itself, and the material was flexible and lightweight, hardly hindering his movements. After obtaining the treasure chest, GZong did not greedily venture deeper. He had already sensed that there were obvious signs of large creature activity in the area. The air was filled with a fishy smell, and the vines bore traces of compression and slime. Going any further would be far too risky. He decisively turned and retreated, but the way back was clearly wrong. Rustling sounds kept coming from the vine forest, and poisonous insects crawled out from all directions, their numbers increasing, to the point that even the sniper rifle's firepower could hardly suppress them. Damn it! GZong immediately switched to his AK, firing 3-round bursts as he quickly retreated. The gunshots echoed through the forest, only creating more noise. In the distance, a series of crisp, rapid rat-a-tat-tat sounds could be heard, like some giant arthropod rapidly approaching. His scalp tingled instantly, and he immediately holstered his gun and ran. Vines blocked his path haphazardly, which he pushed aside, leaping and vaulting over, even crawling on the ground when necessary. It was like an obstacle course race. Fortunately, the vine forest slowed down the pursuers behind him to some extent, and he sprinted desperately, finally escaping a few minutes later. The moment he burst out of the vineyard, he didn't even have time to catch his breath. He rushed to the car and started the engine. The engine roared, and the van shot forward. Just then, he finally saw what was chasing him. It was a giant centipede a meter thick. The monster was covered in black carapace that reflected a chilling luster. The exposed front half of its body alone was tens of meters long, with the rest hidden in the forest, making its overall length impossible to estimate. Giant terror centipede, elite monster. The moment GZong saw the notification, his heart sank. This was a true elite-level monster. He slammed on the gas, but as soon as he left the vine forest, the giant centipede's speed suddenly increased, catching up with the car in less than 10 seconds. Its massive body clung to the car, and its dense limbs pounded against the vehicle. Thump, thump, thump. The car door was instantly smashed open, leaving a large dent. Then the pair of sharp pincers bit down hard. With a snap, the car door was bitten right through, its durability dropping by 5% instantly. The entire vehicle was being dragged and began to veer, teetering on the verge of overturning. But at this critical moment, GZong didn't choose to retaliate. Instead, he stared intently at the vehicle's control panel and immediately opted for an upgrade. Upgrade. Upgrade for me. A white light instantly enveloped the entire car, and the pincer that had already protruded into the car was instantly severed and fell directly into the car. When the light faded, the damaged car door had been restored to its original state, and the entire car shell had transformed into thick alloy armor, its surface covered with rivets, its imposing presence completely different from before. Bite? I'll let you bite me. GZong roared through gritted teeth. The giant centipede let out a sharp hiss, and eerie blue blood gushed from its broken mandibles, its tentacles thrashing wildly. It swung its limbs at the vehicle again, but this time, it could no longer cause any real damage. GZong immediately opened the firing chamber, extended the AK, and began firing wildly at it. Bullets rained down, but could only leave shallow dents on the hard shell. Occasionally, they would slip through the gaps, but they had almost no effect. Damn it! He abruptly holstered his gun, immediately realizing that his firepower was completely insufficient. He then opened the exchange and gritted his teeth as he searched. Heavy machine gun. Information on heavy machine guns quickly appeared before my eyes. Maxim, MG34, QJZ-171, Gatling M134. Almost everything was available. After a day, the price of these heavy weapons had dropped to 2 to 3 gold coins, making them cheaper than ordinary rifles. The reason is simple. It consumes too much ammo. Heavy machine guns fire dozens of rounds per second, and 100 rounds of general-purpose ammo now cost 3 gold coins. 2 seconds is a huge waste, which ordinary players simply cannot afford. But this wasn't a problem for GZong at all. He had unlimited ammo. The more ammo he used, the better it suited him. So he directly selected a Gatling gun with 99% durability and bought it on the spot without any hesitation. The next second, a heavy black six-barrel machine gun appeared in his hand, so heavy that he swayed slightly. This thing weighed at least several dozen kilograms. For an ordinary person, let alone firing it, just holding it steady would be difficult. GZong didn't have time to examine it closely. He immediately equipped it with unlimited ammo. The ammo belt instantly became infinitely loaded, eliminating the need for reloading. As long as the barrel didn't explode, it could continue firing. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He rolled down the car window and stuck the gun barrel out. The giant centipede outside was still frantically ramming the car. As soon as it saw the commotion, it opened its oozing, pus-filled maw and lunged at the vehicle. Good. GZong, ignoring the overwhelming stench, pulled the trigger without hesitation. The motor hummed, the barrel spun rapidly from slow to fast, and the next second, a burst of fire erupted. Hot-tot-tot-tot-tot. More than 60 bullets per second rained down, instantly blasting the giant centipede's mouth to shreds. The giant insect let out a piercing scream, its massive body violently flipping to the ground, twisting and struggling wildly. GZong didn't stop for a moment. He pressed down on the gun, and a hail of bullets swept across the area, tearing open its carapace and blasting the flesh inside into pieces. The giant centipede tried to escape, but it was too late. Trying to run? GZong sneered, pushed open the car door, got out, and chased after the giant insect, firing his Gatling gun. Bullets rained down like a storm, severing the giant insect's hundreds of legs, causing it to tumble and lose all ability to move. He fired for a full minute, until the massive body completely stopped moving before finally stopping. The scorching hot barrel slowly ceased spinning, puffs of white smoke rising from it. A kill notification popped up. He had not only earned 2 gold coins, but also received the first kill bonus of 10 gold coins, for a total of 12 gold coins. After the battle, GZong collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. As the adrenaline subsided, a wave of intense fatigue washed over him. His arms ached and felt numb, and he barely wanted to move. The recoil of that Gatling gun was simply too much, and coupled with his frantic run just now, his stamina was almost completely drained. But when he thought about the 12 gold coins he would receive, he couldn't help but smile. He casually examined the dropped, giant Terrafangs, and discovered that it was a material for special growth equipment, but its specific use was currently unknown, and he couldn't even find any relevant information in the exchange. After resting for a while, GZong looked at the still reddening barrel and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. This round of firing had directly reduced the gun's durability by 3%. If he continued using it like this Gatling gun would be ruined sooner or later. I need to get unlimited durability and bow cooling as soon as possible. He already had an idea in mind. Only by completing these 2 items could the Gatling gun be truly complete. By the time he returned to the car, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. With only 2 hours left until dark, GZong decided not to continue the adventure and to conserve his energy for the second night. Sitting in the driver's seat, GZong opened his backpack and glanced inside. He had nearly 20 gold coins, a full set of weapons, an excessive amount of bullets, and a huge pile of various materials. Overall, his haul was quite substantial. However, a new problem arose. His backpack was almost full. Each column only had 10 slots, and if he continued piling things up like this, there wouldn't be enough room for new items later. He quickly organized them, listing some materials he didn't need for the time being on the exchange, such as python skin, venom, and dwarf vines, which together could probably sell for about 10 gold coins. Finally, he listed 2,500 rounds of general-purpose ammunition at 3 gold coins per 100 rounds for a total of 75 gold coins. Seeing this number, GZong couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, in this world, selling bullets is the real money-making business. Now that the preparation phase has begun, many players are frantically hoarding bullets. GZong's 2,500 rounds of universal bullets were quickly sold out, and after selling some miscellaneous materials, his gold coins exceeded 100, instantly making him a rich man. Now that he had money, his first thought was to improve his quality of life. He had long since reached his breaking point with that hard, moldy old chair. Sitting on it for too long not only caused him aches and pains all over his body, but it also had a particularly pungent smell. There are 2 upgrade options for the seats. Fabric is cheap and durable, but gets dirty easily. Artificial leather is more comfortable and easier to clean. Considering that he is often covered in mud, GZong decisively chose artificial leather. After the upgrade, the entire car seat was completely transformed. The old, shriveled, and moldy cushions were replaced with soft and elastic faux leather seats. Sitting on them felt like sinking into a cloud, and even the musty smell completely disappeared. GZong let out a long breath, squinted, and leaned back in his seat, completely relaxing. At this moment, he finally truly understood the joy of being rich. Then, he focused his attention on the engine. During explorations, the car's power was barely sufficient, but when it came to escaping for his life, it was clearly inadequate. He had to upgrade its performance beforehand. Engines come in two categories: naturally aspirated and turbocharged. One is fuel efficient and stable, while the other offers stronger acceleration. GZong chose the more expensive turbocharged engine without hesitation. A flash of white light, and the engine and transmission were upgraded together. After restarting, the power is significantly improved, the vehicle accelerates more quickly, and it even provides a slight pushback feeling. GZong smiled with satisfaction, then opened the vehicle panel to check the changes. The van's top speed has now reached 120 kilometers per hour, but fuel consumption has also increased significantly, with 1 unit of fuel only allowing it to travel 250 kilometers. He simply filled the tank with all the fuel from his backpack, instantly increasing the total range to 550 kilometers, so he no longer had to worry about running out of fuel. The vehicle has already upgraded 6 parts. Completing 4 more will unlock the advanced version. Upon seeing the list of requirements, GZong immediately set his sights on a key material, a level 1 chip. The exchange didn't have many chips, but the price wasn't high yet, so most people obviously wouldn't need them for the time being. GZong judged that the price would definitely rise later, so he immediately started bargaining with each buyer. In the end, he spent 11.8 gold coins to acquire a chip, thus securing his advancement ticket ahead of schedule. After securing the key materials, GZong began a frantic purchase of daily necessities. He had completely grown tired of the dried bread he used to have and bought a whole bunch of high-end toast, sandwiches, and various pastries in one go. Then came the hot food, a little bit of each of the following, like rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, roast duck, and braised goose, to be eaten that day. Snacks and drinks were also included: spicy strips, nuts, dried fish, plus several cases of cola and mineral water, all replenished together. Finally, he also bought clothes, tissues, and other daily necessities, filling the trunk to the brim. This purchase cost a total of 12.5 gold coins, but GZong didn't feel the pinch at all. Looking at the supplies piled up in the car, he finally felt like he could go back to a normal life. By the time everything was ready, it was already 5 a.m. There was less than an hour left until the second night. GZong parked the car on a high ground with a good view, pulled the handbrake, and then opened the chat channel. Compared to the chaos and tension of last night, the players are now much calmer, and the chat is mostly filled with casual conversation and recruitment. Some were selling weapons, some were recruiting members, and others had even started a repair business. Before long, the two factions were exchanging insults on the public chat, immediately attracting a large crowd of onlookers. On one side was the Ghost Dragon Society of the Black Mountain mining area, and on the other was the Mountain and Sea Alliance of Twilight Canyon. The two sides exchanged barbs, the atmosphere thick with tension, and they even began to make threats and vow revenge. Some people stepped in to mediate the fight, while others took sides. Of course, most people just watched the spectacle from the sidelines, but some reminded others that this wasn't an anonymous chat, and that speaking carelessly would have consequences. Not long after, both sides suddenly fell silent. Some speculated that they had used up their speaking limit and were banned by the system, which is why the channel returned to normal. GZong raised an eyebrow slightly as he watched this scene. He had heard about these two figures in the past 2 days, Zhang Dongjia, who had an unlimited ammo rifle, and Li Jianguo, who got a tank at the start of the game. The power has begun to take shape. He muttered something to himself. Judging from the information in the chat, this area has been divided into several sections, such as the Black Mountain mining area, the Starry Sky Forest, the Twilight Canyon, and the Moonlit Lake. In addition, there are some smaller regional terrains. GZong has only explored about 100 kilometers so far, so there are obviously many unknown areas waiting to be discovered. If only I had a map, he thought to himself. Just as he was about to continue reading the messages, he suddenly noticed a conspicuous red dot in the upper right corner of his mailbox. 21 unread private messages. When I opened them, I found they were all sent by the same person. Are you there? Hey bro, reply to me. I have some new dishes. From noon to evening, he would say this almost every now and then, so persistent that it left people speechless. GZong was silent for a moment, then casually replied with one. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, on the edge of the starry sky forest, a girl with pigtails was squatting by a pond planting vegetables. She rolled up her trousers, stood barefoot in the mud, and watered the vegetable garden bucket by bucket. Her movements were clumsy, but she was extremely earnest. With the help of nature, the cauliflower plants quickly matured. She carefully collected it, washed it, and put it in the basket before finally breathing a sigh of relief. But when her gaze fell on the glistening cabbage in the basket, her expression suddenly turned troubled. This spiritual cabbage has almost exhausted all her energy and resources for the day, but she just can't sell it. She had already used up all her chat slots, and her message was immediately buried as soon as it was sent. She also dared not conduct the transaction offline, fearing someone would target her and steal it. Do I really have to eat it myself? The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. Just then, she opened her private messages and was about to send another message when she saw GZong's reply at a glance. He replied. Chun Xiaowan's eyes lit up instantly, and she was so excited she almost jumped up on the spot. She quickly typed, Brother, you finally replied. GZong simply asked, Why did you send so many? She immediately highlighted the key item. Great stuff. Look at this. Spiritual essence cabbage. After sending the attributes, GZong remained silent for a few seconds before finally replying with only 2 words. How much? Chun Xiaowan cautiously probed for a price, but GZong immediately said, 2 gold coins, plus 5 sunflower cauliflowers. Robbery. She immediately flew into a rage. This price wouldn't even cover the cost. She immediately sent over all the details of the materials she had invested in the transaction records to prove that she had indeed spent 5.2 gold coins. After reading it, GZong's tone softened slightly. All right, then name your price. Chun Xiaowan gritted her teeth and tentatively quoted a price, 5.5 gold coins. Even she herself felt a little guilty, but she was afraid that if she quoted a higher price, the other party would simply turn around and not buy it. GZong replied, I can give you 8 gold coins, but on one condition. When Chun Xiaowan saw the 8 gold coins, she almost cheered on the spot, but the next sentence stunned her. From now on, she will have to supply Lingyun cabbage and sunshine cauliflower every day. She immediately became conflicted. This rare crop is extremely demanding, but she really couldn't bear to let go of this big customer. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Let's plant it. The transaction started quickly, with the sunflower cauliflower discounted at market price and the spirit essence cabbage also packaged in. GZong entered the amount, 11.5 gold coins. Transaction successful. After the transaction was completed, GZong sat in the van, looking at the cabbage in his hand that was as clear and translucent as jade, and his eyes lit up. This item is incredibly rare. It can boost your constitution by 3 points in one go, making it practically a god-tier resource at this stage. If it could be supplied stably and consistently, his progress in physical enhancement would far surpass that of other players. He knew very well that spending those 8 gold coins was not a bad deal at all. If you insist on driving down the price, you might be able to save a few gold coins, but you'll never get such good stuff from them again. He had already tacitly accepted Kai Kaiju as a long-term supplier. Only if the other party is financially secure can he continue to benefit. After tidying up a bit, GZong opened a bottle of cola and started eating dinner with the various foods he had just bought. Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, donkey meat sandwich, and roast duck were served in turn, leaving him with a mouthful of oil. Every now and then, he would take a bite of Lingyun cabbage, which was sweet and juicy, instantly relieving the greasiness. As I ate, a warm current slowly flowed through my body. That was spiritual energy gradually strengthening his body. The whole process was clearly perceptible and so comfortable it was intoxicating. After finishing the spirit cabbage, he ate the 5 sunshine cauliflowers like fruit, finally filling his stomach completely. Belch! GZong let out a long burp, leaned back in his seat, and relaxed contentedly. He clenched his fist casually, and the muscle lines on his forearm were much clearer, giving him a stronger sense of power. Then, he casually opened the attribute panel to take a look. My physique has improved to 18 points, nearly twice that of an average adult, and the enhancement effect is immediate. Just as he was about to relax for a while longer, the car radio suddenly rang. "Hey buddy, are you there?" GZong's expression tightened, and he immediately became alert. He grabbed the sniper rifle with one hand and simultaneously opened the firing chamber with the other to look out. Not far away, 3 vehicles had been parked at some point. A small truck, an SUV, and a low-speed electric vehicle, arranged in a triangular formation. 5 or 6 players were moving sandbags back and forth, building makeshift defensive fortifications. The young man in the lead was talking on a radio while observing their direction through binoculars. Seeing that GZong had made a move, the other party even waved at him. GZong replied, "What is it?" The other person smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Zhao Xiaolong from the Mountain and Sea Alliance. I'm stationed here tonight. Your car is pretty well modified. Want to come along?" After saying that, he took the opportunity to add his side strength. 5 firearms, 1,200 rounds of ammunition, and both vehicles were equipped with external armor, his tone full of confidence. GZong paused for a moment, then asked, "Aren't you in Twilight Canyon?" Zhao Xiaolong explained that they had just returned from mining in the Black Mountain mining area. This type of resource cannot be traded. It can only be transported out manually, processed into materials, and then sold. Hearing this, GZong couldn't help but sigh, realizing that the other party had already started to develop an entire industry chain. Before it got dark, the two chatted briefly. Through this exchange, he also gained a general understanding of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, a relatively complete system with more than 600 members, focusing on mutual assistance and cooperation. More importantly, 3 members of their squad had lost their vehicles and were forced to temporarily stay in their teammates' cars. This also explains why they were able to concentrate resources so quickly and build up vehicle defenses. Zhao Xiaolong's defensive setup was also quite sophisticated, clearly demonstrating a certain tactical awareness. They weakened the zombie horde through external defenses, minimizing vehicle losses. Towards the end of the conversation, the other party extended another invitation. "It's okay if you don't join. We can cooperate tonight and get through this smoothly." But GZong still refused. With his current strength, he has no need to rely on others, and besides, he has other plans in mind. A fat man nearby couldn't help but sneer. "When he can't hold on any longer, he'll naturally come begging to us." Zhao Xiaolong didn't press the matter further, but simply reminded him, "If you need help later, you'll have to pay." GZong replied calmly, "You too, if you can't hold on, you can come to me." As soon as he said that, the people opposite him burst into laughter. In their view, the 6-man team plus 2 armored vehicles would never need outside help. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward, but neither of them said anything more. Soon it got completely dark. Darkness and blood mist once again shrouded the land. The second night officially began. Chapter 17. The giant stomach zombie appears. Horrifying scenes. "Come on, my AK is itching for a fight." As darkness fell, the fat man, his face beaming with excitement, stepped onto a sandbag, raised his AK, and fired a shot into the sky with a bang. "You fatso, are you crazy? Why are you wasting bullets?" The other woman said irritably. "What's there to be afraid of? We have plenty of bullets." The fat man didn't care at all. But the next second, everyone's expression changed drastically, and they felt a chill rise up their spines. Because in the blood mist that was gradually spreading not far away, in addition to a large number of ordinary zombies, there were also tall and fat zombies appearing one after another. Those obese zombies were all over 2 meters tall, covered in horrifying tumors, with their bellies bulging out like balloons. New zombies have appeared. Set up defenses. Wait until they get closer before firing. Zhao Xiaolong nervously began to direct the team, and the men took their positions one after another, assuming an attack stance. At this moment, GZong was also secretly observing the situation outside from inside the car. As the scope focused on the obese zombie, a line of information appeared. Meatball zombie. Evaluation. A special variant of zombies, possessing a huge size and thick layer of fat, extremely strong and defensive, but slightly slow. GZong's eyes narrowed slightly. These special zombies appeared on the second night. It seems the difficulty is increasing linearly every night. If this continues, what a terrifying spectacle the zombie horde on the 7th night will be. GZong cocked his sniper rifle with a click, and aimed at the head of a fleshy zombie. One shot fired. Laugh. The vicious bullet traveled a kilometer across the distance, hitting the opponent squarely between the eyebrows and blowing most of his skull off. The enormous figure, weighing at least 700 or 800 pounds, crashed to the ground. Successfully killed a fleshy zombie. Gold coins plus 0.5. 0.5 gold coins is considered a big monster, on par with an adult swamp blood python. I'm definitely going to make a fortune tonight. GZong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and quickened his sniping pace. Successfully killed a fleshy zombie. Gold coins plus 0.5. Successfully killed a fleshy zombie. Gold coins plus 0.5. There weren't many fleshy zombies, and they moved a bit slower. While GZong was still taking them out one by one and blowing their heads off, several ordinary zombies had already rushed over and started attacking the van. Roar. The zombies roared and crashed into each other. However, the attack power of ordinary zombies is nothing more than a tickle to the exoskeleton. Even if you bring in an elite monster like the giant terror centipede, only its pincers can bite it. Other attacks will only reduce its durability a little. However, too many ordinary zombies also affect the sniper's field of vision. GZong switched the firing position and took out those annoying things. Taking this opportunity, he glanced at Zhao Xiaolong, and his eyes widened immediately. Good heavens, that area has been surrounded like this. Not far from Zhao Xiaolong's position, there were already countless ferocious figures. The zombies closed in step by step, continuously compressing the safe distance between the lines. It wasn't that their firepower was too weak, but rather that the intense gunfire attracted all the zombies nearby. If it were just ordinary zombies, that would be fine, but then the fleshy zombies appeared. Bullets have no effect on it. Only headshots are effective. Zhao Xiaolong was the only one with a ballistic correction rifle, specifically designed to take down the fleshball zombies, but those things take 2 shots to get a headshot. How could he possibly stop them? Roar! Roar! When a fleshy zombie, with its enormous stomach bulging, charged forward, Zhao Xiaolong and the others' defenses completely collapsed. Get on the bus quickly! The men scrambled into their vehicles in a panic, slamming the doors shut with a bang. The zombies roared and surged forward, frantically ramming against the car door. Small trucks and off-road vehicles have external armor, which can also provide protection. The old man's phone is going to be a disaster. The 2 girls inside screamed incessantly. As the car was being severely damaged by the fleshy zombies, it continued to twist and deform. In the end, they had no choice but to abandon the car and, under the cover of the others, escaped into a small truck and an SUV, respectively, becoming inhabitants. Each vehicle is the absolute territory of the survivors. Others can only board and bind to the vehicle by giving up their own vehicle and obtaining the owner's consent. This means that the person will become completely subservient to the vehicle's owner. GZong had seen other survivors mention it in the chat channel. It is said that the inhabitants cannot change their binding themselves, nor can they do anything to betray the vehicle owner. The gold coins they earn can only be used on the owner's vehicle, so their situation is actually quite miserable. If you encounter a normal person, that's fine, but if you run into someone with a twisted mind, you're just waiting to be enslaved. Laugh! Laugh! Sniper bullets pierce through the blood mist, sending huge heads flying one by one. It's only been less than 10 minutes since night fell, and he has already sniped nearly 10 fleshy zombies, earning 5 gold coins. On his side of the battlefield, there were very few fleshy zombies left. The rest were all beyond sniper range. But GZong wasn't in a hurry to go out and run rescues. There was already a job available right next door. Now, inside a small truck in the distance, Zhao Xiaolong and the other 2 inhabitants turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. A series of terrifying crashing sounds came from outside, and the vehicle shook violently, just like riding a rocking horse. The fleshy zombies are terrifyingly powerful. Even with external armor, vehicle durability drops by 1 point every 2 minutes on average. The key point is that what they upgraded at the time was not the firing bay, but tempered glass, making it difficult to fight back from inside the vehicle. If they keep attacking like this, the whole car will fall apart in less than 2 hours. What should we do, Brother Zhao? The fat man asked, crying. The atmosphere was terrifying. He felt like meat in a metal can, ready to be eaten as soon as the lid is opened. We have no choice but to call for help. Zhao Xiaolong swallowed hard. In this situation, even if the engine is upgraded, it will be difficult to drive off the road. If the chassis gets stuck, it's all over. We need to call for help, but who can come to our rescue? Zhao Xiaolong thought of GZong, wondering if the other was facing the same predicament. He took out his binoculars, stood on tiptoe, and peered through the gaps in the zombies' bodies outside the car window towards GZong's direction. He was completely dumbfounded. There were no zombies around. There were only a few corpses nearby, and they didn't seem to have been affected at all. The fat man took the binoculars and glanced at it, then exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? With that density of zombies, how did that guy manage to avoid being surrounded?" Zhao Xiaolong said with a bitter face, "No need to look, they have sniper rifles and super silencers." The lone wolf, who managed to survive until the second night, and even upgraded his outer armor, certainly had some confidence. "I really underestimated them. It seems we have no choice but to ask him for help." Zhao Xiaolong felt ashamed when he recalled GZong's last words. He hadn't expected them to come true. Sincerity in asking for help is important. This is not the time for bargaining. If the initial price you set feels disrespectful, you may not have the opportunity to raise it further. Moreover, trying to help them out of this predicament could very well backfire. Zhao Xiaolong discussed it with the others in the off-road vehicle and finally decided to take out 13 gold coins, plus 1 cold weapon modification, lightweight. This is the highest price they can afford right now. Subsequently, Zhao Xiaolong contacted GZong via radio, presented the price, and hoped that the other party could help lure away the hundreds of zombies around them and get them out of trouble. "I accepted it." GZong only said those 2 words. Chapter 18, This is what the apocalypse feels like. Receiving a positive reply, Zhao Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief and immediately initiated a transaction with GZong. They transferred 13 gold coins and the modification device. GZong glanced at it. Modification device, lightweight, melee weapon. Evaluation. Can be used to modify all melee weapons, reducing the weapon's weight by 2/3 after modification. Note, the weapon will be permanently bound after modification and cannot be removed. It's a pretty good product. It should be surprisingly effective against certain heavy cold weapons. GZong happily put into his backpack. Zhao Xiaolong said, "Brother, thanks. You don't need to take too many risks. Just drive over for a spin and suck up the zombies." Luring zombies by car is the safest and most effective method. How to shake them off and avoid being surrounded by other zombies on the plains is up to your own skill. Zhao Xiaolong believed that GZong must be confident to take on this job. But GZong didn't intend to use this method. It was too troublesome. Why bother getting out of the encirclement? Just shoot them all and be done with it. GZong looked up at the roof of his car, where a line of information appeared before his eyes. Skylight. Upgrade route. Sunroof. Upgrade the roof to an openable steel gate, allowing one person to observe and fire. Upgrade requires 5 gold coins, 2 parts, 5 steel sheets. Upgrade route. Machine gun mount. Upgrade the vehicle roof to a detachable machine gun mount, compatible with all types of heavy machine guns. Upgrade requires 7 gold coins, 5 parts, 5 steel plates. GZong directly chose to upgrade the machine gun base. The roof was suddenly illuminated by a burst of white light, transforming from a fully covered steel plate into a retractable gate. There is also a retractable staircase at the top, which can be pulled down to allow people to stand. GZong opened the gate, lowered the ladder, took a pistol, climbed up, pointed the gun at the sky, and fired 3 shots. Zhao Xiaolong's side has stopped attacking. GZong's 3 gunshots echoed across the open high ground, immediately attracting the attention of all the surrounding zombies. Even the hundreds of zombies surrounding Zhao Xiaolong suddenly stopped attacking and turned their heads toward the direction from which the gunshots came. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more gunshots rang out. At this moment, hundreds of zombies seemed to have their instincts triggered, letting out terrifying howls as they began to run wildly toward the van. Zhao Xiaolong and the others were stunned. "Brother, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of being surrounded?" The gunfire was much louder than the engine noise. They were confident in their firepower that they dared to set up positions and fire from their positions. "Dude, you using a sniper rifle and a pistol? And it was just one person?" Soon, the zombies surrounding the van and SUV receded like a tide, and the surrounding view became open, and the despairing pressure suddenly disappeared. "Quick, Brother Zhao, let's run," I said nervously. "Don't run, wait a moment. Zhao Xiaolong kept his eyes fixed on the view outside the window. Now it remains to be seen whether GZong can successfully lure the horde of corpses away. If possible, the zombie density on this high ground would be reduced to the lowest level, and they wouldn't have to worry about being surrounded again. They could just wait patiently until dawn. But GZong didn't drive. Zhao Xiaolong picked up the binoculars to observe. GZong leaned out of the sunroof, holding a sniper rifle, and began to snipe the nearest zombies one by one. They paid no attention to the swarming zombies approaching from the outside, or the hordes of corpses being moved from this side. Run! You're about to be surrounded. Zhao Xiaolong quickly picked up the microphone and reminded him. But GZong continued to calmly clear out the nearest zombies. After taking down the last one, he threw the sniper rifle back into the car, then pulled out a large, dark object and mounted it on the base on the roof. Upon seeing what it was, Zhao Xiaolong's pupils constricted sharply, and he froze completely. Brother Zhao, what's going on? Let me see. The fat man took the binoculars, glanced at them, and almost jumped up. Holy crap, a Gatling gun! The next second after he exclaimed in surprise, GZong had already installed the Gatling gun. He gripped the handrails with both hands, and the 6 barrels began to rotate and warm up. Bang, 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 bang. The next second, the 6-gun barrels spewed out blazing flames, and countless bullets poured out, like meteors streaking across the night sky, sweeping towards that ferocious figure. At this moment, the number of zombies rushing towards the van has exceeded 200, including at least 15 fleshy zombies. This level of siege is enough to terrify any survivor squad. But compared to the Gatling gun with unlimited ammo, they're nothing more than a bunch of walking gold coins, leaks waiting to be harvested. Excitement gleamed in GZong's eyes as he felt the intense vibration in his palm, his adrenaline surging rapidly. This is his moment of carnage. Bang, 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 bang. The dense gunfire almost blended together, turning into a roar that echoed through the night. The terrifying kinetic energy of heavy machine gun bullets destroyed all the flesh and blood bodies they hit, let alone ordinary zombies. Even the highly defensive fleshy zombies couldn't withstand the impact of the bullets and were torn into bloody and fleshy fragments that sprayed everywhere. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins plus 0.1. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins plus 0.1. Successfully killed a fleshy zombie. Gold coins plus 0.5. The kill notifications in front of me were flashing wildly, at a frequency higher than ever before. This is the joy of mowing the lawn. GZong turned his gun around and, from left to right, quickly cleared out an entire fan-shaped area. He stopped, changed positions, and quickly cleaned the other side of the area. At this moment, the horde of corpses lured from Zhao Xiaolong's side was only 500 meters away from him. The dark mass of figures rushing forward created a strong sense of oppression. GZong grinned maliciously and began the final slaughter. The last burst of machine gun fire was the most satisfying. The zombie density was so high that almost every shot hit its mark. Their grotesque bodies burst open as fragilely as watermelons, falling down in large swathes. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of zombies were wiped out, leaving only blood and flesh scraps on the ground, demonstrating the brutal and one-sided massacre that had taken place here. The battle is completely over. GZong grabbed the wireless microphone. Do you guys have any cigarettes over there? I'll have one. GZong rarely smoked, but he felt he had to have a puff now. Huh. Oh. Yes. Zhao Xiaolong and his companions were already dumbfounded. Only after hearing the radio did they hurriedly find an unopened package of Yushi cigarettes and trade it to GZong. GZong took a cigarette, put it in his mouth, turned the red-hot barrel upwards, lit the cigarette with a hiss, and took a deep drag. Hiss whoosh! Smoke swirled around. The long-awaited nicotine brought him a slightly tipsy feeling. This is what the apocalypse feels like. GZong's lips curled into a grin. This massive mowing operation yielded over 40 gold coins. With the extra bonuses and the rewards for Zhao Xiaolong and the others, that's over 60 gold coins. It was so incredibly satisfying. But this is just the beginning. You guys stay put. I'm leaving now. GZong got out of the sunroof, said something to Zhao Xiaolong and the others, started the engine, and drove off. Zhao Xiaolong and the others behind them looked at each other in bewilderment. Unlimited bullets? They actually encountered a super powerful guy with unlimited bullets? The fat man said in a daze, "Brother Zhao, he's gone." "I know." Zhao Xiaolong was still reeling from the shock of the scene he had just witnessed when he suddenly realized, "Wait a minute. Hey bro, let's be friends. Hey bro." He shouted into the microphone, but GZong had already left the radio range and could no longer be contacted. Chapter 19, Instant Riche. 271 gold coins. Now, GZong had already opened the chat channel, which was filled with screams and cries of alarm. "Holy crap. I can't hold on much longer. Someone save me. I'll pay you. Damn. How come the zombies are so fierce tonight? Even with our survival team's heavy firepower, we almost couldn't hold them off. Can someone tell me how to fight that fleshy zombie?" "Only headshots are effective. If you just shoot at its body, even 100 shots won't break it. That thing has at least a meter of fat on its belly. How can you get a headshot from that distance? There's no bullet correction. You're lucky if you even hit it. Remember, if you can't beat them, don't try to escape by car. If you try to escape by car and get surrounded, you'll die. You can't ram through the fleshy zombies." I just saw someone drive into a fleshy zombie and get stuck. The entire front wheel and chassis were lifted up. "Ha ha. I told you not to join a big group. Those lone wolves and small teams of few people. Now you're all dumbfounded, aren't you? Someone please save me. I'm surrounded by a horde of zombies." GZong glanced at the number of people in the area in the upper right corner. During the day, it was still over 90,000, but now it has fallen below the 90,000 mark. In less than half an hour, more than 1,000 people had died in the horde of corpses. This shows how serious the situation is. Following the same method as last night, GZong posted a message on the public screen offering paid assistance. This immediately sparked a heated discussion. "Holy crap. Another big shot has started the rescue. Big boss, save me. Attention everyone. Tonight, a lot of scumbags are scamming people. Exposing these IDs. Chun Tian, Zhou Yu, Qianbin. They claim to be here to help, but before we even meet them, they've already started a transaction. Hordes. Isn't this GZong the lone wolf boss from last night? How come he can still come out to rescue people in this situation tonight? That's amazing. He's a lone wolf. Is he just trying to scam for gold coins too? Holy crap. Who dares to say that I, Master G, cheated out of gold coins? He's the one who saved me last night. I'm willing to call myself the #1 sniper god of the plains. My brother G is a god. No arguments allowed. He's the one who saved our team just now." At this moment, Zhao Xiaolong also appeared and gave the first user review of the night. Moreover, he was very perceptive and did not reveal that GZong possessed an unlimited ammo Gatling gun. He only mentioned that GZong had rescued their mining team. As the squad leader of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, Zhao Xiaolong often speaks in a public chat, and many people know him. His statement confirmed the news, which immediately attracted even more attention. In just over 10 seconds, GZong received hundreds of requests for help from the surrounding area. Orders have exploded. GZong took on a job nearby and began his rescue mission across the plains. To be honest, the reward for the rescue was just something I earned on the side. Tonight's main source of income will still be the fleshball zombies. 10 for 5 gold coins, 100 for 50 gold coins. It's exploding with money. GZong wished he could use the sniper rifle like a machine gun, taking down any enemy he saw. However, driving tonight is much more difficult than last night. The main reason is the existence of the fleshy zombie. Unlike ordinary zombies, you can't just run into these things. You can only avoid them or snipe them from distance. This greatly reduces driving efficiency. On several occasions, GZong was forced to stop on the spot and had to use heavy machine guns to clear the way. This also leads to a very low order success rate. It's considered good if 2 out of 10 orders are successful. The zombie threat was too great. Many survivors didn't even have time to wait for rescue before the zombie horde tore through their vehicles' defenses and devoured them piece by piece. 12 a.m. After a grueling 6-hour journey covering over 100 kilometers, GZong successfully completed 8 rescue operations. The 8 orders together totaled 50 gold coins, plus a series of miscellaneous supplies, making the reward much more generous than last night. As the peak of the zombie outbreak passed, the situation stabilized and the need for rescue efforts decreased significantly. GZong found a place to park and leaned back in his seat to rest for a while. Continuous, high-intensity driving and combat is quite physically and mentally taxing. I would have given up long ago. Fortunately, my physique has improved a lot now, And I also have the stamina recovery buff from the spiritual cabbage, so this bit of fatigue is nothing. GZong tallied up tonight's haul. There were too many odds and ends. My backpack simply couldn't hold them all. He simply sorted out the useless items, listed them all on the exchange, and sold them for 20 gold coins. The extra kill bonus from the title has also been extracted. The total number of gold coins reached a terrifying 271. Most of his income came from the zombies he killed. He must have killed over 500 ordinary zombies and at least 150 fleshy zombies. In reality, the ratio of the two types of zombies should be around 30-1. It's just that GZong specifically targeted the fleshball zombies throughout the entire process, which is why he was able to achieve such a huge profit. 271 gold coins. Not to mention the leaders of various organizations and factions. Who knows how many gold coins they squeeze from other survivors. But among lone wolf players, I am definitely in the top tier by a wide margin. We're about to take off. GZong rubbed his hands together. I first opened the exchange and took a look. The price of antiviral serum is still rising by 100 gold coins. He had thought that if it were a little cheaper, he could buy one since it's an essential survival item in the mid to late game. Let's wait and see for now. Other things have a higher priority. GZong then checked the prices of various modification devices. There's only one unlimited bullets item priced at a whopping 150 gold coins. It's getting more and more outrageous. As for infinite durability, no one has even listed it. It seems that most of the modification devices for these kinds of firearms have been used by the survivors themselves. GZong was quite disappointed. His sniper rifle had only 68% durability left, and his Gatling gun had only 77%. If I play like this for a few more nights, they'll probably all break down. But there's nothing he can do if no one sells to him. He can only wait patiently. At worst, he'll just stop using it before it drops to zero. After searching for a while, GZong finally spent 18 gold coins to buy a super chamber cooling and a no recoil for 12 gold coins. Modification device, super barrel cooling heat weapons. Evaluation can be used to modify all firearms. After use, the barrel cooling rate increases by 20 times and the rate of durability loss is significantly reduced. Note, after modification, the weapon will be permanently bound and cannot be removed. Modification device, recoil-free firearms. Evaluation can be used to modify all firearms, eliminating bullet recoil and greatly improving shooting stability. Note, after modification, the weapon will be permanently bound and cannot be removed. He used both of these modifications on the Gatling gun. After that, I bought some steel plates and other essential material for vehicle upgrades. Now comes the main event. As GZong looked at the remaining upgrade options for the vehicle, his heart began to beat slightly faster. Chapter 20 Vehicle Level 2 Advancement. Armored Motorhome. The vehicle has now been upgraded in 7 parts, with only 3 remaining. After careful comparison, GZong chose 3 options: power generation device, air conditioning, and millimeter wave radar. Power generation device. Upgrade route. After upgrading, the vehicle will have a matching generator and battery, which can generate electricity while the car is in motion, providing power to the air conditioner and multimedia system. Upgrade requires 3 gold coins, 3 parts, 1 positive material. Air conditioner. Upgrade route. After upgrading, you will obtain a front row single cooling air conditioner. You need to upgrade the power generation device first. Upgrade requires 2 gold coins, 1 refrigerant. Millimeter wave radar. Upgrade route. After upgrading, you will gain 6 millimeter wave radars, front, rear, left, and right. While the vehicle is running, it can monitor moving objects within a 20-meter radius at any time. Upgrade requires 5 gold coins, 5 parts. GZong went to the exchange to complete the missing materials and clicked to upgrade them one by one. After the last component was upgraded, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! Your vehicle has reached level 10. Vehicle upgrades are now unlocked. Advanced requirements: 50 gold coins, 20 parts, 100 steel pieces, 1 level 1 ship. Condition already met. Come on, come on. GZong was incredibly excited. He had long been fed up with the cramped environment of the van and wondered what kind of advanced vehicle it could be upgraded into. It would be so cool if it were a motorhome. He took a deep breath and clicked Advance. Bye. Please select a vehicle upgrade path. Advanced route, ghost vehicle. Evaluation. Become a ghost walker, wandering in the darkness and mystery. The ghost vehicle is highly functional, highly maneuverable, and inexpensive to build. After special upgrades, it consumes a large amount of fuel and can become invisible at night. Its drawback is its limited upgrade path, making it relatively weak in a mid to late game. Advanced Path Combat Vehicles. Review. Men must fight. Let's go on a killing spree on the battlefield. The combat vehicle is well-functional, highly mobile, moderately priced, and has a variety of combat and defensive components. It has no obvious weaknesses and is suitable for most people. Advanced Route 3. Extreme Heavy Loading Vehicles. Review. Don't choose this if you're broke. Don't choose this if you're broke. Don't choose this if you're broke. Extreme vehicles are highly functional and highly mobile, but also extremely expensive to build. They have the most diverse and comprehensive upgrade options. Their strength depends on how much money you have. They're a type of vehicle with both an upper and lower limit that are beyond imagination. It is not recommended for all non-top tier survivors, as its energy consumption far exceeds your imagination. What? You're just stubborn? Then come on. Kind tips. 1. Because each person starts with a different vehicle, the options and forms that appear during advancement will also be different. 2. After advancing, all basic upgrade components will be inherited by the new vehicle. 3. After advancing, you will be limited to a single advancement path, so please make your choice carefully. After reading this advanced information, GZong's expression turns serious. 3 paths, leading to completely different futures. This is the crossroads of fate for every survivor. Making the wrong choice could lead to lifelong regret. But for GZong, there is only one choice he can make. Are you kidding me? You already have an SSS-level intelligence talent. Surely you can afford to maintain an ultimate vehicle? Route 3. Get yourself promoted. GZong pressed the select button hard. Fight. Gold coins -50, parts -20, steel plates -100, level 1 ship -1. Advanced successfully. The next moment, the entire van emitted an incredibly dazzling white light. GZong felt his whole body float up slightly, detaching from the seat. Everything before my eyes, bathed in white light, transformed into rapidly growing and changing outlines. The vehicle body was expanded, and the internal structure was integrated and finalized. The whole process lasted a full 2 minutes before GZong fell from midair and landed back in the driver's seat. All the white light dissipated. Everything before our eyes has changed dramatically. GZong swallowed hard, his eyes filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Heavy-equipped RV. Tier 2 vehicle. Speed limit, 50 kilometers per hour. Durability, 100%, slowly decreasing. Remaining fuel, 1.5 units, enough for 225 kilometers. Upgraded components. Firing bay, cannot be upgraded. Tires, replaceable. Chassis, level 1. External armor, level 1. Seat, replaceable. Level 10. Vehicle upgrades require 1,500 gold coins, 400 parts, 5,000 steel pieces, 100 alloys, and 1 armor core. Upgrades are only unlocked when the upgraded parts are level 50 or higher. Evaluation. It is a relatively simple armored vehicle at present, with various functions yet to be developed, but for ordinary zombies, it is already an insurmountable steel behemoth. RV. The upgrade, corresponding to the minivan, is actually a motorhome. GZong was unable to describe his feelings at this moment. In the apocalypse, this armored RV was simply the best survival vehicle. That was really awesome. GZong couldn't wait to start researching his new home. The front row has 2 seats, while the rear row is a large, independent space partitioned off. A small kitchen, a sink, a sofa and dining table, a 2.2 by 1.5 meter bed, and a partition that can also accommodate hammock. Further down the path, there is a small restroom. When GZong saw these things, he was filled with emotion. Damn it! Finally, I don't have to sleep on the sofa anymore. Finally, I don't have to poop in the wild anymore. I can finally take a shower. He's been covered in mud and blood for the past 2 days, and he's been sweating constantly. I felt sticky and smelly all over. It was incredibly uncomfortable. Unfortunately, we can't enjoy it yet, because there is no water. He turned on the tap, but there wasn't a drop of water in it. It seemed he would have to refill it himself. He then climbed up the retractable staircase to the second floor partition, where there was a storage space that could hold about 5 cubic meters of items. Above that is the sunroof, which can be opened and closed, and the machine gun mount is installed on the roof. GZong came down for the side door. Looking at the vehicle's surface, with its rivet-covered armor exuding a cyberpunk wasteland vibe, I felt a surge of emotions. Finally, I can live a life that's somewhat human. Go get some water. Let me take a shower first. I'm covered in mud and sweat now. I don't deserve that big white bed. Without further ado, GZong got in the car, started the engine, and set off eastward. He is not far from Shinhua Lake. There is a tributary stream of Shinhua Lake about 2 kilometers away, from which he can fetch water. But as soon as he stepped on the gas, he felt the car was like a tired old ox, limp and powerless, slow and sluggish, unable to pick up speed at all. GZong was surprised to find that the vehicle's top speed had dropped from 120 kilometers per hour to 50 kilometers per hour. The previous 1.5T engine is clearly no longer able to power it. And the fuel consumption. 1 unit of fuel can only travel 150 kilometers. Fuel consumption is twice as high as the original old van. Damn, that's burning through money. GZong's head was a little numb. The advanced prompts were indeed no joke. The consumption of such extreme heavy-load vehicles was far beyond his imagination. But it's okay, he has plenty of money. Chapter 21, An Unexpected Joy. Obtain the growth equipment, Blood of the Moon. GZong directly spent 15 gold coins and 10 parts to upgrade the engine to level 2. The displacement suddenly increased to 2.0T, resulting in significantly stronger power, and the top speed can reach 80 kilometers per hour. He drove his RV across the plains at 1 a.m. and soon arrived at a stream 2 kilometers away. The blood mist has now dissipated, and the moonlight and stars in the sky are reflected on the water, shining brightly. GZong spent a few gold coins to buy a water pump and water pipes from the exchange. He connected one end to the water tank interface of the RV, threw the other end into the water, and started the machine. Beep, beep, beep. The clear stream water was pumped little by little into the vehicle's water tank. The entire reservoir can hold 300 L, which is enough for him to use freely for a week. Taking advantage of the break, GZong lit a cigarette, leaned against the side of the carriage, and looked at the beautiful night view around him. But when his gaze inadvertently swept over a patch of grass, he paused slightly in surprise. Why is there light? The patch of grass emitted an unusual, faint light, which, though not very obvious, was still noticed by GZong. There must be something there. GZong immediately became serious. He took out a pistol, a dagger, and an AK from the car and walked over there on foot. As they drew closer, GZong could see clearly what was glowing. That's a treasure chest. A treasure chest covered in unique patterns and emitting a faint white light. The surrounding weeds were bathed in light, appearing a deep green, like a faint lamp shining in the meadow. GZong quickly walked to the box, pushed aside the weeds, and a line of information appeared before his eyes. Glow-in-the-dark treasure box. Review. The glow-in-the-dark box only appears when the moonlight is perfect, and it seems to contain many good things. It's a special treasure chest. This is truly a lucky find. GZong was overjoyed. He never expected to run into such good luck just by going out to fetch water. Moreover, judging from this description, this special box seems to only appear after the blood mist dissipates. With a nervous heart, GZong reached out and opened it. Clang! A crisp sound of the box being opened rang out, and several lines of information appeared. Obtain noise emitter X1. Acquire 30 armor-piercing shells. Obtain special growth weapon gift box X1 rare. It's definitely different from ordinary treasure chests. GZong couldn't wait to check the specific information about these items. Noise emitter. Magazine. January 1st. Unlimited recharge. Evaluation. A special firearm that can fire noise balls at a distance, continuously releasing high-frequency noise in the surrounding area for 5 minutes. It is a powerful tool for attracting zombie monsters. The maximum range is 1,000 meters, and each noise ball takes 12 hours to recharge. It's a monster-gathering device. With this thing, there's no need to worry about the zombies being too scattered. Moreover, it can be a powerful tool for escaping large-scale zombie hordes. The only problem is that there are only 2 noise balls, and the charging time is a bit long, so it can't be used at a high frequency. GZong continued to examine the second reward. Armor-piercing projectiles. Evaluation. This is a bullet specifically designed for anti-material rifles. It is extremely powerful and very rare. This item cannot be listed on the exchange. Anti-material rifle bullets? His eyes lit up slightly. He only knew one anti-material rifle, the famous Barrett. GZong immediately opened the exchange to check, but found no relevant information. It's probably something that can't be listed on exchanges. He posted an acquisition message in the public chat. Then they continued to check the third reward, special growth weapon gift box. This is the highlight of the glow-in-the-dark box. GZong had a vague feeling that the ultimate goal of the weapon path should be this kind of growth weapon. After all, for ordinary firearms and melee weapons, once all the modification devices are fully activated, their strength has already reached its limit, compared to vehicles or personal attributes that can be stacked infinitely. It seems like I'm falling behind the pace. Come on, my first weapon of growth. GZong couldn't help but feel excited. Click to open. The next moment, the entire weapon gift box turned into a blob of white light that kept changing shape. Sometimes it becomes a gun, sometimes a sledgehammer, and sometimes a longsword. The white light changes faster and faster, and its shape becomes increasingly blurry. But overall, it appears that most of them are cold weapons. Several tens of seconds later, the white light finally took shape. As the light faded, the metallic texture and sharp aura of the weapon gradually came into view before GZong's eyes. This was actually a long sword that was 1 meter long. The entire body is a cold, dark red color, with blade patterns that meander like waves. The handle is made of an unknown special material, and it feels cold and rough to the touch. GZong tried to lift it, but his instinctive grabbing failed to budge it. He exerted force with his palm, the muscles on his forearm clearly bulging, and it took a lot of effort to lift the knife. This isn't wielding a knife, this is lifting weights. This knife must weigh at least 100 pounds. That's a knife. What kind of superhuman could wield it? A line of information appears. Blood of the Moon, growth weapon. Tier, rare, weapon and armor tiers. Common, excellent, rare, precious, secret treasure, legendary, epic, mythical. Durability, unlimited. Modification device, none. Forging progress, 0%. Exclusive skill, none yet, can be unlocked upon reaching rare weapon level. Evaluation, a gift from the goddess of night, a divine artifact forged from extraterrestrial iron and moon bloodstone. It is incredibly powerful and heavy, but its current level is too low to unleash its true potential. Friendly reminder. After obtaining your first upgraded weapon, the probability of obtaining subsequent upgraded weapons will be greatly reduced. That's intense. GZong stared at the details on the panel, unable to come to his senses for a long time. This thing is practically a trump card, and it even has exclusive skills. He recalled the giant terrafong material he obtained from killing the giant terror centipede last time. Wasn't that the forging material for this kind of weapon? He opened his backpack and took out the giant fangs. Clicking the forging option on the weapon immediately brings up a prompt. Unable to use due to lack of blacksmith talent set. Really? He knew it wouldn't be that simple. It seems I'll need to collect more materials from these elite monsters in the future, and I'll also need to find a reliable blacksmith. But the modified device should work, right? GZong tried using the lightweight item from his backpack on the Blood of the Moon. Successfully installed. The weight in my hand immediately decreased significantly, but not by much. It was clearly different from the 2/3 weight reduction described in the lightweight section. He looked at the equipment description and sure enough, he found the words lightweight, level 1. There's a note at the end. The effects of all modification devices on growth equipment are reduced by 80%, but can be upgraded with level. Chapter 22 Injection of Antiviral Serum. The terrifying starry sky forest. Can the levels of modification devices be stacked? Damn it, it's another bottomless pit. While inwardly grumbling, GZong used his most treasured super sharpening on Moonblood. He saw a flash of light sweep across the blade, revealing its sharpness. It seemed its power had increased considerably. What's the next step? GZong slowly exhaled, then hesitated. He still has over 100 gold coins left, which seems like a lot, but they really don't last long. Vehicles, weapons, personal attributes, everything costs money. Now that we have cold weapons, we need to change our focus. After thinking for a while, GZong finally decided to buy some antiviral serum first. He opened the exchange and found the 3 sellers who had listed the antiviral serum. One was priced at 145, another at 130, and the cheapest one was priced at 100. GZong tentatively contacted all of them, trying to negotiate prices, and quickly found out their true colors. Nowadays, Only the super powerful or the luckiest people can possess such top-tier items. Clearly, the person selling for 100 gold coins is incredibly lucky, lacking any real strength, and desperately trying to cash out. Despite pretending to be in no hurry to sell, the man was eventually ripped off by GZong and sold for 89.5. I finally got it. GZong took out the small bottle of dark blue injection solution. Antiviral serum. Evaluation. After injection, it can provide immunity against cadaver toxins, insect toxins, snake toxins, miasma, and infections, but its effect on certain high-level toxins is relatively weak. It's definitely a good product. The high price is justified. GZong injected the medicine into his wrist, and he didn't feel anything special during the whole process. But now, he has a body that is immune to all poisons. This sense of security is something that guns and weapons can never provide. After finishing all this, GZong finally relaxed. The RV's water tank was full, so he went over and put away the water pump and hoses, then got back in and closed the door. I took off all my smelly clothes, went to the bathroom, and took a shower, scrubbing off 2 pounds of grime. After showering and changing into clean clothes, I went to the bedside and jumped up, landing with a thud on the soft, comfortable bed, letting out a satisfied sigh. Ah, that feels so good. Feeling the comfort of his long-missed bed, GZong rolled around like a maggot several times before he was satisfied. While most survivors are still living like savages, he's already living in a luxury RV. That's the privilege of money. Opening the chat channel. The message I just sent asking to buy anti-material weapons has disappeared without a trace. But that's not surprising, as special gun models are so rare that you only see someone selling them occasionally. He posted another purchase request, and while watching other survivors' late-night chats, he gradually fell asleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, GZong slowly got out of bed, bathed in the morning sunlight streaming through the window. Waking up in bed feels so different. The quality of my sleep is so good that even when zombies were scratching at the door in the middle of the night, they didn't wake me up. After buying some toothbrushes, towels, and cups from the exchange, GZong washed up at the sink, ate a lavish breakfast, and then went out into the outside world with a pistol in his pocket. Today's weather, sunny. Temperature, 19 degrees Celsius to 32 degrees Celsius. Evaluation. A clear, cloudless day is the best time to hunt in the Starry Sky Forest, but be careful not to step into the territory of certain beings, or you may end up as the prey instead of the hunter. The weather is as good as ever today, with incredibly high visibility. You can see the undulating horizon all the way to the horizon from here. It's just that the temperature seems to have risen a bit. Roar! Roar! Upon seeing living people appear, the zombies that have been lingering nearby immediately pounced on them with howls. These guys arrived last night, but unfortunately they wore down their teeth and finger bones and couldn't even gnaw on the RV's outer armor. They only left a horrifying bloodstain and handprints on it. GZong fired a few shots, hitting the head accurately, before turning around and getting into the car. I overslept a bit. I need to get going. GZong started the RV and began today's exploration journey. While driving, he also opened a chat channel. After a hard-fought night, the number of people in the area had dropped to over 80,000. The increased difficulty of the second night made all the survivors even more tense. Early on the third day, many people were already working hard to seek resources and quickly improve themselves. Battlefield Alliance is still recruiting. Membership fee is 5 gold coins. If you're interested, DM me. We're getting ready to explore the depths of the Starry Sky Forest. Our small group has 18 people in total. We're looking for another strong group of 10 or more to join us on this trekking adventure. It's a life or death situation, so those who are afraid of dying shouldn't drag us down. Are you crazy? Going deep into the forest now? There are elite monster lairs there. It's not just elite monsters. The horror inside is beyond your imagination. 2 hours ago, a 50-man group from the South Mountain Brotherhood went in and was completely wiped out. The last message that came out was a warning not to come in. With such a death warning, who would still dare to go in and die? Fortune favors the bold. The more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity. If we can find a high-level treasure chest, we'll be set for life. What's there to be afraid of? If we don't work hard to improve our combat power now, we'll be swallowed up by the zombie horde in a few nights, and we'll be obedient. I think so too. I almost got carried away by a fleshy zombie last night. Now, if there's a high-level treasure chest, damn it, I'd be willing to brave even the most dangerous places. The Kamikaze Gang is recruiting top players. Players who have spent over 200 gold coins are welcome to join. The gang currently has 13 members, all of whom are top-tier experts. Holy crap, the Kamikaze Brigade's requirements are that high. Just kidding, those are all top-tier fighters. Several of them are high-ranking members who jump ship for various powerful forces. Their terrifying combat power is unimaginable for small fry like us. The discussion continued to be lively in the channel. GZong checked his private messages in the upper right corner. Besides many friend requests and flattery messages from people trying to curry favor, there was actually a private message offering to sell anti-material sniper rifles. GZong replied, and the other party responded instantly. Mr. G, you finally replied. I thought you'd already bought it. After saying that, the other party posted the equipment information. Barrett M82A1 Anti-Materials Sniper Rifle. Magazine, 0 out of 0. Armor-piercing rounds only. Durability, 100%. Evaluation. This is an extremely powerful anti-material sniper rifle, representing the limit of individual firearms. Due to its excessive recoil, firing it can easily cause fractures of the collarbone and ribs, and in severe cases, internal bleeding. It is prohibited for use by people with poor physical condition. Note, this special gun type cannot be modified and is a level 3 restricted item, meaning it cannot be listed on the exchange or traded online. It's finally here. GZong looked at the information panel, and his heart immediately burned with excitement. Chapter 23's only item, the treasure map. You obtained a Barrett. To his surprise, this special type of gun was actually subject to trading restrictions. The trading restrictions on items are divided into 4 levels: exchange trading, personal trading, offline trading, and no trading. For example, his Blood of the Moon from last night was at the highest restriction level, untradeable. This gun is a tier 3 weapon and can only be traded offline. Wang Dongliang. Master G, I got this on the first day, but I haven't been able to sell it until now. I finally found a big customer like you. GZong. Surely not. No one wants to buy this. Wang Dongliang. There are people who want to buy, but I don't dare to trade with them for fear of being robbed. Mr. G, you're a reputable big shot, so I feel at ease selling to you. GZong was quite surprised. I didn't expect the benefits of having a high reputation to become apparent so quickly. The two parties agreed on a price of 13 gold coins and arranged a transaction location before ending the conversation. Afterwards, GZong drove his RV and headed over there. The chassis of an armored motorhome is a level higher than that of a van, so it can travel on flat ground in most places, except for special terrain such as swamps, wetlands, and mountains. In less than half an hour, GZong arrived at the agreed location, where the other party was already waiting. The other party was driving an ordinary sedan, but the chassis and outer armor had been upgraded. Master G. The driver's side door opened, and a young man quickly got out of the car, waving excitedly at GZong's RV. The other people also got out of the car. Their faces were restrained, and their clothes were dirty. They were all migrant workers. They were deeply shocked when they saw GZong's vehicle. From a distance, it looks like a large truck, but it turns out to be a motorhome with upgraded outer armor. Having seen so many survivors these past few days, this is the first time they've ever seen an RV. It truly is the vehicle of a top-tier player. The young man named Wang Dongliang and several other inhabitants raised their hands, spun around in place, and indicated that they were not carrying any weapons. This is the greatest goodwill that survivors can show when they meet. GZong parked the car and got out. Master G, here is the gun you requested. Wang Dongliang quickly opened the trunk and lifted out the Barrett rifle, which weighed several dozen kilograms. Can. GZong confirmed that there was no problem and transferred the gold coins to him directly. The transaction was completed smoothly. GZong took the heavy weapon and loved it dearly. As expected of the super sniper rifle nicknamed the Cannon, its exaggerated design and heavy feel are truly impressive. Okay, I'll be going now. GZong put it directly into his backpack, said something to the other party, and prepared to get into the car and leave. At this moment, Wang Dongliang exchanged glances with the other residents and suddenly said, Master G, we have one more thing here. Oh, what is it? GZong stopped in his tracks, quite intrigued. It's quite interesting that the other party didn't dare to bring it out directly, but waited until the transaction was completed before speaking up. The item in the second part is estimated to be extremely valuable, requiring a prior transaction to establish sufficient trust. It seems that these survivors are not entirely without any sense of self-preservation. Master G, we have a treasure map. Wang Dongliang's voice sounded a little nervous, but he tried his best to remain calm. Treasure map. GZong immediately became serious. Yes, it's a treasure map. To be honest, this thing and that sniper rifle were obtained by us after we narrowly escaped death from a mining area in the Black Mountain. Wang Dongliang took out a sheepskin scroll bound with hemp rope from his pocket and asked GZong to appraise it. The cursed parchment, unique item. Evaluation. Legend has it that this parchment scroll contains clues to the treasure of the Earth God. However, due to its long-term presence in the tomb of the Corpse King, it is covered by a cursed mist, making the information on the parchment scroll illegible. Remember, don't let anyone know you own it. Note, this item cannot be added to your inventory and is a level 3 restricted item for trading. Upon seeing the information above, GZong's pupils constricted slightly. It turned out to be the only item. Wang Dongliang was far more nervous than GZong, his hands trembling slightly. Master G, have you finished reading? GZong waved his hand and said, Don't be afraid. Name your price, I can buy this. Upon hearing this, Wang Dongliang felt relieved and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The other inhabitants also looked much more relaxed. To be honest, they're really uneasy having this on them. If others find out, it will definitely attract endless covetousness and pursuit. It would be better to get a powerful figure to take action sooner rather than later. They originally wanted to find Li Jianguo of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, but they were insignificant and didn't dare to speak too obviously, so their message never reached him, and they had to give up. If GZong hadn't been acquiring anti-material rifles in the public area, and if they hadn't happened to have some on hand, this deal probably wouldn't have been possible. Wang Dongliang cautiously probed. Master G, how about 200 gold coins for this? Is 200 gold coins worth it? Of course it's worth it, and it's worth far more than that. But definitely not now. Gold coins are time-limited. We are currently in the early stages, making them difficult to obtain, but their value will be much higher than it will be in the future. For ordinary survivors, this parchment scroll is a useless hot potato. The best course of action is to sell it for cash as soon as possible. I definitely can't offer 200 gold coins. If I'm not mistaken, this item has usage restrictions, right? GZong said. The so-called curse mist on the parchment is certainly not so easy to dispel. Otherwise, the other party would have gone to find the treasure themselves long ago. Why would they need to put out for sale? Master G, you truly have keen insight. Wang Dongliang chuckled. He hadn't expected GZong to agree so readily. The price was mainly to leave room for negotiation. 180. 80 fixed price. GZong spoke with certainty, stating his desired price. Wang Dongliang's face looked like it was wearing a mask of pain. That knife cut right into his carotid artery. Brother, other people round down to the nearest zero, but you round down to the nearest whole number. Sigh, okay, 80 it is. Consider it an introduction to you as a friend. In the end, Wang Dongliang reluctantly agreed. Not everyone can afford such an exorbitant price as 80 gold coins these days, and GZong is already the best buyer. If it were someone else, there is a risk of being robbed. Not only would they lose everything, but they might even lose their life. It's good that they can act quickly. With 80 gold coins, he could upgrade his vehicle and at least get through the next few nights safely, putting him a significant lead over others. Once the price was agreed upon, GZong didn't waste any time and immediately made his profit. However, he didn't have that many gold coins on hand, so he only paid 50 gold coins. He made up the remaining 30 gold coins with spare parts. After the transaction was completed, GZong instructed, I hope everyone will keep this matter a secret. Don't worry, Mr. G. We know about this, and we'll keep it to ourselves. Wang Dongliang repeatedly assured him that there would be no benefit in revealing this matter. On the contrary, it would completely offend GZong, a super big shot, and he dared not do such a thing. They added each other as friends, and then parted ways. The moment GZong got into the car, he took out the thick roll of parchment, untied the rope, and unfolded it in his palm. An ancient and mysterious map slowly unfolded before his eyes. Unfortunately, the entire map only has a vague outline, shrouded in a thick fog, making it difficult to see its true appearance. A message appears. The scroll is shrouded in a cursed mist and cannot be viewed at this time. The curse needs to be broken using Corpse King's blood. Really? This Corpse King's blood is a material that can only be obtained by defeating the Corpse King. No wonder Wang Dongliang didn't dare to plan the treasure hunt on his own. The prerequisites clearly indicated that it was a task they couldn't accomplish on their own. Chapter 24 Arrival at the Black Mountain Mining Area. Intelligence triggered again. After placing the parchment scroll in the armrest box, GZong drove the RV on his way. For the next few hours, he sped across the plains. The area is too open, lacking forests, swamps, or other unique terrain, resulting in a meager harvest. Apart from the occasional animal, there were only scattered zombies. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to find 2 wooden treasure chests, from which I obtained 8 gold coins, 10 parts, 12 leather, and some miscellaneous living supplies. The intelligence wasn't triggered. It seems that if I want to find good stuff, I still have to go to special terrain. GZong thought to himself. He had just heard Wang Dongliang mention that this place seemed to be not far from the Black Mountain mining area. He added someone from the Black Mountain mining area as a friend on the chat channel and paid 0.5 gold coins to have the other person send him their location coordinates, which turned out to be only 30 kilometers away. Okay, let's go to the Black Mountain mining area. GZong made up his mind and stopped looking for resource chests, heading straight for the target location at full speed. Dissatisfied with the engine's performance midway through, he gritted his teeth and sold dozens of parts, spending 20 gold coins and 35 parts to upgrade the engine to level 3. The engine went straight from 2.0T to 3.0T, and the top speed also increased to 120 kilometers per hour. The familiar feeling of being pushed back in your seat is back. Wow. The roar of the accelerator grew even deeper, and the incredibly powerful engine propelled this steel behemoth at high speed across the plains. Before long, GZong finally arrived at his destination. On the horizon ahead, a continuous stretch of black mountains rises, like a giant dragon lying across the land, giving people a visually shocking and oppressive feeling. As people arrived, the number of people gradually increased. This special area contains abundant natural resources, attracting survivors from all walks of life to come and collect them. From the window, GZong could see many distinctive vehicles parked along the various hillsides and rocks. The most numerous were small trucks, many of which displayed flags to indicate their affiliation. Sweating profusely, figures stood there, wielding pickaxes and diligently digging. They extracted iron or can be smelted into steel sheets or made into parts using design drawings. This is the hardest job, but also the most stable in terms of income, and it is mostly done by the inhabitants. GZong had seen on the chat channel, saying that a normal person holding an ordinary iron pickaxe could mine iron or worth 5 to 7 gold coins every day. A superior grade iron pickaxe can double the efficiency, producing more than 10 gold coins per day, which is quite good. In contrast, survivors who own vehicles either rest in their cars or drive out to search for treasure chests and supplies, rarely engaging in the most basic labor, such as mining. Moreover, GZong noticed a phenomenon. That was the outer perimeter of the mining site, which was surrounded by barbed wire, with only one gate left open. Someone was standing guard there, and any vehicle that wanted to enter had to pay a fee first. As for which faction the person charging fees belongs to, there's only one answer: the Ghost Dragon Society. GZong laughed when he saw this. Damn it. No wonder the survivors in the Black Mountain mining area are complaining so much. The fact that they can even monopolize natural resources that are spread throughout the entire mountain range shows just how domineering the Ghost Dragon Society style of doing things is. GZong sent a private message to the person who had just sent him the coordinates, asking about the situation. Only then did they realize that the Ghost Dragon Society had now occupied multiple oil fields, mines, and water sources. They don't have the capacity to mine everything themselves, so they collect money from those who want to mine. If you don't pay, you can forget about getting in. Once stealers are discovered, their methods of dealing with them become even more ruthless and merciless. This has led to the Ghost Dragon Club becoming infamous within just a few days, becoming an entity collectively despised and cursed by other survivors. If it weren't for the intense pressure to survive, it would probably have been overthrown and dismantled by a massive number of ordinary survivors long ago. GZong followed the gravel path into the mountains. The entire mountainous area is vast, mostly consisting of unexploited mines, with a very complex natural landscape, and the roads are becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. Even motorhomes with high chassis and off-road tires had to slow down and drive carefully. At that moment, the familiar notification sound finally rang in GZong's mind. Bite. Today's news alert triggered. Receive or not? GZong smiled slightly. After waiting for so long, they finally arrived. Take over. Today's information. You have entered the mysterious Black Mountain mining region, the place where gold diggers made their fortunes, and also the final resting place of countless adventurers. About 500 meters directly in front of you, on the surface of a mountain, there seems to be a strange change unlike any other geological formation, suggesting that something unusual could be unearthed. Remember, never venture too deep into the mining area. If you hear the sound of rolling rocks, run for your life immediately. GZong carefully read through the details of the intelligence report, then turned his gaze to the mountain in front of him. It was a hill covered with weeds connected to the rolling mountains behind it, and looked no different from other places. GZong drove over, but after less than 200 meters, he was shocked to find that there were many traces of a gunfight. Several corpses lay in the weeds, not far away, their deaths quite gruesome. However, judging from the coagulation of the blood, he must have died not long ago. GZong became serious. The intelligence report said that if you hear the sound of rolling rocks, you should run away immediately. It seems that this is a sign that a monster has appeared in the mountains. He drove his RV to the vicinity of the small hills, carrying a Gatling gun in his hand, and carefully searched his surroundings. Soon, he noticed messy marks on the grass at the foot of the hill, and a faint metallic glint at the junction of the grass and the hillside. GZong looked closely and realized that it was actually a bronze treasure chest embedded in the mountain rock. There were several chisel marks on the rock, which appeared to have been left by the dead survivors. They discovered the treasure chest and tried to break through the rock, but for some unknown reason, they suddenly began to flee and then died, tragically a few dozen meters away. This is getting interesting. GZong took out a high-quality iron pickaxe from his backpack. This tool was a reward I received during last night's rescue. It can sell for over 10 gold coins on the exchange. The pickaxe tip is incredibly sharp and can easily break through rock layers. After confirming that there was no danger around, GZong swung his pickaxe hard. Bang! With his current physique of nearly 20 points, his strength is almost twice that of a normal adult. Combined with this excellent tool, he easily chiseled open a large section of rock. But at the very moment he made his move, suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the top of the hill, the terrifying noise of rocks rolling and grinding together. Chapter 25. Slay the Mountain Puppet. Obtain the new talent, Eagle Eye. Holy crap, it really came. GZong immediately put away his pickaxe, picked up the Gatling gun, and quickly retreated, his eyes fixed on the top of the mountain. Rumble. Accompanied by billowing dust, the sound of rolling rocks from above the mountain grew louder and louder. The next moment, a massive body, at least 5 meters tall, emerged from the cloud of dust atop the hill and swooped down madly. It turned out to be a huge stone ball with 4 limbs. The stone sphere had no facial features, only 2 eyes that gleamed with a scarlet light, revealing a fierce glint. Mountain Puppet. Level, Elite Monster. Evaluation. Loyal servants of the ancient mountain god, they have lost their self-awareness and are left only with the instincts of being dominated by divinity. They will frantically attack any outsider who damages the mountain god's body. It really is an elite monster. No wonder those people died such gruesome deaths. Rumble. The mountain puppet's limbs moved wildly on the slope, rushing straight towards GZong, who had already retreated dozens of meters away. Fortunately, GZong was prepared. He aimed the Gatling gun directly at the massive body, and the revolver barrel began to rotate as the motor heated up. 1 second, 2 seconds, bang 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 bang. A terrifying burst of firepower erupted instantly, with a maximum rate of fire of 60 rounds per second, spraying out wildly amidst the roar of gunfire. The mountain golem's body was so enormous that almost every bullet hit its mark. In an instant, the solid rock body was shattered layer by layer, and a large number of fragments of rock flew everywhere like shrapnel. Although the mountain golem felt no pain, the ferocious firepower greatly slowed down its impact speed. In just a few seconds, its body disintegrated inch by inch, its entire head was destroyed, and huge cracks appeared on its body. Finally, when it was less than 10 meters away from GZong, Its forelimbs broke off completely, and its entire body slid down to the ground with a thud, plowing out a large patch of mud. GZong's face gleamed with excitement as he continued to fire wildly until he had completely destroyed most of the remaining part of its body before he stopped. Thanks to the super-cooled barrel, the revolver still operates with ease, with only wisps of smoke rising, seemingly telling its owner that it can fight for another hour. GZong looked at the shell casings scattered on the ground and felt a sense of satisfaction. In just a short while, he had fired at least 1,000 bullets. It still has to be the old Gatling gun. It's so satisfying to use. At that moment, a notification popped up in front of him indicating that he had killed an enemy. Successfully defeated a Mountain Golem elite monster. Gold +2. Mountain Golem Stone Heart +1. Mountain Puppet Stone Heart. Evaluation. The hardest rock core of the Mountain Golem can be used as a forging material for special growth equipment. Another forging material in hand. This forging material is also a level 3 restricted item, and its value is currently incalculable. GZong happily accepted it before walking up to the bronze treasure chest. He took out a pickaxe and began to chisel, stroke after stroke. Bang! Bang! After several dozen strokes, he had carved a large hole in the mountain. The entire bronze treasure chest was also revealed. GZong reached out and opened it. A crisp, metallic clang rang out. Several item notifications immediately popped up in front of me. Receive 100 gold coins. Obtain 8 C rank talent fragments. Obtain 3 rank B talent fragments. Good heavens, a gold coin chest. And there are also talent fragments. GZong was overjoyed. Although he didn't get as many materials as he had from opening the bronze chest last time, he still got a solid 100 gold coins, which was quite satisfying. In addition, there's the talent fragment he is most looking forward to. The last black iron chest yielded 6 C-grade fragments, and with the 8 from this time, we can now synthesize a C-grade talent. GZong couldn't wait to accept all the materials and gold coins. Open your inventory and click on Talent Synthesis. Bite! C-rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on acquiring your second talent. Eagle Eye, rank C. Talent, Hawkeye, level C. Function. By focusing their attention on their pupils, the user can activate Eagle Eye, which increases regular vision by 5 times and dynamic vision by 10 times. Please note that using Eagle Eye will rapidly deplete stamina. Do not use it when you're exhausted. Evaluation. It transforms into a human-powered aiming scope. It can be used in beyond visual range combat with firearms, as well as in close-quarters combat with melee weapons, achieving superhuman combat effects in both. Tip 1. Survivors can have a maximum of 2 talents of the same level. When they acquire extra talents, they can replace them. Unwanted talents can be broken down into fragments in exchange for higher-level fragments at a ratio of 5:1. Tip 2. Each talent can undergo Transcendent Awakening, a feature that survivors are encouraged to explore on their own. The moment after gaining the talent, GZong felt a surge of warm energy flowing before his eyes, and his eyes seemed to have changed from before. He felt a surge of excitement. Immediately, following the instructions in the talent description, I focused my attention on the line of sight of my eyes. Instantly, he felt as if his entire field of vision had been adjusted in terms of focus and resolution, and everything around him became incredibly clear and vivid, as if 1080p had been replaced with 4K quality. What's even more frightening is his dynamic vision. He discovered that he could actually see the frequency of a bird flapping its wings in the distance. Holy crap! GZong realized he had underestimated C-level talent before. He hadn't expected it to be so powerful. He observed everything around him with great curiosity until, after a few dozen seconds, his body began to feel tired, as if he had just finished a marathon, and only then did he put away his talent. The field of vision changed as before. GZong held his knees and panted for a while before he finally recovered. This thing is actually so physically demanding. He felt a bit of a headache. That's understandable, though. If it didn't require much physical exertion, this ability would be at least at rank B or even rank A. After dealing with the bronze treasure chest, GZong looked at the mess around him and was a little confused, because this experience did not match the description in the intelligence. The intelligence reports that this place has unusual geological features, unlike any other, and that some unique things can be unearthed here. This is clearly not referring to a treasure chest. GZong continued exploring the small hills. The search took a full hour. As the saying goes, perseverance pays off. Just when GZong was about to give up, he discovered an unusual stone surface in a corner of a small cave. The stone surface had faint red, spiderweb-like patterns, which was very different from the surface of other rocks. Is this the place the intelligence was referring to? GZong immediately perked up and picked up his pickaxe to go over. The cave was low, and he had to bend over to reach inside. With one hand on the outer wall and the other wielding a pickaxe, he began to hammer away. After a few chisels, the outer layer of rock peeled off. A vast expanse of dazzling red appeared before his eyes. It almost blinded him. Chapter 26. Sniping members of the Ghost Dragon Society. Obtaining an RPG rocket launcher. This is... GZong stared wide-eyed at the large expanse of shimmering red gems before him. Fire Spirit Stone or rare? Evaluation. This is an extremely rare mineral vein. The Fire Spirit Stones mined from it can play a very significant role when incorporated into Fire-type talents, Fire-type equipment, and Fire-type artifacts. Number of items that can be collected, 21. It's actually a rare elemental mineral vein. GZong remembered seeing someone selling this rare elemental or in the chat channel yesterday. Something like a water spirit stone, and there was only one, which was immediately snapped up by the leader of the Divine Wind Gang. I don't know the exact amount, but it's definitely not low. There were 21 of them appearing here all at once. Wouldn't that mean making a fortune right away? GZong's heart raced, and he immediately began to carefully chisel with his pickaxe. As the outer shell of the mineral crystals broke, one by one, the thumb-sized, fiery red, crystalline minerals began to detach, like lotus seeds wrapped inside a lotus pod. A few minutes later, the mineral crystal, which was about 1 meter in diameter, had been completely shattered and hollowed out by GZong, and all 21 fire spirit stones fell to the ground, radiating an alluring and translucent luster. This thing feels warm and smooth to the touch, and you can feel the pure energy flowing inside. GZong put them all away. Since these things couldn't be stored in a backpack, he could only put them all in his pocket. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of a car driving could be heard outside. GZong narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up the Gatling gun, and quickly retreated towards the RV. During the retreat, he also saw 2 vehicles appearing in the distance. Both were off-road vehicles, and both were well upgraded. Black flags fluttered in the wind from their side windows, indicating that they belonged to members of the Ghost Dragon Society. GZong successfully boarded the RV before they arrived. The other party's threatening voice also came through the vehicle's radio. Hey, did you fucking get our permission to enter the mining area? This is a no-entry zone. Get out of the car right now, leave your stuff here, and you'll be fined 20 gold coins. Do as I say, or I'll kill you, understand? Inside the rugged SUV in front, a middle-aged man with a stubble beard spoke into a microphone, a cold, menacing smirk on his face. The blonde-haired guy in the other car said excitedly, Brother Long, let's squeeze a hefty sum out of him. That bastard drives a big truck. There's bound to be some kickbacks. Don't rush. The system doesn't allow transactions against one's will. You arrange for some junk materials to be prepared later, and we'll squeeze him dry, one by one. He dares to drive a big truck into the mountains, right under our noses. He's really asking for trouble. Both of them belong to the Ghost Dragon Society's Mountain Patrol Team, which specialized in patrolling the mining area. When they encountered survivors like GZong who acted alone, they would extort or kidnap them. After a few days, they had become quite adept at it. Survivors they encounter are unlikely to escape safely without being severely injured. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that GZong did not respond, the man nicknamed Brother Long got angry, opened the sunroof, grabbed a rifle, and fired several shots at GZong's RV. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet struck the armored RV, sending up a shower of sparks. GZong did not reply because he was slowly loading armor-piercing rounds into the Barrett. 5 bullets were loaded, and the bolt was pulled. Crash! The bullet is already loaded. He opened the firing port through the side window, extended the Barrett's barrel, focused his attention on his eyes, and entered eagle-eye mode. He could see every detail of the environment ahead. He could even see the nose hairs of the man in the SUV. After aiming, he pulled the trigger without any hesitation. At this moment, the man in the SUV was still threatening GZong. Seeing that the other party did not respond, he immediately started the vehicle, wanting to go and cause trouble. But the next moment, he saw his windshield crack into a spider web, with a huge bullet hole in the middle of the web. His windshield is made of bulletproof tempered glass. How could it crack? But the man's skull, which had been pierced, was no longer able to support him in thinking about this problem. Only his blank stares remained, gradually blurred by the blood flowing down from between his brows. Bang! The armor-piercing round pierced through the windshield, penetrated the man's head, then passed through 2 rows of seats and the rear window, going straight through the SUV, causing the vehicle to shake violently. Before the blonde guy behind him could react to what was happening, he had just stepped on the gas and caught up with Brother Long's car. When he turned around, he froze on the spot. Ah! Upon seeing Brother Long lying dead in his seat, the blonde-haired man instantly let out a sharp screech and turned the car around in terror, trying to escape. But it was too late. Another armor-piercing round came from the side, penetrating the vehicle's outer armor and ripping open his skull. 2 members of the Ghost Dragon Society ended their lives so easily. The vehicle owners died, and the 2 off-road vehicles gradually disappeared, leaving behind only 2 gruesome corpses and the items they had stored in the vehicles that could not be put into backpacks. GZong drove over and checked their resources one by one. Most of them were useless things that took up space and couldn't be sold for much. The only thing that caught GZong's eye was a huge cannon left behind on Huang Mao's vehicle. It's an RPG? GZong immediately went over and picked it up. Anti-tank rocket launcher, RPG. Magazine, 0 out of 0, rocket-propelled grenades only. Durability, 100%. Evaluation, a top-tier weapon of immense power and ferocity, representing the strongest firepower for infantry, capable of inflicting massive damage on armor. Note, special gun models cannot be modified, listed on exchanges, or traded through personal channels. GZong marveled. Besides the Barrett, this was the second special gun he had acquired. This blonde kid definitely didn't report this heavy weapon to the organization. He secretly hid it in his vehicle. Little did he know he'd end up getting the benefit. Unfortunately, this kid didn't manage to get his hands on the rocket bombs, so I'll have to collect them slowly myself. GZong didn't want anything else. It was all junk. He loaded the rocket launcher onto the vehicle, started the engine, and drove away in the RV. As for their corpses, GZong didn't even glance at them. To be honest, before I time traveled, the thought of killing someone would at least make my hands tremble and my heart race, if not cause me to vomit afterward. But now that he's seen so many zombies, he's lost all feeling for dead people. He just feels a little disgusted. After finishing all this, it was already 2 p.m. GZong found a quiet spot at the foot of the mountain to park, had lunch there, and then began his afternoon exploration activities. However, without intelligent support, his luck was SOSO all afternoon. After wandering around the vast Black Mountain mining area for most of the day, I found a wooden treasure chest, obtained a long sword, and a few gold coin parts, but didn't get anything else of value. Chapter 27 Electronic Pet Chun Xiaonuan. New fruit and vegetable, Starlight Spirit Fruit. By this time, it was getting dark. The sky in the mining area gets dark earlier than outside. It was only a little past 5 o'clock, and all the surrounding scenery was just a blurry outline. GZong searched everywhere for a good location and finally chose a small hill with a relatively steep slope to park the car. This location offers excellent visibility and the widest attack range. It's just a bit difficult to get up there. After failing to climb the hill several times, he reluctantly spent 20 gold coins and 15 parts to upgrade to a level 2 off-road chassis. With a flash of white light, the entire RV chassis was raised by another 10 centimeters. The entire suspension was replaced with a higher-grade material, and the brake calipers were upgraded to titanium alloy. Its off-road capability, climbing ability, and hill start assist have all been greatly improved. GZong stepped on the accelerator, and with a roar of the engine, the massive armored RV successfully climbed the almost 60-degree slope, arrived at the top of the small hill, and came to a steady stop. Done. GZong slowly exhaled. The terrain in the mining area is complex, and there are too many obstacles to visibility, so he doesn't plan to do any rescues tonight and will focus on killing zombies. With only half an hour left before nightfall, the survivors began to actively prepare for battle. A lively discussion broke out in the chat channel. Compared to the first day of the game, the gap between the survivors is now widening. Top-tier players like GZong have made significant improvements in various aspects through different means and methods. While most ordinary survivors can't even upgrade their outer armor and are still struggling to survive, experiencing extreme fear of the night. Even sticking together can't alleviate their sense of crisis. They're extremely worried that even more terrifying zombie monsters will appear tonight. GZong glanced at the public chat for a few moments, then opened his private message inbox. Kai Zhu had started messaging him an hour ago. Beep beep. Brother. The good stuff is ready. Where's my brother? Big boss. Is the old man there? GZong replied. What good stuff do you have today? Chun Xiaowan responded excitedly. Brother, you're finally here. Besides the spiritual cabbage, I also planted a big one today. Look, Starlight Spiritual Fruit. Starlight Spirit Fruit. Level, Rare Fruit. Evaluation. This rare vegetable grows under the starlight of the starry forest. Due to its demanding growth conditions and extremely rich spiritual energy and nutrients, it is exceptionally precious. After consumption, it can increase constitution by 5 points, with a daily limit of 1 time. It also grants starlight affinity, which provides an acceleration buff in environments where one can bathe in starlight. This effect can stack with the number of times the starlight fruit is consumed. GZong saw the specific information in the line, and his eyes lit up slightly. Good stuff. Did you plant this today? Kai Pig. Hee. The effect is very strong, right? Actually, I planted this last night. One of the fruits I cultivated mutated and turned into this. GZong is becoming more and more interested in this vegetable pig. It's a lucky charm. Kai Pig. Bro, you can name your price. I didn't advertise anything today, and I reserved a whole basket of fresh fruits and vegetables in the back seat for you. GZong. I can give you 15 gold coins for this, but like this spiritual cabbage, you have to guarantee a supply of 1 cabbage every day. Kai Pig. Brother, this mutation depends on the situation. It doesn't happen every time. But since you've given the order, I'll try my best to plant more to ensure the yield. It's just that the pressure is huge, and I'm so tired. I don't know if I can keep going. GZong, starting tomorrow, I'll give you a salary of 10 gold coins a day, increasing by 2 gold coins every day. But for now on, all your fruits and vegetables will be made according to my specifications. Tell me, are you still tired? The starry sky forest at this moment. Chun Xiaowan was sitting on a rock by the small pond, her trousers rolled up, splashing her feet in the water, eating a small bread roll, and chatting with GZong. Upon seeing the message, the weariness on her face vanished instantly, and she felt so happy she could fly. Not tired at all. Brother, I love you so much. From now on, I'll do whatever you ask me to do, whether it's working in a factory or farming. From this moment on, I, Chun Xiaowan, am your soldier. GZong was amused. To be honest, this little gadget really does provide emotional value, just like a hard-working electronic pet. The two then successfully completed today's transaction. GZong spent 30 gold coins to buy 1 Starlight Spirit Fruit, 1 Spirit Essence Cabbage, 5 Sunshine Cabbages, and some other miscellaneous fruits and vegetables, all of which were given to him as a gift by Chun Xiaowan. Once all the fruits and vegetables arrived, GZong immediately took them out. This Starlight Spirit Fruit has a peculiar appearance, resembling a blue devil fruit, but its flesh is plump and glossy, making it quite appetizing. He tried taking a bite, and the rich flavor exploded in his mouth. Wow, this is so delicious. This was the first time GZong had ever felt that fruit was so delicious. It was sweet, refreshing, and thirst-quenching, and it was very crisp and satisfying to eat. In no time, he had eaten the fist-sized fruit. Then he took out the dinner he had prepared in advance and ate it with spirit cabbage and sunflower cauliflower. After a hearty meal, GZong wiped his mouth, leaned back in his seat to rest, and felt a warm surge of energy coursing through his body, giving him a feeling of being nourished and satisfied. He opened the properties panel. Name, GZong. Title, Ranger, Constitution +3, Spirit +3, additional kill bonus +20%. Constitution, 26.5 plus 8.5. Spirit 12. Bonus kill bonus, 20% accumulated, 1.32 gold, can be withdrawn at any time. Bound vehicle, armored motorhome, level 13 upgrade. Talent, daily intelligence, SSS rank, hidden, unique. Hawkeye, level C. His physique is already more than twice that of an ordinary person. Rare fruits are indeed powerful. GZong Said invaluable. The most direct feeling was the increase in his physical condition. He felt that he was now almost at the peak that a normal human could achieve. If you go any higher, you'll directly enter the ranks of Superman. I wonder if I'm qualified to try out cold weapons now. GZong got out of the car and stretched for a bit before taking out his weapon, Blood of the Moon. The blade, gleaming with a scarlet gleam, exudes an invisible, sharp edge. Now he can hold the knife with one hand without feeling too much strain, but it's still a bit difficult to swing it. After all, this thing weighs about 100 pounds. However, the regular longsword I acquired today is very easy to use. When I swing it, there's a whoosh sound as it cuts through the wind, and the speed is frightening. GZong twirled the two cold weapons on the spot. As night fell over the entire mine, night gradually descended during this process. Soon, the hands moved past 6 o'clock. The third night of survival officially begins at this moment. Chapter 28, A Mountain of Corpses. The Madness of the Gatling Gun. GZong opened a bottle of cola and sat quietly in the car, watching the black fog gradually rise outside. Terrifying howls began to echo through the mountains, sending chills down one's spine. Roar. Soon, a series of ferocious figures appeared. GZong opened the skylight and climbed up, his eyes narrowing slightly as he entered eagle-eye mode. Everything became incredibly clear under the cover of night. Contrary to expectations, no new types of zombies appeared tonight, apart from ordinary zombies and fleshy zombies. However, the overall number was still about half again as high as the previous night. Wait a minute. This is just the beginning. The peak of the zombie density will be 10 to half an hour later. Then I will use the noise transmitter to gather a large number of monsters. He opened the chat channel. The other survivors also realized that no new zombies had appeared tonight, and they were immediately relieved. It seems there aren't any new zombies tonight. Great. Ha ha ha. This is so much less stressful. I advise you all not to let your guard down. This is just the beginning. They're here. The killing is about to begin. I am Leah, the vice president of the Ghost Dragon Society. This afternoon, 2 of our members were murdered by villains in the mining area. We are now collecting all clues. A reward of 2 gold coins will be given to anyone who provides valid information. Furthermore, I hereby inform all survivors in the entire region that anyone who commits such an act today will face endless and insane retaliation from the Ghost Dragon Society. Those who don't believe are welcome to try it. The previously lively atmosphere on the public screen instantly fell silent after Leah of the Ghost Dragon Society gave a speech. Members of the Ghost Dragon Society were actually killed in the mining area. There are probably no other people besides the top leaders of the top-ranking large guilds who have the ability and courage to do such a groundbreaking thing. That's some serious talent. Seeing that Ghost Dragon had suffered a great loss, everyone felt a sense of satisfaction and schadenfreude. But at this moment, no one dared to come out and hurl insults, further provoking those lunatics from the Ghost Dragon Society. Even forces like the Mountain and Sea Alliance, which are vaguely hostile to the Ghost Dragon Society, as well as other groups large and small that frequently condemn the Ghost Dragon Society on the public screen, remain silent. If this happens now, the Ghost Dragon Society will definitely take it personally, which could very well lead to a large-scale conflict between the two sides. With only a few days left before the zombie horde, it's the perfect time to build up strength. No one can afford such a loss. For the Ghost Dragon Society, if this matter is not handled properly, it will definitely greatly reduce their deterrent effect on other survivor factions. In that case, their demise will not be far off. Everyone was watching the show in silence. GZong was also watching the play. The other party's reaction was predictable, but he didn't care at all and let them investigate slowly. And this is only the beginning. Who knows? I might encounter a few more tomorrow and have to kill them. After turning off the public chat, GZong drank his cola and ate snacks, continuing to wait for the zombies to continue to accumulate in number. That's what's most important to him right now. A dozen minutes later, more and more zombies were appearing in the surrounding mountain streams and woodlands. The quantity is simply astonishing. No wonder no one dared to stay in a mining area. This number was far beyond the firepower of ordinary groups. Moreover, the terrain here is complex, and without a high-end chassis and tires, it is impossible to move. Once surrounded, it will be a dead end. At this moment, many zombies had already spotted the armored vehicle on the hill and rushed up to ram it. However, the RV's outer armor is of a different vehicle class than the van's outer armor. Ordinary zombies cannot pose any threat at all. Even if they fight all night, the durability will not drop. The full force attack of the fleshy zombie could barely pose a slight threat, but its body was too fat to climb the slope. It would lose its balance and roll down the hillside halfway up. It seems that terrain advantage is indeed very important. GZong smiled and continued to wait. Soon, half an hour had passed. The mountains were filled with terrifying howls. GZong then took out the noise transmitter, opened the firing chamber, and fired a shot at a slightly sunken basin at the foot of the mountain. Bang! A crisp sound. The noise bomb, flashing red like a signal flare, drew a dazzling arc in the air and landed precisely in the very center of the basin. As the noise bomb hit the ground, an incredibly sharp and penetrating noise was instantly released from it. The piercing sound waves vibrated in all directions, and after echoing through the mountains, they became even louder. In an instant, the entire mountain area was abuzz with excitement. That was the roar of the horde of zombies. Almost all the zombies within a 1-kilometer radius were attracted by the piercing sound and began to run wildly in the same direction. Rumble. GZong could feel a slight tremor in the ground. Holy crap. He swallowed hard, staring at the shocking scene before him. The first zombie rushed into the basin and pounced on the noise ball. Then came the second one, the third one, the 10th one. The zombies collapsed and piled up together, forming a writhing sphere of corpses at a visible speed. But that was far from all. Even more zombies appeared around them, a dense, overwhelming swarm, like ants pouring out an anthill. GZong watched helplessly as this mountain of corpses was piled up. This scene, which he had only ever seen in movies, sent chills down his spine. That's all money. GZong's face lit up with extreme excitement. He opened the sunroof with a whoosh and installed the Gatling gun on the base. Then, he pointed the gun directly at the mountain of corpses and pulled the trigger hard. The gun barrels rotated and fierce firepower suddenly erupted. The dense barrage of bullets transformed into countless golden meteors, crashing into the mountain of corpses in the basin. Bang, 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 bang. The zombie figures on the mountain of corpses were constantly pierced and torn apart by the Gatling gun's firepower, exploding like rotten fruit. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins plus 0.1. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins plus 0.1. Successfully killed a fleshy zombie. Gold coins plus 0.5. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins plus 0.1. The kill notifications in front of me are refreshing at an unprecedentedly insane rate. More than 10 per second. This speed is even more outrageous than a money printing machine. This is a completely different concept from mowing down hordes of corpses on a plane. This mountain of corpses is bearing the full firepower of heavy machine gun bullets. A single bullet can penetrate several zombies at the same time, and it only stops when all the kinetic energy is dissipated. Not a single bit is wasted. Chapter 29, The Mad Corpse Appears. A cataclysmic and terrifying being. Bang, 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 bang. The Gatling gun has a super barrel cooling system, so there's absolutely no downtime. You can just keep firing nonstop. Hearing the wild and restless gunfire around him, GZong felt his blood boiling. This time, he really enjoyed the killing. The noise emitter is truly amazing. At this moment, with the first wave of firepower, a corner of the mountain of corpses collapsed with a crash, and its height decreased slightly. But the ferocious figures around them continued to rush forward. And as the number of broken corpses increased, the mountain piled up larger and larger, making up for the lost height. GZong continued firing relentlessly until the mountain of corpses became a real mountain made up of broken bodies. The noise ball's 5-minute time limit also ended at this moment. As the piercing noise subsided, the remaining zombies, following the sound of the Gatling gun, turned and charged towards the armored RV parked on the hill. The second phase of the massacre has begun. With an absolute advantage in terrain and firepower, GZong effortlessly slaughtered the horde of zombies rushing down the slope below. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins plus 0.1. Successfully killed a fleshy zombie. Gold plus 0.5. Leather plus 1. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins plus 0.1. The second wave of battle was a protracted war. It took GZong a full half hour to finally eliminate the last zombie. Looking down the mountain, There was a vast expanse of horrifying dismembered limbs, and the smell of gunpowder and the strong stench of blood filled the entire space. GZong slowly exhaled, his face still filled with excitement. This battle was absolutely insane. Even with its super-cooled barrel, the Gatling gun's barrel glows slightly red, demonstrating its immense strength. The durability has dropped significantly. However, the results of this great battle were unprecedented and unparalleled. This time, he actually killed more than 1,000 zombies in one go. There are at least 50 or 60 fleshy zombies among them. Total gold coins earned, 392.5. Huge harvest. It seems tonight is going to be a welfare event. At this rate, advancing to the third tier of vehicles before the 7th day will be no problem at all. GZong was full of confidence. He has one noise bomb left, and he needs to use it while the zombie outbreak is still at its peak. However, he had almost cleared out all the zombies in this area, so he needed to find another place. Without delay, he immediately drove his RV down the hill, leaving behind a trail of corpses and blood, and drove away along the gravel road in the mountains. At the same time, he glanced at the chat channel, but the situation faced by others was completely different from what he had imagined the Welfare Bureau to be. It could even be described as tragic. "Oh, help me, help me. They're eating my legs. Help me. Oh no, our defenses have collapsed." If you encounter an elite monster, focus fire immediately. Once they break through your defenses, it's all over. It's too fast. There's no way to hit it. How can there be such terrifying zombies? And this is only the 3rd night. I'm sorry to my brothers. I'm so sorry to them. I deserted. What just happened was terrifying. Zhou, aren't you from the Luoshan regiment? How's your regiment doing? I don't know. After that monster rushed in, our defenses collapsed. I watched helplessly as it smashed through our commander's car door with one hand, pinning him to the back of the seat, and breaking his spine. I'm so sorry to him. This is Li Jiangguo. Notify the entire Shanghai regiment. Immediately shrink the defensive line and retreat in an orderly manner. Everyone move towards the canyon. Don't panic, everyone. There are very few elite monsters, and they're not invincible. Don't lose your composure. The public chat was already in complete chaos. GZong's expression darkened slightly. He thought there wouldn't be any new types of zombies tonight, but unexpectedly, an elite monster appeared, and it was even a fast, high-attack type. Now he had no choice but to concentrate and pay close attention to his surroundings. The current situation is completely different from when he fought the giant centipede and the mountain golem. Now the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, leaving no room for maneuver and making us easy targets. It seems the sunroof can no longer be opened, otherwise the risk is too great. GZong drove his RV, continuing his journey through the mountains. After traversing a distance of 2 kilometers, the number of zombies on the road began to increase, and they all started to surround the RV. The RV, upgraded with a level 2 chassis and a level 3 engine, is not afraid of this level of blockade at all. It can simply ram into it like a tank and run it over. But while GZong was still searching for second advantageous terrain, a dark figure suddenly appeared from the forest and ran wildly through the night at an extremely terrifying speed. Its ferocious, twisted form could arouse the deepest fear in people's hearts. That was a speed completely beyond comprehension, a speed that was impossible to defend against. Thump! The RV was hit from the side. The force was so great that it almost shook the entire RV. Bump! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Another impact, followed by the piercing sound of sharp fingernails cutting through metal. As expected, it appeared. GZong instinctively picked up the Barrett, but after hesitating for a moment, he put it down again. With the vehicle's interior now restricted, attempting to retaliate with a sniper rifle through the firing bay would likely be ineffective, and if the enemy were to damage the barrel, it would be counterproductive. While the Gatling gun provides sustained firepower, its slow startup speed is also a drawback. His gaze narrowed slightly, but in the end he still chose a cold weapon. It's time to test the power of Blood of the Moon. He parked the car on the spot, took out the 1-meter-long scarlet sword, got out of the driver's seat, and walked to the shooting bay in the back area. Reach out and open the smallest gate, while simultaneously focusing your attention and entering Eagle Eye mode. Call! A dark shadow flashed by. The opponent was very fast, but GZong still managed to catch a blurry outline of their movements. A message appeared. The Mad Corpse. Level: Elite Monster. Evaluation: a super variant of zombies, possessing extremely terrifying speed and a terrifying attack power capable of penetrating ordinary armor. Due to its thin and withered body, it is easily mistaken for an ordinary zombie. Please pray that you do not encounter it on the plains, as it will definitely become your nightmare. Upon seeing this message, GZong had a general idea in mind. It seems that defense is the opponent's weak point. Thump, thump, squeak, squeak, squeak. The mad zombies were still attacking the RV. The commotion immediately attracted a large number of zombies from all around. In less than 10 seconds, the RV was surrounded, and the figures of zombies, like ugly crawling insects, densely covered the RV. GZong went over, opened the second gate, took out his pistol, and fired several shots at the outside. The gunfire immediately attracted the attention of the mad zombies. Several zombies were smashed through. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Thump! Almost the next second, a withered, thin arm suddenly reached into the car through the gate. Human flesh and blood still clung to the sharp fingernails. Chapter 30. A super tycoon with over 800 gold coins in hand. Taking advantage of that moment, GZong unleashed a powerful slash. Whoosh! The sharp blade sliced off the mad corpse's hand, and the corpse roared as it tried to pull its arm back. But at this moment, GZong had already reversed the hilt of his sword, turning the slash into a thrust and stabbed directly at the neck of the opponent's arm. Puffed. The strength and sharpness of the moon's blood far surpassed that of ordinary cold weapons. This thrust easily pierced its skin and bones, sending most of the blade into its neck. Roar! The mad corpse struggled incessantly. GZong felt an unimaginable force coming from the hilt of the knife, almost causing him to drop it. At the same time, his body was also hit by the mad corpse's arm. Even though he was wearing short vine armor, he could feel the pain of being hit by a huge force. Fortunately, under such violent struggle, the wound in the mad corpse's neck widened, and finally GZong pulled it out with all his might. Laugh! The mad corpse's entire cervical vertebrae were severed, leaving only a tiny bit of skin and flesh connecting its neck. Its head drooped to one side, and its body lost all strength. Successfully killed a mad corpse, elite monster. Gold +2. Melkorps Klo Plusin. Huff, huff. GZong drew back the blood of the moon and collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, panting heavily, a smile appearing on his face. This was the first time he had personally killed an elite monster using melee combat. Although the whole process was still a bit clumsy, the sense of accomplishment was something that could never be experienced with firearms. GZong touched his side abdomen and still felt a dull pain. A top-tier adult male, wearing bulletproof and impact-resistant armor, was injured by a single slap, even after his hand had been severed. This demonstrates just how terrifying the elite monster's attack power is. If this happened outside, I'd probably be disemboweled in a heartbeat. My physical condition is still too poor. We still need to encourage Chun Xiaowan to keep working hard. Her fruits and vegetables are currently our only source of energy to improve our health. I don't know what's going on with her. GZong sent her a message, and to his surprise, she replied instantly. Brother, I'm okay. I saw something scary outside the chat channel. You have to be careful. GZong chatted with her briefly and learned that she had found a very secluded place where she would hide at night. Occasionally, a few zombies would discover her, but they couldn't break through the outer armor of her vehicle. She just needed to endure until the middle of the night. After confirming her safety, GZong felt much relieved. We continued driving and searching for advantageous terrain. Half an hour later, he finally found a high ground that was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, backed by a thick mountain with no blind spots. It was an excellent terrain that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. After clearing away the scattered zombies around him, he parked the RV steadily, took out the noise transmitter, and fired it directly at the ground in the distance. Bang! The noise ball landed, and the piercing sound waves reverberated once again. The massive number of zombies roaming the mountains were instantly detonated by this piercing sound wave and converged with a deafening roar. GZong was extremely cautious this time, immediately entering eagle vision mode and carefully searching the area below. He quickly spotted an incredibly swift, thin, dark figure. The figure weaved through the horde of corpses, smashing directly through the pile of bodies that had just been huddled together in the center. It's another mad zombie. However, the mad corpse seemed oblivious to the small noise ball on the ground. Instead, it opened its mouth, which was covered in slime and sharp teeth, and frantically roared and scratched at the spot, searching for the source of the noise. GZong narrowed his eyes. Using a Barrett missile against this mad zombie is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Moreover, the Barrett lacks ballistic correction, making it difficult to hit accurately at this distance. There's no need to waste armor-piercing rounds. He took out the TRG-22 sniper rifle, extended the barrel, cocked it with a click, and aimed. Just as he aimed at the opponent, the mad corpse seemed to sense something and turned its head directly in its own direction. Damn, this thing can sense killing intent. GZong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately pulled the trigger. Laugh! The bullet was fired instantly, traversing a distance of 800 meters, and accurately struck the mad corpse's eye socket, piercing its head and creating a huge hole in the back of its skull. The mad zombie's body shook violently, then let out a terrifying roar and charged madly toward the RV. However, its head was no longer intact, which greatly slowed its movement speed, and it even fell over due to loss of balance while running. Taking advantage of the opportunity, GZong fired 2 more shots, smashing its head open before the kill notification appeared. Successfully killed a mad corpse, elite monster. Gold +2. There are no forging materials? It seems that elite monsters don't always drop forging materials. GZong felt a little disappointed, then began to observe his surroundings again, as the noise ball began to pile up into a spectacular mountain of corpses in the middle. GZong spotted another mad zombie charging towards him. This time, he was much more experienced and fired several shots in quick succession, with the interval between shots not exceeding 0.5 seconds. The zombie didn't even have time to breathe before its head was smashed open like a watermelon. Successfully killed a mad corpse, elite monster. Gold +2. Mangacaps +1. This is the 3rd elite monster he has successfully killed tonight. However, once all the zombies in the area had been drawn away, the mad zombies did not reappear, and their numbers were indeed quite small. After confirming that there are no other threats in the vicinity, GZong then opened the skylight and climbed up, reactivating his massacre mode. The Gatling gun roared fiercely, turning the entire mountain of corpses, as well as the horde of corpses that followed and moved toward the RV, into pieces of minced meat scattered all over the ground. Another 300+ gold coins have been credited to my account. 2 waves of super mowing resulted in a total income of nearly 800 gold coins. They're as fat as they can get. The only thing that bothered GZong was that the Gatling gun's durability had dropped to 37% and wouldn't last much longer. This approach is ultimately unsustainable. GZong sighed. He opened the exchange and searched, but the unlimited durability section was still empty. No one had listed it. We can only collect them gradually. It was nearly 11 p.m., and he didn't plan to go out and continue hunting zombies. Without the noise ball to gather monsters, the efficiency was too low, and he couldn't bear to waste the Gatling gun's durability. As for using rifles or sniper rifles, that's even less necessary. How much money would you get for playing for half a day? I now have over 800 gold coins, making me a super big spender. The important thing is to figure out how to use it. He glanced at the various vehicle options, a slight smile playing on his lips. It's time for a complete upgrade. Chapter 31 RV Complete Upgrade. Target Detection Radar. GZong opened his backpack. Gold coins, 831.3. Weapons and armor. Heavy machine gun, level 3 modification. X1. Sniper rifle, level 2 modification. X1. Rifle X1. Pistol X2. Longsword X1. Short dagger X1. General purpose ammunition X700. Low-grade Rot 10 armor. Normal. X1. Tools. 1 fine pickaxe, 1 machete. Materials. 421 parts, 121 steel plates, 92 leather, 1 armor core, rare, 1 giant dinosaur fong, 1 mountain golem heart, 2 mad zombie fingernails. Food. Fresh fruit X35, venison X10, premium bread X29, premium instant food X18. Talent shards. 4 C-grade shards for B-grade shards. GZong stroked his chin, seriously considering his next development path. Firstly, we don't need to worry too much about personal attributes for now. Just spend more money to increase Chun Xiaowan's strength. It is now clear that exchanges cannot list anything that can improve personal attributes. Moreover, these things are very rare, and people are starting to pay more attention to them. Prices will definitely rise sharply later. All I need to do is ensure that Chun Xiaowan, my supplier, isn't snatched away by others, and I should also try to develop more other customers. GZong set aside 200 gold coins as a reserve for his personal attributes. Next is weaponry. I now possess the 3 great weapons, Gatling Gun, Barrett, and Moonblood. Apart from the urgent need for infinite durability, everything else is sufficient to keep up with my strength, so I don't need to spend any more coins. GZong set aside 100 gold coins as funds to purchase unlimited durability. He decided to put all the remaining 500 gold coins on the vehicle. First is the external armor. The outer armor of Tier 2 vehicles is much stronger than that of Tier 1 vehicles, but relying solely on the inherited Tier 1 armor is definitely not enough. I may be entering some dangerous areas soon, so this most important defensive option must be upgraded. However, when he saw the upgrade price, he fell silent. External armor, level 1. Upgrade requires 80 gold coins, 65 parts, 100 steel plates. The total value of these 3 gold coin materials is 170 gold coins. He finally understood the warnings that appeared during the advancement process. Damn it! Extreme vehicles are definitely not cheap. However, since all parts can be inherited in the end, this money has to be spent. So let's upgrade. GZong gritted his teeth and clicked the upgrade button hard. With a dazzling white light, the entire armored vehicle's exterior underwent a major upgrade in an instant. He quickly got out of the car to check on the upgraded situation. The RV has now been transformed from its original studded armor to a smooth, matte finish black metal armor, with no visible rivets or seams, making it look like a work of art. Holy crap, he's so handsome. GZong didn't know how resistant the level 2 outer armor was to damage. But with so many gold coins and materials already spent, how could it be bad? The most important defense issues have been resolved. The rest are other practical items. First, the tires. The all-terrain tires brought over from the Tier 1 vehicle are clearly not up to par with the load. It was scratched by zombies in many places, and the wear and tear was very severe. GZong spent 2 gold coins and 1 leather to buy a new set of all-terrain tires. He also bought several other types of tires, including mud tires, snow tires, and high-performance run-flat tires, so that he could replace them at any time. However, the highlight of the tire category is the new set of tires unlocked after upgrading the vehicle. Multifunctional Super Tire. This tire is made of a super composite material and can automatically adjust its tread pattern and contact patch according to the terrain. It also boasts high strength, load-bearing capacity, and puncture resistance. Purchase requires 20 gold coins, 10 leather. It's really good stuff, I bought it. GZong purchased it and replaced it directly on the RV. For brand new, enormous tires appeared on the rims. We'll use this set for now on. As for the other tires, they can all be inherited anyway, so we can just use them as spare tires. Next up are the chassis and the engine. A level 3 chassis requires 50 gold coins and 35 parts. A level 4 engine requires 45 gold coins and 60 parts. GZong gritted his teeth and upgraded everything. These were all hardware components, and he couldn't skimp on them. After the 2 major components were upgraded, he tried to start the engine and stepped on the gas. The 4.0T engine, with a top speed of 160 kilometers per hour, roared loudly, propelling the entire RV forward. GZong felt that the accelerator pedal was incredibly powerful, with each press and release providing a very strong and clear feedback. It's so much more fun to drive a big displacement engine. The chassis and tires are so good that they can basically ignore potholes and stones on the road and drive over them as if on flat ground, without feeling any major bumps. With the added strength of the outer armor, modern motorhomes are essentially armored tanks without cannons. Whatever they encounter, they can simply run it over. After finishing all that, GZong finally focused his attention on the car interior. To upgrade the modification parts to level 50 and unlock vehicle advancement, simply upgrading the hardware is definitely not enough. The interior furnishings and amenities in the car also need to be up to par. First, the air conditioning. GZong directly upgraded it to level 2 central air conditioning for 15 gold coins and materials. From now on, it won't just be the driver's seat that gets the air conditioning. It will cover the entire interior of the vehicle. He then upgraded the large refrigerator in the kitchen and bathroom area so that all the food that needed to be kept fresh could be stored there. Of course, central air conditioning and refrigerators must be paired with power generation devices. The old small battery was simply not enough to power the RV. GZong directly spent a hefty sum of 50 gold coins and related materials to upgrade the foldable photovoltaic panel on the roof of the vehicle. In the future, when driving out during the day, we can directly generate electricity using solar energy, and at night, we can retract the photovoltaic panels to avoid being attacked or damaged. This power generation device is still relatively basic. In the next level of power generation device, the photovoltaic panels are integrated with the outer armor, so there is no need to worry about them being damaged. However, that thing was too expensive, costing 200 gold coins and photovoltaic materials. GZong glanced at it and immediately rejected it. After ruling out other facilities that were not essential, GZong ultimately chose to upgrade the radar. The millimeter wave radar he upgraded last time was just a filler item with little practical use. In fact, it would disturb his rest at night because of the approaching zombies, so he turned it off without thinking. However, a secondary radar is no joke. Upgrade route target detection radar. Upgrade the millimeter wave radar to a millimeter wave target detection radar, which can detect threats within a 500-meter radius and automatically connect to the machine gun mount for automatic attack. Upgrade requires 100 gold coins, 85 parts, 1 level 1 chip. Chapter 32, Acquiring Infinite Durability. Hot Pants Girl appears. After the upgrade, this will become an automatic turret. GZong was envious just looking at it. Install your own Gatling gun with unlimited ammo and add unlimited durability, and it's equivalent to having machine gun turret that can defend indefinitely. It's so damn expensive. I think I'll pass for now and see if I can get unlimited durability tomorrow. Finally, GZong casually bought 10 units of fuel on the exchange, drove the vehicle in, and opened the vehicle panel. Heavy-duty RV, Tier 2. Speed limit, 160 kilometers per hour. Durability, 100%, slowly decreasing. Remaining fuel, 10.5 units, enough for 1,575 kilometers. Upgraded components. Firing bay, roof-mounted machine gun, cannot be upgraded. Tires, seats, replaceable. Engine, Tier 4. Chassis, Tier 3. Air conditioning, Tier 2. External armor, Tier 2. Power generation unit, Tier 2. Millimeter wave radar, Tier 1. Total level, 18. Vehicle upgrades require 1,500 gold coins, 400 parts, 5,000 steel pieces, 100 alloys, and 1 armor core. Upgrades are only unlocked when the upgraded parts are level 50 or higher. Evaluation. An armored motorhome with a powerful chassis and engine can easily crush any enemy that tries to invade, while also ensuring a certain quality of life. By the time everything was done, it was already midnight. Most of the zombies and monsters outside had gradually dispersed, leaving only a few scattered figures in the distance, still wandering aimlessly. GZong was still quite energetic, so he decided to drive around at night to see if he could find the night-shining treasure box again. However, he wasn't so lucky this time. He searched until 2 a.m. without any results, so he took a shower and went to bed. The morning of the 4th day arrived as promised. However, compared to the sunny days of the past few days, today's weather is rather gloomy, with a dark and overcast view outside the window. Today's weather, dense fog. Temperature, 27 degrees Celsius to 38 degrees Celsius. Assessment, overcast and foggy, not suitable for travel. It is said that some terrifying monsters in the depths of Twilight Canyon often appear in this kind of weather, so please be careful. Why is the weather like this today? GZong frowned slightly. To be honest, after getting used to exploring the environment during the day a few days ago, seeing this kind of fog with visibility of less than 10 meters is really a headache. And the temperature has risen so much? He opened the chat channel, where others were also complaining. Moreover, he noted that the number of survivors in the region had plummeted to just over 70,000. Last night was too tragic. Many survivor groups that encountered the mad zombies were almost completely wiped out. Fortunately, there were relatively few mad zombies, otherwise the number of people could have been halved in one night. Fuck you. How am I supposed to find treasure chests in this weather? It's so stuffy and hot, and damn humid. Damn, living conditions are getting worse and worse. Stop complaining. Who knows what we'll encounter next? Upgrading our vehicles is the most important thing. I've already set up the air conditioning. Ugh, this is awful. I used up so many bullets last night. I barely hit any zombies. I spent them all on the mad zombies. How am I going to get through tonight? We were the worst off. Last night, the mad zombies broke through our defenses with a huge horde of zombies. Half of our hundreds of members were killed. I don't even know how I survived that situation. I still shudder when I think about it. I told you to join a major power as soon as possible, but you wouldn't listen to my advice. Look at those big groups like the Battlefield Alliance and the Mountain and Sea Alliance. Which one of them has run into problems? There are only 3 days left until the zombie horde arrives. Let's all do our best. Surviving this will be victory. GZong edited an acquisition notice, the list of which included forging materials, armor-piercing shells, rockets, and items with unlimited durability, among other things. After sending out the acquisition information, he turned off the public chat and set off in his RV to begin today's exploration. He hadn't had high hopes, but to my surprise, just a few minutes after the message was sent, several people sent me private messages. Most of them sell armor-piercing rounds, but they're mostly just loose bullets, 3 or 4 rounds at a time, which GZong is too lazy to drive over to collect. Fortunately, one private message was selling rockets, and it was 10 rockets at once. After agreeing on a price of 15 gold coins, the two parties met at a compromised location and successfully completed the transaction. Now the RPG is finally usable, another powerful weapon added. GZong was quite pleased. His current long-range killing methods are undoubtedly among the best of all players. Armor-piercing Barrett rounds, rocket-propelled RPG rounds, and Gatling guns with unlimited ammo. Even if you encounter an elite monster or higher, you might still be able to take a hit. At this time, GZong had already left the mining area and returned to the vast and mysterious plains. Unfortunately, the foggy weather made it impossible to spot the treasure chest with the naked eye, so he could only wander around aimlessly, hoping to trigger some information. Incidentally, I post an acquisition notice every now and then. Around noon, GZong finally received a private message that surprised and delighted him the most. The other person's ID was Xiaju Shuang, and they seemed to be a woman. She claims to have several forging materials, as well as a thermal weapon modification with infinite durability. Whether this news is true or false, it's worth checking it out yourself. The unlimited durability of firearms means that no one is listing them on the entire exchange right now, and there's no price reference at all. However, the other party did not ask for an exorbitant price. They simply lowered the price by 1/3 compared to the price of unlimited bullets, offering 140 gold coins. GZong, of course, chopped at the ankles. To put it bluntly, this thing is meant to be used in conjunction with unlimited ammo. Right now, there are very few customers who have unlimited ammo and also have extra money to buy unlimited durability. After some haggling, the two finally agreed on a price of 95 gold coins. As for the 3 forging materials, each is priced at 10 gold coins, which must be traded offline. The two were only 10 kilometers apart. After exchanging coordinates, they headed to meet and make the deal. However, this time, GZong remained on high alert. The fact that the opponent was able to collect 3 forging materials in such a short time means that they must have killed at least 3 elite monsters. Or perhaps she is the person in charge of shipping for some group. They're all tough guys, that's for sure. A dozen minutes later, GZong arrived at the transaction location, turned on the RV's hazard lights, and became even more conspicuous in the thick fog. He didn't get out of the car, but kept an eye on his surroundings. Soon, he heard the sound of a motorcycle exhaust pipe. A young girl wearing black fingerless gloves, a leather jacket, and hot pants rode up on a huge motorcycle. Her ponytail danced wildly in the wind, and paired with her cold and indifferent face, she exuded a powerful aura that kept strangers at bay. Chapter 33, The Proud Girl, the first automatic turret. GZong narrowed his eyes and activated Eagle Eye mode, his gaze piercing through the gray-white mist to carefully assess the level of threat posed by the other party. Unexpectedly, the girl seemed to notice immediately, and her already cold and pretty face became even more wary. She swerved to a stop, picked up the vehicle's walkie-talkie, and asked, "How do we trade?" The girl had a beautiful voice, but her tone was as cold as her expression. Moreover, her vehicle is less of a motorcycle and more of a high-tech 2-wheeled vehicle, which is clearly an advanced version. GZong also noticed that the other party did not seem to be carrying firearms, but instead had several kinds of melee weapons on their person and in their vehicle. It seems to be a survivor with combat talent, able to obtain 3 forging materials on their own. This is definitely the strongest lone wolf survivor that GZong has seen in the past few days. It's best to be cautious when dealing with this kind of person. GZong said directly, "Throw the materials on the ground, back up 100 meters, and I'll transfer the money to you once I confirm everything is okay." This is the fairest offline transaction process, leaving room for both parties to maneuver. Can. Xiaozhuang responded coldly. He then decisively threw the materials on the ground, drove the vehicle, and reversed 100 meters. GZong used his eagle eye to examine the 3 materials on the ground. After confirming that they were correct, he immediately sent a transfer of 30 gold coins to the other party. After receiving the money, Xiaozhuang drove off in her vehicle. What an impolite person. GZong drove over, put away the materials, and then sent a friend request to Xiaozhuang, who had already driven away. I added this person as a friend not because they are beautiful or have a great figure, but because they exude a strong aura from head to toe, and I'm sure I'll get other good things from them in the future. With the foundation of trust established in this transaction, future transactions will proceed much more smoothly. Soon, Xiaozhuang accepted GZong's friend request. GZong, I buy an unlimited amount of forging materials. Also, if you have any good items you want to sell in the future, you can come to me. Xiaozhuang, Their first conversation as friends ended in awkward silence. After several minutes, Xiaozhuang finally took the initiative to send a message. Xiaozhuang, I have a question for you. GZong, what? Xiaozhuang, how do you have so much money? You're really not being polite, sister. GZong casually replied, it fell from the sky. Xiaozhuang seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in his words and continued, if you encounter any problems you can't solve, you can hire me to help you, as long as the payment is sufficient. GZong, no. Are you sure you can solve my problem? Xiaozhuang, I am very strong. Holy crap, that's arrogant? How come you're even more arrogant than me? GZong immediately closed the chat window and continued driving. On the other side, Xiaozhuang stopped after uttering the words, I am very strong. Hugging the towering figure in front of her with both hands, her snow-white and proud neck slightly raised, waiting for a reply. I waited for several minutes, but there was no response. Xiaozhuang frowned slightly and typed, why haven't you replied even though I've read your message? I was about to send it when I deleted the sentence myself, which annoyed me. Is he looking down on me? The girl's red lips were slightly pursed. Roar! Suddenly, a zombie appeared from the thick fog and lunged at the motorcycle. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed by, and the zombie's body came to an abrupt halt, its head severed from its body. Next, more than a dozen streaks of light shot out from Xiaozhuang's side, circling the zombie's body and beginning to bounce and leap at high speed. Whoosh whoosh. After slicing the zombie into a pile of minced meat, all the streams of light flew back to Xiaozhuang's side and hovered quietly in midair. Those were more than a dozen prismatic flying blades. Snort. The girl snorted coldly, stepped on the gear lever with her long legs, and drove the Tier 2 ghost vehicle away into the fog with a cool and dashing back view. At this moment, GZong had already parked the car by a stream and was taking out a water pump and hose to add water to the RV. Taking advantage of the break, he climbed up to the skylight, installed the Gatling gun on the machine gun base, and used the infinite durability modification device. Seeing the Gatling gun's durability change from 37% to infinite, he was overjoyed. This is the real infinite power. With the most crucial issue resolved, GZong can now confidently upgrade the target detection radar. This thing is the core of automatic defense against attacks. It's a bit expensive, but it's definitely worth the price. He bought a Tier 1 chip on the exchange, then spent 100 gold coins and some other materials to click on upgrade. Byte. Detection radar upgrade successful. The machine gun has been detected to possess 3 essential defensive turret modification devices: unlimited ammo, unlimited durability, and super chamber cooling. Should we use the target acquisition radar to bind the machine gun to its base? Note: once bound, the machine gun cannot be disassembled and will be fixed as an upgradable defensive turret. Once it's bound, it can't be unbound. GZong clicked his tongue, feeling a pang of regret. He was even thinking of taking the Gatling gun to explore dungeons. But there's no way around it. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So be it. Anyway, I won't have to bother shooting anymore. I can just drive a vehicle and kill wherever I want. He clicked bind. The next moment, the entire machine gun base underwent a subtle change. All the disassembled parts, as well as the entire gun body, were integrated with the outer armor of the vehicle roof, and the base platform was equipped with electronic components that could drive 360 degrees rotation. Most importantly, the entire gun body and base have the same strength as the outer armor, so there's no need to worry about it being easily damaged. GZong glanced at the detailed information about the fort. Machine gun turret, level 1. Type, defensive turret. Evaluation. The vehicle cannon has an unlimited firepower supply, and with the radar's automatic target acquisition, it can carry out all-round automatic defense and attack. Upgrade route, close combat cannon. Upgrading the heavy machine gun to a larger caliber close-in weapon system achieves an extreme firepower output of 200 rounds per second, making it extremely lethal to large creatures and capable of easily tearing any flesh and blood to shreds. Upgrade requires 500 gold coins, 100 parts, and 1,500 steel sheets. Upgrade Route 2, Flamethrower Turret. Upgrade the heavy machine gun to a focused flamethrower turret, using fuel and heavy oil as ammunition to spray napalm bombs with a maximum range of 200 meters. The extremely high temperature and the burning effect can cause continuous massive damage. After the upgrade, this turret can only be upgraded along the fire-based upgrade path. Upgrade requires 350 gold coins, 100 parts, 50 heavy oil, and 50 fuel. Note: after a vehicle reaches Tier 3, upgrade paths for turrets such as anti-aircraft cannon and laser cannon will be unlocked. Chapter 34, Today's Intelligence. We've stumbled into the territory of a terrifying, gigantic creature. Good heavens! Upon seeing the 2 new upgrade paths, GZong's mind went blank. This thing is really powerful, but it's also really expensive. This is only a Tier 2 vehicle. Once it reaches Tier 3, there will definitely be multiple defensive turrets that can be upgraded. It's definitely a money-devouring beast. Last night, I spent over 800 gold coins, and now I only have a little over 200 left. Looking at these upgrade options, GZong once again felt that sense of helplessness due to poverty. Let's make some money quickly. He sighed, bought some food at the exchange, and ate lunch while driving. They had just finished eating when another piece of bad news came from Chun Xianwan's side. They say it's foggy today with no sunshine, so the plants are growing very slowly. I don't know if we could deliver the goods smoothly this afternoon. Chun Xianwan: boss, I'm so sorry for the low salary. GZong: it's alright, take your time. As the two chatted, GZong glanced at the chat channel, which was filled with complaints from the survivors. It seems that today's sudden change in weather has indeed put everyone in a difficult situation. Many people have no choice but to give up searching for treasure chests and instead go to mining areas and forests to collect resources, which at least guarantees a stable income regardless of drought or flood. However, this also led to a drop in the prices of processed products made from various raw materials, while the prices of firearms and ammunition increased slightly. Damn it, this foggy weather is so annoying. It's so stuffy and hot. I can't stand it. Upgrade the air conditioning. It's almost 40 degrees Celsius this afternoon. How can you stand in the car without air conditioning? I really don't understand how it can be so hot in such foggy weather. I feel like I can hardly breathe. Everyone be careful when you're out in vehicles. There are monsters in the fog. Several members of our group have suddenly died. They didn't even send a message before they died. So what if there's zombies? You're making it sound like there aren't any on a sunny day. Just be careful. It's not zombies. Many people have been warning us since this morning. How come so many people still don't know? The monster in the fog is terrifying. It's true. Our Battlefield Alliance has already issued a notice requiring all members to form squads when going out, as it's easy to die if you're alone. I'm truly desperate. Even during the day, it's this hard. I have no idea what tonight will bring. Our regiment already suffered heavy losses last night, but no matter how much we try to persuade him, the regimental commander still refuses to join forces with other regiments. Sigh. GZong frowned as he looked at the other survivors' comments on the public chat. To be honest, he had no idea what to do in this weather, so he could only bite the bullet and drive around aimlessly. The key issue is the lack of sunlight. The solar panels can't generate electricity, so he has to rely on burning oil to power the radar and central air conditioning. This almost doubles the oil consumption, which is making him very anxious. What surprised him even more was that the number of zombies during the day had actually decreased. The detection radar is not triggered frequently. Just as GZong was wondering what was going on, a large red suddenly appeared on the radar, followed by a burst of frantic fire from the machine gun on the roof of the vehicle. Rat, 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 rat. The entire firing process lasted a full 3 seconds, with the muzzle tracking a ghostly figure in the thick fog the whole time, and the sound of flesh being hit by bullets could be heard. Soon, the gunfire stopped, and a notification appeared before GZong's eyes indicating that he had killed an enemy. Successfully killed a mist corpse, plus 1 gold. Mist corpses? These are the monsters from the mist that others have been talking about. GZong's gaze narrowed slightly. This was the first time a new type of zombie had appeared during the day, and each one was worth a whopping 1 gold coin, half the price of an elite monster. It seems that today's hiking expedition was indeed extremely dangerous. But we can't let all the daytime hours go to waste. He continued to wander around the fog-covered plains, hoping to trigger some intelligence. This aimless wandering continued until after 3 p.m., when the grass ahead suddenly became muddy, and the tires quickly sank to 1/3 of their depth. GZong raised an eyebrow. Had he actually returned to the swamp area again? Upon entering special terrain, the number of small red dots displayed on the target detection radar increased, becoming densely packed. Those are snakes, insects, and small swamp creatures that live on the bottom of the water. The machine gun on the roof of the vehicle was aimed at the anomaly on the radar, firing precise bursts of fire. Killing these small creatures yields virtually no gold coins. Occasionally, you might hit 1 or 2 juvenile blood pythons, only to get a measly 0.1 gold coin, barely enough to fill a tooth gap. GZong simply turned off the automatic attack to avoid alerting the enemy. With just over 2 hours left until nightfall, whether we can trigger the intelligence depends on this one shot. GZong also changed the tires to mud tires, which were quieter and smoother, and began to move slowly through the swamp. At the same time, he took out his sniper rifle, loaded it, and prepared to fire. After upgrading the chassis, tires, and engine, the RV is a completely different species from the previous beat-up van. This shallow swamp is easily manageable. There's no need to worry about getting stuck. GZong continued to advance, occasionally spotting 1 or 2 adult blood pythons or other large swamp creatures, which he would carefully take down with a sniper rifle. Finally, after advancing for half an hour, an intelligence alert sounded in his mind. Bite. Today's news alert triggered. Receive or not? Received. GZong rubbed his hands together, his heart filled with excitement. Today's information. Danger warning. You are about to enter the territory of a terrifying, giant creature 500 meters ahead. It is recommended that those with vehicles of level 3 or below, or those whose individual strength is insufficient, not venture forward rashly. But fortune favors the bold, and there are always those who are fearless enough to sneak into someone else's territory in search of a mysterious treasure that can turn their life around overnight. I'll let you in on a secret. Starting 300 meters directly in front of you, the swamp's depth will rise dramatically from 0.5 meters to 10 meters. And during the dry season, mysterious white lights have been seen flashing in the cracks of the mud here. Mysterious white light. It's definitely a silver treasure chest. No doubt about it. GZong's breathing suddenly became rapid. Previously, we only found wooden, iron, and bronze treasure chests, but now we've finally found a level 4 treasure. However, the search is more difficult and more dangerous. He couldn't help but become serious. The terrifying, enormous creature mentioned in the intelligence report was definitely not someone he could afford to offend right now, and he absolutely had to avoid alerting it. Neither the Gatling gun nor the Barrett can be used. We can only use sniper rifles to eliminate the threat first. He moved slowly through the swamp at a pace of 15 kilometers per hour. He stopped when the swamp was more than halfway up the wheel hub. Otherwise, he risked getting stuck. Immediately afterwards, GZong used his sniper rifle to eliminate the dozens of red dots displayed on the radar one by one. This process alone took half an hour. After completely eliminating the threat in the area, he spent 10 gold coins from the exchange to buy a complete set of diving equipment and an oxygen tank, which he then donned. He was prepared to dive alone into the depths of the swamp in search of treasure. Chapter 35. Open the silver treasure chest. Obtain the etherealization ability. After that, he spent 12 gold coins to buy a Desert Eagle pistol with a silencer, which he tucked into his waistband along with his dagger. The blood of the moon is too heavy and affects our efficiency, so I didn't bring it this time. After completing all the preparations, GZong got off the RV and began to move forward with difficulty, stepping through the swamp that was above his knees. Fortunately, as the swamp deepened, the muddy water became thinner, resembling a thicker pool of muddy water. GZong gradually sank down, turning on the high-powered overhead light. The water in this large muddy pit was so murky that visibility was less than 50 centimeters under the bright light. Glug glug. The water was eerily silent, with only the sound of bubbles produced when breathing. This time, we're exploring the swamp. The exploration lasted for an hour. GZong sank to the very bottom and swam around incessantly, but ultimately found nothing. Finally, he made a tough decision and turned off the light above his head. The surroundings were instantly plunged into suffocating darkness. Damn it! I wandered blindly. There was no sound, no light, and all around was a vast expanse of mud and water, which put him under tremendous psychological pressure. But GZong still managed to overcome his fear and carefully searched the bottom of the water. Time passed by, and before long, the oxygen tank was almost empty. GZong was about to surface to replace his oxygen tank. But unexpectedly, at that moment, he saw a faint light appear on the dark water ahead. GZong's pupils contracted instantly, and he swam in that direction with all his might. As the light grew clearer, a treasure chest radiating silver light finally came into his sight. The treasure chest lies submerged in the silt, its exquisite patterns and dreamlike glow resembling a mysterious treasure hidden at the bottom of the sea, quietly awaiting discovery by adventurers. At this point, the oxygen cylinders were empty. GZong could only hold his breath, grab the treasure chest with both hands, and struggle to rise. Soon, he returned to the surface, ripped off his oxygen mask, and took deep breaths of fresh air. With his other hand gripping the treasure chest, he slowly swam back to shore. Thump! GZong tossed the treasure chest aside and lay down on the swampy mud, nearly exhausted. His body and face were covered in dirt, but he grinned, revealing a bright, genuine smile. It was a success. However, he dared not rest for too long, as it was now completely dark and the surroundings were shrouded in gloom. After catching his breath for a while, he got up, picked up the treasure chest, and waded through half a meter of muddy water, slowly making his way back into the RV. The moment the door closed, GZong finally relaxed completely. It's already 7 p.m., and an hour has passed since night fell without us realizing it. Fortunately, this is a swamp with few zombies. Otherwise, I would have faced a fierce battle right after coming out of the water. After taking off his diving suit, he went to the shower and gave himself a thorough scrubbing. He changed into clean and refreshing clothes, turned on the air conditioner, and then looked at the exquisite treasure chest on the floor, which shimmered with silver patterns. Silver treasure chest. Comment. Are you ready to become a big shot in your own right? GZong's eyes gleamed, and his heart raced. This was the first time he had opened such a high-level treasure chest. God, please give me something good. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, GZong slowly reached out and opened it. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and, as the lid opened and closed, a dazzling light gradually emanated from the treasure chest. Received 200 gold coins, 300 parts, and 10 alloys. Obtain 10 disposable forging tools. Obtain cold weapon modification. Super sharpening X1. Obtain cicada wing armor X1, rare item. Obtain 5 rank B talent fragments. Obtain the rank talent fragment X1. As GZong saw the rows of supplies appearing before him, his eyes widened, and he almost forgot to breathe. Leaving aside the familiar materials, he first focused his attention on alloys, disposable forging tools, and cicada wing armor. Alloy. Evaluation. A very expensive upgrade material for high-level vehicle parts, which can be obtained by blacksmiths smelting steel sheets. Disposable forging machine. Evaluation. By placing growth-type equipment and forging materials into it, a forging can be completed. Among them, alloy is an essential material for subsequent vehicle upgrades, while the disposable forging machine can be used directly to forge weapons. GZong has been thinking about forging weapons for the past 2 days, but before he has the strength to suppress others, he doesn't want to go to other organizations to find blacksmiths. It's not just about the money, but also because it's unsafe. Now it's great. I can forge it myself. He then turned his attention to the most significant aspect of this silver treasure chest. Cicada wing armor. Tier, rare armor tiers. Common, fine, rare, treasure, legendary, epic, mythical. Durability, 100%. Evaluation. Made from the precious wings of the king-level creature, adult cicada. It is as light as a feather and as tough as steel, and can withstand attacks from almost all ordinary firearms, as well as most cold weapons below the rare weapon level. Exclusive skill, etherealization. After use, the body enters a transparent state for 10 seconds, during which it is immune to any physical attacks and can fly freely. Skill cooldown time. 1 day. It costs 10 gold coins to reset the cooldown. The cost doubles each time you reset it within a day. After seeing the equipment details, GZong gasped in shock. Good heavens! 10-second invincibility skill. This is truly taking off, and it's taking off in the literal sense. GZong couldn't wait to pick up the cicada wing armor. It was extremely light and smooth to the touch, like light gauze and silk, and he could not feel any weight. This is definitely not suitable as an outer armor like the dwarf vine armor, but it's perfect as an inner armor. GZong took off his clothes and put them on close to his body. This cicada wing armor is designed with great care. Not only the upper body, but also the lower body, including the neck, can be perfectly covered and fit without feeling like clothing. GZong put on his coat again and took a deep breath. Then, the skill etherealization was activated. Cry, accompanied by a faint flapping sound. GZong subconsciously looked down, but he could no longer see his hands, feet, or body. His entire body had transformed into a state of nothingness and transparency. Holy crap! This unexpected change left him in awe. It's truly amazing. However, time is limited, and we need to finish the experiment quickly. GZong reached out and grabbed the hilt of the moon's blood sword. As expected, after he grabbed the blood of the moon, the entire blade entered a state of nothingness. It seems that in the void state, one cannot use weapons to attack. One can only wait until the entity reappears before launching sneak attack. GZong threw down his weapon and touched the car body, but the car body did not change at all. Does this mean that only things that can be picked up by oneself can enter the state of nothingness with oneself? Then, GZong tried to concentrate his mind and levitate himself. The process was effortless, almost like walking, and his body immediately flew into the air. The feeling of having control over flight was almost irresistible to him. Soaring through the air, the ultimate dream of the human body. Ha ha ha! GZong couldn't help but burst into laughter, opened the car door, and flew out in a flash. Even though he was in a state of nothingness, he could still feel the wind and smell the surrounding air. It felt amazing. Unfortunately, flying ability seems to be related to physical condition and strength. He doesn't fly very fast. He can only reach a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, which is about the same as a small electric scooter. GZong was soaring back and forth in the air, several stories high, when suddenly his figure appeared in midair and all his flight energy was immediately lost. Holy crap, time to go. He fell from the sky and landed hard in the mud. When he got up, he was covered in mud and looked utterly disheveled. GZong was both amused and exasperated. He had to take another shower. I went back to the RV and took another shower, still feeling deeply moved. This cicada wing armor is undoubtedly his strongest trump card for survival. What's impressive isn't the 10-second invincibility, but the fact that the cooldown can be reset. This means that as long as you have enough gold, you can extend the invincibility time. GZong felt that he was now truly qualified to enter high-risk dungeons for exploration. Then there's talent. After opening the silver treasure chest, he now has 9 B-grade talent fragments, and he only needs 1 more to synthesize his first B-grade talent. Chapter 36, Missed Treasure Fruit. My official meeting with Chun Xiaowan. Both iron and bronze chests can yield B-grade talent fragments, so we need to get started on them quickly. GZong thought to himself. But this also depends on luck, so we can't rush it. I wonder how things are outside. It's already past 7 o'clock at night, and the surroundings are completely dark. But tonight seems different from usual. Although I am in the swamp area, it is too quiet. I can't see a single zombie. He opened the chat channel, and sure enough, most of the survivors were chatting idly. It's been over an hour since night fell. Why are there so few zombies tonight? What's going on? It's one thing that the mad zombies are gone, But even ordinary zombies and fleshy zombies are scarce, while there are only a few of those new fog zombies. Wouldn't it be better if there were fewer zombies? How am I supposed to farm gold coins if I don't have enough? I just bought 1,000 bullets. I was counting on getting rich tonight. Damn it. Many large groups have issued announcements, and the reason has been basically confirmed. It's due to the foggy weather. Didn't you see the description of the fog zombie? This thing only appears in foggy weather. Although the fog zombie is elusive, it's not a big problem as long as it doesn't use a vehicle. Tonight is pretty much safe, and there shouldn't be any major casualties. Is tonight finally the Welfare Bureau? Damn it, I can finally get a good night's sleep. I've been completely exhausted these past few days, both physically and mentally. How am I supposed to sleep in this heat? I'm going to faint from the suffocation. I hope the fog clears up tomorrow. I really can't stand it anymore. Ha. I've turned the air conditioning up to the maximum, and it's not stuffy or hot at all. Don't skimp on the gas. Turn the air conditioning on. Everyone can afford to turn on the air conditioner, but not everyone can afford to use it. Running the air conditioner all night will burn at least 1 unit of fuel, and 1 unit of fuel costs 10 gold coins now. That's my wages for a whole day's work in the mine. After learning about tonight's events on the public chat, GZong also let out a heavy sigh. It's over. There are so few zombies tonight. What's the point of fighting them? I might as well just go to sleep. Oh right, I haven't had dinner yet. Thinking of this, GZong also felt a sudden hunger pang. Since his physical condition improved significantly, his appetite has also increased a lot, basically doubling. Looking at the private messages in the upper right corner, Chun Xiaowan had indeed sent him several messages, her tone very excited, saying that a new mutant fruit had appeared today. GZong immediately perked up. What new variant? Chun Xiaowan had been following the gossip in the chat channel, and when she saw GZong come online, she immediately replied, "Brother, you're finally here? Take a look at this. Missed Treasure Fruit. Missed Treasure Fruit. Level, Special Mutant Fruit. Evaluation. This is a special variant of a rare fruit that has been exposed to the energy of rain and dew in the fog for a long time. It can only be formed under conditions of insufficient sunlight, high temperature, and heavy fog. It is a rare fruit with extremely strict birth conditions. After consumption, it can increase constitution by 10 points, with a weekly increase limit of 1 time. Consuming it will grant a long-term healing buff, which can accelerate the recovery of injuries and also provide immunity to negative effects such as difficulty breathing and dizziness caused by dense fog. A huge shipment has been produced. GZong was very excited. Great job, Chun Xiaowan. I'll give you a raise. Chun Xiaowan took the initiative to initiate the transaction, without even discussing the price, since the boss wouldn't treat her unfairly anyway. But after trying it out, I discovered that this missed treasure fruit cannot be traded directly. Chun Xiaowan, brother, it seems like this can't be traded. What should we do? GZong, there are trading restrictions? Then we can only trade offline. It's normal for special fruits to have trading restrictions, just like special gun types. Shen Xiaonuyo, I'll come find you then, but I'm a little scared to go out. It's so scary outside. GZong, send me your coordinates, and I'll come find you directly. Chun Xiaowan, coordinates. Chun Xiaowan, please be careful when you come over. Although this place is safe, the area around the forest is really scary. GZong, don't worry. Upon receiving the coordinates from Chun Xiaowan, GZong immediately set off. His location is more than 200 kilometers away from the Starry Sky Forest. Anyway, I don't have anything planned for tonight, so I'll just treat it as a vacation. Of the several major regions he's been to, he's only been to the Black Mountain mining area. It's time for him to explore other places. Perhaps he'll gain something else. Moreover, as far as he knew, the Starry Sky Forest covered a much larger area and had far more resources than the other areas, and its level of danger was naturally much higher. To date, no one had been able to successfully enter the true depths of the forest, and no one knew what was inside. Soon, the RV left the swamp area and returned to flatland. GZong floored the accelerator, reaching a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, practically treating the plane as a highway, and began his journey towards the Starry Sky Forest. A thick fog blanketed the plains, creating a serene atmosphere. Having grown accustomed to the intense battles of the past nights, he found it rather strange to return to this silence. However, after turning on the automatic target detection radar, the journey was still quite lively, with every now and then a fog zombie being shot down, which helped to make up for the fuel costs of this trip. Alright, the forging tool. As he drove, GZong suddenly remembered the one-time forging tool he had obtained from the silver treasure chest. He was so focused on testing the cicada wing armor that he almost forgot about this thing. He took out a disposable forging tool from his backpack, but to his surprise, the huge alloy furnace immediately filled the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Depend on, GZong was almost crushed to death, so he quickly put it back in his backpack. He hadn't expected it to be so big. Fortunately, the area ahead was flat grass, so he simply turned on the vehicle's cruise control and let the RV drive itself. He then went to the living area at the back and took out the forging tool. Thump! The forging tool was very heavy, and it made a dull thud when it was placed on the floor. Following the on-screen instructions, GZong placed the blood of the moon inside, then added the mad corpse fingernail, and clicked to activate. Buzz! With the sound of an electric furnace starting up, a deep red light emanated from the forging machine's window, displaying a countdown. 9:59. GZong returned to the driver's seat and waited until the time was up. Bite! Forging successful. Moonblood forging progress, plus 7%. Total progress, 7%. A notification sounded in his mind. GZong turned around and saw that the forging tool on the ground had disappeared, leaving only the moonblood, which was faintly glowing red, lying quietly on the ground. Only 7%. GZong was somewhat disappointed, so he went back and took out a forging tool to repeat the process. Chapter 37 Arrival at the Starry Sky Forest, the Ancient Dream Forest. For the next hour or so, he was driving and forging. He has a total of 5 mad corpse nails, all of which have been forged, each time increasing the forging progress of Moonblood by 7%. Next, he invested in the mountain puppet stone heart. Unlike the mad corpse nails, this time the forging progress has been increased by 10% in one go. GZong was also quite surprised. It seems there are differences in the materials used by elite monsters. Based on strength comparison, the mountain puppet is indeed stronger than the mad corpse, and this figure is quite reasonable. However, if we're talking about the strongest, then it has to be the giant terror centipede. I just don't know how much forging progress the giant terror fangs will add. GZong put the giant terror fangs into the forging tool and clicked to start it. Buzz! The forging tool trembled slightly, emitting a deep red light. But halfway through, the deep red light suddenly turned into a dazzling gold. What the hell? GZong turned around from the driver's seat and was startled. He quickly went over to check the situation. The remaining 5 minutes of forging time were immediately reset to 0 after the red light turned into gold light. Bite! Congratulations on your lucky, critical hit. Forging a great success. Moonblood forging progress plus 26%. Total progress 71%. Holy crap. It was a huge success. GZong's face lit up with joy. The giant fear claws are really powerful. If a major success is considered a double reward, then even after reducing it by half, it still represents 13% progress, which is almost equivalent to 2 mad corpse nails. Yes. GZong was filled with anticipation. The overall progress is already 71%. After collecting a few more forging materials tomorrow, Moon's blood will be able to be upgraded to rare item. Just like the cicada wing armor, it will unlock exclusive skills. Back in the driver's seat, GZong began to focus on getting on the road. There were still dozens of kilometers to go before reaching the Starry Sky Forest, a place he had never been before. Compared to the plains near the mining area, the grass here is much more lush, and in some places it even grows as tall as a person. The armored RV drove by like a farm harvester, clearing a path through the crowd. But the more GZong drove, the more he felt something was wrong, because the grass was getting taller and taller, as if he had entered a green ocean, and even the windshield was gradually being submerged by the grass. This is definitely a special terrain area. You never know what terrifying things you might encounter. GZong decisively turned around and chose to take a detour. Just as he was about to leave, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind. A huge red appeared on the target detection radar, and a heavy machine gun on the roof of the vehicle turned its muzzle and began to fire fiercely. Rat, 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 rat. Such a huge commotion caused the surrounding grass to stir, and a large number of unknown creatures were awakened and rushed towards the RV. At that moment, the target detection radar also showed a dense array of red dots. Most of them were small creatures that couldn't even drop gold coins, but their numbers were terrifying, turning the entire outer edge of the radar map red. Buzzing. A burst of rapid wing beats came from behind. GZong glanced at the rearview mirror, and his entire back felt a little numb. Holy crap. He saw a swarm of black locusts flying towards him from behind and to the side, each one the size of a palm. GZong slammed on the gas, bringing the speed up to 120 kilometers per hour. But the locusts were faster, swarming over the RV and turning it into a huge black ball of insects. Even the windshield was covered with the terrifying figures of locusts, obscuring all visibility. Every part of the outer armor was making a crunching sound as locusts were gnawing at it. Fortunately, the outer armor was strong enough. Otherwise, the original van would probably have been torn to pieces. At this moment, the heavy machine gun's overwhelming firepower finally succeeded in destroying the largest red dot on the radar, and a kill notification appeared before GZong's eyes. Successfully killed a juvenile corpse mantis elite monster. Gold +2. Mantis knife +1. Damn it. If even a juvenile monster is an elite monster, how terrifying must the creatures deep within the grass sea be? GZong was startled. Luckily, he was alert enough, otherwise he would have been crippled here. As the vehicle gradually accelerated, GZong began to leave the grassy area. The large swarm of locusts on the vehicle, unable to penetrate the outer armor, finally fell off, and the view in front of them returned to an unobstructed state. After leaving this extremely dangerous area, GZong immediately changed direction and drove off. As a result, it took a full hour just to get around this vast expanse of grass. Next, GZong continued along the route through the starry sky forest. I stopped twice during the trip to find areas with a relatively high concentration of monsters and used up both noise grenades from the noise transmitter. Unfortunately, the result was somewhat disappointing. I harvested 42 gold coins in one go and 35 gold coins in another, which is far less than the hundreds of gold coins I made last night. However, with the automatic target acquisition throughout the entire journey, I earned several dozen gold coins along the way, bringing my total to over 100. 11 p.m. After a long journey of more than 200 kilometers, GZong finally arrived at the outer edge of the starry sky forest. By this time, the thick fog had dissipated considerably, and the view ahead had become clearer. It was a vast and magnificent forest that stretched all the way to the horizon. Its roots are intertwined, and its canopy reaches the sky. Some have unique shapes, like cauliflower, spreading out like a giant umbrella on the earth. Some of them are thousands of meters high, piercing the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. The soft starlight spills over this ancient forest, reflecting the surrounding misty fog, as if shrouded in a veil of light, exuding an alluring mystery and dreamlike quality. This place is so beautiful. GZong stared blankly at the scenery outside the window. Moreover, the grass here is not as tangled and tall as the grass in the plains, but is very low and soft, like a green carpet, which looks very comfortable to lie on. Looking down at the base of those big trees, you can see many groups of survivors stationed there. Their vehicles were parked together, and as the fog gradually dissipated, they all came out to move around. Some were gathering mushrooms and wild vegetables under the tree roots. Some were cooking over a fire, and others were smelting iron or in front of the stove, just like the natives living in a real otherworld, full of life. GZong continued driving through the woods, following Chun Xiaowan's coordinates. Once you enter the outer edge of the forest, the population becomes very sparse. There are many large wild animals inhabiting this area, so there are still considerable dangers. Finally, GZong arrived at the coordinates. This is a very secluded little canyon, surrounded by several huge mountains, interspersed with dense thickets, and with small waterfalls cascading down, splashing with the sound of clear spring water. GZong sent Chun Xiaowan a message. I've arrived. Where are you? Chun Xiaowan. Brother, I'm here. Where are you? Yizong. GZong. I can see the waterfall from outside the small canyon. Chapter 38. Chun Xiaowan, swear. From now on, I will be the boss's best servant. Chun Xiaowan. You can come in by following the big tree hole on the left. If you're driving, you need to take the path at the foot of the mountain on the other side and make a few turns. Following Chun Xiaowan's instructions, GZong detoured to the other side of the mountain and indeed found a passageway overgrown with weeds. This is a small maze formed by more than a dozen huge fallen rocks. GZong turned several times before finding a path leading inside, but the RV was too big to pass through it all. GZong had no choice but to get out of the car and walk inside. After passing through the obstacles, everything suddenly opened up before us. This place turned out to be a spacious little cave. The lush green grass is covered with wildflowers, exuding a fresh and fragrant aroma. In the middle of the open space are several small vegetable gardens that have been cultivated, planted with many vegetables and small fruit trees that have not yet been harvested. Next to them is a clear pool of water, into which a waterfall falls, splashing up crystal clear water mist, forming a faint rainbow under the starlight and moonlight. GZong was also amazed by this paradise-like, secluded haven. This place is really nice. GZong looked around and finally spotted a chopped chili fish head restaurant parked quietly in a corner some distance away. In a makeshift shed next to the car, the girl was chopping vegetables at a small table. Her delicate yet adorable features, her long, smooth hair styled into a neat and cute ponytail, subtly reveal her fair neck. Wearing a white t-shirt with a cartoon pattern, the Pikachu pattern playfully swayed as she chopped vegetables. Her lower body was covered in plain, loose-fitting jeans. Because she was going to work in the fields, the cuffs were rolled up to her knees. Her bare feet were on the grass, and the lines of her calves and arches were slender and beautiful, almost dazzlingly white. After stopping her work, Chun Xiaowan sent GZong another message. "Brother, are you in yet?" "He's right behind you." GZong called out to her. Hearing the shouts from behind, Chun Xiaowan turned around and saw GZong. She immediately raised her hand happily and waved to GZong. GZong's expression stiffened slightly. Chun Xiaowan realized that she was still holding a kitchen knife, so she quickly put it down and coughed a little embarrassedly. GZong walked over. These two online clients and suppliers have finally had a historic meeting. Although we've known each other for several days and often chat online, this is the first time we've met in person. Chun Xiaowan was still a little nervous and awkward, her ears turning slightly red. My name is Chun Xiaowan. Nice to meet you." GZong. "Does it have to be this formal?" Chun Xiaowan twirled two fingers together in a circle and chuckled. The he sound was exactly the same as the sound effect GZong usually imagined. So silly. GZong asked, "What were you busy with just now?" Chun Xiaowan. "I'm making a vegetable salad. After all, you're coming, and I don't have much to offer, so I just made some dishes. Please don't mind." Upon hearing that there was food, GZong looked at the small dining table next to him, where several dishes were already laid out, and immediately swallowed hard. He had been traveling and only ate a little something to tide him over, so he was starving. "Okay, can we eat now?" Bro, you sit down first, it'll be ready soon." GZong sat on a small stool, and Chun Xiaowan brought the vegetable salad over immediately after she finished mixing it. "Oh, and everything you asked for, I've packed it all." Chun Xiaowan turned around and went to the car, retrieved a full basket of vegetables, and handed it to him with both hands. Today's heavy fog is due to the weather. Other vegetables haven't grown well, and the basket only contains common vegetables like sun-dried cauliflower and water-grown eggplant. But on top of it is a pale blue fruit with a crystal-clear texture, just like an oversized blueberry. GZong's eyes lit up slightly. "This is the missed treasure fruit?" Chun Xiaowan was quite proud. "How about that? Pretty impressive, right? Let me tell you, I've cultivated several new seedlings today. After we finish eating, I'll take you on a tour of my treasure garden." Without saying a word, GZong initiated the transaction and transferred 60 gold coins to Chun Xiaowan. It includes money for fruits and vegetables and wages. Chun Xiaowan's eyes lit up like a little money grubber, and she almost jumped for joy. "Wow! Thank you, boss." GZong, work hard, and you'll get your share in the future. The girl snapped to attention. Chun Xiaowan swear. From now on, I'll be the boss's best servant. I'll work hard and get things done. I'll work overtime to cultivate the land, just so the boss can drive a Bentley." GZong was speechless. "Where did you get this rambling nonsense from?" Chun Xiaowan stuck out her tongue. "I learned it from a joke. I have to show my loyalty." "All right, let's start eating. Your boss is starving. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready." The two of them sat on small stools and began to eat at the small table. Since there was no spiritual cabbage today, GZong made the missed treasure fruit his main dish, eating it along with sunshine cauliflower, which was enough to replenish his constitution for the day. It jumped by 10.5 in one go. It must be said that the effects of the missed treasure fruit are indeed powerful. As soon as he finished eating, he felt a warm sensation all over his body, and the feeling of his physical strength being enhanced was extremely obvious. He even started to sweat slightly. Moreover, the two buffs of the missed treasure fruit immediately manifested in him. First of all, breathing has become much fresher and easier, without the feeling of blockage caused by breathing in thick fog. Then there's the healing buff, which requires a small experiment. GZong took out his dagger and forcefully cut a small gash on his index finger, for which a drop of blood seeped out. He wiped away the blood and saw that the half-centimeter-long gash was visibly beginning to scab over. A dozen seconds later, a slight itching sensation came. GZong rubbed it vigorously, and the scab was removed. The wound had completely healed and was as smooth as before. GZong was also shocked. The effect was surprisingly good. This is a long-term buff. Looking at Chun Xianwan's happy smile, GZong felt inexplicably embarrassed. 60 gold coins seems like too little. The sumptuous late-night snack was quickly finished. Next, Chun Xianwan enthusiastically took GZong for a tour of the vegetable garden, introducing her second, third, and fourth treasures as if they were her most precious possessions. You can tell she really loves growing vegetables. Her eyes are practically sparkling when she explains it. Afterwards, Chun Xianwan solemnly introduced her vehicle to GZong, Dabao. Don't let its ordinary appearance fool you. It's a proper ghost vehicle now. Those tiny zombies can't even scratch my big treasure. The girl stood with her hands on her hips, beaming with pride. GZong gave a thumbs up. Great, that's awesome chopped chili fish head. Chun Xianwan. Brother, where's your vehicle? Why didn't you drive it in? GZong. It's parked outside. It's too big to come in. How could that be? That road is wide. Chun Xianwan revealed two adorable dimples and teased. Is it because your skills aren't good enough? You'll see when you come out and take a look. GZong shrugged. The two walked out of the small canyon together and came to the outside passage. GZong pointed to the behemoth armored vehicle in front of him, which was 5.2 meters high, 4.3 meters wide, and 8 meters long. It had seamless super armor, a Gatling gun mounted on the roof, an extremely high chassis, and huge tires. He said, How are you going to drive this thing in? Chapter 39, the fifth day arrives, bringing scorching heat. Chun Xianwan stared at the incredibly exaggerated armored behemoth in front of her for a long time before finally saying in a daze, This is your vehicle? Before she got close, she thought it was a large truck. Trucks are quite rare among survivors, and their functionality is much better than that of ordinary cars, making them a top-tier vehicle. But she never expected it was actually a motorhome. This is a motorhome. Chun Xianwan. Is there a bed? GZong. Yes. Chun Xianwan. Is there a restroom? GZong. Yes. Chun Xianwan. There's also a kitchen and a dining table? GZong. We have everything, including central air conditioning and a refrigerator. Chun Xianwan. She was almost crying with envy as she looked at this luxurious vehicle that combined comfort, safety, and functionality. Everyone started at the same level. Why is there such a big difference? He slept in his car seat every day, worked diligently and frugally, and finally upgraded his vehicle to Tier 2, barely solving the safety problem. But the big shots were already living the life of modern people. And the texture of the outer armor and the steel-cast machine gun turret on the roof, it gave you a great sense of security. She now felt that her prized little steamed fish head with chopped chili peppers was like an orphan abandoned in a garbage dump, only able to feel ashamed in front of the rich young master. GZong patted Chun Xianwan on the shoulder. Nuanzi, do you have a dream? Do you want to own this kind of vehicle? Chun Xianwan sniffed. Yes. I dream about it. GZong. As long as you work hard, I guarantee you, it won't be long before you own a big vehicle and a big house like this. Then we can grab a piece of land by the sea, build a villa, and have thousands of acres of fertile land in the backyard. You can plant whatever you want, and when you're tired, you can lie on a beach chair, drink chilled watermelon juice, feel the cool sea breeze, and watch the sunset over the sea. Hearing GZong's vision for his dream, Chun Xianwan's eyes shone even brighter. Really? Can I really do it? GZong said with absolute certainty. Of course, you have to believe in your own ability. As long as you work hard, everything will fall into place. The girl's eyes sparkled as she held up 3 fingers. I promise I'll work hard. I promise you. From today onwards, I will never slack off. I'll work hard and strive for excellence. GZong smiled and said, "That's right." It was late at night. After giving his adorable little employee a pep talk, GZong went back to his RV to rest. Chun Xiaowan continued watering and fertilizing the vegetable garden, burying the seeds for the next day, before returning to the steamed fish head with chopped chili and falling fast asleep. The next morning, it was not even 6 o'clock, but the dawn sunlight had already broken through the morning mist in the forest, illuminating the whole world. GZong woke up early. He was awakened by the heat. It was cool last night, so he didn't turn on the air conditioner. He didn't expect to wake up this morning covered in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water, and his throat was so dry it felt like it was on fire. He got up to wash up, opened 2 bottles of Coke, and chugged them down in one go. It's a pity the cola wasn't chilled. It was lukewarm, which wasn't enjoyable at all. Why is it even hotter today than yesterday? GZong frowned as he got out of the car, and immediately felt the scorching sun overhead. Today's weather, sunny. Temperature, 31 degrees Celsius to 55 degrees Celsius. High temperature warning. Assessment. Under a cloudless sky and blazing sun, the movement frequency of various organisms on the Earth will significantly decrease in high temperatures, but the activity of plants will relatively increase. The highest temperature is 55 degrees. Are you kidding me? GZong was stunned when he saw the number. He thought the weather would return to normal today, but it turned out to be even more outrageous than yesterday's fog. He walked into the canyon, where Chun Xiaowan was already working in the vegetable garden, wearing a straw hat. The morning heat made the girl sweat profusely, and her face was slightly flushed. "Brother, you're awake. There's breakfast over there." Chun Xiaowan pointed to the small table in front of the car, on which several kinds of vegetables, fruits, and bread were already laid out. GZong ate a little something, then walked over to Chun Xiaowan's vegetable garden, took the dwarf vine armor out of his backpack, and handed it to her. "Here, this is for you." Chun Xiaowan stared blankly as she took the dwarf rattan armor from GZong's hand. This is the armor I used before. You can use it. If you don't want to use it anymore, you can just sell it. I'm about to leave. Take care of yourself. If you run into any trouble, just let me know. Also, don't work in this hot weather, or you'll get heat stroke." After giving her his instructions, GZong waved goodbye and turned to leave. Elder brother, holding the dwarf rattan armor in her arms, Chun Xiaowan looked at GZong's back and felt a lump in her throat. After saying goodbye to Chun Xiaowan, GZong returned to the RV and quickly turned on the air conditioner. "Alright, I almost forgot about the photovoltaic panels." He then realized that he hadn't turned on his upgraded power generation device yet. Today is a beautiful sunny day. We must make the most of it. He pressed a button on the center console, and a motor-driven sound immediately came from the roof. The folded photovoltaic panels rise from the opened outer armor and unfold in all directions. This photovoltaic panel not only converts electricity, but also effectively isolates heat from being conducted into the car, making it an extremely practical device in hot weather. After the photovoltaic panels were deployed, the power depletion inside the car was immediately alleviated, and the central air conditioning blew out cool air at 16 degrees Celsius, making people feel very comfortable. "That feels good." GZong slumped on the sofa, feeling the cool air from the air conditioner drying the sweat on his body. After blowing on the engine for a few minutes, he returned to the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove away from the small canyon in the forest. He has 2 goals today. One is to find a way to earn more gold coins, and the other is to quickly find treasure chests to open fragments and collect his first B-level talent. There are now only 2 days left until the 7th day of the zombie horde. But I'm still a long way from my target tier 3 vehicle, so I have to race against time to catch up. While thinking about his plans for the day, GZong opened the chat channel. Sure enough, there was a scene of utter despair above. "Yeah, I'm going crazy. Is this even a human being's life? It's over 40 degrees Celsius this morning, and it's going to rise to over 50 degrees later. Are they trying to kill us? I thought things would get better after the heavy fog, but I didn't expect to end up with a great heat. In this kind of weather, not turning on the air conditioner can be deadly. I advise everyone not to skimp on gas money. This little bit of gas money? 1 unit of fuel has gone up to 14 gold coins. And this is just a little bit. Everyone, hurry to the oil field and dig for oil. Once you find it, find someone with alchemy talent to refine it into fuel." Holy crap, why did you have to say that? We were just about to go to the oil field, and now you've spilled the beans. We're all going to lose money now. Damn it. Do you think oil fields are so easy to dig? The Black Mountain mining area is the hottest place. I reckon a lot of people will die from the heat there today. Sigh. I wish I had a sip of ice-cold Coke right now. Just one sip, just one sip. Haha, you're dreaming. You think there are refrigerators in this world? See here. GZong was stunned for a moment. Then, a light suddenly shone in his eyes. Here comes the way to make money. Chapter 40. Discovery of the miraculous fruit. Unlimited growth in physique. This business seems like it could actually be done. GZong's expression became quite interesting, and it didn't even require any investment. The refrigerator and electricity are readily available. All I need to do is buy Coke. He immediately checked the exchange. The price of cola has increased slightly, but it is still a normal level. A carton of 24 330 milliliters cans will only cost about 3 gold coins. However, it's only a little past 6 o'clock now, so it will definitely continue to rise. GZong immediately bought 20 items and piled them all on the empty floor of the living area. He then opened the refrigerator in the kitchen and bathroom area. His refrigerator has a capacity of 90 L. If you take out all the vegetables and food inside and pile them up, you can fit more than 100 jars. But after thinking it over, GZong decided to upgrade. Since I need to upgrade to a tier 3 vehicle and level up the modification parts to level 50, the refrigerator is definitely the most cost-effective option. He spent 25 gold coins and the necessary materials to directly upgrade the refrigerator to level 2. The level 2 refrigerator has a capacity of 215 L, more than twice the size, and is more energy efficient. GZong opened 10 cases of Coca-Cola and put them all inside. The freezer and fresh food sections were completely filled. Of course, the fresh food section is just a transitional area. It will eventually be moved to the frozen section. After all, cola tastes best and fetches the highest price when it's between 5 degrees Celsius and 8 degrees Celsius. Having finished this task, GZong clapped his hands in satisfaction and returned to the driver's seat to officially begin today's journey. As they went deeper, the road became more difficult. The terrain around the Starry Sky Forest is quite complex, and apart from vehicles with extremely strong off-road capabilities, very few people can drive here. There are almost no zombies here. Instead, there are many wild beasts and birds of prey. Looking up, the exaggerated tree branches twist and turn, exuding the oppressive feeling of a primeval forest. After wandering around inside for over an hour, GZong only found 2 wooden treasure chests, which contained some gold coins and fuel supplies, with a total value of only about 20 gold coins. Wooden treasure chests no longer satisfy his appetite, and he doesn't even bother to look at the wild mushrooms, wild vegetables, and wild fruits on the trees. GZong continued forward, but unfortunately, he couldn't get through the area after a short while. The woods were too dense. Based on the distance, this is already quite deep into the outer perimeter of the Starry Sky Forest. The level of danger is very high, but the opportunities are also greater. However, safety should still be taken seriously. GZong glanced at the panel of the cicada wing armor, and the skill, etherealization, displayed on it was already usable. It seems that skill cooldowns are not calculated in 24-hour increments, but rather automatically refreshed every day at daytime. This put his mind at ease. With this life-saving skill, he dared to venture into dangerous places. Next, GZong parked the car in the sun to ensure that the photovoltaic panels could absorb energy normally. He then disembarked fully armed with a Barrett rifle, TRG-22 tank, Desert Eagle, dagger, and Blood of the Moon, ready to begin his exploration on foot. He had originally wanted to bring his RPG, but then thought better of it. It wasn't portable, and if he fired one in the forest, the monsters that would emerge would probably bury him alive. After donning his full gear, GZong began his ascent into the deep forest. Now that his physique has improved, he is not only stronger, but also has much better control over his limbs. He is agile and doesn't make much noise. Like a martial arts master with light-footed skills in a wuxia novel. Even if he can't leave a trace in the snow, he at least won't disturb the wild beasts and monsters here when moving at high speed. GZong easily overcame various obstacles and continued to delve deeper, his sharp eyes searching for every detail around him. Soon, he discovered a black iron treasure chest. The black iron treasure chest lay quietly on a high tree branch, at least several tens of meters high. The shipment has been completed. A glint of light flashed in GZong's eyes. He bought a climbing grappling hook from the exchange, put it on, and climbed up the tree trunk, successfully reaching the fork in the tree. Talent fragments. Come on. He reached out and opened the treasure chest. Clang. The treasure chest made a crisp sound as it opened and closed. Received 13 gold coins, 100 steel pieces, and 1,000 universal bullets. He obtained Endel Drill Rig, Fine X1. Obtain cold weapon modification, lightweight, X1. Seeing these lines of information about the supplies, GZong felt a little disappointed. It's alright though. He sat on a tree branch and dealt with the treasure chest supplies on the spot. The general purpose bullets are divided into 10 portions, each priced at 2 gold coins, and will generate 20 gold coins in revenue. The handheld drilling rig is a high-end tool used for oil field extraction. Today is the peak season for this tool, and its price has skyrocketed to 25 gold coins on the exchange. However, it's estimated that the price will be difficult to rise further. After all, the weather changes frequently, and people don't always have a high demand for fuel. Everyone is rushing to the oil fields and extracting large amounts of crude oil. But if the weather changes tomorrow and fuel production becomes excessive, prices might plummet. GZong listed it at market price, and it was quickly snapped up. As for the final cold weapon modification, lightweight, he used it directly on the blood of the moon. The moment the modification was completed, he immediately felt a significant reduction in the weight on his back, which made him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Done. GZong leaned against a tree branch, took out 2 cans of cola, gulped them down, and rested for a while. It was so hot today, and with the high-intensity exercise, even he was finding it hard to keep up. But just then, GZong suddenly saw, from his upward-angled view, a bright red fruit hanging from the end of a branch higher up. That fruit feels a little different. He was immediately intrigued and activated eagle vision, focusing his gaze on the fruit. A line of information appeared before his eyes. Kiwi fruit. Grade, rare fruit. Evaluation, a rare fruit that grows on the outskirts of the starry sky forest. It is slightly toxic to people with a constitution below 30. Consuming it can increase constitution by 0.5 and spirit by 0.1. GZong's eyes widened. It's a rare fruit, and it even boosts spirit. Most importantly, this thing has no daily limit. Upon realizing this, GZong instantly perked up. Holy crap, isn't this going to take off right away? He immediately used the grappling hook to climb the tree and reach the trunk next to the fruit. He originally wanted to climb over and pick it, but the fruit was at the very end of the branch, where it couldn't support his weight. GZong had no choice but to take out his Desert Eagle, activate Eagle Eye, and accurately shoot the branch in half. The kiwi fruit fell smoothly from midair and landed in the weeds below. GZong's eyes searched the treetops, and soon he spotted a second, a third. He shot down the kiwis one by one. Unfortunately, this plant was produced in very small quantities. Even after completely emptying the tree, only 13 fruits were collected. Chapter 41. Ice Coke sells out. 500 gold coins earned. Then, GZong climbed down from the tree. Following the direction in which the fruit had fallen, they searched through the grass one by one, picked them all up, and put them into their portable shoulder bag. Call. GZong exhaled a breath of hot air. By this time, he was already drenched in sweat. It's a little past 10 in the morning, and the temperature in the forest has risen to at least 47 or 48 degrees Celsius, making it feel like a giant steamer. Even with his current physical condition, it would be difficult for him to engage in strenuous activity at such a temperature for an extended period of time. I need to go back and rest quickly, otherwise I'm at risk of heat stroke. GZong took out 2 bottles of energy drinks, drank them in one go, and then started to return the way he came. Half an hour later, he finally got back into the RV. As soon as he entered the cool carriage, he felt as if he had returned from hell to earth, finally escaping the sweltering heat. GZong immediately opened the refrigerator's crisper drawer, took out a bottle of Coke that was frozen solid and steaming, opened it with a hiss, and slowly took a few sips. The cool, bubbly, sweet water soothed his parched mouth, flowing down his throat, instantly bringing a refreshing sensation from his heels to the top of his head. Ice Coke. It's the ultimate summer drink. After finishing a can, GZong lay sprawled on the floor, soaking wet, enjoying the refreshing breeze from the air conditioner. At the same time, he opened the chat channel. After several hours of refrigeration, the cola in the refrigerator can be put on the shelf. The food column in the exchange displays the specific status of the food, such as raw, cooked, room temperature, heated, were expired and moldy. These foods in special conditions are easily distinguishable from regular foods. GZong put all 100 cans of Coca-Cola, which had been frozen to 5 degrees Celsius, on the shelves, priced at 3 gold coins, and added a note. High-end beverage. Refrigeration costs are high. Please do not buy if you mind. Immediately afterwards, he posted another advertisement in the chat channel, also including that same note. The public chat was originally filled with cries of anguish. This news caused an uproar. Holy crap! Are you kidding me? A can of cola costs 3 gold coins? Dude, are you robbing me? I can buy a case of, wait, ice-cold cola for 3 gold coins on the exchange. Are you kidding me? Where do you get iced cola these days? Does the cola you get from the air conditioner van count? Ugh, it's better not to talk about this. I really miss the days when we could have iced drinks. This damn hot weather is baking me to death. Is that the guy posting the ad, GZong? I think he's pretty famous. He wouldn't lie to people in the public chat, would he? Seriously? Even big shots are using their reputation to scam money now? Damn, I'm gonna check the exchange right now. If they really dare to scam money with cola that's over 20 degrees Celsius, I'll make sure they pay the price. I'll go check it out too, and see what alcohol content a can of cola dares to call itself ice cola. A heated discussion ensued on the public chat, with the vast majority of people expressing their doubts about GZong's advertisement. But just a few seconds later, the chat exploded again. Holy crap, it's real! Coca-Cola at 5 degrees Celsius. How the hell did they do that? And they put 100 cans on the shelves at once. That GZong guy has ice-type talent? Where did this ice-type talent come from? I only remember water and fire types. I've never even heard of ice-type. Damn, someone bought it. No, how did the quantity drop so fast? Holy crap, there are only 50 cans left. Holy crap, gone. Sold out already? That was less than 20 seconds. You're telling me that a can of Coke costs 3 gold coins and sold 100 cans in 20 seconds. Outrageous. You guys don't understand, do you? Their positioning is high-end luxury drinks, just like Rolex and Hermes in the previous world. Their target customers are not ordinary people. We can't afford 3 gold coins, but those rich tycoons can. Awesome. My buddies and I just chipped in 0.3 gold coins each to buy a can, and after a sip, it was so refreshing. Damn. Why didn't I think of that? I should have asked one of my buddies in the group to share a can. Those room temperature Cokes are like hot soup. You can't drink them at all. Any more experts out there? At GZong. Oh no, I missed out and got a scolding from my older brother. Is this really it? GZong, please say something. Will it be available again? I really can't wait. Looking to buy. I just managed to snag a bottle. Anyone interested can resell it for 5 gold coins. Consider it a 2 gold coin reward for my hard work. I managed to snag 2 cans. Anyone want one? Just DM me. Wait, scalpers are even out here? Inside the RV, GZong was also taken aback when he saw the 300 gold coins that had been deposited into his account. He never expected that an ice cola priced at 3 gold coins a can would be so popular. It seems there are still many people willing to spend money. Not only did it sell out instantly, but his inbox was also flooded with messages, with a number of messages reaching a staggering 99 plus. Are you there? Do you have any Coke left? Hello, our group needs 5 cans. Do you still have any in stock? Brother, I'm begging you. Sell me a can for 2 gold coins. Just let me have a sip. I really want to drink it so badly. Hey bro, can I trade one of those videos for a can? The girl's a model, you know. /shy. Can I get a discount? I'm a student. I'm a manager in the Battlefield Alliance Regiment 1. Do you have 20 bottles in stock? Let's be friends. I'm receiving so many private messages that I simply can't reply to them all. GZong had no choice but to issue another announcement. I'm not replying to too many private messages right now. We're not accepting offline orders for the time being. The 5 degrees Celsius Coke is sold out, but the 12 degrees Celsius Coke will be available in 1 minute. Each can cost 2 gold coins. A new batch is expected to be produced in 4 hours and will be available as soon as possible. If you're interested, please keep an eye out. After issuing this announcement, GZong immediately took out all the Coke from the refrigerator's crisper drawer. He just drank 1 can, and now he has 139 cans left. He kept 9 cans and put the other 130 cans on the exchange for 2 gold coins each. Successfully uploaded. Sold out in 0.5 seconds. 260 gold coins credited directly to your account. GZong felt a surge of excitement. Making money from luxury goods was so damn easy. Wasn't this faster than killing zombies? He opened the chat channel And sure enough, there was another heated discussion. Many people were regretting that they hadn't managed to grab one. Although the 12 degrees Celsius version didn't taste as good as the 5 degrees Celsius version, it was still 100 times better than room temperature cola, and most importantly, it was cheaper. Even working hard in this sweltering heat, 2 gold coins are still a considerable sum that many people can afford. A number of scalpers have now appeared on the public chat, selling their wares at inflated prices, and they're selling them very easily. The overwhelming demand created a one-sided atmosphere, silencing those who were just being sarcastic. Demand far exceeded supply, which directly established the reputation of Ice Cola and even subtly created a brand effect. Chapter 42, Mythical Ancient Forest, Mysterious Giant Shadow appears. Despite the rampant scalping outside, GZong has no plans to raise prices. Scalpers are also part of the reputation. He can still sell it if he raises the price now, but that would be ruining his own reputation and damaging his personal image. To exhaust the resources of a pond and catch all the fish is a losing proposition. If you sell steadily at this price for several rounds, you can still make a fortune. A tier 3 vehicle is not a dream. We still have to thank this scorching hot weather. As GZong unpacked the coke on the ground, he felt a mix of emotions. However, this money didn't just fall from the sky. All of this is thanks to my own prior, unseen investments. Those who dare to choose the extreme heavy load vehicle route for the advanced tier 2 vehicle are already extremely rare. The person who started with a beat-up van, despite being at a disadvantage, still dared to choose to upgrade to an extreme heavy-duty vehicle and simultaneously upgrade the level 2 power generation device and level 2 refrigerator. Is extremely rare. I estimate I'm the only person in the entire region. These are all formidable technological barriers. After putting all 200-plus cans of cola into the refrigerator, GZong began preparing lunch. He washed a dozen or so kiwis and placed them on a plate. He then took out a series of fruits and vegetables from Xianwan, washed, and chopped them all. Finally, he bought some cooked meat from the exchange, opened a bottle of iced cola, and began to feast. Alright, I almost forgot to send her a few bottles. GZong opened his friend's private messages while eating. He then discovered that Xianwan had sent him good news 2 hours earlier, saying that there would be plenty of sunshine today and a bumper harvest. GZong initiated the transaction, giving her several bottles of chilled cola and a few packaged cooked meat dishes. The girl happily accepted it, saying, "Brother, wait a few minutes. There's a little surprise today. I'm sure you'll like it." A few minutes later, Xianwan initiated a trade, and 4 ice blue fruits appeared in the trade window. GZong clicked to confirm. The next moment, 4 fruits, which were entirely ice blue in color, shaped like tomatoes, and covered with glistening water droplets, appeared in his hand. A line of information appears. Cooling fruit. Level, high-grade fruit. Review. The fruit, which grows abundantly in the starry sky forest, can only bear fruit successfully under strong sunlight, absorbing a large amount of nutrients and water. It has a sweet and rich taste. Within an hour of consumption, it releases a large amount of cooling energy, significantly reducing body and skin temperature, making it suitable for consumption while working outdoors in hot weather. GZong glanced at the introduction and felt a surge of joy. This thing is so useful. It's almost noon now, and the outside temperature is as high as 50 degrees Celsius. I'm going out to explore this afternoon, and this thing will solve a big problem. GZong showered him with compliments, and only then did the man go to eat lunch, completely satisfied. Next, Kizo began to enjoy his sumptuous lunch. After finishing off all the food on the table, he picked up the bowl of kiwi fruit and ate it as dessert. A total of 13 kiwis were obtained, resulting in a 6.5 increase in constitution. Although it wasn't as significant as the boost from yesterday's Miss Treasure Fruit, it was still a substantial increase. Moreover, he had a completely new and enhanced experience this time. That's the spirit value. The 1.3-point improvement in his mental state made his senses more acute and his energy relatively more abundant. This kind of tangible improvement is significantly different from the numerical increases that come with titles. Very comfortable and very subtle. It's like the soul has grown. He even had a feeling that after his physical constitution improved to a certain level, perhaps his spirit was the unknown path that he needed to explore even more. It seems I need to pay more attention to this aspect in the future. GZong thought to himself. Unfortunately, the yield of kiwi fruit was too small, and he only stumbled upon that one kiwi fruit tree on his way there and back that morning. Hopefully, I'll make some progress this afternoon. After a hearty meal and a short rest in the car, GZong packed up all his gear and set off again. The moment the car door was opened, a terrifying wave of heat rushed out. GZong immediately broke out in a thin layer of sweat. The temperature of over 50 degrees Celsius was truly unbearable for most people. Fortunately, we had help this time. He took out a cooling fruit from his bag and ate it in a few bites. The oppressive heat that had been enveloping me dissipated considerably. This thing isn't cold in a physical sense like ice. Instead, like mint, it slowly releases a cool sensation from within, effectively counteracting the high external temperature, without causing any discomfort throughout. It's truly amazing. GZong was also pleasantly surprised. The effect was amazing. Let's go. This time, however, GZong did not choose to act recklessly. Instead, he searched around and chose a tall tree that was hundreds of meters high. He then took out his grappling hook and began to climb it. He quickly climbed to the very top of the tree canopy. When his head peeked out from the dense foliage, everything around him became incredibly bright and open. The field of vision hundreds of meters above is on a completely different level compared to when he was on the ground. A strong wind blows, and the lush foliage above the forest resembles a green ocean, rippling with a rustling sound. Ahead lies a vast, boundless forest, with countless ancient trees of various shapes reaching for the sky, interspersed with majestic mountains and enormous lakes, altogether creating a mysterious landscape painting. What shocked him even more was that at the end of his vision, among those indescribably tall and hazy sacred trees, he saw the colossal shadow of a creature. Unfortunately, the distance was too great. Even on a clear, sunny day with excellent visibility, and even with eagle vision enabled, it was difficult to discern what kind of mythical creature it was. Holy crap! GZong slowly swallowed. Compared to that kind of being, I'm probably not even worth a mosquito right now. Despite his curiosity, he didn't forget to get down to business. After searching the nearby forest for a while, he quickly figured out the route most likely to yield something good. Of course, that was also the most dangerous route. After confirming the direction of travel, GZong climbed down from the tree and officially began the afternoon's exploration. This time, with the boost from over a dozen kiwis and the buff from the cooling fruit, his travel speed was significantly faster than in the morning. The figure moved with incredible agility through the forest, overcoming various obstacles and continuing to venture deeper into the woods. However, dangers continued to emerge. He had only gone less than 2 kilometers when he was attacked by wild animals multiple times. The wild animals here are not as docile as the herbivores on the plains. Brown bears, tigers, and gorillas, among others. Each one was at least twice the size of the ones on Earth, the kind that could smash a person into mincemeat with a single slap. Chapter 43, Triggered Intelligence. Mysterious 7-colored light. Moreover, just like the adult blood pythons back then, they are all worth 0.5 gold coins and are considered big monsters. Against such a large and ferocious beast, the firepower of a pistol would certainly be ineffective. When encountering them, GZong would immediately use a sniper rifle to fire at long range. As long as a few shots hit the head or vital organs in succession, he could usually take them down. When you encounter those who are stubborn and manage to successfully ambush you, GZong then drew out the blood of the moon and engaged them in close combat. His current physical fitness level has reached over 40 points, and his various physical values are more than 4 times that of a normal person. On Earth, staging a scene of Wu Song fighting the tiger at Jingyang Ridge wouldn't be a big problem. But this is another world after all, and even a random tiger here is 5 or 6 meters long and weighs more than 2 tons. GZong dared to fight them in close combat, mainly because of the cicada wing armor and moonblood. The protection provided by the cicada wing armor is completely unbreakable. Even the force impact transmitted to the body through the armor will be largely neutralized, remaining within the range that the body can withstand. The blood of the moon is even more outrageous. The blade, already incredibly sharp, is further enhanced with a level 2 super sharpening, making it utterly devastating when used to slay such a beast. As long as you find the right angle, you can cut off the opponent's huge head with a single stroke without any effort. After becoming familiar with close combat, GZong stopped using a sniper rifle and engaged in knife fights throughout, honing his combat skills and close-quarters awareness through this method. However, This route is significantly more dangerous than the one in the morning. GZong had only advanced less than 2 kilometers when he encountered his first elite monster. It was a giant tree spirit that was over 10 meters tall, with roots stuck in the ground, and its trunk covered with moss and fallen leaves, like a long-dead tree. GZong was resting against the tree roots, gulping down his cola, when he looked up and realized that the branches above him were moving. It turned out to be a large hand with branches and vines twisted together. GZong was startled and immediately darted forward. The large hand slammed down on the spot where he had been standing. If he hadn't run fast, that blow would have crushed him into 3 pieces. Then, countless roots were pulled from the ground and turned into 2 walking vines. Above the tree trunk, a pair of turbid eyes opened, and the scarlet color in the pupils seemed to express its anger at being disturbed. Tree Spirit. Level: Elite Monster. Evaluation: an ancient race that inhabits the outer edge of the starry sky forest. Their ancestors were once the guardians of the mythical forest, but were banished for some reason. Tree spirits can live up to 10,000 years, but because of these extremely long years, they forget many things, even losing some of their true self, and often fall into a deep slumber. Tree spirits generally do not attack other species unless provoked, but if you disturb their sleep, they will relentlessly and endlessly hunt you down. No, is this thing really that vengeful? Upon seeing this information, GZong raised an eyebrow slightly. At that moment, the tree spirit ran towards him, its enormous hand slamming down. GZong dodged with a side roll. Thump! The ground shook violently. To be honest, although this guy looked scary, his movements were a bit slow. GZong easily dodged the next few attacks. After creating some distance between himself and the tree spirit, he picked up his sniper rifle, aimed, and fired 2 shots in eagle vision mode, accurately shooting out both of the tree spirit's eyes. The tree spirit went completely berserk, and having lost its sight, it frantically attacked its surroundings. The commotion attracted many wild animals, but seeing such a big guy going crazy, they all turned and ran away. GZong could have left, but it would have been a waste not to kill this blind monster. He stood at a distance and tried firing a few more shots, but to little avail. A bullet hitting it is no different than hitting a wooden stake. After studying it for a while, GZong discovered that the creature had a raised red bump on its chest, surrounded by fine red veins that spread outwards towards the bark like blood vessels. GZong immediately picked up the Barrett and fired a shot at the red bump. Bang! The incredibly powerful armor-piercing bullet was fired instantly with a loud bang, hitting the red bumps on the tree spirit's trunk directly. The immense kinetic energy punched a hole the size of a bowl into the tree spirit's trunk, and its body froze in place before slowly falling backward. Boom! A flurry of falling leaves kicked up dust. Successfully defeated a tree spirit elite monster. Gold +2. Tree spirit heart +1. Done. Another forging material in hand. GZong smiled and was about to continue exploring when a notification sounded in his mind. Bite. Today's news alert triggered. Receive or not? GZong was somewhat taken aback. He had been in this place for quite a while. So how could he suddenly trigger intelligence? Could it be that the fight just now attracted monsters from other places? He hesitated, wondering whether to accept the offer or simply run away. Grass. It's already afternoon anyway. Let's take a gamble. Take over. Today's information. High-risk warning. You have approached an extremely dangerous area on the outskirts of the forest. The intense gunfire just now has alerted the terrifying creatures there. Just 5 kilometers to your southeast, that terrifying entity has begun its advance towards this area. You must avoid it. But in that dangerous area, there are often mysterious 7-colored lights flowing around. Perhaps we should go and take a look, if you have that kind of courage. Upon seeing the words, high-risk warning, GZong immediately scanned the intelligence report at top speed, and then his pupils suddenly contracted. 7-colored light? Upon noticing this keyword, GZong felt a thumping in his chest, and his heart began to race. 5 kilometers to the southeast. His gaze fell in the direction indicated by the intelligence report, where a deep, dark forest lay. The intelligence says that the terrifying creature is already heading this way. Doesn't that mean I can use this as a diversion to launch a surprise attack on their base? Let's do it. That's a 7-colored light. I wonder what treasure chest it contains. It's definitely worth the risk. He threw the Barrett directly into the bushes next to him and put all the other equipment into his backpack, leaving only the blood of the moon. He then spent 45 gold coins to buy 3 cold weapon modification, lightweight items on the exchange in one go, and used them all on Moonblood, directly raising the lightweight modification to level 5, the maximum level. The weight on my back immediately decreased significantly. It was useless to keep it in the car before, so it was okay if it was a little heavy. Now that we're traveling light, it's time to race, so we have to maximize every possible element. After doing all this, he lay down on the ground and listened intently. Thump! Thump! The ground was trembling slightly. It was the sound of a giant creature running and leaping. It was very close. A rainbow treasure chest appears in Chapter 44. The Terror of the Ancient Remnants. GZong's expression turned serious. He immediately rushed into the nearby woods, taking a roundabout route to avoid the mysterious behemoth while quickly heading southeast. Whoosh! GZong moved with incredible speed, darting through the woods. However, the weeds here were too dense, with intertwined tree roots and vines, and wild beasts and poisonous insects were hiding there from time to time, which greatly slowed down his progress. He simply jumped up, grabbed the vines hanging in midair, and started swinging like a monkey. This makes it much faster, and there's a sense of exhilarating leaping. The straight line distance between the two sides also began to rapidly close. Thump, thump, thump. Thump! GZong could clearly hear the terrifying rumble not far away. It was hard to imagine what kind of being it was. Finally, the two sides passed each other in the forest, which was several hundred meters apart. GZong paused here deliberately to avoid being discovered by the other party. At the same time, he activated Eagle Vision and looked at the location of the other party. Through the layers of dense forest, he saw a huge black shadow that flashed by with overwhelming force. GZong narrowed his eyes slightly, then continued on his way towards his destination. Fortunately, the loud noise caused by the giant creature allowed GZong to completely disregard the disturbance caused by his actions and advance at full speed. For kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, just as we were getting close to our destination, GZong's face darkened, because that thing actually came back. How could it be so fast? Hearing the increasingly loud tremors coming from behind, GZong felt a headache coming on. But since we come all this way, we can't leave empty-handed. What's wrong with meeting it? Dude, you've got blurring. GZong made up his mind and continued heading towards his destination. Moreover, this time there are signposts, so we don't need to search a huge area. We just need to keep up with that giant creature. He followed the trail left by the creature, proceeding cautiously. Everywhere there were broken vines and snapped trees, and the weeds, some over a meter tall, were trampled deep into the soil, becoming part of the massive footprints. That thing's aura was too powerful. Almost no wild beasts or monsters dared to approach the path it had taken, and even snakes, rats, and poisonous insects fled. A few minutes later, GZong finally arrived at his final destination by following the road that had been crushed into existence. That was a canyon. The canyon wasn't large, but it was surrounded by horrifying piles of bones and heaps of excrement over a meter high. In the middle of the canyon, the terrifying pressure emanating from the giant walking figure made people afraid to even breathe. That thing was a giant ape that was at least 30 meters tall. Its entire body is covered in thick, jet-black fur like steel needles. The bulging, muscular rim was covered with numerous hideous scars. 2 sharp lower fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth, and his murderous gaze seemed to still hold lingering anger. Its body was so large that even without using Eagle Eye mode, a flood of information appeared before GZong's eyes the moment he saw it. Adult War Apes, Relict Species. Level, Supermonster. Evaluation, Descendants of the War Ape Clan. After the Great Mythological War, the War Ape Clan was defeated, and their remaining members scattered throughout the Eternal Continent, becoming wanderers. After years of reproduction with other ancient ape groups, their bloodline is no longer pure, but they still possess dominant power among opponents of the same level. Super weird. This was the first time GZong had ever seen a high-level monster above elite monsters, and it was the strongest race at this level. In addition, there's another important piece of information. Eternal Continent. Is this the true name of the plains? GZong thought to himself. It seems that these monsters do not only inhabit this place, but also have a deeper, unknown background behind them. I absolutely cannot defeat such a top-tier super monster right now. I can't fight it head-on. Let's find that 7-colored light first. GZong climbed up a nearby tree and activated Eagle Vision. The specific scenes inside the canyon also appeared before his eyes. His gaze swept past the scattered bones, excrement, and fruit remnants, and began to search carefully. Not long after, he found a 7-colored treasure chest lying quietly on the ground in a mountain stream. Rainbow Treasure Chest, Special. Comment: this contains 3 rare treasures, but you can only choose one. If you choose the wrong one, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Found it. GZong's heart pounded wildly. No wonder he couldn't find the corresponding rainbow color in the previous treasure chest sequence. It turned out to be a special treasure chest. But before GZong could even feel happy, he noticed another presence in his line of sight, a figure that resembled a human, sitting quietly there. It was an old ape. When GZong noticed it, he felt a chill run down his spine, because the old ape was staring at him with an incredibly calm gaze. No, I'm not watching it right now. It seems it has been watching me from the very beginning. This eye contact, though separated by a kilometer, made GZong's scalp tingle. Ancient Ape King, Relic. Level, King level monster. Current status, critically injured and in critical condition. Evaluate. A line of information appears. King level monster. An existence even higher than the super monster has appeared. When he came to his senses, GZong's back was already soaked with cold sweat. At that moment, the giant ape held a handful of fruit that it had just plucked from the tree and poured it in front of the old ape, gesturing for it to eat. Suddenly, the giant ape seemed to sense the unusual gaze. Its body paused abruptly, and then its bloodthirsty gaze slowly turned to the back, pointing directly at the human figure hidden in the distant tree. Not a buddy? You guys all have spider sense? GZong was about to break down. He finally understood why Eagle Eye was only a sea-level talent. Any high-level creature could sense it. Roar! The giant ape let out a deafening roar and charged madly toward GZong. This overwhelming force is enough to make any human's legs go weak instantly. GZong took a deep breath, his adrenaline surging, but he had no intention of letting it go. It's time to go all out. He jumped straight down from the tree and rushed into the canyon. The two sides closed the distance rapidly. The giant ape's speed was far beyond that of the slow-moving old tree spirits. With a leap, its entire body instantly flew up, like a bomb weighing hundreds of tons, crashing heavily towards GZong's direction. At that distance and speed, GZong had no chance of dodging. But he didn't intend to hide. Blur! GZong gritted his teeth, and his entire body instantly entered a state of nothingness and transparency. Boom strapje! The giant ape landed, its 2 palms clasped together, forming a massive hammer that slammed into the earth, causing countless terrifying cracks to appear in the ground. But that tiny human figure had already vanished. At this moment, GZong was already using his mind to control his body, and quickly flew towards the direction of the rainbow treasure chest. Chapter 45, A Successful Gamble. 2 talent fragments collected. Although the canyon is not large, it would be difficult for him to reach the target location in one go, given his flying speed. GZong looked back. Unable to find him, the giant ape began to attack everything around it in a frenzy. GZong turned his gaze back to the front, his expression serious. His biggest worry right now is that old ape. King-level monster. Moreover, it's a king-level monster that isn't characterized by its size. That's the most terrifying kind. Who knows what powerful abilities it possesses? 3, 2, 1. After 10 seconds, GZong's body reappeared. The moment he landed from his ethereal state, he began sprinting towards the rainbow treasure chest, while simultaneously spending 10 gold coins to refresh the cooldown of his ethereal skill. Bye! Skill etherealization, successfully refreshed. Next refresh required, 20 gold coins. At this moment, GZong is still more than halfway to the 7-color treasure chest. As he ran, he kept his eyes fixed on the old ape, intending to immediately re-enter the ethereal state the moment it made any move. Fortunately, the other person was still looking at him calmly, with little emotion in his weathered eyes. GZong felt somewhat relieved, but was still puzzled by the situation. It's so close, yet it hasn't attacked me. Is it because it's seriously injured? But GZong had no time to think about this problem, because as soon as he appeared, the giant ape sensed his presence and chased after him with even greater rage. When the giant ape's palm, which was as big as a room, slammed down on him, GZong once again entered a state of ethereal transformation. Boom strapje! Amidst a cloud of dust billowing from a ground explosion, GZong flew toward the rainbow treasure chest at top speed. With only 3 seconds left in the countdown, he finally got close to the rainbow treasure chest and picked it up with both hands. Whoosh! The rainbow treasure chest disappeared into thin air the moment it left the ground. At this moment, GZong was closest to a true king-level monster, only a dozen meters away. He noticed a detail. The native inhabitants of this world seemed unaware of the treasure chest's existence. This large chest, radiating a 7-colored light, simply vanished without causing any anomalies. GZong held the 7-colored treasure chest. His excitement was beyond words, but now was not the time to open the treasure chest. Making a quick getaway was the priority. He rushed towards the canyon exit at top speed. At this moment, the second time he was in the ethereal state was over, and he was less than 50 meters away from the berserk giant ape. GZong refreshed his skills once again. By skill etherealization successfully refreshed. Next refresh required 40 gold coins. The giant ape's fighting bloodline was indeed formidable. With just 2 attempts at intangibility, it had figured out the pattern of GZong's intangibility ability. The moment GZong appeared, it grabbed a boulder from the ground and hurled it at him. The attack speed is too fast. GZong didn't get a moment's respite and had to spend 40 gold coins to refresh again, entering the ethereal state. Fortunately, this time, he successfully escaped the canyon. But the war giant ape's intelligence was terrifyingly high. It actually followed the direction GZong had left and chased him all the way to the outside of the canyon. Its lantern-sized pupils scanned everything around it with anger and killing intent. GZong deliberately avoided it, his figure disappearing into the dense forest outside. This time, at least they managed to create some distance, but they were still discovered by the giant ape with its keen senses, and a terrifying pursuit ensued. GZong was also filled with anger. He reluctantly spent 80 gold coins to refresh his skills and fled in another direction. Damn it. Thank goodness I had some gold coins in reserve, otherwise I might really be done for today. The giant ape, having been tricked several times in a row, was furious. It swung its ferocious fists, wantonly destroying the surrounding trees, determined to find the human. GZong was flying rapidly through the forest. Based on this distance, he would need to use his skill again to completely shake off his opponent. He was really going all out. But just when he had only a few seconds left, the old ape, still sitting in the canyon, slowly opened its mouth and uttered a syllable that was difficult to discern. The syllable wasn't loud, but it traveled extremely fast, as if a resonance of some information frequency had been directly transmitted to the giant ape. The giant ape, which was in a state of rage, received the message from its leader and finally regained some of its rationality. It stopped chasing and snorted loudly into the air before turning around and returning to the canyon. At the same time, GZong's intangibility period ended, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the other party did not pursue him again. The repeated ethereal flight, coupled with the rapid activities in the early stages, had already left him physically and mentally exhausted. Stepping down from a state of high tension, my legs felt weak and my head was spinning. He found a place to rest, drank a sports drink, and ate some functional fruits and vegetables, which finally helped him recover. But he dared not linger there any longer, and set off without stopping, returning to the place where he had killed the tree spirit and retrieving Barrett. Upon arriving here, he was completely exhausted, feeling unsteady on his feet, and just wanted to get back to the RV to rest. Illusion and Eagle Eye are both major drains of stamina. If it weren't for this spiritual cabbage's rapid stamina recovery buff, he would probably be exhausted by now. GZong ate a cooling fruit to replenish his cooling buff, and then, barely managing to stay upright, slowly returned to his parking spot. However, on his way back, he encountered an unexpected surprise. He found a bronze treasure chest in a tree hole full of spiders and poisonous insects. This is the third bronze treasure chest he has found. The first one yielded the rare material, armor core, and the second one contained gold coins and talent fragments. I wonder what will be revealed this time. I absolutely have to get the talent fragment. I'm just one B-grade talent fragment away from getting it. Filled with excitement and nervousness, GZong quickly used his pistol to clear away the poisonous insect from the tree hole and reached out to open it. The bronze treasure chest gleamed, and a pile of resource materials jumped out. Received 35 gold coins, 100 parts, and 10 superwood. Obtained 7 C-rank talent fragments. Obtained 2 B-rank talent fragments. Cool. It's out. And there are also 7 C-level talent fragments, so the second C-level talent is coming soon. GZong was overjoyed and put everything into his pocket. And then there are the resources, not to mention gold coins and parts, but that superwood is a top-notch item. Carpenters, with their natural talents, can refine ordinary wood into fine wood, and then into superwood, a third-tier material that can be used to upgrade high-end furniture for vehicles. Although the market for this type of timber is relatively small at the moment, the value of super timber is not low, and it costs at least 10 gold coins to buy it offline. In any case, with this pure resource bronze treasure chest as a backup, the cost of this trip has been fully recovered. GZong dragged his tired body and continued his return journey. Finally, around 4 p.m., we arrive at our RV campsite. Chapter 46, The True Dragon Descends. The first divine beast pet. As soon as I got on the bus, GZong collapsed onto the floor, completely exhausted, basking in the cool air from the air conditioner, not wanting to move an inch. It took him a good 10 minutes to get up from the floor again. There were too many things to deal with, and now was not the time to rest. First, there's the rainbow treasure chest we risked our lives to obtain. GZong looked at the special treasure chest, which was quietly piled on the floor and was shimmering with 7-colored light, and rubbed his hands together. Please don't let me down. GZong took a few deep breaths, then reached out and opened it. A dazzling burst of 7-colored light gradually emanated from the gap in the open treasure chest, illuminating the surrounding area. GZong's pupils gradually dilated, and 3 treasures, surrounded by mysterious halos, floated and sank inside the treasure chest. Please choose one of the 3 treasures. Filled with excitement, GZong carefully examined the detailed descriptions of each treasure. The first treasure. Dragon Slaying Sword. Tier. Legendary, weapon and armor tiers. Common, excellent, rare, precious, mythical, epic, mythical. Durability, 100%. Exclusive skill. Dragon's Resentment. Passive skill. The Dragon Slayer Sword is imbued with the resentment of many powerful dragons, which causes each of its strikes to deal additional soul erosion damage. Exclusive skill. Sword Aura Domain. After activation, a sword Aura Domain with a diameter of 50 meters is formed around the user, dealing massive damage to anything within the range for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Evaluation. This is a divine weapon that once slaughtered countless dragons on the battlefield of gods. Unfortunately, the mottled blade and the loss of divinity prevent it from regaining its former majesty and glory. However, it is still an ancient blade that can make low to mid-level opponents tremble with fear. Friendly reminder, legendary and higher-level equipment cannot be modified. Legendary equipment. Upon seeing such high-level equipment for the first time, GZong's expression turned slightly serious. Comes with 2 exclusive skills. That's really impressive. But to be honest, GZong felt that he was not up to the task of wielding this ancient divine weapon. The rare grade Blood of the Moon is already incredibly overpowered for him right now. Is it really necessary to force him to equip this mid to late game item? Furthermore, this item overlaps with the effects of Blood of the Moon. If we choose it, do we still need to forge Blood of the Moon later? GZong temporarily put these considerations aside and looked at the second option first. The Dragon Imprisoned Swamp, Quest Book. Dungeon Rank, S. Tickets, 20. Send an invitation ticket to any survivor. Once the survivor agrees, they will receive entry to the dungeon and can work together to conquer it. Suggested ticket price, 1,000 gold coins/ticket. Assessment. This quest is a high-level dungeon. Please make all necessary preparations before attempting it. If you fail to complete the dungeon, the survivors will face an extremely high risk of death. Friendly reminder, personal vehicles cannot enter the instance. Quest sheet, instance. GZong was stunned. This was a prop he had never seen or heard of before. He had no clear concept of what the so-called S-level dungeon was. However, judging from the ticket price, The value of this S-level rating is absolutely extremely high. 1,000 gold coins per card, 20 cards in total. Just from the ticket sales, they can make a net profit of 20,000 gold coins. That's outrageous. GZong felt a sudden surge of excitement, but his enthusiasm quickly faded. This is something we can't afford to fight at this stage. Who could afford a ticket that costs 1,000 gold coins? Even a top-tier tycoon like him doesn't have that kind of money. Besides, they couldn't beat them anyway. Choosing it meant that, like the treasure map, the cursed scroll, it would remain gathering dust for a long time. GZong continued to look at the third option. The mysterious egg. Grade? Review. A mysterious egg that might hatch into something unexpected. Why not give it a try? What is that? GZong was momentarily stunned by the overly brief evaluation above. Is this something that came out of the rainbow treasure chest along with the Dragon Slayer sword and the Dragon Imprisonment Swamp questbook? Wait, a dragon? The first two pieces of equipment are related to the word dragon. Could this thing be a dragon egg? Upon realizing this possibility, GZong's eyes immediately lit up. Following this line of thought, maybe I can actually gamble and win a dragon pet. Egg. Eggs are a must. GZong reached out, cradled the mysterious egg, and slowly took it out. After the mysterious egg was taken out, the rainbow treasure chest slowly closed. After all the light dissipated, the entire treasure chest turned into shattered light dust and vanished into the air. GZong held the egg in both hands, looking at the unchanged information panel, and thought of a serious question. Then what? How do you hatch this thing? Should we incubate it in bed? Or heat it in the microwave? Eggs that smell really good when microwaved. GZong thought seriously for a few minutes, and finally held it to his ear and shook it gently. Knock knock. He heard a slight knocking sound coming from inside the egg, as if the life inside had already taken shape. GZong was about to put it aside for the time being, but unexpectedly, the egg started to move slightly. It's awake? GZong immediately became serious, placed it on the bed, and squatted down beside it to observe it quietly. The egg began to shake, and the creature inside was trying to hatch. Please don't let some snake or chicken-like thing appear. GZong prayed silently. Soon, the eggshell broke, and a cute little head poked out, its two big eyes blinking as it looked at the human in front of it. It struggled to crawl out of the eggshell, its four little feet taking unsteady steps as it slowly walked towards GZong. It really is a dragon? Witnessing the birth of a real dragon firsthand, GZong found it difficult to describe his feelings at that moment. This is a mythical creature. Although it has just hatched, a special kind of white fur has already grown on its head, neck, back, and tail, slowly swaying like a human's hair, gently swaying in the water when submerged. It's quite magical. The two small, rounded horns on its forehead further demonstrate its extremely noble and orthodox lineage. A line of information appears. Young dragon, purebred bloodline, ancient divine beast. Level, super monster growing. Status, hungry. Master-servant relationship, none. Evaluation. After the ancient war, almost all the pure-blooded dragons disappeared. Legend has it that their remaining race fled to the mysterious Rift World, leaving only a very small number scattered throughout the Eternal Continent. Important notice. You have successfully hatched a mythical beast pet. You can choose from the following. 1. Establish a master-servant relationship. 2. Release animals. Chapter 47, Everyone's a Scalper. Master G is truly a man of principle. Grass can be released back into the wild. You went through all that trouble to bring it back just to release it back into the wild, right? GZong was amused by this option. He then reached out, picked up the tiny baby dragon, and examined it closely. The silvery white dragon scales have a cool, refreshing feel, while the dragon hair on its head and back is like a soft, delicate brush, making it feel exceptionally pleasant to the touch. Moreover, the moment he got his hands on it, GZong sensed a mysterious and profound energy emanating from it. Perhaps this is what we've seen in various reviews before, such as Divinity or Bloodline. The baby dragon nuzzled against his hand, then let out a soft, babyish cry and nibbled on his fingers. But, is this little thing really super weird? Could this fighting power defeat a gecko? GZong chuckled and shook his head, then pressed the option to establish a master-servant relationship. Fight. Successfully concluded. New pet, baby dragon. Friendly reminder. You can also earn coins by defeating enemies with your pet, and you can use certain resources, equipment, and items. It was a success. Since you were born from an egg, I'll call you Egg Boy from now on. GZong rubbed its head with his finger, not feeling at all that there was anything wrong with giving a young dragon such a tang name. Afterwards, he bought several boxes of pure milk from the exchange, poured it into a small iron basin, and pushed it in front of Danzi. The baby dragon, with its wobbly, clumsy steps, climbed onto the edge of the basin and began to gulp down the milk. But it slipped and fell head first into the milk, causing GZong to burst into laughter. I wonder how fast this thing is growing. What kind of fighting power will they have after they grow up? However, the thought of having a real dragon as a mount in the future filled GZong with excitement. That would be so cool. I calmed my excited emotions. He opened the chat channel. Sure enough, his inbox was flooded with private messages, with countless people urging him to put chilled cola on the shelves. It seems that a whole day of scorching heat has really tormented everyone. Today, many survivors have died from heat stroke while working in the high temperatures, causing a sharp rise in the price of various heat stroke prevention products. In comparison, the price of ice cola actually seems quite affordable. Although this thing is mainly for entertainment and enjoyment, it is not very effective in cooling off in the summer. However, it is still highly favored by powerful figures and bigwigs, who are eager to pay extra to get their hands on it immediately. GZong, however, did not intend to open that door. What he wanted to build now was his personal reputation and brand, since he would not only be selling low-end products like cola in the future. Therefore, it's best not to do things like selling things privately at high prices. He posted an announcement on the public chat that the product would be available soon. Instantly, the entire chat exploded. Holy crap, Boss GZong has finally shown up. Get ready to fire. Get ready to fire. Come on, I'll blow you tentacle monsters to smithereens. Please let me grab one, I just want to buy some Xiaomi. Luckily, there are no scripts in Survival World, so everyone is competing on real hand speed. Otherwise, none of us here would have gotten a sip of soup. Huh, why are you all so excited? You can really afford such high-end drinks. Are you stupid? Even if you can't afford it, you should still grab it and resell it to those important people who need it. You can easily make a net profit of 3 gold coins. Wow, is everyone really a scalper? Speaking of which, Mr. G is a really generous person. The market is so hot, but he hasn't raised prices and he hasn't supplied goods privately. It's like he's giving everyone a lottery. He's really righteous. Respect, Master G. They're a super lone wolf boss who came out to rescue people on the very first night. So naturally, they don't care about this little bit of extra money. They said they'd sell it for this price, and that's the price. I wish I could snag 10 cans. Brother G, I'm your dog. Dream on. With so many people, you'd be lucky to even get 1 can. If I could snag one, I wouldn't even want to sell it. I just want to sip. I'm practically dried out from the heat right now. After issuing the announcement, GZong opened the exchange and listed all 100 cans of 4 to 5 degrees Celsius Coca-Cola from the refrigerator's freezer section. Whoosh! The quantity dropped directly from 100 seconds to 0. 300 gold coins have been credited to your account. What kind of crazy hand speed is that? GZong was both amused and exasperated. But he didn't hesitate and immediately put the 140 cans of cola at around 12 degrees Celsius in the refrigeration section back on the shelves for 2 gold coins each. Sold out instantly again. Seeing the 168 gold coins arrive in his account, GZong felt a surge of joy. Wait a minute. Something seems off about this number. 168? Shouldn't it be 280? Before he could even figure out what was going on, a notification popped into his mind. Your product, cola, has been found to be significantly priced below market value, and the total value of the goods sold today exceeds 1,000 gold coins. This triggers anti-high price resale sanctions, with 80% of the amount exceeding 1,000 gold coins deducted as a high price tax. If you continue to sell non-market priced items on the same day, 80% of all profits will be deducted until the 1,000 gold coin limit is restored the following day. Holy crap, there's even a limit. If sanctions take 80% of the profits, then what's the point of selling it? He had planned to ship another batch of goods tonight, but now that's out of the question. GZong sighed helplessly and leaned back on the sofa. Forget it. Even if it's 1,000 gold coins, that's already a huge windfall. I can't be too greedy. He sent another message saying, sold out for today, and then closed the chat channel. At this moment, Egg Boy had somehow climbed onto the sofa and was biting the corner of his clothes. GZong was stunned. He turned to look at the milk basin, which was now completely empty. He sat bolt upright, completely shocked. That's 3 cartons of pure milk. How did you manage to drink that much, you tiny little guy? GZong turned around and stared at it. Egg looked at GZong with its big, watery eyes and opened its mouth to whimper a few times. Aren't you full yet? GZong's lips twitched, his smile forced. There's really no need to ask this question, because Egg's information panel still shows him as hungry. It seems like I can't afford to raise this little monster. Pure milk is a highly nutritious beverage and is among the most expensive items on the exchange, costing 0.5 gold coins per box. In just that short time, it has already consumed 1.5 gold coins worth of food. And it's so small. When it grows up, won't it eat up all our savings? Thinking of this, GZong's joy at having just made a fortune vanished instantly. He reluctantly bought a whole case of milk and some fresh meat buns for pets from the exchange. Then I changed it to a larger milk bowl, poured in 7 or 8 cartons of pure milk, added 5 packets of fresh meat, and stirred it well. Then he grabbed the egg-shaped toy that was anxiously spinning around at his feet and threw it in with a plop. The egg waffle swam happily in a sea of milk and meat buns, bubbling with delight. Eat it, GZong said irritably before returning to the sofa and opening his backpack. He's preparing to synthesize talent fragments. One is grade C and the other is grade B. I wonder what good stuff they can be combined into. You absolutely have to give it your all. Chapter 48. Hibernating Thunder Without Form. B rank, Growth Talent. He took a deep breath and clicked on the C-level talent synthesis. Bite. C rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on acquiring the talent Basic Movement Technique, rank C. Talent. Basic Movement Technique. Level, C passive. Function. Upon acquiring this talent, you will automatically learn the basic combat movement technique, which will comprehensively improve your body speed, perception sensitivity, reaction speed, dodging skills, stealth ability, and so on. Evaluation. One of the most powerful talent types in melee combat. Although it is only a basic movement technique, it is already comparable to the strongest human martial arts movement technique masters on Earth, and its effectiveness will increase with the increase of physical strength. Tip 1. Survivors can have a maximum of 2 talents of the same level. When they acquire extra talents, they can replace them. Unwanted talents can be broken down into fragments in exchange for higher-level fragments at a ratio of 5:1. Tip 2. Each talent can undergo Transcendent Awakening, a feature that survivors are encouraged to explore on their own. The instant one gains talent, GZong felt a sudden clarity in his mind, as if he had instinctively grasped something profound. It's like having an innate skill that has been honed through countless arduous training sessions. This technique did not improve his physical strength in any way, but it gave him a thorough understanding of every part of his body and the ability to completely control it. At this moment, GZong realized how clumsy his body had been before, relying entirely on brute force to throw bricks, without any real skill whatsoever. This is true talent. GZong was filled with emotion. If C-level movement techniques are this amazing, I wonder how outrageous higher-level movement techniques will be. After getting used to the feeling of having this new skill, he also looked at the B-grade talent fragments in his backpack. Click to combine. The next moment, a notification popped up. You have been detected as one of the top 5 survivors in this area to have fused a grade B talent. You have received the following buff. Successful fusion chance increased by 500%. The top 5 players with fused B-level talents actually have a buff. GZong's heart skipped a beat. Then, a deep blue light gradually condensed and bloomed before his eyes. Holy crap, it has special effects. Bite. Congratulations. Talent synthesis a great success. Gained the B-rank special talent Thunderous Formlessness, B-rank, upgradable. GZong was completely stunned. Holy crap, it actually succeeded. And this suffix, a talent that can be developed? Talent, Hibernating Thunder Without Form, special. Level, B, potential for growth. Skill, Thunder Affinity, passive, possesses an affinity for all thunder elements, can draw lightning from the sky as its own energy reserve, and is more likely to sense thunder element resources. Skill, Formless Thunder, converts and releases the thunder energy within the body, evolving into 3 skills, Thunder Flash, Thunder Curtain, and Thunder Fire Robe. Growth progress, 0%, can be increased using resources such as Thunder Spirit Stones. Evaluation. Lightning talent is the most mysterious and powerful of all elemental talents, and one of the most terrifying destructive forces in the world. To wield it is to wield death itself. Upon receiving this talent, GZong leaned back, as if electrocuted, his eyes flashing with a dazzling light, and an invisible lightning field emanated from his body. The stray hairs on her forehead and the collar of her clothes fluttered slightly in the minefield. A storm raged within GZong's heart. He felt as if his entire body was undergoing a transformative change, as if he had entered an indescribable state of evolution. Several minutes later, this state gradually subsided, and the invisible minefield was also drawn back into his body. Call! GZong exhaled sharply, staring wide-eyed at his hands, still somewhat incredulous. He has now mastered an elemental power. GZong opened the car door and stepped outside. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and as darkness approached, everything was dyed red by the fiery clouds on the horizon. He slowly raised one hand and aimed it at a tree stump not far away. Sizzle, sizzle. Strands of leaping lightning continuously emanated from GZong's body, quickly converging in his palm to form an incomparably dazzling ball of lightning. The ball of lightning contained suppressed destructive energy, seemingly about to explode at any moment. The lightning arcs that spewed from its surface were clawing and connecting with the surrounding earth, plowing out scorched marks on the ground. Yezumkis gaze sharpened. Lightning. The next moment, the lightning ball instantly transformed into a deep blue pillar of light, illuminating the dim forest as if it were daytime. Boom strapje! The lightning bolt flashed out instantly, piercing through the tree stump in front and slamming into a boulder behind, shattering it into pieces. The large tree stump, which required one person to encircle, had a huge, charred hole in it. It creaked and began to fall to the side, finally crashing down with a loud thud, sending up a cloud of fallen leaves and dust. The faint lightning in GZong's eyes gradually dissipated. His face was somewhat pale, and cold sweat had already seeped from his forehead. He staggered back to his car and collapsed onto the sofa. Huff! Hiss! Huff! GZong was panting heavily, and it took him a while to recover. Depend on. He never expected that this skill would be so physically demanding. He was already exhausted in the afternoon, and this last blow almost made him faint. Thankfully, I'm back. But this talent, a burning desire ignited in GZong's eyes. So strong. That's fucking amazing. He only tried one, lightning flash, and it's already this outrageous. There's also the thunder curtain and the thunderfire row behind them. Moreover, these are just derivative skills. The most important thing is this talent, which can be improved. Who knows how outrageous it might become in the future. What a pity. Last time we got fire spirit stones in the mining area. If it were thunder spirit stones, we could have used them immediately. GZong thought to himself. Also, I need to improve my physical condition quickly. He has now discovered that, apart from vehicles, everything else is more or less inseparable from the fundamental element of physical constitution. If he were in good enough physical condition today, he wouldn't be this exhausted. Hopefully, Chen Xianwan will give us a pleasant surprise. GZong opened his friend chat, and Chen Xianwan had already given him a long report on today's battle situation, which made GZong's eyes light up. Good heavens, what a bumper harvest! 21 heads of sunshine cauliflower, 2 heads of spiritual cabbage, 1 starlight spirit fruit, and a whole bunch of other common vegetables. Most importantly, a new rare-grade fruit was released today called the blazing sunflower fruit. However, it's not harvest time yet. According to Chen Xianwan, this premium fruit will take at least 2 days to ripen, meaning it won't be ready to eat until tomorrow. However, these first 3 things are enough. GZong generously gave her a salary of 100 gold coins, covering all the costs of cultivating the fruits and vegetables. Any extra would be salary and bonuses, which made Chen Xianwan extremely happy. With all the fruits and vegetables in hand, GZong immediately set about arranging a sumptuous dinner, and they started cooking. Chapter 49 Upgrading to Autopilot. The 5th night descends. Hiccup. After a hearty meal, GZong lay comfortably on the sofa, feeling the nourishment his body received from the food. That feels good. Gets stronger every day. By this time, Egg had finished the bowl of milk. Its little belly was round and chubby. It struggled to climb out of the milk bowl after kicking its paws several times. Then, it clumsily climbed onto the sofa and, mimicking GZong's posture, sat down on it as well. However, because its tail is so long, its lower limbs can't touch the sofa surface, so it can only turn into a comical arc shape like a shrimp. Do you even have a butt to sit on? GZong was amused by this scene, but he ignored it and turned to open his attribute panel. Name, GZong. Title, Ranger, Constitution +3, Spirit +3, additional kill bonus +20%. Constitution, 52, plus 8.5. Spirit, 13.3. Bonus kill bonus, 20%, accumulated 211.5 gold, can be withdrawn at any time. Bound vehicle, armored motorhome, level 22 upgrade. Talent, daily intelligence, SSS rank, hidden, unique. Hidden thunder formless, rank B, can be upgraded. Hawkeye, level C. Basic movement technique, rank C. 5 sunflowers increase constitution by 0.5. 1 spirit cabbage increases constitution by 3, and 1 starlight fruit increases constitution by 5, for a total of 8.5, which is the highest possible increase. Unfortunately, these things have daily limits. He put the remaining 16 sunflower cauliflowers and 1 spirit cabbage into the refrigerator as a strategic reserve in case of reduced production due to weather such as heavy fog and other weather conditions. Perhaps because of the basic movement technique, after his physique reached over 50 points, he no longer experienced the feeling of power expansion and loss of control caused by the sudden increase in strength. Everything became more refined and stable. I forgot to claim the extra rewards last time, and now they've accumulated to over 200 gold coins. GZong was quite satisfied with the numbers in the extra kill bonus column, but he doesn't plan to withdraw it now. He'll do it all together after killing the monsters tonight. Adding the gold coins he already had, he could definitely accumulate a very high amount. Just thinking about it makes me excited. There are only a dozen or so minutes left before nightfall. GZong started the vehicle and drove out of the dim forest. After nightfall, visibility is greatly limited, making driving dangerous. Several times the RV got stuck in deep pits and ditches, and it was only thanks to its strong chassis and tires that it was able to get out of trouble. But he soon discovered that the place was dark and chaotic, and he unknowingly lost his way. Getting lost here would be a real problem. Left with no other option, he randomly picked a survivor from the Starry Forest area on the public chat, paid 1 gold coin to have them send him coordinates, and finally found the right direction. By the way, vehicles should be able to be upgraded to autonomous driving, right? As he struggled to drive through the jungle, GZong suddenly thought of this problem. He turned his gaze to the center console. He hadn't upgraded the control panel before because of the shortage of gold coins, but now it's time to give it a try. He spent 3 gold coins and 5 parts to upgrade the center console to level 1. The first level center console is rather useless. It only adds a music playback function. What's really impressive is that it contains all types of music from Earth. Damn, this is pretty cool. I can listen to all the songs without having to subscribe. GZong smiled. Those 3 gold coins were definitely worth it. He then bought a level 1 chip from the exchange, spending 15 gold coins, 20 parts, and 1 level 1 chip to upgrade the central control unit to level 2. The original old-fashioned car infotainment screen was instantly upgraded to a super large 4K resolution LCD screen. Moreover, the functionality has been greatly improved. 2 key new features have been added. 1. Voice control system. The entire vehicle is equipped with an intelligent voice system, which allows you to control all electronic devices inside the vehicle, including windows, doors, target detection radar, and defensive turrets through voice commands. 2. Map navigation. Explored terrain routes will be displayed on the navigation map, just like opening a map in a game, which is very convenient. GZong was overjoyed. These 2 functions were incredibly useful. As the equipment on the vehicle continued to increase, he sometimes found himself overwhelmed. Now, with voice control, it was so much more convenient. As for map navigation, it also solves the major problem of getting lost. Finally, I don't have to use the cumbersome coordinate navigation system anymore. Coordinate navigation is essentially just a directional marker on the system's unmapped map, displaying only distance and direction. It's very rudimentary. The new map displays much more information, clearly showing various terrains and obstacles. It's like upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon. Then, GZong looked at the upgrade details for level 3 and was overjoyed. Intelligent driving. It actually exists. However, upgrading to level 3 is very expensive, requiring 70 gold coins, 100 parts, and 1 level 2 chip. Gold coins and parts are acceptable, but level 2 chips are a bit expensive. There are very few for sale on the exchange, and they're mostly over 100 gold coins. GZong hesitated for a while, but finally gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. I'll get promoted sooner or later anyway, so I might as well enjoy it sooner. It's done. He approached each of the buyers in turn, haggled over the price, and finally bought one for 89 gold coins, then immediately clicked to upgrade. The next moment, the entire center console was illuminated by a burst of white light. The original 4K smart LCD screen has been upgraded to 8K resolution and is now a bit larger. The surrounding plastic interior has also been upgraded to genuine leather and wood materials, raising the overall quality of the front row by more than one level. Meanwhile, the vehicle's external radar also integrates 3 lidars and multiple millimeter wave radars, enabling it to detect all surrounding terrain obstacles. On the steering wheel, there is now a smart driving paddle shifter. Intelligent driving. Once activated, the vehicle will continuously drive autonomously at 80% of its maximum speed, following the navigation route. High power consumption. GZong's eyes burned with fervor, and he lifted the pick slightly with his hand. Beep. The vehicle has entered intelligent driving mode. A mechanical female voice rang out. GZong tried letting go of the accelerator and releasing his hands, and the vehicle continued to move forward steadily, intelligently avoiding various obstacles and driving on the optimal route. With autonomous driving, coupled with enemy detection radar and defensive turrets, he can kill monsters while sleeping. This not only frees up my hands, but my whole body is free. Cool. At this point, the RV had already driven out of the dense forest area. The view ahead suddenly opened up, with giant trees scattered across the lush grass, bathed in the starlight of the night sky. Glowing insects, like fireflies, flew up in swarms from the flowers and grass, transforming into flowing carpets of light that adorned the dreamlike landscape of this ancient forest. Call! The RV sped across the wide meadows between the giant trees, heading towards the boundless plains ahead. GZong randomly turned on a heavy metal rock song. He then rolled down the car window, lit a Yushi cigarette, and took a deep drag. This whoosh! White mist dissipated amidst the howling heat outside the window, accompanied by a burst of loud music inside the car. The 5th night of survival has officially begun. Chapter 50. The Forge Zombies Appear. An all-elite monster lineup. A faint mist of blood rose from the plains. The already unbearable high temperatures turned into an even more torturous, sweltering heat. GZong carefully observed the scene outside the window. Then, his pupils contracted slightly, because at this moment, in the distant blood mist, huge lanterns seemed to light up, flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. GZong entered eagle-eye mode. Focusing their gaze on the direction of those lanterns, they discovered that they were actually zombies engulfed in flames. Those fire zombies were as tall as 3 meters, like giants, with almost no facial features visible on their faces, only bare mouths and eye sockets covered in flames. His dark red skin and flesh, like magma, dripped continuously, scorching the ground and sending up wisps of white smoke. A line of information appeared before GZong's eyes. Furnace zombies. Level, elite monster. Review, a super variant of zombies that only appears in high temperatures. Its body is almost entirely covered in lava and flames. Never let these marching zombies from hell get close to your vehicle, or you will experience the most terrifying way to die in the world. It really is a new kind of zombie. And isn't this number a bit exaggerated? Within my field of vision alone, I've already spotted over a dozen of them. And these are elite monsters. GZong's eyes searched around and soon spotted many mad corpses. The ratio of the 2 types of zombies is roughly 50-50. There are no other zombies. Tonight's monsters are all elite ones. Holy crap. GZong was startled. Last night was a bit better than usual, but I never expected to have such a big problem tonight. Suddenly, the radar alarm went off. A conspicuous red dot appeared on the map. Thump! A loud crash was heard, causing the RV to sway slightly. The mad zombies have arrived. GZong picked up the blood of the moon, preparing to go down and confront it. It's a good opportunity to test my current fighting strength. But after glancing at the approaching furnace zombies not far away, he hesitated for a moment and finally decided to observe first. Turn on automatic target acquisition. GZong issued the order. The next moment, the radar locked on, the machine gun on the roof was activated instantly, the base wheel spun, aimed at the mad zombie below, and began to fire fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. The mad zombie let out a sharp roar, dodging bullets at incredible speed, but was quickly hit by machine gun fire and torn to shreds in a burst of high-speed concentrated fire. Successfully killed a mad corpse, elite monster. Gold +2. The gunshots instantly drew the attention of all the monsters around, and more than a dozen furnace zombies and nearly 10 mad zombies began to charge towards the RV. The mad zombies were incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, 3 of them had already rushed up to the RV. Bang, 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 bang. The Gatling gun roared incessantly, striking the rapidly approaching mad zombies. GZong picked up the Barrett rifle and aimed it from the firing bay at the nearest furnace zombie. Pull the trigger. Boom! A loud gunshot rang out. The armor-piercing round traveled hundreds of meters and accurately hit the head of a furnace zombie, blasting it into a burst of sparks. GZong pulled the bolt back with a click to reload, preparing to snipe the next enemy. But his expression faltered slightly. There was no kill notification, because the furnace zombie whose head he had just blown off was not dead. Instead, after shaking for a moment, it rushed towards the RV at an even faster speed. It looks exactly like a headless monster that has escaped from hell. GZong narrowed his eyes into slits, aimed at the opponent's chest, and fired a second shot. Boom! A hole the size of a bowl appeared in the chest of the furnace zombie, and its entire body flew backward several meters before it got up again and continued to charge. What the hell? GZong fired a third shot, and this time he broke the opponent's leg. Losing the support of one leg, the furnace zombie collapsed to the ground. This time, it could no longer run and could only crawl on the ground. At this moment, the machine gun had already killed all 3 mad zombies in the vicinity. But the encirclement has already shrunk. GZong had no choice but to let the mad zombies attack the RV for the time being, and instead set the target of the enemy detection radar on a furnace zombie not far away. The machine gun aimed at it and opened fire. A barrage of bullets rained down on the furnace zombie, its massive body quickly reduced to flaming, mangled pieces of flesh. Then, something unexpected happened. Boom, strapje! That pile of minced meat actually exploded into a huge fireball. Successfully defeated a forged zombie, elite monster. Gold +2. The information about the enemy kills finally appeared. At the same time, the furnace zombie that GZong had just blown off in the head and broken in the leg emitted a dark red light and exploded with a bang. The powerful shockwave of the flames burned the ground into a large, charred patch. Successfully defeated a forged zombie, elite monster. Gold +2. Flame heart +1. Another kill notification. Furthermore, materials were leaked. I see. No wonder it suddenly accelerated. Seeing the situation of the second furnace zombie, GZong finally understood. Once this thing explodes in the head, it's like lighting a fuse. Unless it's rendered incapacitated, it will be relentlessly pursued until it's close to the explosion. This is something even more dangerous than a mad zombie. The reviews are absolutely right. Once these furnace zombies get close to the vehicle, even if the external defenses are not breached, the high temperature generated by such an explosion is enough to roast the people inside alive. Next, the machine guns began to concentrate fire on the other furnace zombies. GZong used a sniper rifle to fire precise shots, but he mainly aimed for the legs, not the head. One by one, the furnace zombies were paralyzed and then harvested by the fierce firepower of the machine guns. But in the end, one of the furnace zombies managed to break through the defenses. Before dying, it rushed to the side of the RV and set off a huge firework for GZong, blasting away several of the surrounding mad zombies. The flames failed to cause any real damage to the outer armor, but the temperature inside the vehicle instantly rose by at least 10 degrees Celsius. GZong cursed and immediately drove the car away from the burning flames. He then immediately used the machine gun to take out the last few mad zombies before getting out of the car to check. The tires were damaged. All 4 off-road tires were burned and melted, and in some places, the bare rims were even exposed. Vehicle durability dropped by 2 percentage points as a result. He used a water hose to cool the wheel hub before buying a new set of tires to replace them. Call! GZong let out a breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The battle was over. The opening battle actually went quite smoothly. At least we figured out the zombies' tactics, which gave us a strategy for tonight's fight. He first sent Chun Xiaowan a message, telling her not to be stingy with money, to stay in ghost mode in the vehicle the whole time, and to hide first. He then opened the chat channel. As he had expected, there was a scene of horrific wailing above. Never let the furnace zombies get close. They'll be roasted alive. Drive and run. Don't hold your ground. How could a night be so terrifying? Everything was fine last night. How can there be so many elite zombie monsters? Our 100-man squad's defense line is about to collapse. If you can't hold out, run. Several of my brothers died in the vehicles. The car bodies were burned to ashes. Heavy rescue offer. We're trapped inside the canyon. In this situation, who can go out to rescue others? Everyone is barely able to save themselves. I heard that even those large groups suffered heavy losses. They couldn't defend against the furnace zombies at all. Even headshots didn't work on them. GZong glanced at it a few times and then posted the characteristics of the furnace zombie that he had identified on the chat channel, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. Master G is out. Holy crap, that thing goes into an explosive state after a headshot. Listen to what Master G said. Hit the legs first, then the head. No wonder it charged even faster after I shot its head off. This elite monster is no joke. Chapter 51 GZong came alone to save 300 of us. Having learned the key mechanics of the furnace zombie, the survivors found a glimmer of hope amidst their fear. Unfortunately, this still couldn't change the overall trend. Besides the furnace zombies, there are also crazy zombies. For most people, each elite monster is a terrifying existence that is difficult to resist, let alone so many appearing at once. Less than half an hour after nightfall, numerous small teams of fewer than 10 people had fallen to the horrific onslaught. Those that managed to survive were almost all large groups of more than 100 people. GZong was checking various requests for help on the public chat screen. Faced with a life or death crisis, the rewards offered by everyone were very tempting. However, the higher the price, the harder it is to obtain, because the other party is already in an extremely dangerous situation, and it is estimated that the offer was made just before their death. GZong simply posted a notice accepting requests for help. Soon, he received a series of private messages in the system and filtered them directly. The number of private messages asking for help was much less than on the first and second nights, but almost all of them were large orders. There was even a group of 300 people who sent him a private message asking for help. Although it looked like a template sent out in bulk, the rewards on it made GZong's eyes light up. 300 gold coins, 1 C-grade talent over limit gem. The item information was also attached to it. Talent beyond limit gem, grade C. Evaluation. After use, it allows a C-rank talent to undergo a Transcendent awakening, except for growth-type talents. It's finally here. Talent beyond limits awakening. GZong was overjoyed and immediately replied that he would accept the order. Connect, connect, connect. He then activated the autopilot and auto-targeting attack modes and began speeding across the plains. To ensure he arrived as quickly as possible, he even spent 70 gold coins and 90 parts to upgrade the engine to level 5. 5.0T engine. Top speed 180 kilometers per hour. It's already the highest engine level for a Tier 2 vehicle. Buzz, buzz. The engine roared, and nearly 1,000 horsepower propelled the heavily armored vehicle to a speed of nearly 130 kilometers per hour across the rugged, grassy plain. This speed completely outpaced the approaching lava zombies nearby. Only the mad zombies could barely keep up. But they could only keep up. They couldn't effectively attack such a fast-moving vehicle. GZong then stopped paying attention to the flies. He glanced at the map coordinates. The distance from here to the other party's location was only a dozen kilometers, and he estimated that he could arrive soon. Bring it on. Excitement gleamed in GZong's eyes. At the same time, inside a canyon on the edge of the Starry Sky Forest, more than 300 survivors from the Big Star Cluster are stationed here. The canyon is almost entirely surrounded by mountains, with only a long, narrow path connecting it to the plains outside. To defend against tonight's zombie attack, the Big Star Cluster set up 3 lines of defense in the passage. But now, Two of the three lines have collapsed, and all the survivors have been forced to retreat into the canyon to hold the last line of defense. Hurry, hurry, hurry! To the left! Hold on. You absolutely must stop those lava zombies. The strategy guide is out in the announcement. Break their legs first. Yeah, a mad zombie. A mad zombie has broken in. Concentrate fire immediately. Those with combat talent, prepare for melee combat. Intense gunfire, panic screams, and the horrifying howls of zombies filled every inch of the canyon. Inside a Tier 2 combat vehicle at the front line, a middle-aged man stared at the battle line with a furrowed brow, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He is none other than GZong, the president of the Daxing group. Big brother! With a shout, several high-ranking members of the large star cluster rushed over anxiously. Brothers, we can't hold on much longer. Have any other clusters come to our aid? Daxing's expression was extremely solemn. Wait a little longer. When the high-ranking officials heard these words, they felt like the sky was about to fall. At this rate, the entire canyon would be turned into a sea of fire in half an hour. Unless you abandon your vehicle and climb the rocky mountain to escape, but that would make you a sitting duck for the mad zombies, and you'd still die. Suddenly, Daxing's whole body jolted, and his eyes widened. Someone has agreed to come and rescue us. Which group? Is it the kamikaze group? Great! We're saved. The higher-ups were immediately overjoyed, but judging from the leader's expression, something seemed off. Big brother, which rescue team is coming? It can't be the three major regiments, can it? The vice president asked nervously. The three major groups refer to the Battlefield Alliance, the Mountain and Sea Alliance, and the Ghost Dragon Society. Besides the Ghost Dragon Society, the other two major forces occasionally send out some elites to provide paid assistance. But given the current situation tonight, they are under immense pressure on their own front, and the forces they can send out are likely extremely limited, making it impossible to resolve the problem here. Ideally, the kamikaze gang would come. They're the most elite squad on the plains, currently consisting of 27 members, each of whom is top-notch. This time, facing a life-or-death crisis, Daxing even brought out his most treasured possession, the C-grade talent limit gem, which he was reluctant to use as payment. Logically speaking, they should be able to persuade the kamikaze brigade to join. But what's going on here? It's not the kamikaze group, nor the three great groups. Daxing gave a bitter smile. It's GZong. What? Upon hearing this, several high-ranking officials were instantly dumbfounded. GZong, isn't that the famous lone wolf? He was just posting strategy guides on the public chat a moment ago. And he came alone? Daxing, yes, it's already on its way, and should arrive in about 10 minutes. No, GZong came alone to rescue 300 of us? The high-ranking officials in the room were all sweating profusely. In fact, GZong is a recognized strawman. It is said that the kamikaze group even extended an olive branch to him in private, but he did not receive a specific reply. But this is a large-scale defensive battle. What good is it if one person is strong? Given the situation tonight, even the kamikaze brigade mobilized as a whole. There's also a hint of despair in Daxing's eyes. Currently, all three regiments are stretched thin and have suspended rescue operations. The kamikaze team can come, but there are 3 orders ahead of them in the queue, which would make them wait at least 2 more hours. Given the current situation, how can they possibly wait 2 hours? There was no other way but to try anything, since GZong was a powerful figure, and since he dared to take on this job, he might actually be able to play an unexpected role. Daxing drove his vehicle directly to the front to join the defensive line, and at the same time picked up the radio to report to the entire regiment. Rescue is on its way. Hold the line, all of you. Don't fall before dawn. Upon hearing the news that rescue was imminent, the morale of the members of the Big Star Cluster, who had been dejected and desperate, suddenly soared, and they unleashed bullets forward as if they were free. Kill! Hold on! Kill these damn zombies! Damn it! The rescue is finally here. I'll kill you all. Chapter 52, brother. Are you here to negotiate? Do you expect zombies to give you face? At the same time, the armored vehicles were still speeding across the plains. As they moved forward, GZong shook off wave after wave of furnace zombies, but the mad zombies were still relentlessly chasing after the vehicle. Their slender limbs twisted wildly, displaying unimaginable speed, and they maintained a relentless pursuit. But they dared not get too close, fearing they would be targeted by machine gun fire. So they followed at a distance, like a pack of hyenas waiting for the lion to bleed dry. The reason we failed to eliminate these mad zombies is also a weakness of our target acquisition radar. It can only lock onto targets in a straight line and cannot predict their direction when firing, so it is impossible to hit them when both sides are moving at high speed at the same time. If we lure all those dozens of mad zombies over there, won't that place explode? GZong was having a bit of a headache. Dealing with the mad zombies was much more troublesome than dealing with the furnace zombies when their numbers were high. He simply picked up the TRG-22 sniper rifle, walked to the firing bay by the back window, and began taking roll call. Armor-piercing rounds are quite precious, and it's difficult to guarantee a hit even at high speeds, so we won't use Barrett. Since the mad zombies don't have high defense, the TRG-22 is sufficient. Laugh! With the combined benefits of ballistic correction and eagle eye, GZong hit the mad corpse's head accurately with almost 1 out of every 3 shots. Although it's impossible to kill an enemy with a headshot most of the time, it's still very effective to take down 1 enemy with each shot. After killing 2 and wounding more than a dozen mad zombies, the remaining mad zombies finally gave up the pursuit and scattered like birds and beasts. Having cut off the small tail, GZong breathed a sigh of relief, put away his gun, and returned to the front row. Something feels a little off. GZong suddenly thought of something and looked at the quiet residential area behind him. Where did Egg Boy go? He hurriedly went to the back and searched for a while, finally spotting a tuft of white fur in the crack of the sofa, and paused for a moment. Then GZong pinched the tuft of white fur and slowly lifted it up. The upside-down egg wriggled a few times, its pitiful and frightened eyes looking at GZong. You flying dragon, you're such a coward. You hide as soon as the fight starts. How can I expect anything from you in the future? GZong grabbed its dragon tail and shook it twice. But it was only at this moment that GZong realized that the little guy seemed to have grown a lot. Bang, 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 bang. The machine gun on the roof of the vehicle is firing again. Eggy shuddered again in fright and started whimpering. GZong had no choice but to throw it back onto the sofa. It got up and scratched around for a while, then stuck its head into the sofa cushions, which made GZong laugh in exasperation. Shaking his head helplessly, GZong returned to the driver's seat. At this point, only a few kilometers remained to reach the target location. Looking out from here, you can see the outline of low mountains in front of you and a small patch of red light on the horizon. That was the light from the explosion of the furnace zombies. GZong contacted Lead Daxing and learned that their defensive line had completely collapsed. A few minutes ago, a furnace zombie successfully broke through the defenses. They had to abandon dozens of vehicles at the front line to barely survive. However, the entire front line has been compressed into the canyon, and now they have nowhere to retreat. If GZong had arrived 10 minutes later, all that would have been the aroma of meat in the canyon. GZong, hang in there. I'll get it done for you in 2 minutes. Lead Daxing, 2 minutes? You brought reinforcements? GZong, no, it's just me. Lead Daxing. Seeing GZong's reply, Lead Daxing in the canyon was completely desperate. He even had a suspicion that GZong might be trying to take advantage of his death and despair to swindle him out of a rescue fee. This method has been used by many scammers. After all, when facing death, people will always try their best to grasp at any straw, even if that straw might be fake. Lead Daxing gave a bitter laugh. If that's the case, the other party should initiate the transaction soon. He just found it hard to believe that a powerful figure like GZong, with such a reputation, would resort to such despicable means. Lead Daxing slowly raised his head and looked at the sea of fire in front of him that illuminated almost half of the canyon. The charred remains of vehicles, contrasting with the grotesque figures around them, made it feel like stepping into hell. Hundreds of elite monsters have already gathered here. Now, besides the kamikaze pirates arriving in person, who else can salvage this hopeless situation? Big Brother. The mad zombies have broken in. Has the rescue not arrived yet? We can't hold them off, Commander. Faced with the desperate cries of his men, Lead Daxing felt a lump in his throat, and his hand holding the microphone trembled. At that very moment, suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came through the radios of all the vehicles in the area. I'm here. Cease fire now. As soon as the voice rang out, almost everyone in the Big Star cluster was stunned. This is the public channel's audio, which is only used when Li Daxing is giving instructions. Everyone else is prohibited from speaking on this channel. That unfamiliar voice is reinforce? When Li Daxing, who was on the front line, heard this voice, his whole body trembled violently. It's GZong. He really came. Li Daxing picked up the megaphone and shouted loudly, GZong, GZong, is it you? GZong, it's me. Please cease fire. What's going on? The entire Big Star group felt like their brains had crashed. They had all heard of GZong's reputation. He was a well-known lone wolf boss and a top-level expert among the members of the kamikaze gang. Could he be the foreign aide the team leader was talking about? But isn't he a lone wolf? And what does ceasefire mean? Brother, are you here to negotiate? Do the zombies give you any face? Everyone was on the verge of tears, completely bewildered by the situation. Even Li Daxing was stunned and hurriedly said, GZong, we can't stop firing. If we stop firing, all those zombies will rush over immediately. GZong, listen to me, cease fire. Li Daxing bit his lip until it bled and roared in a hoarse voice. The entire regiment, listen to my order, cease fire. The members gritted their teeth, obeyed orders, and released the triggers with trembling hands. The entire canyon fell silent instantly. All that remained were the terrifying howls of the zombies and their footsteps that sounded like a death countdown. The distance between the two sides is rapidly closing. 2 seconds later, all lines were completely penetrated. It's completely over. As the menacing figures drew ever closer, everyone felt utterly hopeless. However, at this critical moment of life and death, a high-frequency, extremely sharp, and piercing sound suddenly came from outside the canyon. Chirp! The sound wave continued to reverberate, causing all the zombies in the canyon to freeze instantly. Then, they erupted in fury and charged out of the canyon. The elite monster horde, which had already fully invaded, receded like a receding tide. All that remained were flames and wreckage. Many of the group members who closed their eyes out of fear did not live to see death. They slowly opened their eyes, only to see the zombies' retreating figures. This mind-blowing scene left them completely stunned. That's it. You've already canceled it? Chapter 53, Thunder Curtain, activated. A giant net illuminating the night sky. As the horde of corpses retreated, the atmosphere of despair that had permeated the canyon also vanished. Everyone inside the vehicle was panting heavily, as if they had survived a disaster. So we're safe now. I survived. Holy crap. What was that sound just now? It managed to scare all the monsters away. Did that foreign aid expert use some kind of special tool? After regaining their senses, the group members were still somewhat incredulous. Those are hundreds of elite monsters. Did GZong really manage to subdue them all by himself? Quickly, reset the defenses. Li Daxing was the first to react and immediately issued the order. The peak of the zombie outbreak has passed. If GZong has successfully lured away those elite monsters, all they need to do is rebuild their defenses, and they will definitely be able to hold out tonight. Hurry. Don't just stand there. Quickly set up the defenses. Under the leadership of the higher-ups, all the team members acted with great tension. Rumble. Hundreds of vehicles spewed through the embers and ashes, quickly heading towards the canyon passage. However, what happened next was truly terrifying. Outside the canyon, all the zombies were converging on a single point. The firelight from the furnace zombies illuminated the earth, making it appear as if a giant ball of light had appeared on the ground. Around the flames, a large number of crazed corpses were running around wildly, seemingly searching for something. They didn't leave. Almost everyone reacted instinctively raising their guns to fire. Fortunately, Li Daxing sternly shouted for everyone to stop firing, which brought the situation under control. They looked in that direction. Not far from the horde of corpses, a vehicle the size of a truck stood silently parked. A young figure stood beside the car, watching the group of elite zombie monsters who had gone mad. Is he GZong? He really came alone. Although they had anticipated this, everyone still felt a surge of emotion upon seeing it. It truly lives up to its reputation as a courageous and powerful work of art. In tonight's circumstances, he dared to come out to rescue everyone single-handedly, and even turn the tide, pulling the giant star cluster back from the brink of death. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that he could actually do it? Quick, everyone, set up defenses. Li Daxing directed everyone to quickly rebuild the defensive line, while simultaneously contacting GZong via private message. GZong, come over here quickly. It's very dangerous there. Although the monsters are still here, they have managed to buy themselves some time and a buffer zone. With the help of GZong, a powerful figure will definitely be able to hold on. However, GZong did not reply. He's still waiting. Chirp. The noise ball continued to emit sound waves, attracting almost all the zombies on the outskirts of the canyon. An astonishing number of over 100 swarmed into that area, densely packed like ants encountering food. Soon, the last dozen or so furnace zombies on the periphery joined the horde. The monster gathering is finally complete. GZong did not choose to start a fight directly. Elite monsters are not like ordinary zombies. Opening fire recklessly will only scatter them. Although you can kill some of them, the cost-effectiveness of gathering them together is not high. If we're going to do it, let's take it all at once. GZong took a deep breath, and lightning slowly appeared in his eyes. After several unanswered calls, Li Daxing was so anxious that he was about to drive his vehicle over to pick up the people. Big brother, the first line of defense is about to be sealed off. A senior executive shouted loudly. Wait a little longer. Li Daxing raised his hand, his gaze fixed on GZong's direction. He didn't understand what GZong was trying to do. But after seeing the calmness of that figure, that sentence suddenly popped into his mind. Just now, GZong said, it will be done in 2 minutes. Is it possible that this isn't a joke? Big brother, The high-ranking official who had rushed over to inquire about the situation also stopped in his tracks, staring blankly at the bizarre scene before him. The horde of corpses scurried about in place. Meanwhile, GZong remained standing still. Neither side left nor launched an attack on the other. Because the first line of defense couldn't be sealed off, everyone's work was forced to stop. Not knowing what was going on, everyone rushed to the front to watch. Now, standing beside the armored vehicle, GZong's eyes were like torches, with a wisp of deep blue flame flickering in his pupils. The air around me stirred slightly, emitting a faint hum, as if an invisible magnetic field was being generated. Arcs of lightning appeared out of thin air, arching up from his skin and leaping and bounding about merrily. Her clothes and hair fluttered wildly under the influence of the Thunder Force field. The surrounding air gradually blurred and distorted, caused by energy ripples as lightning energy converged above the horde of corpses. Damn, this move has such a long wind-up. GZong harbored deep resentment. Moreover, covering such a large area is extremely physically demanding. I finally managed to regain some energy after dinner, and I used it all on this one move. No, am I seeing things? It looks like Master G is glowing. What's going on? Holy crap, look at the sky. What the hell? That's lightning? At this moment, everyone in the large star cluster in the canyon passage stared wide-eyed at the sky above the horde of corpses. 100 meters above the horde of corpses, streaks of lightning had appeared, rapidly accumulating and multiplying until they formed a massive, raging net of lightning. It was like a glowing canopy had appeared in the sky. At this time, the sound waves from a noise ball finally ran out. The 4 directions fell silent for a moment. The zombies, who had been running around aimlessly, stopped at this moment and turned their attention back to the group of people in the large star cluster in the canyon, as well as the lone figure not far away. Awoo! The zombies let out frantic howls. But just as they were preparing to launch another attack and slaughter, GZong's eyes blazed with intensity. Thunder curtain. The next moment, the lightning in the sky instantly swept down. Boom! It was accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder. That vast curtain of lightning suddenly bombarded the earth. Large, dense arcs of lightning shot out in all directions, violently tearing everything apart and turning the grassland into a shocking expanse of scorched earth. All the furnace zombies and mad zombies within the lightning barrier were instantly crushed to the ground by the lightning energy, suffering severe injuries and paralysis. It's a pity there wasn't a direct group kill. However, this was within GZong's expectations. The attack range is too large, and the energy is dispersed too much, so the power will naturally be greatly reduced. However, to be fair, a skill that can control over 100 elite monsters in a group is definitely a god-tier skill at this stage. He was quite satisfied with the release effect. Slightly tired, GZong turned and walked into the RV, picking up the RPG rocket launcher that was placed in the storage area. Chapter 54, How Can a Person Be This Strong? At the same time, The people standing at the canyon entrance had all gone into a state of malfunction. The visual impact of what they just witnessed was truly immense. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Master G is awesome. Several seconds passed before the crowd erupted in excited exclamations, their hearts filled with extreme excitement. Lightning element. That's a lightning-type talent. Evenly Daxing was stunned and couldn't help but slowly swallow. Lightning element? Does such a talent really exist? It's important to know that among all combat talents, elemental talents are among the rarest. Even if one awakens this type of talent, the vast majority of them will be one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, the overall level is relatively low. Even if someone gets a C grade, they're considered a key member of the team for development. As for lightning-type talents, no one had ever heard of them before. Like ice-type talents, they are legendary elements. It's surprising that someone has actually awakened one, and it appeared right in front of me. Now everyone finally understood the source of GZong's confidence in rushing to the rescue alone. With such a powerful move, how could you not be impressed? But the battle did not end after the thunderstorm. Those elite monsters are not dead yet. Their bodies began to tremble slowly as they tried to get up from the ground, but the crackling electric arcs on their bodies kept them paralyzed, making it difficult for them to make any big movements. We can focus our fire now. GZong spoke into the public channel of a microphone, then carried his RPG out. Focus fire. With GZong's permission, Li Daxing finally mustered his courage and gave the order. The next moment, the members of the Big Star clan, holding rifles and pistols, began firing wildly at the charred corpses in the distance. A barrage of bullet comments transformed into a shower of light, splashing onto the horde of zombies. Unfortunately, they were too far apart, so the bullets were less powerful and less accurate. It sounds exciting, but its actual destructive power is very limited. At that moment, GZong also activated the radar's automatic target acquisition and attack. The machine guns on the armored vehicle roared fiercely, unleashing a barrage of over 6,000 rounds per minute, precisely sweeping across the charred bodies of every zombie. After being paralyzed by lightning, the zombies' defenses have dropped to rock bottom. The machine gun itself has a height advantage, and since it fires at fixed targets, it becomes a battlefield lawnmower, with its individual firepower and lethality completely overwhelming the members of the large star cluster. Successfully killed a Mad Corpse, elite monster. Gold +2. Successfully killed a Mad Corpse, elite monster. Gold +2. Successfully killed a Mad Corpse, elite monster. Gold +2. Melkorps Klo Plusing. A series of notifications popped up as enemies were defeated. At the same time, GZong aimed the RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder at that area and pulled the trigger. Call. The rocket emitted a large amount of smoke as it hurtled away, then exploded into a blazing inferno with a loud bang. Another notification popped up indicating that an enemy had been defeated. He reloaded continuously and fired the second and third shots. Bone strapje! Bone strapje! A series of deafening explosions rang out. GZong's terrifying firepower, displayed immediately after his solo intervention in the battle, completely stunned everyone in the Great Star Cluster. No. Vehicle automatic attack turret? And what the heck is that rocket? What kind of firepower is this? The members of the Big Star Cluster discovered that although they had an absolute numerical advantage, they couldn't even get a kill. Some people even silently put away their guns. This is ridiculous. Let's save our bullets. An elite monster only costs 2 gold coins. If I keep shooting like this, I'm afraid I won't even be able to recoup my investment. At this moment, the furnace zombies that had been pulverized into pieces finally began to explode one after another. The earth trembled continuously, and flames shot into the sky. Successfully defeated a forged zombie, elite monster. Gold +2. Successfully defeated a forged zombie, elite monster. Gold +2. Successfully defeated a forged zombie, elite monster. Gold +2. 10 seconds later, all that remained on that land was a still-burning inferno and charred remains of limbs and torsos scattered everywhere. The battle ended so suddenly and so easily. The members of the Big Star group looked at each other and burst out laughing. They sat down on the ground without any regard for their image, looking at the sea of fire in the distance as if they were watching a bonfire. Now I finally understand why Master G rejected the Kamikaze Gang's offer. His strength, is just too outrageous. If it were me, I would also go solo. Sigh. If only Master G were in our group, we wouldn't have to hide every day. Master G would eat meat, and we could just follow behind and drink the soup. Wake up. We're lucky to have survived tonight. That's true. Every day we live is a bonus. While everyone was talking, GZong arrived in his armored RV. Only now did everyone get a close look at the true appearance of this armored monster. It's not a truck. That's a motorhome. Moreover, the sleek, metallic-looking outer armor and the fully automatic 6-barrel machine gun on the roof alone exude an aura of wealth that inspires endless envy. Add to that the lightning talent. How can a person be this strong? The RV came to a steady stop at the entrance to the canyon passage, and a young figure got out of the vehicle. Everyone in the Big Star cluster stood up, their eyes filled with sincere respect. Lee Daxing stepped forward first, extending both hands to shake hands with GZong. Mr. G, on behalf of the entire Daxing group, I thank you for your rescue tonight. No need to be so polite, just call me by my name. GZong waved his hand. Lee Daxing was also very perceptive. He noticed that GZong didn't like formalities, so he immediately initiated a transaction and transferred the 300 gold coins reward for the night to him. He then took out the C-grade Transcendent Awakening gem and handed it to GZong. GZong accepted the crystal-clear gem, which resembled a diamond, and his eyes subtly lit up. Great stuff, I finally got it. This isn't a resource for a short period of time. It's a true product of graduation. It can directly fill up this C-level slot in the talent tree, achieving a permanent maximum improvement. Mr. G, you've worked hard tonight. Our Big Star group must treat you well. We guarantee you'll be satisfied with the best food and drinks, hee. A senior executive also stepped forward solicitously, smiling with utmost politeness. No need for hospitality. I'm busy later. But I'd like to ask brotherly, does your troop have any blacksmiths? GZong politely declined the invitation, then asked another question. A blacksmith? Upon hearing those 3 words, everyone's expressions immediately became somewhat strange. Lee Daxing shook his head with a wry smile. There was one before, but he switched to the battlefield alliance later. I'm sorry, Mr. G. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Chapter 55, Blood of the Moon Advancement. Attribute bonuses for killing enemies. I see. GZong felt somewhat regretful. There's nothing we can do. It's just that small, ordinary groups like ours can't retain talent. Lee Daxing was also helpless. Actually, it wasn't just the blacksmiths who switched jobs. Several other brothers with high talent levels were also poached by larger groups. People naturally strive for better opportunities, and Lee Daxing doesn't blame them. To be honest, after tonight, he will have to prepare to merge with other groups. The 5th night was already so difficult. He couldn't even imagine the zombie hordes that would follow on the 6th and 7th nights. The matter has been resolved. GZong also didn't plan to stay here any longer. He bought the 7 forging materials from the Big Star clan at the market price of 10 gold coins, then drove his RV away from the small canyon. At this point, the peak of the zombie outbreak had passed. After the recent sharp drop, the number of survivors in the region has stabilized at over 70,000. GZong doesn't plan to take any more orders. He had just used up too much energy with Thunder Curtain, so he needed to rest for a while. After randomly setting a cruise route and turning on automatic target acquisition and attack, GZong walked to the back living area and plopped down on the sofa. This battle was very rewarding. In total, I gained over 500 gold coins, plus a C-grade superlimit gem. Unfortunately, the drop rate for materials has dropped too low. He discovered that the more elite monsters he killed in a short period of time, the lower the drop rate became. He just killed over 90% of the elite monsters, nearly 100 of them, but only got 6 forging materials. It's nowhere near as good as the drop rate from wild monsters. However, we really need to find a blacksmith with whom we can work long-term. GZong pondered to himself. I have 3 forging tools left. I'll use them up and see if I can get a big success. He took out a disposable forging tool. A heavy, massive iron furnace appeared with a thud on the empty floor in front of it. He added the blood of the moon. The current forging progress of Moonblood is 71%. I don't know if it will be able to advance successfully after 3 forging attempts. Based on the previous experience, zombie materials like Mad Corpse fingernails and Flame Hearts provide the lowest increase in forging progress. It's better to wait until the 3rd time to use them to make up for the progress. GZong first threw in the Mantis Blade, which he obtained from the juvenile corpse mantis he killed in the grass sea yesterday. Its strength should be quite good. Buzz. The electric furnace is started. GZong waited quietly for 10 minutes, but did not see the golden light of great success appear at the furnace window. Bite. Forging successful. Moonblood forging progress, plus 10%. Total progress, 81%. That's impressive. There's still 10% left. GZong felt a surge of joy. His hopes had greatly increased. Immediately afterwards, he put the tree spirit heart he had obtained from killing the tree spirit into the second forging machine and waited for another 10 minutes. Bite. Forging successful. Moonblood forging progress, plus 12%. Total progress, 93%. Pretty. Upon seeing the forging progress, GZong clapped his hands vigorously. All done. Now it's perfectly full. He took out the last forging tool, threw in the mad corpse nail, and clicked start. Buzz. The electric furnace of the forging machine vibrated slightly, and when it was halfway through, the deep red light in the window suddenly turned into a dazzling gold. GZong raised an eyebrow. It had been a resounding success. The remaining few minutes of forging time were reduced to 0, and several prompts popped up in front of me. Bite. Congratulations on your lucky critical hit. Forging a great success. Moonblood forging progress, plus 7.7%. Total progress, 100.7%. Forging advancement triggered. Rare grade, precious item grade. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. At this moment, the entire blade of Moonblood was enveloped in a golden light. GZong eagerly reached out his hand, and as his fingertips touched the golden light, the ball of light slowly shattered into specks of light dust, revealing the long sword hidden within. To his great surprise, this time, the blood of the moon was not just a simple blade and hilt, but also had a scabbard covered with gilded red patterns. Good heavens, they finally agreed to provide a scabbard. GZong reached out and grasped the scabbard, which was covered with metallic patterns, and took out the rare Moonblood sword. After the upgrade, the length of Moonblood increased to 1.2 meters, and it also felt much heavier. He gripped the hilt and slowly drew the blade. Clang! Accompanied by the pleasant sound of metal scraping against metal, the blade flashes and flows, the cold black and red patterns on the blade, and the sharp, gleaming edge. It is a delight to behold. A new information panel also appeared. Blood of the Moon, growth weapon. Tier, rare, weapon and armor tiers. Common, fine, rare, treasure, legendary, epic, mythical. Durability, unlimited. Modification devices, super sharpening, level 2, lightweight, level 5. Forging progress, 0.7%. Exclusive skill, bloodlust, passive. There is a 1% chance to gain 0.1 to 5 points of constitution when killing an enemy with this weapon. Each hit on an enemy will stack 1% of the critical hit rate, which will be reduced to 0 after a critical hit. Reaching the secret treasure level unlocks exclusive skill. Evaluation, a gift from the goddess of the night, a divine weapon forged from celestial iron and moonblood stone, is incredibly powerful and heavy. Much of the dust that had accumulated on its blade has been wiped away, and the red moon's edge will once again reflect blood and flames. Friendly reminder, the success rate of forging varies from person to person. A skilled blacksmith can help you maximize the effectiveness of your materials. I've finished reviewing the changes in the information on the panel. GZong's heart skipped a beat. Kill enemies to increase your attributes. Is it that powerful? There are no restrictions on this thing. Although a 1% chance is a bit low, once your strength increases, this attribute will be incredibly powerful. However, looking at the random range of 0.1 to 5 points, GZong was still a little uneasy. If this were the probability set by a certain manufacturer, then there's no point in playing. In addition, the experience points required for forging have increased tenfold. It would take more than 100 Mad Corpse fingers to level up another level. After doing the math, GZong felt a pang of regret. The materials alone cost over 1,000 gold coins. And this doesn't even include the cost of hiring a blacksmith. They're all bottomless pits. GZong sighed, picked up a new set of clothes, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. With cool mountain spring water pouring over my head, and the scorching sounds of machine guns and exploding furnace zombies filling my ears, it was actually quite exhilarating. I washed myself thoroughly and changed into clean clothes. GZong returned to the sofa, opened the viewing window behind him, and let his hair dry naturally. As night deepened, the temperature finally dropped, and the unbearable heat of the day was gone. However, the number of zombies has gradually decreased. At first, I could kill 20 or 30 zombies an hour, then it dropped to a dozen or so, and by almost midnight, zombies were becoming very rare. The battle that night has come to an end. GZong found a stream to park and refill his water bottle. He couldn't help but get excited, rubbing his hands together and opening his backpack. What's going to be crazy is coming. Chapter 56, 2,500 gold coins. I've never fought such a rich battle before. Gold coins, 2,172.5. Weapons and armor. Sniper rifle, level 2 modification, X1. Rifle X1. Pistol X2. Longsword X1. Short dagger X1. Universal ammunition X700. Cicada wing armor. Rare item, X1. Tools. Iron pickaxe, fine grade, X1. Machete X1. Grappling hook X1. Materials, 281 parts, 51 steel plates, 132 leather, 10 alloys, 10 super wood, 1 armor core, rare, 1 mad corpse nails, 15 flame hearts. Food, fresh fruit X31, premium bread X15, premium instant food X11, energy drink X20, energy bars X5, cola X7. Talent fragments, 1 C-grade fragment, 1 B-grade fragment, 1 A-grade fragment. In a great battle that night, he killed more than 300 elite monsters, plus the reward from the Big Star Cluster, earning a total of nearly 1,000 gold coins. He then withdrew the 336.3 gold coins accumulated from the extra kills for the title. The total amount has accumulated to an astonishing 2,508.8. GZong's lips curled up. This was the first time he had ever fought such a lucrative battle. Immediately, let's start a big spending spree. GZong opened the exchange and instantly bought 500 parts and 500 steel pieces. The prices of these two key materials are now very stable. Parts are 0.8 gold coins each, and steel sheets are 0.2 gold coins each. 500 gold coins were spent in an instant. These materials would last a long time when they were at Tier 1, but things are different now, so we should buy them when necessary. After the materials arrived, GZong immediately opened the vehicle control panel. Heavy-duty RV, Tier 2. Speed limit, 180 kilometers per hour. Durability, 100%, slowly decreasing. Remaining fuel, 1.5 units, enough for 150 kilometers. Upgraded components. Firing pod, cannot be upgraded. Tires, seats, replaceable. Machine gun turret, level 2. External armor, level 2. Detection radar, level 2. Engine, level 5. Chassis, level 3. Central control unit, level 3. Power generation unit, level 2. Air conditioner, level 2. Refrigerator, level 2. Total levels, 26. Vehicle upgrades require 1,500 gold coins, 400 parts, 5,000 steel pieces, 100 alloys, and 1 armor core. Upgrades are only unlocked when the upgraded parts are level 50 or higher. Evaluation. An armored motorhome with a powerful chassis and engine can easily crush any enemy that tries to invade, while also ensuring a certain quality of life. GZong carefully examined each of the upgrade options above and began to think seriously. After several scattered upgrades, the total level is now 26. It already possesses all the essential functions required in various aspects. What he needs to do now is to reach level 50 with the highest cost effectiveness, and then begin his advancement journey. GZong got up and looked around the RV, quickly spotting several targets. First up is the gas stove. This upgrade is on a marble surface in the kitchen area, which he usually overlooks, but it's time to upgrade it. Like tires and seats, the gas stove is at the highest level and can only be replaced with other types of items later. GZong spent 3 gold coins and 2 parts to buy the cheapest and most basic gas stove set, and also bought 1 unit of fuel. After recharging it, the upgrade item for the gas stove was successfully activated. However, he's usually too lazy to cook, so it'll probably just sit there collecting dust. Then, GZong looked at the sofa. The sofa itself is made of fabric, and there are only 2 better materials to choose from. 1. Ordinary artificial leather worth 15 gold coins and 10 leather. 2. Napa leather, worth 35 gold coins and 20 leather. We've already spent a lot of money, so a little more won't hurt. After all, sofas are used in many situations, so we should treat ourselves well. GZong waved his hand and directly purchased the Nappa genuine leather, successfully leveling up his character. With a flash of white light, the sofa replacement was complete. What was originally an ordinary two-seater fabric sofa has been transformed into a high-quality genuine leather sofa. GZong plopped down on it. The soft yet supportive feeling, along with the comfortable touch, made him involuntarily close his eyes and exhale. That feels good. Spending money definitely makes a difference. Next, GZong got up and went to his single bed. Upon closer inspection, I was so angry I almost twisted my nose. Egg had climbed onto his bed at some point and was fast asleep, sprawled out on his back, with a wet patch on the sheet next to him. That son of a bitch wet the bed. GZong went over and caught it. Egg woke up with a start, thinking there was another battle. It struggled in fear, trying to run away and hide. Only when it saw its owner did its taut tail lower. "Did you pee?" GZong threw it back onto the bed and pointed sternly at the wet patch next to it. But Egg didn't understand at all. It thought it was time to eat. So it climbed off the bed, picked up its big milk bowl with its mouth, dragged it over with difficulty, and then looked up at the human with very expectant eyes. GZong was also impressed. Out of desperation, I opened 10 boxes of pure milk for it, added some fresh meat buns, stirred it all together, and let it eat. Returning to the bedside, GZong looked at several materials that could be upgraded and purchased. The bed category is a comprehensive upgrade, divided into 3 types: standard, elegant, and luxury. Each type includes a mattress, sheets, pillows, and a comforter. GZong made a decision and chose to purchase the elegant type, which cost 30 gold coins. The next moment, the single bed emitted a burst of light, completing its upgrade and replacement. The most ordinary coconut fiber and spring mattress has been transformed into a natural latex and zone spring mattress. Pillows, quilts, and bed sheets have also been upgraded from the original coarse cloth materials to natural latex, silk, and long staple cotton. GZong tried lying down there and felt a completely different sensation. Gentle, comfortable, and slightly cool. You get what you pay for. It feels like you need a maid to coax you while you sleep in this kind of bed, and a butler in a tuxedo to call you young master so that it's ready for dinner. He was very tired today, and after lying in this comfortable bed for a while, he didn't want to get up. I dawdled for more than 10 minutes before finally getting out of bed. After upgrading the bed and sofa, only one comfort feature remains in the car. That's the entire interior of the car. This is the main attraction. It's not only good looking, but also very practical. Chapter 57, Crazy Upgrade. Staying in a star-rated hotel. He cast his gaze across the entire carriage. Full interior. Upgrade route. Level 1 interior. All fixed materials in the living area and storage area have been upgraded and have certain sound insulation and heat insulation functions. The overall length of the vehicle is increased by 0.5 meters, the height by 0.2 meters, and the width by 0.3 meters. Upgrade requires 50 gold coins, 50 parts, 50 leather, and 1 superwood. This is the only upgrade component that can increase the vehicle size without requiring further upgrades. With all the materials ready, GZong clicked to upgrade. The next moment, the entire RV emitted a soft white light. The car body seemed to grow, starting to enlarge proportionally. 1 minute later, the white light dissipated. The entire carriage has undergone a complete transformation. The original ordinary flooring in the living area has been replaced with peach wood flooring, with a clear and wear-resistant glaze. The carriage walls have an additional layer of space gray coating, which, when combined with the floor color, adds a touch of high-end elegance. The direct headlights have been replaced with concealed lights, making the interior of the carriage softer and more evenly lit and less glaring than before. As the size increases, the overall space becomes more open and the previous slightly cramped and confined feeling is gone, making people feel more relaxed and comfortable. Most importantly, he felt that the carriage had suddenly become much quieter and he could hardly hear the wind outside. This is due to the sound, insulation, and heat insulation functions provided by the coating on the carriage. Even if the lava zombies blasted it now, the temperature inside the carriage probably wouldn't rise that quickly. Damn, it was totally worth it. GZong looked at all these changes and was filled with emotion. The more I look at my little nest, the more pleasing it becomes. But that's not all. He then looked at the second level. Full interior, level 1. Upgrade route. Level 2 interior. Add new features: wine cabinet, bar, and 52-inch 8K resolution TV. Sound insulation and heat insulation functions are further improved. Overall vehicle length plus 0.5 meters, height plus 0.2 meters, and width plus 0.3 meters. Upgrade requires 70 gold coins, 70 parts, 70 leather, 1 level 1 chip, and 2 super wood. Awesome. The refrigerator, TV, and sofa are finally all together, and the size can even be increased. GZong was delighted. Although the price was a bit higher, it was still acceptable. He bought a level 1 chip and clicked to upgrade. Another flash of white light. The carriage, having been expanded twice, has become incredibly spacious. Even the driver's seat in the front has become larger. Furthermore, with the addition of a wine cabinet, bar, and large TV, the layout of the carriage has also changed, becoming more harmonious and rational. Looking around at everything, GZong nodded in satisfaction. Yes, it does have a bit of a 5-star hotel feel to it. He sat down on the leather sofa, crossed his legs, and shouted, "Turn on the TV." The 52-inch TV in front turned on automatically. There were no ads and no need to download an app or connect to the internet. It displayed a very simple and practical client. It has all categories, including TV series, movies, variety shows, etc. The most outrageous thing is that you can even read novels and watch short dramas. He tried searching and found that almost all the popular movies and TV shows from his previous life were included, and they were all in the highest definition and uncut versions, without any buffering. An idea popped into GZong's mind, and he tried searching for some indescribable things. Holy crap. Yes, there really is. What else can I say, bro? This TV alone is worth 70 gold coins. But GZong resolutely turned off the TV. He hadn't finished his business yet, and he wasn't the kind of person who indulged in pleasure. He then glanced at the details of Level 3. Full interior, Level 2. Upgrade route, Tier 3 interior. Unlock the new parts secondary vehicle. Unlock the new parts sentry robot. Sound and heat insulation functions are further improved. Overall vehicle length plus 1 meter. Height plus 0.4 meters. Width plus 0.6 meters. Upgrade requires 300 gold coins, 300 parts, 300 leather, 1 level 2 chip, and 5 superwood. Upgrade, not available at the moment. Requires a Tier 3 vehicle. GZong's expression faltered slightly. I didn't expect that the Tier 2 interior is already at its maximum. It seems to be synchronized with the vehicle stage. This means that Tier 3 vehicles can actually be equipped with secondary vehicles. This thing is so useful. With Moonblood's passive skill, he's destined to focus on melee combat later on. It would be quite troublesome if he had to go out in a camper van every time. Walking on 2 legs is too tiring and too slow. Having a secondary vehicle would make things much easier. There's also the Sentinel robot, which sounds pretty impressive. I wonder what kind of combat capabilities it has. Yes. GZong was very much looking forward to it. After upgrading the entire interior, the overall level has been raised to level 31. He drove around the car a few times and finally upgraded the level 2 air conditioner and level 2 refrigerator by 3 levels, making both of them level 5. These two offer the best value for money. It is also the least practical. The air conditioning is rated for level 5 and has a super strong cooling and heating function of 8 to 45 degrees Celsius. With an input power of up to 30 horsepower, it can practically freeze the entire carriage into a refrigerator. It is indeed useful in extreme weather, but the power consumption is also extremely high. The refrigerator has been upgraded to a 618L double-door, 4-zone large refrigerator with functions such as automatic disinfection, deodorization, super freshness locking, and rapid freezing. It can hold a lot of vegetables and a lot of cola. That's all. These two configurations cost GZong a total of 300 gold coins and some materials worth about 100 gold coins. This is probably the cheapest upgrade option. The total level has reached 37. How come I'm still 13 levels short? How am I supposed to catch up? GZong's head was a little sore. The engine is full. The remaining chassis, outer armor, power generation device, and target detection radar are all very expensive. With only a little over 1,000 gold coins left, it's not worthwhile to upgrade them all by 1 level at most. He also wanted to save some upgrades for the machine gun. We need to find something else. GZong inspected the car, but couldn't find anything that could be upgraded. Alright, how could I forget about the rims? GZong's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the door, got out of the car, and went outside. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discovered something amiss with the vehicle. The vehicle body has undergone 2 size upgrades, and the overall frame is now much larger. The chassis and outer armor have also been enlarged accordingly, but only the wheels have not been upgraded. It looks like a turtle carrying a large shell, but with incredibly short limbs. Then, a line of information appeared. Wheels. Upgrade route. Low-carbon steel wheels. Upgrade the 17-inch traditional steel wheels to 21-inch low-carbon steel wheels, paired with matching brake calipers. This increases strength by 2 times, reduces weight by 10%, and enhances braking performance by 10%. Upgrade requires 3 gold coins, 3 parts, 10 steel sheets. GZong didn't even glance at the small amount of money. He simply clicked to upgrade. Chapter 58 Upgrade. Close-in weapon system. 12,000 shots per minute. A flash of white light. With the increase in wheel size, the tires also automatically adapt to the increase in size, finally raising the entire low-slung chassis a bit. Following that, GZong made several more upgrades. The wheel has been upgraded from a Tier 1 low-carbon steel wheel to a Tier 2 cast wheel. Then, proceed to Level 3 spin wheel and Level 4 forged wheel. Finally, there's the Level 5 full carbon fiber wheels. Max it out. Total cost, 270 gold coins, 270 parts, 800 steel plates, 1 alloy. After reaching the highest level, the 4 wheels are an exaggerated 45 inches, with a multi-spoke matte black coating and a set of red carbon ceramic brake calipers, giving the wheels a top-of-the-line luxury car feel. There have been significant improvements in strength, weight, and braking performance. Although the performance is a bit overkill, the level is still there, and just buying the level is already worthwhile. Afterward, GZong walked around the car again and finally saw the last unlocked modification item, headlights. However, with autonomous driving now available, headlights are no longer very useful. He spent a few gold coins to buy a high-power LED headlight and activated the upgrade. By the time he arrived here, all the projects that could be done secretly had been completed. The total level has reached 43. The next step is the arduous battle. GZong glanced at his backpack. After calculating the money spent on buying various materials, he now only had a little over 1,000 gold coins left. He looked at the machine gun turret on the roof of the vehicle. 2 upgrade paths have also emerged. Upgrade route, close combat cannon. Upgrade requires 500 gold coins, 100 parts, and 1,500 steel sheets. Upgrade route 2, flamethrower turret. Upgrade requires 350 gold coins, 100 parts, 50 heavy oil, and 50 fuel. Based on the price of the parts, upgrading the close combat cannon requires 880 gold coins. Upgrading the flamethrower turret is even more outrageous. Currently on the exchange, 1 unit of heavy oil costs 25 gold coins, and 1 unit of fuel oil costs 11 gold coins. All in all, it would take 2,230 gold coins. This is outrageous. What kind of firepower does this thing have that makes it so expensive? GZong harbored deep resentment. Let's wait until we have more turrets before considering this. Whether considering practicality or cost-effectiveness, the close-in weapon is currently the only top choice. He had enough gold coins and parts for the upgrade, but he had run out of steel pieces in his inventory. He then spent 300 gold coins to buy 1,500 steel pieces from the exchange before clicking to upgrade. The machine gun on the roof of the vehicle rapidly grew and took shape in a white light. As all the light faded, a close-in weapon system with a pure black coating appeared on the roof of the vehicle. This is a super weapon with 7 tubes of 20 millimeters diameter. The barrel is 2 meters long and is fixed with a metal mesh. The revolver base is also enormous, like a small fortress. The moment the turret upgrade was completed, the entire vehicle slumped slightly, demonstrating its immense weight. Close-in weapon system, Tier 3. Type, defensive turret. Evaluation. This vehicle-based defensive weapon is far more powerful than any handheld firearm. With a maximum rate of fire of 12,000 rounds per minute and 7 barrels of 20 millimeters ammunition, it can easily crush any life form below the super monster level. That's really impressive. Looking at the new panel that appeared before him, GZong also gasped. With a firing rate of 12,000 rounds per minute, and based on the current value of 2 gold coins for 100 universal bullets, this thing can consume 240 gold coins worth of ammunition per minute. This made him realize how incredibly cost-effective the unlimited ammo was. It seems I'll need to collect a few more of the unlimited ammo and unlimited durability items. GZong rubbed his chin. He checked the exchange. There's only one unlimited bullets item, and it costs 500 gold coins. There are none with infinite durability. GZong shut down the exchange and sighed. This item is already scarce, and few people are willing to sell it, so the price increase is to be expected. I'm so glad I bought it quickly, otherwise I would have had to spend money on it too. He looked up at the armored motorhome in front of him, which had undergone a complete transformation. At this point, all the upgrade options are finally complete. The total level has been increased to 44. I only have a little over 200 gold coins left. He planned to distribute the remaining 6 levels evenly across the power generation device and enemy detection radar, plus the materials needed for vehicle upgrades. The gold coin shortage is approximately between 4,000 and 7,000. Whether we can advance to Tier 3 vehicles before the zombie horde arrives depends on tomorrow. It is now 1 a.m. The heat wave has completely dissipated, replaced by a cool night breeze. GZong yawned and slowly returned to the RV. By this time, Egg had finished its bowl of milk. It was so excited to find that the house had suddenly become more spacious and beautiful. Like a husky, it ran around with messy steps, making milk stains all over the floor. GZong watched silently as it frolicked on the ground. This guy is amazing. He's got it for life. Can you stop running? You're like a lizard. I might just step on you and kill you without you even knowing it. GZong grabbed it, glared at it, and scolded it. Only then did Egg Boy behave a little. It has actually grown a little bit more. GZong was quite surprised to feel the weight in his hand was much heavier. This growth rate is too fast. I opened its mouth and saw that its baby teeth had already grown in. It will probably be able to eat meat soon. If he could eat meat, things would be much easier. Raw meat was actually quite easy to obtain on the plains. Wild animals could drop piles of it easily. Before, without the means to cook, he simply didn't bother picking it up. Hey Egg, why can't you fly? What's the point of a dragon always crawling on the ground? GZong shook it a few times. Egg didn't understand what fly meant. It just looked at its owner with its clear eyes. Like this. GZong stood up, lifted it high, and then let go fly. Without the support of his hands, Egg fell straight down from midair. It fell to the ground with a loud quack. It fell flat on its face, and Eggy got up angrily, biting its owner's trouser leg in retaliation, before darting under the bed like a lizard. GZong decided to ignore it. It was too young to be taught, so he decided to wait until it grew a bit older. After another yawn, GZong felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Every day is so tiring. The RV was a bit messy, but he didn't bother to tidy it up. He simply turned the air conditioner to a comfortable temperature, turned off all the lights, and crawled into his cozy bed. He had originally planned to research this C-grade Transcendent gem, but he was too sleepy to do so now and would have to wait until tomorrow. With his eyes closed, GZong fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 59. First C-rank dungeon appears. Goblin's Nest. The next morning, the soft morning sun streamed in through the window, illuminating GZong's peaceful sleeping face. It felt like something was tugging at my collar. GZong opened his sleepy eyes and saw Danzy standing on him. Seeing that its owner was awake, Egg couldn't wait to jump off the bed, pick up the milk bowl, and wait eagerly. It's already 8 o'clock. GZong stretched and felt comfortable and relaxed all over. This nap had replenished all the energy he had lost yesterday, and he was full of energy. Okay, time to get up. GZong got out of bed and prepared a large bowl of food for Danzy. Before eating, however, he picked up the egg waffle, stretched its head and tail straight, and estimated its size. Goodness, it's already almost 50 centimeters long. When it was born yesterday, it was less than 20 centimeters long, and it has grown so much in just one day. All right, just eat your food. After putting the egg down, GZong went to wash up and made himself a hearty breakfast. Then he opened the chat channel and started eating. Thank God, the weather is finally back to normal today. Sigh, last night was too tragic. 500 people almost couldn't hold on. I still shudder when I think about it. Fortunately, the zombies gradually retreated later, otherwise we would all be finished. Everyone, let's make the most of this last bit of time to develop. Tomorrow is the zombie horde. If we don't improve our combat strength now, we won't even know how we died. The Killing God Guild is recruiting top players for a collaboration. Our guild leader has discovered a fantastic spot in Moonlit Lake, guaranteed to yield amazing loot. Water-type talent required. No limit on the number of players. DM me if you're interested. Battlefield Alliance is continuously recruiting. If you want to survive the zombie horde, come join us. The membership fee is 10 gold coins. If you need to merge the entire guild, we could discuss it separately. We also welcome experts from all walks of life to join us. There are multiple leadership positions available. Diane Guild is recruiting truck vehicle survivors. Guaranteed daily income of 80 gold coins. Come to Black Mountain Mine if interested. Everyone, stay away from this Diyun Guild. It's under the Ghost Dragon Guild. Once you join, you can forget about getting out. A lot of people have been scammed these past few days. Holy crap. Dude, you're really that bold to say that. That brother is no ordinary person. He is the vice captain of the 7th Brigade of the Mountain and Sea Alliance. No wonder. I was wondering who would dare to expose such inside information. Those people from the Ghost Dragon Society are really capable of killing people. The mining area can produce more than a dozen bombshells a day. Its reputation is already rotten to the core, so they created the Grand Canal Guild to cover their tracks. Never mind, I won't say any more. Otherwise my guild leader will scold me for meddling again. Fuck you. You cripples from the Mountain and Sea Alliance. Always looking for trouble, huh? Don't let me run into you in the mining area. I'll kill you one by one. Damn it. And to those who are making random comments in the public chat, I'm warning you. Spreading rumors about the Ghost Dragon Society will come at a price. Remember to keep your eyes peeled in the future. It seems that the conflict between these two groups is becoming increasingly acute. Watching the online flame war raging on the public screen, GZong clicked his tongue in disapproval. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. After eating some gossip, I started sorting through my overflowing inbox. He's received hundreds of private messages in the past few days, but he hasn't had time to open and read them carefully. The vast majority of the messages inside are requests for purchases, assistance, and recruitment. The expiration date has passed, so it's no longer meaningful. There are also some who claim to have good things on hand and wanted to sell them to him. When he opened it, he found it was all old junk that was outdated to him. GZong quickly scanned through these messages, and after confirming that no important information had been missed, he deleted all the spam private messages with a single click. But just then, he suddenly received a private message from a friend. The sender was Zhao Xiaolong from a few days ago. That is, the leader of the small convoy he rescued on the high ground on the second night. Zhao Xiaolong. Master G, do you remember me? I have something here that you might be interested in. Would you like to hear it? GZong, what's wrong? Zhao Xiaolong. Here's the thing. Our guild leader bought a dungeon quest book from a member last night. You probably haven't heard of this before, right? It came from a glowing treasure box. I guarantee it will blow your mind. Hee, just a moment. Quest book for dungeons. When GZong saw those words, his eyes lit up instantly. How could he not have heard that one of the 3 choices yesterday was the S-rank Prisoner Dragon Swamp? He never expected that someone would actually get it. Soon, Zhao Xiaolong posted the details of the mission statement. Goblin Lair, quest book. Dungeon level, C. Tickets, 5. Send an invitation ticket to any survivor. Once they agree, you will gain entry to the dungeon and work together to conquer it. Suggested ticket price, 20 gold coins/ticket. Evaluation. This mission is a beginner-level dungeon, suitable for survivors who have passed the first round of survival challenges and possess strong abilities. Please make all necessary preparations before attempting the mission, as survivors will face an extremely high risk of death if they fail. Friendly reminder. Personal vehicles cannot enter the instance. Upon seeing the information above, GZong raised an eyebrow slightly. It's a C-level beginner dungeon, but it's suitable for strong players who have already overcome the zombie horde and possess great strength. Your standards for a beginner are a bit too high, but no matter what, this is definitely something you can't miss. GZong immediately replied, I am indeed interested. How so? Zhao Xiaolong. Hey, Mr. G, please don't mind me saying this, but our guild leader still needs to interview you. Would it be convenient for you to come to Twilight Canyon? Zhao Xiaolong. But don't worry, you must have heard of our commander's reputation. This matter is absolutely reliable. The reason we did this is actually to confirm safety. GZong. Okay, send me the coordinates. Zhao Xiaolong immediately sent the coordinates of Twilight Canyon. GZong didn't waste any time and drove straight there. During the journey, he also learned more details from Zhao Xiaolong. Of the 5 slots for this instance quest, only 2 have been confirmed. One is Li Jiangguo the leader of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, and the other is GZong, the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Mountain and Sea Alliance. Because the other officers in the group either lacked the necessary skills or, despite having the skills, were afraid to take risks. Therefore, the only option for the remaining 3 spots is to recruit external candidates. However, it wasn't appropriate to publicize this matter, so Li Jiangguo called all the team leaders and staff together for a meeting and asked them to recommend suitable candidates. It requires a certain reputation, upright character, and very strong personal strength. Zhao Xiaolong happened to remember GZong, so he recommended him to Li Jiangguo, which led to their current connection. This Zhao Xiaolong is quite good at handling things. GZong smiled. If things went smoothly this time, he wouldn't mind giving Zhao Xiaolong some reward as a token of his gratitude. He has all the strength he needs, but is just worried about not having any dungeons to play. He never expected such a great opportunity to come knocking on his door. A sea-level dungeon. I wonder what it will be like inside. Chapter 60, Eagle Eye, Transcendent Awakening. Arrival at Twilight Canyon. It's still over 100 kilometers to Twilight Canyon from here. I had only been driving for a short while when the dashboard displayed low fuel. GZong bought 3 units of fuel and filled it up. The remaining driving range on the scale increased from 98 kilometers to 338 kilometers. With last night's major upgrade, the size and load capacity of the RV have increased significantly, resulting in a corresponding increase in fuel consumption. Currently, 1 unit of fuel can only increase the range by 80 kilometers. Thankfully, fuel prices dropped significantly today, returning to the normal price of 7 gold coins. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to cope. Engage autopilot and let the vehicle travel on its own. GZong walked to the storage area in the back row, took out the C-grade super limit gem, and his eyes showed excitement. It was too late yesterday, so I didn't have time to use it. It's time to give it a try today. As he focused his gaze on the gem, a usage prompt appeared on it. Note, talents that have already been awakened beyond their limits will be permanently fixed in the talent tree and cannot be removed or changed. Please consider this carefully. Permanently fixed. GZong hesitated. Compared to the 2 sea-level talents, basic movement technique is suitable for almost all melee scenarios. It improves speed, agility, reaction, evasion, and stealth. It is a very versatile talent that even a fool would praise. There are no obvious drawbacks. Eagle Eye, on the other hand, is more specialized and can play a significant role in range combat, melee combat, and intelligence gathering, but it requires a high level of combat intelligence. The downside is that it's very physically demanding and is a short-lived active skill. After careful consideration for a while, GZong finally chose Eagle Eye. Although at first glance the basic movement technique seems more suitable for awakening, the word basic in the prefix makes it clear. There are clearly even more advanced movement techniques ahead. If you awaken a basic movement technique beyond its limits now, and then acquire an advanced movement technique later, the combat ecosystem will completely overlap, and you'll regret it. Use. GZong clicked decisively. The next moment, the gem shattered with a bang, and a wisp of golden light hidden within flew into GZong's brow. GZong felt a sudden clarity in his mind. A strange, inexplicable energy was rapidly flowing into his eyes. If Hawkeye was wearing an external pair of glasses before, Hawkeye now seems to be something he was born with, completely integrated with his physical body. Bite. The Hawkeye talent has successfully transcended its limits. As the mechanical prompt sounded, a brand new talent panel appeared. Talent, Hawkeye. Rank, C, exceeding limit awakening. Skill, penetration. Focus your attention on your pupils to activate the penetration skill. Regular vision is increased by 10 times, dynamic vision is increased by 15 times, and the concealment of your vision is improved, making it less likely to be detected by high-level enemies. It will continuously consume stamina when used. Skill 2, Insight. Passive under normal circumstances. Your eyes will be more likely to identify the enemy's weaknesses. Evaluation. Under your sharp, hawk-like gaze, even the most perfect enemy's combat formation will appear clumsy and full of flaws. After carefully reviewing the talent details, GZong was quite satisfied. Can. Active skills greatly enhanced. Compared to before the awakening, both conventional and dynamic vision have increased by 5 times. Furthermore, it has an additional passive skill called Insight, which, although simply described, embodies the concise yet profound wisdom of simplicity. This is a skill that can be effective in higher-level battles. It may seem insignificant, but it has an extremely high potential. GZong opened a viewing window. Outside lies a vast plain, with green grass stretching to the horizon, and the weather is fine and sunny. Focusing attention on the pupils, Hawkeye is activated. The next moment, everything in front of me became incredibly clear and vivid, as if I had a high-speed action camera with a built-in wide-angle lens installed in front of me, and I could even see the hidden wings of a cricket jumping on the grass. Good. GZong was in a great mood. He sat on the soft, comfortable sofa, grabbed a bottle of ice cola, turned on the TV, and began to enjoy the leisure and relaxation during his short trip. 10 a.m. GZong finally arrived at the legendary Twilight Canyon. This is a rolling landscape, with forests and streams meandering and lush with flowers and grasses. Ahead, two towering mountains stretched across the land, their fractures appearing as if cleaved by a giant sword, revealing a smooth fracture zone. These two mountains are simply too big and too high. As for GZong, he could see their towering silhouettes from afar, but they were shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult to judge just how enormous they were. Between the two mountains lies Twilight Canyon. Although it's called a canyon, it's practically indistinguishable from a small plain, with open terrain and a very intact ecosystem. Moreover, the place where the Mountain and Sea Alliance is stationed is only on the outer perimeter. The interior and depths are shrouded in dense forests and clouds, and no one has been able to explore it in depth yet. They arrived at the camp of the Mountain and Sea Alliance. The Mountain and Sea Alliance has now accepted nearly 8,000 members. Although the vast majority of them are ordinary and low-level survivors, the combined power of such a large number is quite terrifying. GZong's RV was stopped as soon as it arrived at the gate outside the campsite. The guards were very vigilant and demanded that GZong show his pass. GZong sent a message to Zhao Xiaolong. Before long, Zhao Xiaolong came out to greet him. There were many people watching, all of whom were amazed by the exaggerated design of the RV. Holy crap, is this an upgraded truck? How come it's so big? And it even has a large machine gun on it. No, this machine gun is a bit too much. With such a large caliber, it could almost be considered a cannon, right? Who is this deity? Brother Xiaolong. Who's that important person in that car? Can you tell me? Brothers, make way. This is a distinguished guest that Brother Jiangwo asked me to invite from outside. Zhao Xiaolong led the way, his expression solemn, his back much straighter. Actually, Zhao Xiaolong is the most excited person right now, but he can't show it. He hadn't expected that GZong would become such a powerful figure in just a few days. Who knows how many levels this Tier 2 vehicle has reached. He had never seen such a super machine gun turret on the roof before. Even the higher-ups in the regiment didn't have it. Zhao Xiaolong was originally an overlooked marginal figure among the group of cadres, but now he can finally hold his head high. See that? The important person behind me. He knows me. Chapter 61. Encountering the motorbike girl again, the 5-person team is formed. Following Zhao Xiaolong, they soon arrived at the parking lot of Twilight Canyon. There were a lot of vehicles parked here, all of which looked rather simple and ordinary. To GZong's great surprise, the Mountain and Sea Alliance's camp had already begun to build a basic civilization. In the open space in front of the parking lot, many elderly survivors were busy at work. The woman was responsible for cooking and some delicate tasks. The men were building the simplest houses out of wood, and also smelting steel sheets and refining crude oil. According to Zhao Xiaolong, more than half of the members of the Mountain and Sea Alliance have stopped sleeping in vehicles and have moved into cabins. Although the living conditions are still relatively poor, it's much better than sleeping in the car. Looking around, everyone was working enthusiastically and in an orderly manner. No wonder so many people are willing to join the Mountain and Sea Alliance. They really have a knack for governance. After parking the vehicle, GZong was led by Zhao Xiaolong to a large tent in the center of the camp, where he met the legendary Li Jiangguo. Wearing a camouflage vest and tactical gear, with a steady and reliable square face, he exudes a capable military aura. Brother Jiangguo, this is GZong. Zhao Xiaolong quickly began to explain. Yizunk, velo, I am Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo immediately stood up and shook hands with GZong. GZong also smiled and nodded. I've heard so much about you. Xiaolong should have told you the details, right? Since this is the first time we've tried this dungeon operation, we're trying our best to ensure safety. I heard from my subordinates that your vehicle is of a very high level, which is certainly a testament to your strength. However, vehicles cannot enter dungeons, so GZong, I need to understand your individual strength. Li Jiangguo said very seriously. He has interviewed more than 10 people since this morning, and only 2 have passed. The remaining ones were all renowned experts, but they were still a little short of being able to join the 5-person team. He also hoped that GZong would not disappoint him. After all, we've already wasted too much time today, so we need to speed things up. GZong stroked his chin. As for weapons, I have a Barrett and an RPG, both with ammo. I'm also quite strong in melee combat, so fighting elite monsters shouldn't be a problem. Good. Li Jiangguo was in a great mood and clapped his hands vigorously. He was overjoyed. 2 of the most practical special weapons, both equipped with ammunition. What more could he ask for? He passed it on the spot. No problem. I'll take you to meet up with your teammates now. Li Jiangguo immediately stood up. The 2 walked from the tent, through the tent area, and came to a campfire resting place. There are dedicated staff here 24 hours a day to grill meat and make fruit juice for frontline combat personnel. However, there were few people around early in the morning. Only 2 women and 1 man were resting on the wooden stumps. They were the other 3 teammates on this trip. Let me introduce you to the last member of our 5-person team, GZong. Li Jiangguo introduced them. Everyone raised their heads and looked at GZong. This is Captain Gu of our Mountain and Sea Alliance, Gu Qingyu. Li Jiangguo pointed to a mature woman in her 30s. Her delicate facial features and her long, black hair styled in an updo added to her mature charm, which seemed somewhat incongruous with her tactical suit. She smiled and nodded to GZong. This is a top expert ranked sequence 4 within the Kamikaze Brigade. Li Jiangguo then pointed to another man with a somewhat arrogant expression. However, this person's attitude was much colder. Being a rank 4 member of the Kamikaze Corps gave Hito extreme confidence in his abilities. He didn't care about having another teammate. He only cared about when to start the conquest. Hito nodded expressionlessly to GZong, then asked, Commander Li, when do we depart? Soon. Li Jiangguo smiled warmly, pointing to the last girl. This last one was personally introduced by Captain Gu. Like you, she's also a very powerful lone wolf. But Li Jiangguo hadn't finished speaking. The 2 of them exclaimed in unison, It's you? GZong was a little unsure until he heard the word lone wolf. And then he remembered that this was the motorcycle girl he had traded with once before. What was it called again? Li Jiangguo was also slightly taken aback. You 2 know each other? GZong, I know him. Xiazhu Shuang, I don't know him. GZong was stunned and turned his gaze away. The girl looked away slightly, avoiding his eyes. Damn, all I did was not reply to your message back then. Why are you holding a grudge like that? Cough, cough. Li Jiangguo noticed the subtle tension between the 2 and coughed twice, somewhat awkwardly, to smooth things over. In short, this is all the members of our temporary team. Trust me, and I trust you all. I hope we can work together well this time and become trusted comrades in arms. That's it. I'll now send out the tickets to everyone. After saying that, Li Jiangguo distributed the dungeon tickets to everyone in turn. Li Jiangguo was quite honest. He only charged each person 20 gold coins as the cost price. In the current situation, the value of a dungeon ticket goes without saying. 20 gold coins is practically free. Moreover, Li Jiangguo was the key person who organized the event, which was truly commendable in every sense of the word. Clicking on the transaction, GZong saw the ticket information appear before his eyes. Dungeon ticket. Level C. Location. Donggu Mountains. Click to view location coordinates. Objective. Annihilate all goblins. Task time limit. 5 hours. Start from the moment you enter. Points ranking. None. After clearing a dungeon, all rewards will be automatically distributed according to the points ranking, except for special items. Friendly reminder. If the dungeon times out, all players will not receive rewards or be able to teleport. They will have to escape the dungeon manually. Upon seeing the details on the ticket, GZong's gaze narrowed slightly. The above details are worth considering, but we'll have to wait until we enter the instance to find out the specifics. Li Jiangguo clapped his hands. All right, everyone get in your vehicles and gather at the camp entrance. Let's get ready to go. A few minutes later, the rumble of vehicles sounded outside the camp, and the 5-person team officially assembled. GZong looked through the car window at the other people's vehicles. Li Jiangwo's vehicle is the most eye-catching and extremely rare tank. From the first day of the game, it has been the top vehicle in the entire region. It is with this tank that Li Jiangwo has been able to build such a large team in such a short time. Apart from that, the Guqingyu is an executive sedan, rather unremarkable. I had seen Xia Zhuxuan's motorcycle before. It was the same very large motorcycle, but it was no different from last time. It seemed that she wasn't focusing her resources on vehicles. The horde is an armored off-road vehicle with a light machine gun mounted on its roof, which looks quite formidable. However, everyone else was stunned when they saw GZong's vehicle. They can understand armored vehicles, but that thing on the roof. Close-in weapon system, CIWS? Chapter 62, one of us is the strongest, but I won't say. Just seconds before, Hutta was casually smoking with his elbow resting on the car window, looking very pretentious. He considered himself the team's number 2, and as soon as he arrived, he drove behind Li Jiangwo's tank, enjoying the envious glances from the many survivors at the camp entrance. He particularly enjoyed the feeling of intentionally or unintentionally showing off his skills in front of his new teammates. Until GZong's armored RV arrived. He stared at the extremely exaggerated close-in weapon system on the RV, fell into a brief silence, and then reached out and pressed a button, accompanied by the sound of machinery running. The small, cute light machine gun on the roof of the off-road vehicle slowly retracted into the vehicle. In fact, not only he, but even Li Jiangwo was taken aback. He knew that GZong's vehicle was of a high level, but he didn't expect it to be this ridiculously high. Was the close-in weapon system, which was practically an external cheat, built into the vehicle? His tank automatically generates one shell every 25 seconds, and the shell caliber is the smallest, 85 millimeters. In a sense, its firepower is weaker than that of a 7-barrel 20 millimeters close-in weapon system. For a lone wolf to develop to this level in such a short time is truly an overachievement. I wonder if the ammunition for GZong's close-in weapon system is automatically generated by the vehicle, or if I need to buy it myself. And what about the reload interval? However, this information, like talent, is a personal secret, so even if Li Jiangwo was extremely curious, he couldn't ask directly. The team assembled and set off in a grand procession towards their destination. Behind a 5-man squad followed a dozen escort vehicles, led by a battalion commander. These are the guards of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, responsible for guarding the dungeon teleportation point throughout the entire process, waiting for them to come out. More than an hour later, the convoy finally arrived at its destination. This is a mountain range that is quite close to the Black Mountain mineral vein. It is majestic, magnificent, and full of life. GZong had changed into a tactical suit, carrying a Barrett and an RPG on his back, with the blood of the moon slung across his left waist and a Desert Eagle in his right pistol pouch. He originally wanted to bring the TRG-22, but after thinking about it, he switched to the AK-47 instead. The TRG-22's durability is almost gone, so let's save it for later. On the contrary, the AK is a cheap, useless item. Once the bullets are used up, you can throw it away whenever you want, since it only costs a few coins anyway. Before leaving, he prepared 2 large bowls of food for Egg, so that it wouldn't get hungry and cause trouble everywhere. The 5 men got out of the vehicle, fully equipped and ready to go. Li Jiangwo said solemnly, "Now I will announce everyone's combat roles. First is me. I'm in charge of the forward position. Guqingyu, support role. Hida, close combat, guerrilla position. Xia Zhuxuan, defensive and offensive position. Yizang, Renaud DPS. If everyone is okay with it, then let's settle on this." After he finished speaking, the others all tacitly agreed. Only GZong raised his hand. "I can also handle close combat. What's the point of just focusing on ranged attacks?" He also wants to use Moon Blood to farm monsters and get high stats. Li Jiangwo and the others were slightly stunned. Only then did they notice that GZong was carrying a long knife at his waist, and they all laughed. "GZong, don't worry. Hida and I are both very strong in close combat. You just need to focus on range support. When it comes to close combat, Hida has found his most confident area, a smile playing on his lips, inadvertently revealing his powerful aura. He could tell at a glance that GZong was the kind of idiot who piled all his gold coins onto his vehicle. It's a pity, no matter how good your vehicle is, you can't bring it into the dungeon. Xia Zhuxuan, on the other hand, remained aloof, but her gaze remained fixed on the moon blood at GZong's waist, seemingly very curious about the weapon. Everything has been finalized. All right, everyone get ready. Li Jiangguo turned to the captain in charge of guarding the area. Old Zhou, I'm leaving the outside to you. Old Zhou laughed and said, Don't worry, Commander. Leave the safety of the vehicles to us. You can go ahead with peace of mind. I guarantee not a single fly will fly here. Li Jiangguo nodded, then took a deep breath and clicked Start Dungeon Battle. In an instant, for everyone with a ticket, a teleportation array radiating runic light appeared beneath their feet. A white light emerged from the formation, and a mysterious energy enveloped them, directly teleporting their physical bodies. Swish, 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 swish. The next second, the 5 people felt that the surrounding scenery changed in an instant. When they came to their senses, they had already been teleported deep into the eastern ancient mountains. The 5 people steadied themselves and cautiously observed their surroundings. This is a dense forest, with a large number of white animal skeletons scattered on the grass, along with some leftover limbs and entrails. The smells of blood, decay, and the stench of goblins mingled together to create an incredibly foul odor that made one frown. Just as the group was about to move forward, a synthesized mechanical voice suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. Bite! A survivor's strength has been detected that exceeds the dungeon's requirements. Should we activate Abyss mode? Team voting. 0 votes enabled, 0 votes disabled. Note: in Abyss mode, dungeon difficulty and rewards are doubled. Everyone was taken aback when they saw this new notification. Ha ha ha! Hida burst into laughter. Looks like C-rank dungeons are nothing special. Our current strength is already overpowered. We could just kill them at will. Hida originally wanted to say my strength, but to save face for others, he added we after I. But at this moment, everyone else is experiencing the same thing. Li Jiangguo, it seems I'm too strong. Xia Zhuxuang, it seems I'm too strong. GZong, there's one strongest among us, but I won't say. Guqing Yu, it seems they are too strong. Everyone, what do you think? Should we increase the difficulty? Li Jiangguo asked. Actually, everyone already knows the answer in their hearts. Entering the dungeon is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in the early stages, where you can get double the rewards. Who would be willing to miss it? Anyway, Hida selected and activated it instantly. GZong was another person who instantly activated the skill, just like Hida. Just kidding. This is practically double the money for free. Why would I refuse it? Subsequently, Xia Zhuxuang and Li Jiangguo also chose to activate it. In the end, Guqing Yu, a conservative, was left. She wanted to say a few words of advice to everyone, but seeing the situation, she had no choice but to follow suit. It passed unanimously. The next moment, the notification that the battle had begun finally appeared. Bite! The C-rank dungeon, Goblin's Nest, Abyss mode, is now open. Countdown 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Walk! With a wave of his hand, Li Jiangguo led the group into the dense forest filled with skeletons ahead. Creak! Creak! The ground beneath their feet was covered in white bones, making a chilling sound. Before long, they heard a series of strange cries coming from a distance ahead. Arrive! The group carefully walked to the edge and parted the grass. The scene before my eyes sent chills down my spine. Chapter 63, Xia Zhuxuang. You stay behind me for a while. In a vast basin ahead, piles of bones stretched as far as the eye could see, and menacing green-skinned monsters moved through the filthy, semicircular wooden huts. In the very center of the basin, there lay the corpse of a giant beast. The behemoth was tens of meters long. Its fur had been stripped off, and a group of goblins were feasting on its flesh and bones. Some were celebrating by holding up a piece of intestine. Some were vying for the giant beast's eyeballs, and some were even piling up together to reproduce, emitting strange cries. The scenes before my eyes intertwine to form a bizarre and disgusting feast of monsters, which is physically unsettling just to look at. Monster information is displayed. Goblin. Assessment. A malevolent species inhabiting the depths of the eastern ancient mountains. They're skilled in using tools and weapons and prefer to hunt in packs. Goblins harbor extreme hatred for humans and elves, believing that these two races have stolen the divine gifts that rightfully belong to them. When encountering humans and elves, their methods become even more brutal. Damn, that really fits the stereotype. But aren't goblins supposed to be dwarfs? How come these things are so big? GZong noticed that each of these goblins was human-sized, robust, and muscular, and almost all of them were already capable of using weapons. He then turned his gaze to several dozen of the even larger creatures. Giant Goblin. Level: Elite Monster. Evaluation: some goblins, after eating the mysterious fruit in the forest, will break through their growth limits, grow to enormous sizes, and become special variants with immense strength. Avoid direct confrontation with giant goblins, as their iron-hard hands and fangs can easily tear you apart. GZong estimated the number. There were probably over 1,000 goblins in this basin, including several dozen elite monsters. But that's it. Isn't it a bit too easy? Everyone, get your weapons and armor ready, and prepare for battle. Li Jiangwo's gaze darkened slightly. As the top experts at this stage, they can indeed easily deal with these monsters when they have vehicles. But this is a small team operation and an annihilation battle, so to be honest, Li Jiangwo, as the team leader, is under a lot of pressure. Soon, everyone took out their armor and weapons from their backpacks. Li Jiangwo wielded a broadsword in his right hand and a shield in his left, and with his armor, he looked like a formidable tank. Hito was dressed in a light silver-white armor and held 2 swords. According to him, guns are for children. A real man should play with swords. Gu Qingyu was the most outrageous. She wore a suit of mobile armor that was even heavier than Li Jiangwo's, and she didn't carry any weapons, only 2 huge shields. Is it because you're so afraid of dying? What kind of good person fights with 2 shields? Gu Qingyu felt a little embarrassed by the stares from the others. I'm a support. The only ones in the team who haven't changed much are GZong and Xiaju Shuang. GZang's weapons couldn't mostly be stored in his backpack, so he carried them on his body. He was also wearing the cicada wing armor underneath, so he didn't need to be fully equipped. Xiaju Shuang had already put on a black tactical suit before arriving, similar to GZang's style. However, compared to the cheap items that GZong bought from the exchange, her tactical set has both defensive and speed-enhancing attributes, making it a very precious rare set of armor. Hida, Gu Qingyu, form a battle formation with me, and don't spread out too far apart. GZong, you're in charge of taking care of the elite monsters remotely. Xiaju Shuang, protect GZong throughout the entire process and create an environment for him to deal damage. Li Jiangguo issued a series of battle orders. The girl crossed her arms, tilted her delicate chin slightly, and looked at GZong, saying, "You'll stay behind me for a while." She spoke in a tone that suggested a big sister protecting her younger brother. As she spoke, the air trembled slightly, and 2 rhomboid flying blades flew out from her waist, hovering silently beside the girl, their blades gleaming. GZong also raised an eyebrow. "Wow, that's impressive. It's a telekinetic talent?" He laughed heartily and said, "Okay. Ready, GZong. Let's give these beasts a winning start." Li Jiangguo planted his shield and knife in the ground, pulled 4 grenades from his waist with his large hands, tore off the pins with his teeth, and threw them forcefully into the basin in front of him. At the same time, GZong took the RPG off his back, aimed at the densest group of goblins in front of him, and decisively pulled the trigger. Laugh! The tail flames erupted, and a rocket was launched instantly. The goblins were still reveling when the rockets flew right up to them, at which point they turned their attention and froze in shock. Bone strapje! Bang! 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 The explosive power of the rockets and grenades instantly tore dozens of goblins apart, sending limbs and flesh flying everywhere. Successfully defeated a goblin. Gold +1, doubled in abyss mode. Successfully defeated a goblin. Gold +1, doubled in abyss mode. Successfully defeated a goblin. Gold +1, doubled in abyss mode. Seeing the notifications of numerous enemy kills, GZang's spirits lifted. Good heavens! These ordinary goblins are actually big monsters that cost 0.5 gold coins. It's now doubled to 1 gold coin. There are at least 1,000 of them here. You could make a small fortune just by killing the smaller monsters. And at this moment, the entire goblin camp was thrown into chaos by the sudden attack. A series of eerie screams erupted, filled with boundless rage, as they turned towards the direction from which the rockets had been fired. Especially after spotting humans, the goblins went completely mad, their eyes bloodshot, and they charged madly toward the high ground, wielding stone axes and crudely forged scimitars. "Awoo! Chirp, chirp, chirp!" Rumble. Thousands of goblins surged forward, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Ancient Qingyu. Li Jianwu Shotaludli. The next moment, Gu Qingyu's eyes narrowed, and a light shone in her pupils. A notification appeared before everyone's eyes. Gained the Tree Spirit Blessing, rank C buff. Strength and defense increased. Gained the Whisper of the Wind God, rank D buff. Speed increased. A double buff from both wood and wind elements. This support talent is amazing, Gujia. GZong felt his body become lighter, and his strength and speed were improved. A faint energy glow lingered around his body, which was a buff that enhanced his defense. Start the war. Li Jianguo roared and charged forward. During the sprint, his muscles suddenly bulged, and he suddenly grew to 2 meters tall. With immense strength gripping the hilt of the sword, a single sweeping motion cleaved the goblins at the front in half. Hida, who was behind him, could no longer contain himself. He leaped out with his twin swords and extremely fast speed. He is ranked 4th within the Kamikaze gang and possesses a metal-type talent. His twin swords gleamed with golden light, greatly increasing their attack power and kill range, allowing him to cut through the goblin horde as easily as slicing vegetables. GZong wasn't in a hurry to steal the little monster's head. He fired another rocket, then immediately switched to Barrett and aimed at a giant goblin. Bang! The armor-piercing bullet burst out and blew the giant goblin's head apart. Successfully defeated a giant goblin, elite monster. Gold +4. Goblin Fong +1. He then quickly pulled back the bolt and fired a second shot. A third shot. Bang! 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 Lines of kill notifications appeared, and those massive bodies fell one after another. Chapter 64. A super monster boss appears. Venomous Goblin. After GZong sniped nearly 10 elite monsters, the massive goblin army also reached the vicinity of the highlands. Faced with the terrifying onslaught, Xia Zhuxuang's cold eyes remained unmoved. The 2 flying blades beside him began to tremble. Bang! With a crisp metallic sound, the flying blade disintegrated into dozens of slender, small flying blades, which shot out like lightning. Hiss! 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 Dozens of goblins fell instantly. Then, the flying blades moved swiftly like streaks of light, weaving through the goblin horde and taking lives like mowing grass. Despite the overwhelming force of the army, they managed to create a death vacuum around themselves and GZong. Only one giant goblin, charging forward, successfully broke through the blockade of the blade storm. Covered in bloody wounds, it roared as it charged at Xia Zhuxuang, raised its fist the size of a water vat, and slammed it down hard. But before its fist could land, its entire body had already floated up. An invisible force of thought enveloped its body, and no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. Roar! The giant goblin roared, its enormous head trembling as if it were wrestling with something. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Click! The giant goblin's head suddenly rotated 360 degrees, twisting the skin on its neck into a pretzel shape. Then, the massive body lost all its strength and fell from midair with a loud crash, raising a cloud of dust. The girl remained motionless, her high ponytail dancing wildly in the wind, looking incredibly cool. At that moment, another giant goblin charged over. But just as Xia Zhuxuang raised her palm to target the opponent and used her telekinesis to control it, an armor-piercing bullet pierced through the air and smashed the giant goblin's head into a mangled mess. Hey, that's my head. The girl turned around, somewhat annoyed. GZong stood up and put away his gun, still chewing gum in his mouth. What do you mean by your head? I am first, okay? Besides, there are even stronger guys behind us. I'm just worried you won't be able to kill them. Xia Zhuxuang was slightly taken aback. There are only so many here. Were there any stronger ones? Did you see the wound on that giant beast's neck? GZong pointed to the monster's corpse in the middle of the basin. Its neck was broken, and it was smashed. Do you think we could hunt such a big beast with just these weaklings we encountered? Upon hearing this, Xia Zhuxuang's expression immediately turned serious. However, when she narrowed her eyes and looked at the giant beast's corpse in the distance, she couldn't make out any details at all. From this far away. How did you see it clearly? I have good eyesight. As he spoke, GZong pressed the button on his headset. Meanwhile, Li Jianguo and Hida were already like unparalleled warriors, fighting fiercely amidst the vast army. leaving behind a trail of bloody corpses wherever they went. Gu Qingyu was also surrounded. A large group of goblins attacked her with stone axes and scimitars, but no matter how many times they clattered, they couldn't break through her thick armor. Moreover, her shield has a deflecting ability. Any weapon that hits it will be instantly bounced back, and even goblins that crash into it will be sent flying. Within minutes of the battle starting, only a dozen or so elite monsters remained on the battlefield, and more than 1/5 of the goblins had been killed. The pressure of the battle situation began to decrease. But just when everyone thought that the dungeon was a sure thing. But GZong's voice came through the headset. Everyone, pay attention. There should be another boss coming up. Everyone was stunned by these words. What does that mean? Where's the next boss? The next moment, they felt a distinct tremor beneath their feet. Then, a sound like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing and came from outside the basin, sending chills down one's spine. The group nervously looked around. From the edge of the forest, countless green-skinned, ferocious figures appeared out of nowhere and were rushing towards them. The quantity was so large that it was impossible to estimate with the naked eye. Return to defense. Shrink the battle zone. Li Jiangguo immediately roared, pulled his broadsword from the neck of an elite monster, and turned to charge back. Splash! As large numbers of goblins continued to join the battle. The situation for the 5-man squad was instantly reversed. The battle to annihilate them had turned into a defensive battle. The one under the most pressure right now is Xia Zhuang, because creating an environment for snipers to fire requires maintaining a safe vacuum around them. This fixed position defense is far more stressful than highly mobile roaming combat. The girl's pretty face was tense as she exerted all her strength to control the telekinetic flying blade, beads of sweat appearing on her fair forehead. GZong was focused on sniping the elite monsters. When he saw that Xia Zhuang was about to be overwhelmed, he fired a rocket at close range to relieve the pressure on her. After sniping 7 or 8 elite monsters and blowing up nearly 50 goblins, GZong stopped. We've run out of ammunition. Fortunately, Li Jiangguo and his men returned at this time, which greatly reduced the defensive pressure. Everyone be careful. This is going to be a long battle. Li Jiangguo's expression was solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. This new wave of monsters numbers at least 1,000. If you get injured, you could be overwhelmed and killed by the endless stream of monsters. But just when everyone thought it was simply an increase in the number of monsters, a series of oppressive footsteps shattered their illusions. Bone strapia! A loud bang followed. A colossal creature burst forth from the forest with overwhelming ferocity, appearing at the edge of the basin. The giant shadow was nearly 10 meters tall, almost the height of 3 giant goblins stacked on top of each other. Its body was covered with strong, muscular muscles, and its skin and body were covered with purple plant roots. These roots seemed to have become its blood vessels, splitting and seeping outwards, turning its original green skin into a deep purple. It's hard to tell whether it's a giant goblin or a strange, moving plant. Venomous goblin, spidervina. Level, super monster. Review, magic vine, is a terrifying calamity plant. Its highly poisonous spores parasitize any low-level organism and drain its flesh and blood in just a few days. However, some extremely robust creatures are able to resist the invasion and successfully coexist with the demonic spores, thus mutating into new and powerful species. Are you kidding me? This is super weird. Upon seeing the information panel, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave and cold sweat poured down their backs. Even Hida was no longer arrogant. His hand holding the knife was trembling slightly. Chapter 65, GZong's Strength. The King's Wrath. It's important to understand that once a monster reaches the elite level, ordinary firearms won't be able to inflict much damage. Only high-intensity concentrated fire can eliminate it successfully in a short time. As for the super monster, it is a life form that completely surpasses all elite monsters. The difference between the two is even greater than that between ordinary monsters and elite monsters. Everyone present was a well-informed expert. Even if they had never directly encountered a super monster, they had all heard of its existence to some extent. Currently, there are only 2 possible outcomes for survivors who encounter the super weirdo. One option is to escape successfully, and the other is to be wiped out. Even large-scale exploration operations involving hundreds of people are the same. To date, there's been no record of any super monster being killed in their area. It's super weird to say the least. Seeing the monsters still pouring into the basin, the faces of the group were extremely grim. Looks like we really have to risk our lives. Hida gave a bitter laugh. Who could have predicted that this so-called beginner dungeon would be this terrifyingly difficult? Thinking back to how excited he had just chosen to activate Abyss mode, he wanted to slap himself, but it was too late to regret it now. It's either win or die. Li Jiangguo stared intently at the terrifying monster in the distance, took a deep breath, and asked, GZong, how much ammunition do you have left? GZong casually tossed the RPG and buried it into the nearby bushes, saying, we're all used up. Upon hearing this news, everyone was struck dumb, feeling as if the sky had fallen. The situation was already bad enough, but now we've lost our most important ranged attack method. How are we supposed to fight this battle? What should we do? Hida's smile looked more like a grimace. GZong weighed the moon blood in his hand. It's not a big problem. I still have a knife. Hida was almost too tired to even complain. Stop messing around, bro. I have 2 more knives. What good are they? Stop chatting. That guy is coming. I'm going to deactivate the defensive circle right away. You guys get ready to clear out the mobs. Xia Zhuxuang's cool voice rang out. Gu Qingyu immediately became worried. Xia, what are you going to do? I'll hold it off. You guys clear out the mobs, and then come help me. As Xia Zhuxuang spoke, she looked at GZong beside her, took out a fist-sized object from her backpack, and stuffed it into GZong's arms. I can't protect you anymore. Be careful. If you can't hold on, use this to escape and then find a place to hide. After speaking, Xia Zhuxuang moved her mind, and the shards of flying blades that were swirling around her like a storm were immediately retrieved in front of her and reformed into 2 large flying blades. The girl leaped lightly into the air, and 2 flying blades immediately landed at her feet. As she activated her telekinesis, her figure flew like a sword, directly over the dense horde of monsters below, and flew at an extremely fast speed towards the venomous goblin. Wow, he looked so handsome. Looking at the agile figure in midair, like a flying bird, GZong was stunned for a while before looking down at the thing she had left for him. Mist Mushroom Consumable. Evaluation. After crushing this mushroom, it will continuously release a large amount of white mist. All monsters entering the mist will temporarily lose their senses. This consumable is ineffective against humans. Duration, 1 minute. GZong's lips curled up slightly. That's quite generous of them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As the defensive circle of the flying blades disappeared, the vast goblin army swarmed forward, letting out bloodthirsty and frenzied howls, seemingly intent on tearing the human figures in the middle to shreds. Yizunk, you're coming with us. Li Jiangguo roared, raised a shield and broadsword, and with a powerful charge, sent 5 or 6 goblins flying in an instant. The ancient Jade followed closely behind. Huda's eyes flashed with golden light as he once again used his metal-type talent to imbue his twin blades with incomparably sharp blade energy, and then charged into the monster horde. With a whoosh, he spun around and killed several attacking goblins. Only then did Heater turn around and shout, "Hey kid, don't just stand there. Hurry up and follow me." But as soon as he finished shouting, Hida froze because GZong was no longer there. The next second, whoosh, a flash of light appeared. Suddenly, large numbers of heads and limbs flew up from the pile of monsters beside them, spraying blood like a chef tossing a pot of braised pork chunks. Before anyone could react, GZong had already penetrated deep into the enemy ranks. He was incredibly fast, moving like a startled dragon weaving through the monsters. The red-forged longsword in his hand was unstoppable. Before the surrounding goblin attacks could even land, their heads were already flying high into the air. Laugh! 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 Wherever the blade passed, monster after monster fell. The once densely packed monster figures on the side have suddenly cleared out, leaving only green, mangled corpses scattered on the ground. GZong's killing efficiency was so high that it was almost comparable to Xia Zhuxuang's telekinetic flying blades. Before long, he hacked his way up to a giant goblin. His figure dodged the giant hand attack with ghostly speed, and his longsword pierced the giant goblin's neck. Then he used the momentum to jump. Whoosh! GZong's figure spun in midair, and with a beautifully executed full moon motion, he severed the giant goblin's head. Having lost its head, a fountain of blood spurted from the smooth, rounded surface of the giant goblin's neck. Its massive body swayed for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Despair. GZong landed steadily beside its corpse, slowly straightened up, and with a tremor of his hand, the bloodstains on the moon blood were shaken off, leaving the blade spotless and the edge as white as the moon. The scene of slaying the elite monster was so smooth and fluid that it left Li Jiangguo and the others dumbfounded, their pupils dilating in shock. Dude, aren't you a marksman? How the hell does picking up a knife automatically make you a warrior or assassin? And this strength. Holy crap. Huda panicked and rushed into the goblin horde, wreaking havoc. He's a top 4 member of the kamikaze brigade. If his close combat skills are inferior to a lone wolf who mainly upgrades vehicles and firearms, where does he put his face? Li Jiangwu Blusha. As the leader of this dungeon, Xia Zhuxuang was the one who withstood the pressure the whole time, and GZong was the one who dealt maximum damage, while he himself did not play a significant role. This made him feel ashamed, and he immediately fought even harder. Next, this exhilarating battle entered its most intense phase. Although goblins are numerous, they are weak in defense and can hardly fight these powerful humans head-on. They only have an advantage in numbers. But what GZong wants is quantity. He's gone berserk now. His first large-scale close combat has allowed him to quickly build up his skills and form, making him more and more courageous and faster at killing. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold +1. Critical hit rate totaled 24%. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold +1. Critical hit rate 0%. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold +1. Critical hit rate accumulated to 1%. Successfully triggered the Blood of the Moon kill passive. Gain de plus 2.7 constitution. After slaying 70 or 80 monsters, GZong finally unleashed his first kill attribute. The range is 0.1 of 5, and it's given as 2.7. It's not a probability issue specific to a particular factory. The moment he received the attribute boost, GZong felt a warm current flow through his body, and his stamina was also restored to some extent, which greatly surprised him. At this moment, the others were also engaged in a killing spree, their adrenaline surging, and they were all in battle mode. But just when it seemed the monsters were dwindling in number, a series of incredibly heavy footsteps suddenly came from the ground. Thump! The sound was deep and muffled, like a heavy drumbeat striking everyone's hearts. The group looked up at the direction from which the sound came, and saw a green head, taller than the surrounding trees, approaching the battlefield from the distant mountains. Trees were knocked down and broken, and dust billowed from the ground. Thump! Thump! With a series of loud thuds, the enormous and terrifying figure finally pried open the trees on both sides with its palms and appeared at the edge of the basin. It was a gigantic grass-green figure, at least 30 meters tall, with a slanted, pointed nose several meters long, triangular ears like a bat, and scarlet pupils the size of lanterns. Laugh! Sharp fangs and gaps between teeth spew out billowing white mist. That was the king's wrath. Chapter 66, The Goblin King appears. A dramatic reversal of fortune. The next second, information panels about this terrifying creature appeared before everyone's eyes. Goblin King. Level, Supermonster. Evaluation. The only king born from the countless years of reproduction of the goblin race. The lifespan of the Goblin King can reach hundreds of years, and at its peak, its strength can reach the first-class level of a supermonster. The tribes under its rule are extremely fanatical and bloodthirsty, almost a nightmare for other creatures in the mountains. Roar! The Goblin King opened its blood-red maw and let out a deafening roar. The rolling sound waves spread out and echoed throughout the entire basin. Upon hearing the king's command, all the goblins in the arena instantly descended into extreme frenzy, raising their weapons and screaming wildly. The goblins' morale soared, and they charged towards the human figures with even greater speed and ferocity. The menacing figures from all directions nearly engulfed Li Jiangguo and his companions. How could that be? How is this possible? They're the second super weirdo. At that moment, everyone felt that they were in dire straits. This newly appeared Goblin King is clearly stronger than the venomous goblin. The sheer oppressive aura emanating from its mere presence completely dominated the entire scene. That unshakable majesty made it almost impossible for anyone to feel any resistance. Even their muscles trembled subconsciously. What dovedo? What dovedo? Kumandeli. Let's run. Huda panicked completely. All the arrogance he had before entering the dungeon had vanished with the cold sweat covering his body. He just wanted to get out of this hellhole as soon as possible. This dungeon is super weird at both ends. Calling it a newbie dungeon? No, we can't escape. Li Jiangwo's expression also became extremely solemn. Even if they manage to break through and escape their pursuers, they will still face the even more terrifying Donggu Mountains. With just a few people, it's simply a pipe dream to think they could cross the entire mountain range and escape to the outside world. Xia Zhuxuang, GZong, do you have any ideas? Li Jiangwo asked anxiously through his headset. At this moment, Xia Zhuxuang held a snow-white longsword, her figure flying swiftly through the air, nimbly dodging the poisonous sting sprayed from the venomous goblin. Approaching its opponent from time to time, the silver blade flashed, leaving a wound on the venomous goblin with a whoosh. Unfortunately, the weapon's power is too weak. It can only cut through the super monster's skin and armor at best, and cannot cause any truly deep damage. The young girl frowned, not daring to be distracted for a moment. I'll find a way to lure them away. You guys hurry up and clear out the soldiers. She had barely finished speaking. The Goblin King in the distance suddenly set off. Despite its enormous size, it moves at a speed that is terrifying. Thump, thump, thump. The countless goblin foes on the ground were mercilessly trampled into mincemeat by their own king. It only took 2 seconds. The Goblin King, with overwhelming force, rushed to Xia Zhuxuang's vicinity. Roar! Another terrifying roar erupted. Xia Zhuxuang was about to retreat quickly, but a shockwave-like sound suddenly entered her ears, causing her to momentarily lose her senses. The girl's body swayed in mid-air for a moment, then quickly recovered, but when she looked up again, a huge black shadow had already covered them. Everyone screamed in alarm. Watch out! Bang! Xia Zhuxuang's figure was sent flying lightly. Seeing this, everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief, a sense of despair rising in their hearts. We're doomed. On a battlefield with this level of density, a wounded soldier who has lost the ability to fight has almost no chance of survival. The moment she lands, she'll probably be torn to shreds by the swarming goblins. Of all the players on the field, only GZong was closest to Xia Zhuxuang's landing point. He had already begun his operation long before the Goblin King's attack landed. His figure transformed into a ghostly figure moving among the monsters, traversing a third of the basin at an extremely fast speed, and then leaping up to catch Xia Zhuxuang steadily. After landing, GZong held her in one arm and wielded the blood of the moon in the other, turning and slashing horizontally. The blade energy crisscrossed, and several goblins that tried to approach were cut in half at the waist. Cough! The girl coughed up blood, her delicate and pretty face turning deathly pale. She was clearly seriously injured. At that moment, 2 super monsters also charged in this direction. GZong frowned slightly. The sudden appearance of wounded soldiers caught him off guard. It seems we need to change our tactics. GZong! Run! They're coming! Li Jiangwo and others shouted anxiously through their earpieces. But GZong remained motionless. He pulled Xia Zhuxuang close, letting her lean against him, while sheathing the blood of the moon and taking out a noise transmitter from his backpack. After 12 hours of charging last night, the first noise bomb is ready. He had originally planned to wait for a better opportunity to use it, but now that things were urgent, he had no other choice. Pull the trigger. The noise bomb was launched instantly and shot towards the other end of the basin. 1 second, 2 seconds. As the terrifying goblin army began its encirclement and attack, and 2 super monsters rapidly approached, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly rang out. The extremely penetrating noise, carrying a sonic frequency that instilled extreme irritation and hatred in the monsters, filled the entire basin. The monsters all stopped at that moment. Roar! The Goblin King and the venomous goblin roared, their eyes filled with fury, and turned to look behind them before charging straight ahead. The remaining thousands of goblins in the basin followed the king's lead and all charged toward the noise bomb. A deadly crisis was resolved so quickly. That noise will last for about 5 minutes. You guys find a place to hide and rest for a bit. We'll talk about everything when I get back. After speaking into the earpiece, GZong hugged the girl who was clinging to him like a koala, turned around, and jumped into the forest behind him. Now, Li Jiangwo and his companions were completely stunned by the bizarre scene before them. What's going on? Just a second ago, it was an unsolvable dead end. The situation reversed so dramatically in the next second. Looking at the goblin army surging towards the edge like a tide, Li Jiangwo's Adam's apple bobbed as he asked in a daze, "GZong, what item did you just use? Can you use it again? That's all. This is my last resort. You guys hide first. Just wait for my instructions. I'll take care of Xia's injuries first." Hearing GZong's calm and collected instructions through their earpieces, the panic and anxiety that had been gripping them gradually subsided. After Xia Zhuxuang was injured and lost her position, GZong had unknowingly become the backbone of everyone. Okay. Li Jiangguo quickly led the group out of the basin, saying, "Let's go. Let's get out of here first." On the other side, GZong carried Xia Zhuxuang in his arms and quickly moved through the forest. "You put me down first." The girl's voice was weak, and her face, which had been slightly pale, was now flushed. Her posture was just too shameful. "Don't move. I'll find a safe place." GZong activated his eagle eyes and searched the surroundings. He finally found a relatively secluded cave with no living creatures and nimbly jumped up in a few moves. Then they slowly put Xia Zhuxuang down and let her lean against the cave wall. Chapter 67 GZong. I'm very strong too. At this moment, Li Jiangguo and his group also hid not far away and contacted GZong using earpieces. "GZong, we've hidden ourselves well. How's Xia Zhuxuang? Is she badly injured?" "It's not a big problem. It's probably just a fracture and external injury." GZong gently patted her shoulders, and the girl twitched in pain, but she didn't utter a sound. Her shoulder was the main point of injury, having taken a direct hit from the Goblin King. Her tactical protective suit was severely worn, with blood seeping out. Fortunately, this set of armor was of the rare grade. If it had been of the common or excellent grade, that attack would have killed her instantly. Brother G. His voice rang out. He was now completely impressed by the strength GZong had displayed, and his tone became extremely polite, with a hint of excitement as he asked for instructions. "Your prop is amazing. I saw them circling around the source of the sound, completely ignoring us. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for us to clear out the enemy?" Li Jiangguo nodded and said, "I agree with Hida's idea. We still have a lot of guns in our backpacks. Why don't we take this opportunity to clear them out first?" GZong, however, flatly refused. Killing 100 ordinary goblins is meaningless. The real threat is those two super monsters. Noise bombs have limited aggro on advanced creatures. If we attract their continued pursuit now, we won't even have a chance to catch our breath. We might as well take this opportunity to rest and eat some energy-replenishing food. Okay, let's take a break first. Let us know if you have any plans. By the way, do you have any first aid kits over there? I have it. I'll trade you. Guqing Yu's voice rang out in the channel. She directly initiated a transaction with GZong. On the other side, after receiving the first aid kit, GZong immediately took it out of his backpack, placed it on the ground, and opened it. This kind of first aid kit is a rare resource, containing a full range of emergency life-saving equipment, hemostatic bandages, and healing powder. I'm fine. I don't need these. I can handle it myself." Xia Zhuxuang became hesitant, seemingly resisting the treatment. "You managed to withstand a snake, but you're bleeding like this. If you don't get it treated soon, you'll die. Hurry up." GZong wanted to help her pull down a corner of her tactical suit so she could treat her wound. But then an awkward thing happened. This tactical kit is all in one. GZong was taken aback for a moment. Should you do it yourself? Or should I do it?" The girl closed her eyes resignedly and remained silent. GZong coughed twice, and with a righteous expression, helped her unbutton her clothes and pulled down the zipper. Although GZong was no longer Xiao Chunan, this scene still made him slightly dazed. "This is a bit too amazing. You stop looking, hurry up." Xia Zhuxuang turned her head away, her ears burning hot. The first time a man saw her body, even though it was under duress, she still felt incredibly ashamed and wished she could disappear into the ground. GZong said, "It's all right. I used to be a surgeon. I've seen a lot of patients' bodies. There's no difference between men and women. In our eyes, they're all the same as a piece of pork." Although being described as a pig annoyed her a bit, at least she wasn't as embarrassed anymore, and the psychological pressure was lessened. Next, GZong carefully disinfected her wound with iodine, sprinkled on some special healing powder, and then wrapped it with bandages. I have to say, the first aid kit produced by the system is really amazing. After applying the medicine, the bleeding from the wound stopped immediately. Looking at the detailed information about the healing powder, It turns out that this stuff can even slowly heal fractures and internal injuries. Truly a miracle drug. However, pain is unavoidable. As the powder was being applied, the girl's eyes welled up with tears from the pain, but her naturally aloof and strong-willed personality made her bite her lip tightly, holding back her tears and refusing to cry in front of others. She didn't dare to look at her wound until the very last bandage was applied. However, the two were quite close, and she saw the man's profile, which was very close to hers, showing his focused and serious expression. Just then, GZong finished bandaging himself, looked up, and said, "All done." Their eyes met, but the girl looked away, her ears still burning red. "GZong, what's wrong?" "Xiazhu Shuang." "No, it's nothing, thank you. I didn't expect you to be a doctor." GZong. "No, I was just kidding." Xiazhu Shuang. GZong stood up, picked up the blood of the moon, and tucked it into his waistband along with the scabbard. "All right, you don't need to fight anymore. Just rest here. Commander Li and I will take care of the rest." After saying that, GZong returned the mist mushroom that Xiazhu Shuang had given him to her and turned to leave. "Wait, there's still something I can help with. What are you planning to do?" Xiazhu Shuang quickly called out to him and got up to follow him. Those were two incredibly strange creatures. She couldn't understand how GZong could break the deadlock. "What do you do? Just use a knife to slash the monster, or are you going to bite it with your teeth?" GZong laughed. "I'm pretty strong too." Hearing these familiar words, Xiazhu Shuang pursed her lips slightly. Wasn't it just that she pretended not to know him back in Twilight Canyon? This person really holds a grudge. "I'm going anyway, and my wound doesn't hurt anymore." "Are you sure? If something happens later, I won't have time to protect you. Don't underestimate me. I have several of these mist mushrooms. I'm also good at escaping. What happened just now was an accident." "All right, then fly a little higher later." The two then walked slowly through the forest, one after the other, gradually approaching the basin. During the walk, GZong leisurely ate a few energy bars and then drank 2 bottles of energy drinks in one go. By this time, several minutes had passed since the noise bomb's duration began. From here, you can hear commotion coming from the direction of the basin. Clearly, the goblins are searching for humans. Xiazhu Shuang whispered, "Are we going to walk this slowly? Walking too fast is not good. I can't do strenuous exercise right now." GZong spoke slowly. He is building up momentum. Xiazhu Shuang also noticed the change in GZang's aura, staring blankly at him. "This is..." Sizzle. A bolt of lightning appeared on his body, but quickly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a second and a third arc of lightning appeared in succession. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle. These lightning arcs are all external manifestations of lightning energy. At this moment, GZong has begun to continuously accumulate surging lightning energy within his body. This time, the energy required far exceeds that of the thunder curtain he used last time. At that moment, the commotion in the distance suddenly intensified. Meanwhile, a panicked voice rang out in GZong and the other person's earpieces. "GZong, we've been discovered. Holy crap, they're attacking." Chapter 68 Thunder and Fire Robe. Lightning rips through the earth. The headset was filled with all sorts of chaotic noise. It was clear that a fierce battle had already broken out on the other side. GZang's gaze darkened slightly. "What's the situation on your end? Are you able to escape?" Li Jiangguo hurriedly replied. "They only spotted us as small goblins, so it's not a big problem. But those 2 super monsters are coming over too." GZong, you just need to go around to the basin and hold them off for 5 minutes. Then I'll take care of the rest. GZong, what are you planning to do? If it's too risky, we can use Xia's mist mushroom to escape the dungeon directly. Maybe that will give us a chance to survive. Li Jiangguo was extremely nervous and sweating profusely. If he still held a sliver of hope for clearing the dungeon just now. Now, with the approach of those 2 super monsters, especially the Goblin King's aura covering their area, that glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. Because he felt an overwhelming and almost invincible pressure. Is on a completely different level from humans who have only survived for a few days. Now, GZang's ammunition has long been exhausted, and Xiazhu Shuang, a key general, has been wounded and forced to leave the battlefield. How can one possibly contend with such an opponent using only close combat skills? Hida asked, trembling, "Brother G, are you really sure?" GZang's voice was slightly deep. "I don't know, and I've never fought a super monster before, but we have to give it a try." You guys hold out for 5 minutes and then lure them into the basin. Li Jiangguo stared at the massive black shadow that had already crashed through the woods ahead, gritted his teeth, and said fiercely, "Fine. I'll risk my life to make up those 5 minutes. Feiwinju, Ide. You two go first. Go behind me to clear out the soldiers. Don't get surrounded. I'll draw their aggro." After saying that, Li Jiangguo tossed the broadsword aside, his body bulging with veins and muscles, and his height seemed to have increased several inches. He let out a battle roar, his aura rising steadily, and raised a shield high with both hands before slamming it fiercely into the ground. Thump! The ground suddenly trembled, and the invisible aura that spread out sent more than a dozen goblins flying. This noise drew the attention of all the monsters in the area to him. Faced with so much killing intent, Li Jiangguo felt unprecedented pressure. He pulled out his shield, turned around, and ran. "Come on, you bunch of beasts!" Li Jiangguo deliberately slowed down and did not continue to sprint. Have he and Gu Qingyu clear a buffer zone behind them. Only when a monster's footsteps drew near did he unleash his speed and sprint away, escaping the terrifying onslaught. And so, the three of them led a large group of monsters in circles through the forest, a high-speed chase that pushed them to their limits as top survivors. They used every tool and method imaginable, and even killed several hundred small monsters along the way. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Walk! 4 minutes later, Li Jiangguo, covered in wounds and with his armor shattered, let out a loud shout. The three, who were nearly exhausted, suddenly turned around and rushed towards the basin. On the other side, GZong continued to advance slowly, steadily building up his momentum. At this moment, his pupils were filled with dark blue lightning flames, and the occasional arcs of lightning that leaped from his body became increasingly violent. Xia Zhuang hovered in midair in front of him, piloting a flying blade and clearing out any stray soldiers who accidentally wandered over. In fact, there is no need for the Guardian to clear away the monsters anymore, because an extremely powerful invisible lightning magnetic field has been generated around GZong, centered on him. Unless two super monsters arrive in person, even elite monsters cannot easily invade this thunder magnetic domain. Xia Zhuang was shocked when she realized this. She could clearly feel the terrifying energy accumulating within GZong's body. This is the lightning-type talent. The girl pursed her red lips slightly, clutched the wound on her shoulder, and said weakly, "Since you don't need me here anymore, I'll go and support them first." Forget it, with your current mobility, you'd only be a hindrance. Just fly higher. All right. Time passed by second. Finally, after a few minutes, GZong completed the final accumulation of power. He looked up at the girl's figure in midair. Fly higher. Xia Zhuang quickly used her telekinesis to raise herself to a height of several tens of meters in the air, her eyes looking at GZong below with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Call. GZong slowly exhaled. The lightning energy within his body had reached an unprecedented level. If it hadn't been deliberately suppressed and had been released all at once, it would probably have blasted everything within 100 meters in a scorched earth. He slowly guided the violent energy within his body. Then, the two clusters of lightning flames in his pupils suddenly intensified. Boom strapje! The terrifying energy released instantly transformed into countless intertwined and flashing bolts of lightning, forming an incredibly dense lightning field centered on his feet. Her clothes fluttered, and stray hairs fluttered across her forehead. The thick arc of lightning slowly crackled, casting his figure as if he were God. But these energies did not unleash destructive power. Instead, they were gathering around him. The dense arcs of lightning gradually became more condensed, separating into wisps of pale blue light that swirled around him, transforming into flowing lightning paste and rapidly taking shape. Whoosh! A long robe of lightning and flames slowly billowed out over his shoulders, finally shattering into tiny fragments of lightning and fire at the end. Hibernating thunder has no form. Thunder fire robe. At this moment, he was like a thunder god descending to earth, riding on lightning and flames, with two clusters of dark blue flames in his pupils, burning to the corners of his eyes. He held the blood of the moon horizontally. Slightly lower your waist and legs. He took a step. Bone strapia. The next second, his figure transformed into a terrifying streak of lightning, traversing the ground with a murderous aura that seemed capable of overturning everything, crashing into the jungle ahead and heading straight for the battlefield. The shockwave from the high-speed movement swept outwards, causing Xia Zhuchuang, who was suspended in midair, to lose her balance and her hair to dance wildly. But her eyes were completely glazed over, with only a faint, dazzling spot remaining on her retina. Meanwhile, Li Jiangguo and his group, who had already escaped into the basin, also encountered an unprecedented encirclement. The densely packed monster figures almost completely engulfed them. 5 minutes have passed, but GZong's reinforcements have not yet arrived. Li Jiangguo had used all his abilities to try and buy some more time, but in the end he could not escape the Goblin King's pursuit. The giant fist in the sky crashed down, gradually transforming into a dark shadow that blotted out the sun. But he could no longer escape. Li Jiangguo raised his shield with both hands and roared in battle. Thump! Along with the giant shield in his hand, Li Jiangguo was smashed into the mud like a nail. Chapter 69, First Kill of the Super Monster. King finally meets King. In an instant, Li Jiangguo felt excruciating pain throughout his bones and muscles, and blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. His entire body below the neck was submerged in the ground, with only his bulging veins on his arms supporting the large shield. If it weren't for his ill-level physical combat talent, plus his rare-grade protective gear and shield, that punch would have smashed him into a bloody pulp. The Goblin King hissed out 2 puffs of white smoke and raised his fist high again. Ida, keep running. I'm going to save the commander. Guqingyu immediately used a burst acceleration item, his figure turning into a white rainbow, and rushed to Li Jiangguo's side. The 2 shields formed a triangle shape and were planted into the ground. Click, clang, clang, clang. The heavy shield quickly layered and interlocked, like a twisted deck of cards, transforming into a spiral-shaped circular defensive fortress that completely enveloped her and Li Jiangguo below. Thump! The Goblin King's fist slammed down, causing the ground to tremble violently. The shield withstood all the pressure, its durability instantly dropping by 5%, but the rebound force from the shield fortress also caused the Goblin King to take a step back. Roar! The Goblin King let out a furious roar and continued to pound his fists against the shield. Thump! Durability reduced by another 5%. Inside the shield, Guqingyu anxiously called out, "Commander, are you all right?" Blood foam gurgled from Li Jiangguo's mouth. "It's okay. I can still hold on." Guqingyu pressed the earpiece. "GZong, we're trapped. We can only hold out for another minute at most." Thump! Another resounding boom sent chills down one's spine. But no reply came through the headset. At the same time, Hida, who was alone outside, was facing unprecedented pressure. Apart from the Goblin King, all the monsters on the field have their eyes on him. Holy crap! Hida let out a sharp screech and ran for his life. His twin swords, imbued with golden light, slashed wildly in front of him without even looking, while a large horde of goblins, giant goblins, and that super savage, venomous goblin chased after him like madmen. Roar! With a roar, the venomous goblin unleashed a torrent of venomous thorns from its body, sweeping towards the fleeing human figure like a machine gun. Meanwhile, the purple vines and roots on its body continued to droop to the ground, stretching and winding, like releasing endless venomous snakes to surround and annihilate Hida. Hida was so focused on frantically slashing away the flying thorns with his twin swords that he didn't notice the vines and roots appearing beneath his feet. By the time he had deflected all the thorns, it was too late to escape. Those dense roots, like hunters, suddenly burst forth with speed, directly and tightly binding Hida, constantly tightening their grip and slowly lifting him up. Hida's entire body emitted a teeth-grinding, crunching sound. At that moment, he was terrified and screamed. Fortunately, the venomous goblin didn't intend to wring him dry. The vines slowly loosened, then bound his limbs, stretching him out into a starfish shape. They've even got tentacles playing now. As the terrifying figure drew ever closer, Hida nearly lost his voice. It was at this moment that an invisible magnetic field seemed to have appeared out of thin air on the earth. The goblin's sparse hair stood on end at that moment. Laugh! A deep blue, lightning-fast shadow flashed out from the dense forest. Surrounded by several thick arcs of lightning, like a dragon in a rage, it tore a huge gap in the swarm of goblins and rapidly approached the venomous goblins from the side. At this moment, the venomous goblin had opened its blood-red maw, its sharp teeth dripping with saliva, its dark red mouth like an abyss that devours life, about to swallow head whole. "Brother G, save me!" But his face turned deathly pale, and he screamed with his last bit of strength. "Rub!" At that moment, a swift figure carrying lightning suddenly soared into the sky from afar. A shockwave of lightning exploded on the ground, instantly tearing dozens of goblins to shreds. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. GZong's figure reached the highest point almost instantly. His figure flipped and tumbled in the air, his thunder robe swirling and dancing like a startled swan, gripped the hilt upside down and turned the slash into a thrust. The next second, his aura exploded instantly, and a large amount of lightning burst from his body. He stomped his feet hard, creating a ripple of air in midair. His figure instantly transformed into dazzling lightning. Like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky, it traversed a distance of tens of meters from the sky to the ground, fiercely striking the head of the venomous goblin. The blade tip, gleaming with lightning, was imbued with terrifying power. It pierced through the vine-like skin on the venomous goblin's head and penetrated its skull. The more than 1 meter-long blade was completely embedded in its head. The downward pressure of the hilt caused the enormous inertia to break its spine, slamming its head into the ground. Boom! Lightning raged, the ground cracked, and huge plumes of smoke and dust erupted. The rumbling thunder echoed through the basin and valleys. The whole world seemed to fall silent as a result. The vines that were wrapped around Hoda's limbs withered rapidly as they lost their energy supply. He fell from midair with a thud, his pale face showing the detachment of someone who had survived a close call, as well as a brief moment of shock. He sounded. Hoda's dry, cracked lips trembled slightly as he stared blankly at the huge shadow in the billowing dust ahead. That was the body of the venomous goblin. It had already fallen. A gust of wind blew, dispersing the smoke and mist, revealing a young figure clad in a robe of fading flames and lightning. The figure slowly straightened up, pulling the blood-red, long sword out of the venomous goblin's head. It was him. "He's here." Hoda's lips trembled, and he burst into tears with his vision blurred by tears. "Elder brother, master, from now on, Hida am your dog." At the same time, GZong saw the information about the enemy kills. Successfully defeated a venomous goblin, super monster. Gold plus 100. Magic Vine Sportis Adoi. Double rewards in Abyss mode. Congratulations on achieving the first kill in the super monster area. Bonus 1000 gold joints. Double in Abyss mode. Upon seeing this message, GZong's eyes showed a slight surprise. Surprisingly, even the forging materials and first kill rewards have doubled. 1000 gold coins. Moreover, the regular kill reward for Super Monster is 50 gold coins, which is equivalent to 25 elite monsters, and this poisonous goblin certainly matches that strength. GZong scanned the entire battlefield, finally meeting the gaze of the Goblin King not far away. As their gazes met, an endless killing intent and fighting spirit were fully revealed. Chapter 70, Is This Something a Human Can Do? GZong's gaze darkened slightly. He tried to press the earpiece to ask about the whereabouts of the others. But to my surprise, I found nothing. I was moving too fast just now, and my headset came off. "Where are they?" GZong turned around and asked. He just scrambled to his feet, shouting, "Brother G, they're with the Goblin King. Commander Lee and Sister Gu are hiding in that metal shell. They're still alive. You guys leave first. I've already drawn the boss's aggro." GZong said. "Oh, okay. He'd have picked up the 2 knives from the ground and ran to the edge in a panic, intending to circle around to lead Jang Wo's side. At this moment, not only the Goblin King, but almost all the ordinary and elite monsters had their crimson pupils fixed on the figure in the middle of the basin. The Goblin King took a deep breath, his chest bulging, and then opened his massive maw, letting out a roar. Roar! The terrifying sound waves solidified into a cylindrical shockwave that shaved off a layer of the ground before blasting directly towards GZong. Whoosh! GZong's figure moved with lightning speed, flashing away. The next second, the corpse of the venomous goblin that was standing at their feet was blasted away by the sonic wave, demonstrating its terrifying power. After launching this attack, the Goblin King began his terrifying charge. Roar! Chirp! As if receiving a command, the goblins in the basin swarmed forward again, frantically attacking the human figure covered in lightning. At this moment, GZong's Thunderfire robe had lost a third of its length. That was used to kill the venomous goblin earlier. He glanced around at the hideous monsters around him, then looked back at the terrifying giant shadow that was attacking him, his gaze slightly somber. In fact, he didn't know if he had enough of his remaining lightning energy to kill the Goblin King in one go. But before that, we need to clear out these grunts first. At the same time, horde finally reached the edge of the basin. The monsters are converging on GZong's side, and there is plenty of space ahead, so there is no longer any resistance to advancing. Commanderly, Sister Gu, run! Horde roared into his headset. Hida, what's the situation outside? Has GZong arrived? Gu Qingyu was also still in shock, clutching her chest. She and Li Jiangguo had both heard the commotion outside. The terrifying thunder had terrified them, and they almost thought their defensive shield was about to break. But now the Goblin King has stopped attacking. And it seems they're leaving? Brother G is here. He just killed the venomous goblin. The Goblin King is heading his way. Horde shouted excitedly. What? Upon hearing this, both Gu Qingyu and Li Jiangguo, who was stuck in the ground, widened their eyes at the same time, their hearts filled with shock. We've already taken care of that super weird one. How did you do that? Gu Qingyu swallowed hard, mustered her courage, and withdrew the double shield fortress. Click, 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 clang. The surroundings instantly became bright and spacious, and sure enough, there wasn't a single monster in sight. In the distance, a dark mass of goblins and a colossal shadow, as large as a mountain, were both charging in the same direction. Hida came running over in a panic. Brother G said, we need to get out of the basin first. He'll fight alone. Good. Gu Qingyu nodded solemnly. Stop chatting. Hurry up and dig me out. Li Jiangguo weakly cried for help. He struggled to throw away the shield in his hand, his pale face covered in blood. I almost forgot. I'm sorry, Commander. Gu Qingyu and Hida quickly grabbed one of his hands and pulled Li Jiangguo, who was rooted to the ground, out. At that moment, Xia Zhuxuang flew over from a distance, which excited the group. It's Xia. Xia is here too. Xia Zhuxuang used her telekinetic power to lift a large wooden board and place it in front of everyone. Everyone, come on up quickly. The group quickly sat on the wooden planks. Xia Zhuxuang frowned, and with her last bit of strength, she manipulated the wooden plank, slowly lifting herself up to a height of over 100 meters. At this altitude, we are considered temporarily safe. Their bodies went limp, and they were covered in sweat and blood, panting heavily. Thump! A tremor came from the ground. Before everyone could recover, their hearts tightened again, and they quickly peered down at the ground. On the ground, the figure, engulfed in lightning and fire, moved with incredible speed, creating distance between itself and the boss while continuously slaying the surrounding monsters. Were those lights on GZong's body? Are they equipment? Li Jiangguo and Gu Qingyu were stunned for a moment. Unfortunately, they were trapped inside the fortress and didn't see how the venomous goblin was killed. That's a lightning-type talent. I was about to be eaten by a poisonous goblin when Brother G suddenly appeared out of the sky and killed the poisonous goblin instantly. That was the thunder you just heard. He just suppressed his excitement and explained. He still finds it hard to believe when he recalls that scene. It was just too intense. Killed with talent? Li Jiangguo and his companion were deeply shocked. Is this something a survivor at this stage can actually do? However, it's hard to say whether we'll be able to fight the Goblin King. That kind of talent skill is definitely very physically demanding. Remembering that there was still one super monster left, Horde became slightly nervous. The battle is not over yet. Goblin King, this is the real final boss of this dungeon. Now, as GZong frantically slaughtered the goblins around him, lines of kill notifications kept appearing before his eyes. During this process, he entered Eagle Eye mode, constantly monitoring the condition of the Moon Bloodblade. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold +1. Critical hit rate totaled 21%. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold +1. Critical hit rate accumulated to 1%. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold +1. Critical hit rate accumulated to 13%. Successfully triggered the Blood of the Moon kill passive. Gain plus 1.5 constitution. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold plus 1. Critical hit rate accumulated to 16%. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold plus 1. Critical hit rate totaled 24%. When the critical hit rate was stacked to 24% this time, GZong, in Eagle Eye mode, finally noticed the extremely subtle, fleeting red light on the blade. Really? A notification has appeared indicating that a critical hit has been triggered. That makes things much easier. A cold smile crept onto GZong's lips. As the hatred level rose higher and higher, the goblins became increasingly irrational, charging blindly without any strategy. This indirectly accelerated GZong's monster-killing efficiency. It took him nearly 10 minutes to finally kill all the remaining hundreds of goblins in the basin. Since he entered the arena, he has triggered the kill attribute a total of 9 times. The values are 2.7, 1.5, 1.8, 0.3, 3.8, 0.9, 0.6, 2.2, and 4.1. In total, my constitution has reached 70 plus points. After successfully slaying the last goblin, GZong, his body spotless, slowly turned around. The Thunderfire robe, fluttering in the wind, still had more than half of its original shape remaining. Now, only the Goblin King remains. Seeing all his descendants slaughtered, the Goblin King had completely gone mad. His veins throbbed, and he could no longer contain his rage that wanted to devour the whole world. Roar! The Goblin King let out a deafening roar, and his entire body suddenly began to tremble violently. Click, click, click. Chapter 71, 100% critical hit rate. The end of the war, accompanied by a series of chilling, bone-grinding sounds. The Goblin King's body writhed and swelled rapidly, and a large amount of blood vapor evaporated from its pores, turning its originally dark green skin into a glaring crimson color. Roar! An unimaginably terrifying aura surged and rippled, its shockwaves sweeping out like a hurricane, pressing down the branches and leaves of countless trees in the surrounding area. Sand and gravel flew everywhere, and dust billowed. Even Xia Zhuchuang and her group, high in the air, had difficulty maintaining their balance and almost fell off the wooden plank. Holy crap! It can actually get stronger? The group stared in horror at the giant, crimson monster on the ground. Its body almost swelled to its former size. The original Goblin King was already an extremely terrifying existence among the super monsters. Now, it can even unleash a second stage. Is this something a human could fight? Commanderly, this newbie dungeon is way too damn newbie-friendly. He'd have forced an awkward smile onto his stiff face. This level of boss is called a C-level beginner dungeon. What about the B-level, A-level, and even S-level? Everyone initially thought that after surviving the first wave of zombies, spring might finally arrive, but judging from the current situation, the difficulties ahead are definitely hellish. Bone strapje! At this moment, the Goblin King suddenly burst forth. The ground beneath his feet was cracked open with large spiderwebs, and a massive body, tens of meters tall and as huge as a building, charged straight at GZong at a bizarre and terrifying speed. Careful! People in the sky gasped in alarm, laughed, laying past through the crimson blood-red figures, and dodged to the other side. But the Goblin King's blood-red eyes had already locked onto him with murderous intent, anticipating GZong's evasive path. Another giant fist swung down towards where he was about to land. The enormous fist shadow transformed into an overwhelming pressure, seemingly about to crush that tiny human into dust. At the critical moment, Rakeage flashed once again. Boom! The ground blasted up high waves of dust. A lightning-infused blade mark appeared on the Goblin King's thick, bulging arm. Puffed. The lines exploded, and a large amount of blood gushed out in a fan shape. Roar! The Goblin King let out a roar of pain and attacked the constantly flashing human figure even more frantically. Boom! 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 The scale of this battle has far exceeded Li Jianguo and his companions' expectations. Even with a god's eye view, their naked eyes still struggled to keep up with the speed of the battle between the two sides. The ground was constantly cracking, and billowing smoke and dust filled the air. The terrifying aura and oppressive force shaved away layer after layer of the Earth's surface. The figure, crackling with lightning, continued to dodge with ease, leaving trails of blood on the Goblin King's body. Even so, everyone's hearts were gradually on edge. They were all highly experienced combatants, so they could naturally see the general trend of the battle. GZong seems to have the upper hand now, but it's clear that the wound he left on the Goblin King is getting shallower and shallower. Moreover, the Goblin King's body was too large. Merely cutting through the skin and flesh wouldn't cause any substantial damage, especially since GZong was in a state of high-speed consumption of his talent. A prolonged and protracted struggle. It will only quickly exhaust its strength, leading to a sharp increase in the risk of failure. In the end, just like Xia Zhuchuang just now, they couldn't dodge in time and were seriously injured or even killed by the monster. What to do? What to do? Huda trembled with tension, lying on the edge of the wooden plank, his eyes fixed on the battle situation. Right now, all we can do is watch. Li Jiangwo's voice was hoarse. These wounded and disabled soldiers were of no help whatsoever. Moreover, even if they were at their best, they wouldn't be able to get involved in a battle of this level. They'd have a hard time even fighting a venomous goblin. The gap between them and the Goblin King in the second phase was simply too large. Li Jiangwo turned to look at Xia Zhuchuang. Xia, do you still have the energy? What if something happens later? Xia Zhuchuang nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I can do it. She had already reserved this strength. In case GZong was defeated, she was the only one here who had the ability to provide assistance. Although the final result was failure in the dungeon raid and having to escape through the eastern ancient mountains, it was still better than losing members here. The battle is now escalating rapidly. As everyone watched with concern, GZong's speed indeed gradually decreased. Several times, he barely missed the Goblin King's punch and was almost hit. This made everyone's hearts jump into their throats. The next second, as GZong once again flashed away to create distance, the Goblin King suddenly lunged forward, clenched his fists, and slammed them down on him. The two sides closed the distance rapidly. The overwhelming offensive came crashing down like a tidal wave. And this time, GZong's reaction was surprisingly slow. Oh no! Get out of the way! The crowd screamed in alarm. Boom! The earth cracked open, and waves of earth erupted. All of this happened in a mere 0.5 seconds, but it felt like an eternity to everyone. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. That familiar lightning bolt did not shine again. He was completely engulfed by the vast sea of blood and sand. This is impossible. Xia Zhuchuang's fingertips trembled slightly, her panicked eyes searching through the dust and sand. No, it's completely invisible. He just swallowed hard, feeling all his hope crumble in that instant. Brother G, he's dead. Meanwhile, Xia Zhuchuang, standing on a wooden plank, was about to fly into the battlefield. But just before he was about to leave, he was held tightly by a hand. Xia, don't be impulsive. Something's wrong with the Goblin King. Gu Qingyu said anxiously. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Below, the Goblin King still exuded a palpable killing intent, its wary and bloodthirsty gaze searching the surroundings. A strong gust of wind blew in, and the smoke and dust dissipated. There was no sign of human beings in the huge crater on the ground. He just disappeared. It wasn't smashed into mincemeat, nor was it rammed into the ground. It just vanished into thin air. At this time, hundreds of meters in the air, GZong released his ethereal state and began a fallen freefall. Call! He closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. He had just landed the final blow on the Goblin King, successfully stacking up the trigger probability, and a sliver of red light appeared on the blade. The critical hit chance for the next attack is 100%. The tattered thunder robe, less than half of which remained on his shoulders and back, fluttered wildly in the strong wind. Then it disappeared inch by inch, merging into his body. 70 meters above the ground. 60 meters above the ground. 50 meters above the ground. The remaining lightning robes all melted away. GZong opened his eyes in midair. The blazing lightning flames, like the opening and closing of a furnace, burned from his pupils to his forehead. Chapter 72 Settlement Rewards Ranking. You've obtained a golden treasure chest. At the same time, the crimson blade of the moon's blood was also coated with a layer of dark blue condensed radiance, a light formed from the melting of countless bolts of lightning energy. GZong's figure flipped and spun in midair, his hands gripping the hilt of the sword horizontally. Lei Yan's flickering eyes calmly gazed at the colossal shadow ahead. At that moment, the Goblin King also sensed the surging, frenzied energy behind him. With eyes blazing with fury, he abruptly turned and glared at her. Roar! It let out a final, earth-shattering roar, its blood energy suddenly erupting with unprecedented power as it charged toward the human figure, seemingly intent on crushing everything in the king's rage. Over there! Look over there! Huda pointed at the figure in the distance that was free-falling, his whole body trembling with excitement. He's still alive. GZong is still alive. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's brains practically shut down. Their thinking was completely out of sync with the changing battlefield. Even more perplexing is how GZong, who was clearly hit just moments ago, was able to suddenly return to the battlefield from the sky. But when they saw GZang's figure hanging upside down in the sky, holding a knife, a thought immediately came to their minds. The final moment of victory is approaching. No, they've arrived. GZang's figure was seen bending slightly in midair, gathering his strength. If he were on the ground, this would be the stance for a charging slash, but he's in the air with no point of leverage. The Goblin King's terrifying offensive was already upon them. The whole world seemed to slow down at that moment. Two terrifying bolts of lightning erupted beneath GZang's feet. These were two lightning flashes that he had just created using the remaining power within his body during the brief moment of his ethereal state, and he was now using them under his feet. Boom! Two bolts of lightning exploded. The terrifying power of lightning was released, creating countless ripples in midair. The resulting powerful kinetic energy propelled GZang's speed to its limit. At the same time, all the energy of the Thunderfire robe was channeled into this final, instantaneous slash. GZong transformed into lightning, instantly piercing through to the back of the Goblin King. Several enormous arcs of lightning stretched and tore along the entire path of the strike, finally condensing into a dazzling pillar of lightning that pierced the sky. The world seemed to have been muted at that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. After the most dazzling light, a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, and the earth exploded with a deafening boom. Boom! A dazzling flash of lightning streaked across the world. A huge hole has appeared in the Goblin King's neck and a large area of his chest. The enormous head was tossed high into the air. The king's blood was spilled across its territory at this moment. Its mangled body remained in an attacking posture, but they have lost all ability to move. The only thing that was moving was the pulsating arcs of lightning that covered its entire body. Boom! With a loud crash, the Goblin King's mangled body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. On the other end, human figures also fell from midair. GZong had almost exhausted all his strength. When he landed, he couldn't stand steadily and rolled several times on the ground before finally stopping after hitting a large clod of earth. He lay sprawled out, staring at the sky, not wanting to move an inch. The light in his pupils dimmed, and all the symbols of lightning on his body dissipated at that moment, returning him to normal. He slowly turned his head and looked at the Goblin King's corpse, which resembled a small hill. A notification appeared before my eyes indicating that I had killed an enemy. Successfully defeated a Goblin King, super monster. Gold plus 100. King's Blood Eye plus 2. Double rewards in Abyss mode. More materials have been leaked. In the next second, a notification sound appeared in GZang's mind. He initially thought it was the reward for clearing the dungeon, but then his eyes widened in surprise. Bye! Congratulations on obtaining the new title, Goblin Slayer. Goblin Slayer, rare title. Attributes: Constitution plus 30, Spirit plus 10. Special attribute, Blood Rage. In an evenly matched, extreme duel, fully entering combat will trigger Blood Rage, doubling all attributes and stamina consumption until the end of the battle. Bonus gold coins per kill, plus 30%, cumulative, 0, can be withdrawn at any time. Evaluation: The Terminator of Sin and Filth. Achieved by defeating the Goblin King for the first time in the dungeon. Holy crap, they released a new title. GZong was overjoyed. After obtaining the Ranger title last time, he hadn't made any new gains in titles, and he thought that these things were too rare. I never expected to finally get my second title, and the stats are so amazing. He switched titles immediately. The surge in his physical and mental attributes allowed him to recover a significant amount of strength instantly, enabling him to slowly get up from the ground. At the same time, the people in the sky were completely frozen in place. Their expressions remained unchanged from the beginning, their eyes not even blinking, their vision limited to that indelible flash of lightning. A few seconds later, Hida's lips trembled as he uttered, "Holy shit. Holy crap. Holy crap. We won." At this moment, only Hida had the energy to shout and yell. The others collapsed onto the wooden planks as if exhausted, wiping their faces, and after a long while, they let out a relieved and liberated laugh. Xia Zhuxuang looked at the young figure below, her eyes slightly reddening. Finally, when she saw him scrambling to his feet and dusting himself off, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She maneuvered the wooden plank, slowly descending from the sky and arriving beside GZong. "Is everything all right?" GZong looked at the miserable group of people and laughed. "It's okay, I can still breathe." When they met again, their eyes were filled with smiles, but also with endless emotion and disbelief. This experience felt so unreal. When we first entered this instance, everyone was full of confidence, thinking it would be a chaotic battle, but turned out to be a chaotic battle against monsters. There are a total of over 2,000 ordinary monsters, 100 elite monsters, and 2 super monsters. Reality slapped them hard in the face. But as death approached, they gave him a sweet treat. A pro player emerged in the team, pulling everyone out of a dead end and carrying them to victory. "Brother G, I stand by what I just said. From now on, I, Hida, am your dog." Everyone was a little unsure of what to say, but Hida broke the silence, which immediately sparked a burst of relaxed and cheerful laughter. "Hurry up and get it over with. I don't want a pet like you." Just then, the dungeon notification sounded in everyone's minds. "Congratulations to all survivors. You have successfully cleared the C-rank dungeon Goblin's Nest. The points rankings are now being released. They're here. They're here." Upon hearing this voice, everyone became extremely excited and stared intently at the settlement interface in front of them. Soon, the first checkout page appeared. Leaderboard. First place, GZong. Output percentage, 91%. Percentage of injuries sustained, 5%. Supporting role percentage, 3%. Number of boss kills, 2. Rating, SS. Settlement reward, golden treasure chest, X1. Chapter 73, a king-level monster, the Heavenly Dragon Serpent, has appeared. The Ghost Dragon Society is attacking. The moment I saw the rating and rewards, everyone's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, a golden chest. Seeing such a high-level treasure chest for the first time made everyone drool with envy, their eyes practically glued to it. This is a golden treasure chest. For most survivors now, finding a wooden treasure chest can make them happy for half a day. Obtaining the black iron treasure chest can directly lead to a significant leap in status within the group. As for the higher levels, the difficulty of obtaining them increases dramatically. Having incredible luck isn't enough. You also need the skill and courage to get the treasure chest. The few people present were considered frontline survivors. At most, they only knew where the silver treasure chests were through their intelligence network, but they didn't have the confidence to take them yet, because the monsters guarding these treasure chests are simply too powerful for them to handle. If even silver treasure chests are like this, then the gold treasure chests are even more so. I've never even heard of it. Everyone was really surprised that the rewards for clearing this dungeon were so generous. However, not everyone can get this SS level rating. You can find out by clicking on the output percentage column. Number of normal monsters killed, 1226. Elite monster kill count, 98. Number of bosses killed, 2. Such an incredible record makes him an absolute MVP, and GZong deserves this evaluation and reward. However, the opening of the golden treasure chest also made the others look forward to their score rewards. Hida rubbed his hands together, entering a moment of fantasy. "I don't need a gold treasure chest. Just give me a silver one." "You're dreaming." Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Next, the second place was announced. Second place, Xia Zhuxuang. Output percentage, 6%. Percentage of injuries sustained, 11%. Auxiliary role percentage, 32%. Number of boss kills, 0. Rating, A. Settlement reward, silver treasure chest, X1. As expected, Xiaozhuang came in second place. An A rating, which comes with a silver treasure chest reward, is considered top tier. However, this also indirectly confirms the high value of the gold treasure chest. It's important to know that there's a difference between A-level and SS-level ratings, specifically S-level. The third and fourth place winners were announced shortly after. They are Gu Qingyu and Li Jiangguo. One has the highest damage mitigation and highest support, while the other has both high damage output and high damage mitigation. Both of them received AB rating and were rewarded with 2 bronze treasure chests. Finally, there's Horde, whose stats were unremarkable, earning him only a C-level rating and a bronze treasure chest as a reward. Damn, am I the only one with a C grade? When Horde saw his settlement page, he couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. For a member of the top 4 of the kamikaze crew to receive such a rating is really a blow to his confidence. If I had known, I should have taken more hits to increase my damage absorption. Maybe I could have gotten a B rating. Settlement complete. All reward have been sent to the survivor's inventory. Instance time remaining, 3 hours 21 minutes and 44 seconds. Survivors can choose to explore freely before the countdown ends, or exit the instance immediately. A notification sounded in everyone's minds. It's finally over. Everyone looked at each other and then laughed. Although this battle was brief, it was fraught with danger and twists, but the rewards were beyond imagination. Before they came here, they were just relatively unfamiliar collaborators. But now, we've become friends who fought side by side, and no matter where we meet again in the future, this shared memory will never disappear. Li Jiangguo laughed and said, "How about we explore some more? Anyway, I still have the energy. Do whatever you want. Damn it, I'm the only C rank here." Ha ha ha. While everyone was resting and chatting, GZong also went to retrieve his Barrett and RPG. But as soon as he walked back, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait a minute, don't you guys have a strange feeling? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others immediately became somewhat strange. Xiaozhuang frowned slightly and sniffed. It seems there's a different kind of fishy smell. Look at the sky. Why does the air seem a bit distorted? Horde pointed to the sky and saw what looked like a transparent oil film, slowly twisting and spreading toward where they were. The next second, everyone's pupils dilated in shock, because a monster notification appeared before their eyes. Dragon and Snake of the Heavenly Abode. Level, King level monster. Evaluation. The celestial dragon serpent is a mysterious, atmospheric creature. They are hybrid descendants of the dragon clan and the ancestral serpent clan, inheriting some of the characteristics of the dragon clan and being able to move in the clouds and mist at high altitudes. However, because they occupy a lower ecological niche among atmospheric organisms, the celestial dragon snake can release special water mist from its scales to avoid being discovered by predators, concealing all its scent and form, and only revealing itself when hunting. Upon seeing this message, everyone's heads went numb. That's a fucking king-level monster. Holy crap. Retreat immediately. Li Jiangguo clicked exit instance now as quickly as possible. The next second, the whole sky turned red. A gigantic, scarlet maw of an abyss suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. Its sheer size is enough to cover an area of 50 meters around it. The terrifying aura emanating from the king-level monster surged in from all directions, almost making people's legs go weak instantly from fear. Whoosh! At the last critical moment, everyone's figures were successfully teleported out. Boom! The jaws of the abyss snake that descended from the sky chewed up a large area of the surrounding land, leaving a large pit with tooth marks on the flat ground. But those humans had vanished without a trace. The heavenly dragon serpent didn't care. It spat out the soil from its mouth, and its body, hundreds of meters long, meandered through the air. It picked up the Goblin King's corpse and flew into the sky. On the other side, the outer perimeter of the Donga Mountains, the figures of GZong and his 4 companions appeared on the ground in a flash, all looking utterly shaken. Holy crap. Holy crap. That scared the hell out of me. Luckily I ran fast. What the hell is that king-level monster? It was probably disturbed when GZong was fighting the Goblin King. That last clap of thunder was too loud. Everyone felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they managed to escape. If they had been a second slower, they probably would have all become the dung of that dragon snake. Commander, are you all right? The members of the Mountain and Sea Alliance station nearby also quickly gathered around. It's all right, it's all right. Li Jianguo waved his hand and stood up from the ground. But just as he straightened up, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and subconsciously looked into the distance. Just as he turned his head, a sniper bullet, seemingly out of nowhere, whizzed past his eyebrow and struck GZong's armored vehicle with a bang. Bright red blood flowed down from Li Jianguo's eyebrow. Sniper. One wave subsides, only for another to rise. The sudden attack threw everyone into a panic. After the first sniper shot, a large number of bullets poured in from a dense forest in the distance. Get in the car, quickly. GZong's gaze sharpened slightly. He shouted and turned around to rush into his RV. Others also hurriedly boarded their vehicles. Fortunately, everyone was wearing armor, so as long as they weren't hit in the head, even if they took a few bullets, it wouldn't be a big problem. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets rained down on everyone's vehicles, sending sparks flying. The next second, a large group of dark vehicles rumbled and advanced towards them from the surrounding concealed terrain, encircling them. There were over 100 of them. Leading the group of vehicles was a massive, fully armed pickup truck. On the plains, that iconic pickup truck is almost infamous. Everyone knows it. It has only one owner, and that is Lai Tianxing, the vice president of the Ghost Dragon Society. Chapter 74, Vehicle Battle. The terrifying power of close-in weapons. They're from the Ghost Dragon Society. Everyone, get out of here immediately. Damn it, those bastards. How did they even know we were here? The radio channels of the dozen or so vehicles in the area were filled with panic screams. Don't panic. They're after me. Li Jianguo also successfully entered the tank, shouting while covered in blood. He had just been briefly targeted by concentrated fire. Several bullets grazed the skin on his head, and one even hit him squarely in the head. Fortunately, he had a talent for physical combat, and his bone strength was extraordinary, which allowed him to catch it with his head. The deformed bullet is still lodged in his forehead. Activating the tank, Li Jianguo fired a shot directly at the densely packed vehicles, instantly destroying the foremost jeep. Bang, 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 bang. The enemy's bullet barrage is becoming increasingly frantic. 2 rockets were even fired from different directions, hitting Li Jianguo's tank directly and damaging its outer armor and tracks. Commander, our durability won't last much longer. Damn it, let's fight them. The enemy came too fiercely, and everyone was almost unprepared. Without cover, it was difficult to even fight back, and they were almost always on the defensive. Meanwhile, in the giant pickup truck on the other side, the man, exuding a gloomy aura, had a hint of cat-and-mouse playfulness on his face as he continuously issued commands into the microphone. Teams 1 and 2, focus all fire on Li Jianguo. Teams 3 and 4, clean up those small fry. The team leader in the channel replied, Vice President, it seems like Hida from the Kamikaze gang is also in there. Should we take him out too? What kind of bullshit Kamikaze Corps is this? They're nothing. I've said it before, leave no one alive. And that RV, it was an eyesore. After killing Li Jianguo, we blew it up. Damn, it was bigger than me. He was asking for it. Lai Tianxing snorted coldly. Li Jianguo, you've finally fallen into my hands. The Ghost Dragon Society has been plotting to behead Li Jianguo for quite some time. As early as this morning, they learned through some information channels that Li Jianguo was recruiting experts to conquer the dungeon, but they did not know the specific time and place. As luck would have it, the vehicles belonging to the Mountain and Sea Alliance were parked on the outskirts of the eastern ancient mountains for an extended period of time and were discovered by members of the Ghost Dragon Society who happened to be passing by. Chairman Zhang Dongjia immediately ordered Vice Chairman Lai Tianxing to take charge and personally direct the decapitation operation. The Ghost Dragon Society has deployed over 100 vehicles and several hundred people this time, almost all of whom are elites. An hour earlier, their convoy had been hiding in the surrounding terrain, waiting for the moment they emerged so they could launch a surprise attack. In fact, Lai Tianxing could have acted earlier and destroyed the vehicle directly. However, this would inevitably alert the enemy. If the other side tipped them off and Li Jianguo stayed hidden in the instance, calling for reinforcements from Twilight Canyon, then this opportunity would be wasted. Simply destroying the tanks isn't very meaningful. What Guilong wants is for Li Jianguo to die. As long as we remove Li Jianguo, this tough nut to crack, the Mountain and Sea Alliance is bound to fall apart. The Ghost Dragon Society could then take advantage of the situation to annex and devour Twilight Canyon, a lucrative prize. At that time, even the Battlefield Alliance will have to be wary of them, and no one will dare to point fingers at the Ghost Dragon Society anymore. Vice President, they've started their counterattack. The team leader reported in the channel. That's nothing. Full speed ahead. Shrink the encirclement. Give them a good beating. Like Tianqing's Hotetcholdli. He drove the pickup truck and led the charge. At the same time, pressing a button on the center console caused the pickup truck's hood to engage mechanically, and then a small turret rose up, which turned out to be a small grenade launcher. Bang! Bang! The grenades were fired in succession, tracing parabolic arcs as they slammed into the Mountain and Sea Alliance's convoy formation, causing the vehicles to shake violently. Commander, they've surrounded us. Damn the Ghost Dragon Society. They even dare to hit my car. Besides Li Jiangguo, Hida and Gu Qingyu, as well as the captain of the guard, all had weapons mounted on their vehicles, but their firepower was far inferior in comparison. If this continues, we'll inevitably be surrounded and wiped out. Everyone follow me. Charge. Break through. We'll fight our way out. Li Jiangguo started the tank with its damaged tracks and led the group in a charge against the encirclement ahead. At this moment, GZong's armored vehicle also started moving, but it was driving in the opposite direction. He headed straight for Lai Tianxing's giant pickup truck. Not good. GZong. Come back quickly. The enemy has too many of them. We are at a disadvantage in terms of ammunition and firepower. We can't afford to engage them head on. The crowd screamed in terror. They were practically going crazy. But GZong's RV continued to drive forward, and the close-in weapon system on the roof remained silent, not firing. As the distance rapidly closed, the entire outer armor of the RV was subjected to a large amount of firepower, with bullet sparks crackling and flashing on every part of the vehicle. This is fucking relentless. GZong sat in the driver's seat, lit a cigarette, and stared grimly at the dozens of armed vehicles ahead. He was exhausted and was thinking of finding a quiet place to eat and rest before finally opening that precious golden box. I never expected them to pull this stunt. A sneak attack? Why are they focusing their fire on my vehicle? Isn't this just plain suicide? My close-in weapon system hasn't even been used on a human before. He picked up the megaphone and said in a chilling tone, "Just follow me. I'll take care of these bastards." What? Everyone was starting to doubt whether they had heard correctly. GZong, please don't act rashly. Li Jiangguo spoke up urgently. Try to stop it. He knew that GZong's vehicle weapons were very powerful, but the deficiencies in ammunition and reloading speed could not be made up for by firepower alone. The difference between the two sides is orders of magnitude. Moreover, the group that Lai Tianxing brought was almost entirely composed of combat vehicles. Over 100 of them. Vice President, that RV is heading straight for us. What? Lai Tianxing looked up and instantly flew into a rage. Focus fire. I'll fire at him. Kill him. In this situation, how dare they turn around and head this way? Where do they get the guts? Want to be a hero? Well, I'll grant your wish. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of bullets rained down, blasting the RV's tires to smithereens. Fortunately, the GZong was equipped with super run-flat tires, so even when it was under such intense fire, it was still able to maintain normal balance and drive. Only a few seconds passed. The Ghost Dragon Society side sensed that something was wrong. Even a Tier 2 advanced vehicle would have lost all its durability long ago after being subjected to such a terrifying attack. But the RV continued to move forward at high speed, like a charging beast, without being hindered at all. 500 meters. 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides had been reduced to an astonishing 200 meters. Even Lai Tianxing's expression froze, staring blankly as the other person drew closer. And in the driver's seat of the RV, GZong's lips curled into a sinister smile. Activate automatic target acquisition. Drop. The target detection radar lit up instantly, and the map was covered with huge red dots. The close-in weapon system mount on the roof of the vehicle quickly rotated and adjusted, pointing the dark 7-barrel gun at the enemy vehicle array in front. GZong picked up the microphone, turned on the regional public channel, and sneered, "Ghost Dragon Society, is it? Now, it's your father's turn." Driven by the motor, the gun barrel slowly rotates. It was like a ritual before the arrival of death. The next second, bang, 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 bang. The terrifying firepower of the machine guns suddenly exploded. A barrage of 12,000 rounds per minute of frenzied ammunition was instantly injected into an off-road vehicle. Even with upgraded outer armor, their vehicle defenses cannot withstand the extreme firepower of close-in weapon systems. In just 1 second, the SUV was riddled with holes, and the fuel tank exploded. Boomstrapje! A huge burst of sparks exploded dramatically. But this is just the beginning. Bang 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 bang. The close-in weapon system turned its muzzle, and with a deathly roar, swept across the area. Clusters of fire erupted, followed by a series of loud explosions. GZong closed the distance before starting the fight. There was no other reason than I was afraid the other party would run too fast. Chapter 75, The Real Monster of War. Even 1v100 is a crushing defeat. The situation on the entire battlefield was completely reversed the moment the close-in weapon system opened fire. 2 vehicles. 10 vehicles. Under the relentless bombardment of the close-in weapon system's maximum rate of fire, the vehicles of the Ghost Dragon Society were practically made of paper. The bulletproof armor was completely ineffective and was torn to shreds almost instantly. This turn of events came too suddenly. Everyone in the room experienced a brief moment of mental blankness. Boom! 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 Vehicles were destroyed and exploded one after another. Those whose fuel tanks were spared from being punctured turned into piles of smoking scrap metal, covered with bloody human remains. After fully realizing what had happened, the Ghost Dragon Society members at the front lines let out the most terrified screams of their lives and began frantically turning around, trying to escape for their lives. What the hell is that weapon? Since the beginning, the RV had not launched any counterattack. The Ghost Dragon gang members all thought that the big thing on the roof of the other vehicle was just for show, used to bluff people. I can't believe it's actually true. Bang 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 bang. The almost continuous roar of machine guns transformed the battlefield into a harvester, destroying everything at an extremely fast speed. The Ghost Dragon Society's encirclement was violently torn open, creating a huge gap. Other vehicles were also thrown into chaos at this moment, either forcibly turning around or slamming on the brakes. The channel was filled with tense reports and exclamations. Don't return it. Whoever backs down, I'll kill them. Lai Tianxing held the megaphone and roared at the top of his lungs. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the armored vehicle that was approaching from afar. While feeling incredibly shocked and angry, I couldn't understand how such an extremely heavy-duty vehicle could appear in Li Jiangwo's team. Furthermore, they upgraded the close-in weapon, an absurdly powerful vehicle turret. Who exactly is that person? Why have we never received any information about them? No, we can't outgun his firepower. He's aiming at me. Help, boom. The channel was in complete chaos. Focus fire. Focus fire on him. Bomb him with RPGs. He'll need to reload soon. Hold the fuck on. Anyone who dares to back down will be shot. Lai Tianxing gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Then, he shifted into reverse. The giant pickup truck retreated against the tide of steel surrounding it, quickly putting distance between itself and the armored motorhome. At this moment, even the first and second teams responsible for annihilating Li Jiangwo urgently withdrew to join the team encircling and destroying the armored RV. The pressure on Li Jiangwo's side was instantly reduced by more than half. The members of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, who were preparing for a life-or-death battle, were all stunned. Commander, it seems like we're done here. The captain of the guard's voice was still trembling slightly. Through the bullet-riddled and cracked car windows, everyone stared blankly at GZong's armored RV, which was frantically chasing the opposing horde of vehicles. 1 vehicle versus 100 vehicles. And it's the kind of beating someone up by the head while they're under a hail of bullets. In less than a minute, the enemy had destroyed more than 20 vehicles. The critical close-in weapon system has already fired at least tens of thousands of rounds, but it still hasn't reached the reload line. He's still charging forward, still firing. This is insane. This is going to be a winning streak. Counterattack. Li Jiangwo let out an excited roar. He drove his tank, accompanied by his guards, Hida, Xiaju Shuang, and others, and launched a fierce counterattack against the enemy's vehicle formation. The reason we tried to escape was because the disparity in firepower and numbers was simply too great. But now, tell me, whose firepower is stronger? Horde was trembling with excitement. He floored the accelerator. The light machine gun on the roof of the car kept firing at the enemy, and he picked up the microphone and passionately opened the microphone across the entire frequency range. Fuck your mother. You dare to mess with the Mountain and Sea Alliance and the Divine Wind Corps, and you even dare to offend me. Master G, have you ever seen a close-in weapon system? Keep being arrogant. Fuck. With the addition of Li Jiangwo's convoy to the counterattack, the intensity of the battle escalated dramatically. For most Tier 2 vehicles that have upgraded their outer armor, mutual attacks primarily deplete their durability. It's difficult to kill the other side before both sides' durability is completely depleted. But then this monster, the close-in weapon system, appeared, its weapon level being absolutely overwhelming. Moreover, the armored vehicle's defensive capabilities far surpass those of ordinary Tier 2 vehicles. Apart from RPGs, other firearms are simply too difficult to inflict damage on. You can tell by looking at the bullet marks on the armor. Even the largest caliber bullets can only leave a tiny scratch. I don't know if it has lost more than 5% of its durability since then. When the situation became urgent, the Ghost Dragon Society no longer cared about conserving bullets and used almost all of their resources. As a super heavy weapon, the rockets were launched wildly towards the RV. Boom strapje! Boom strapje! The RV shook violently from the explosion. Its tires melted, but it continued firing. GZong sat calmly in the driver's seat, observing the vehicle's condition. He estimated that with standard bullets, about 10,000 rounds would reduce durability by 1%. The RPG is much more powerful. Not counting tire wear, each shot can reduce the RV's durability by 5%. It seems the level of the outer armor is still not high enough. GZong stroked his chin and turned his gaze to the upgrade options for the outer armor. External armor, level 3. Upgrade requires 450 gold, 250 parts, 1,000 steel plates, and 5 alloys. Tier 3 external armor is very expensive and is the highest level that a Tier 2 vehicle can upgrade to. But he's a super rich man now, so he doesn't even need to look at these gold coins and materials. He quickly opened the exchange, filled in the required materials, and then clicked to upgrade. The next second, a burst of white light appeared on the car body, then quickly dissipated. The black metal armor, which originally had a matte finish, has now undergone a further refinement and upgrade. The entire car body suddenly appeared heavier and more subdued. The brand new metal casing has an incredibly smooth and delicate texture, with a near perfectly translucent, streamlined shape. The overall thickness has increased by 10 millimeters, and the material has been upgraded to an alloy, giving it extremely strong impact resistance. After the upgrade, the lost percentage of durability was instantly restored to full. Boom strapje! Another rocket hit the RV. The explosive force did not cause any decrease in durability. In fact, it greatly enhanced the stability of the vehicle, as if it had been shaken by a strong wind. GZong sneddet. Now there's no defensive pressure. All that's left is to carry this cat-and-mouse game through to the end. He drove his armored vehicle at a terrifying speed of over 130 kilometers per hour, smashing through the Ghost Dragon Society's encirclement. The giant pickup truck that was rapidly reversing also came into his line of sight. The fight isn't over yet. Why are you trying to run away? GZong stared coldly at the giant pickup truck. On the roof of the armored vehicle, the 7-barreled close-in weapon system, which had already devoured dozens of vehicles, locked its muzzle, radiating overwhelming killing intent onto the enemy. Chapter 76 I told you to get lost, but I didn't say you could drive away. The moment I saw the armored motorhome tear through the defenses like a giant beast. Sitting in the driver's seat of the giant pickup truck, Li Tianxing felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body chilled from head to toe. The enemy has already broken in. Block it up now. Block it up for me. Li Tianxing disregarded everything else this time, roaring wildly into the microphone and ordering his men to take the bullets for him. At the same time, he slammed on the reverse gear and accelerator, hid behind other vehicles, and pressed a button on the center console. The next second, the pickup truck bed opened, and a small surface-to-surface missile popped out of its pod, ready to fire. This missile, worth 500 gold coins, was the last trump card that boss Zhang Dongjie gave him. If Li Jiangguo manages to break through, we'll use the tanks to finish him off. But we have to use it now. If he doesn't use it, he'll get killed by someone else. Call. The missile emitted a powerful burst of primer, and instantly took off, leaving an arc of smoke trail in midair. As the powerful weapon ascended into the air, Lai Tianxing's face twisted into a monstrous grin. He picked up the microphone, switched it to full frequency, and his expression was one of pure, vengeful satisfaction. Scream. Keep screaming. Weren't you fucking arrogant? I'll see if you can withstand a missile. At this moment, the Mountain and Sea Alliance members who followed the armored vehicles in their charge were becoming increasingly courageous, treating the already routed enemy as if they were drowning dogs and giving them a good beating. It wasn't until they heard Lai Tianxing's mad, dog-like roar that everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. Upon seeing the missile that had already been launched and was flying towards them, everyone's expression instantly changed in shock. Those damned Ghost Dragon Society, they actually brought out something like tactical missiles. Everyone frantically grabbed their microphones, tried to warn GZong to leave the vehicle immediately, but it was too late. The surface-to-surface missile had already locked onto GZong's armored vehicle with an initial velocity exceeding Mach 2. At this extremely critical moment, GZong remained seated in the driver's seat. Entering Eagle Vision mode, he could see through the chaotic battlefield to Lai Tianxing inside the giant pickup truck, his eyes brimming with madness and pleasure. He said to the microphone, "Idiot, what do you think close-in weapon systems are for?" The next second, the close-in weapon system, which had already been raised, automatically locked onto the tactical missiles in the sky, calculated their paths, and unleashed a massive amount of ammunition. Bang, 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 bang. The dense barrage of bullets formed an interceptor barrage, successfully hitting the tactical missile when it penetrated to within 300 meters. Boom! A huge, blazing fireball exploded in the sky. Lai Tianxing stared blankly at the exploding cloud in the sky, frozen in place like an ice sculpture. A trump card worth 500 gold coins, just like that. Gone? Holy crap. Holy crap. Brother G is awesome. Ha ha ha. The terrifying moment was resolved so easily that everyone was so excited they almost jumped up. The morale of the entire Mountain and Sea Alliance team instantly surged. The outcome of this match is already a foregone conclusion. Having lost its last resort, the Ghost Dragon Society began to truly despair. Lai Tianxing was the first to start running. After realizing what had happened, he immediately turned the car around, decisively used all the resources and coins he had to upgrade the chassis and engine, and began to flee for his life. With the leader leading the way and fleeing, the remaining dozens of Ghost Dragon Society vehicles also collapsed like a house of cards, turning into deserters running around everywhere. GZong wasn't in a hurry. He activated the automatic target acquisition and had the close-in weapon system automatically attack the surrounding Ghost Dragon Society vehicles. He then drove his armored motorhome, fitted with a new set of tires, and began chasing the giant pickup truck at top speed. A real battle royale has officially begun. Lai Tianxing was ruthless and cunning, and he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. After realizing that his top speed was slower than that of the armored vehicle, he deliberately ran towards his teammates, hoping to buy himself a last chance to survive. GZong deliberately didn't kill him first, but relied on this guerrilla warfare to gradually annihilate the enemy's fleeing soldiers and vehicles. Run! You son of a bitch, Lai Tianxing. You used me as a shield. I'll curse your ancestors. Lai Tianxing, you'll die a horrible death. Bang, 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 bang. Under the precise targeting of the close-in weapon system, those vehicles were like fragile oil drums, ready to ignite at the slightest touch and explode at the slightest contact. The number of the remaining soldiers and defeated troops began to decrease at a visible rate. 10 minutes later, only a handful of vehicles managed to escape to a distance. The rest had all been reduced to burning scrap metal. With a cold smile, GZong approached the rear of the giant pickup truck step by step. At first, Lai Tianxing operated the grenade launcher on the front of the vehicle, spraying out tiny grenades, attempting to destroy the armored RV. However, even after several consecutive hits, it had no effect whatsoever. Instead, a single burst of close-in weapon system fires dozens of bullets at the pickup truck's bed, causing the truck to shake violently, leak oil, and emit smoke. Lai Tianxing finally came to terms with reality. No, don't shoot. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything. Lai Tianxing kept begging for mercy. He had long lost his previous arrogance. His face was ashen, and he was terrified. Oh, do you have anything that could save your life? Tell me about it. GZong said with great interest, and then another burst of fire pierced through the pickup truck's bed, breaking the chassis bearings underneath. The pickup truck instantly twisted its ankle. The chassis collapsed, sparking wildly as it scraped against the ground, and then it stalled. "Yeah, don't kill me!" Lai Tianxing screamed in terror. "I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't have something that satisfies me, you're done." GZong's voice, like the whisper of death, rang out on the channel in Lai Tianxing's cockpit. "I have it. I have good stuff. Please don't kill me." 8 seconds. "I still have 38 gold coins and a lot of materials left. You can have them all." 5 seconds. "No. I have something else. You definitely need it." After saying that, Lai Tianxing frantically searched the car, then hurriedly opened the window, held up a huge, white bone in his hand, and leaned out of the window. "I obtained this from a secret realm. It's definitely a valuable item. Even our guild leader didn't know about it. Please spare me. I'll leave the Ghost Dragon Society and be a good person from now on. You can make me your slave, or even a parasite, as long as you don't kill me." Lai Tianxing explained in a frightened tone. GZong's gaze sharpened slightly as a line of information appeared before him. Mysterious fingerbone. Evaluation. An ancient fingerbone, seemingly concealing a mysterious past unknown to others. Perhaps only by soaking it in the true blood of its descendants can this sealed history be unlocked. "Put it on the ground." GZong raised his chin in acknowledgement. "You promise to let me go?" Lai Tianxing asked, trembling. GZong snorted coldly. "Put your things down and get lost. Don't let me run into you again." Lai Tianxing was overjoyed, as if he had been granted a pardon. He carefully opened the car door and placed the fingerbone on the ground. He then immediately closed the door, got back into the truck, restarted the giant pickup, and used front-wheel drive to drag the paralyzed lower half of the vehicle along the ground. "Alive. I'm still fucking alive." Lai Tianxing looked at the motionless armored RV in the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with madness and joy, but the next second, GZong's ghostly voice rang out again from inside the vehicle. "Wait a minute. I told you to get lost, not that you could drive away. Didn't you hear me?" The words fell. Lai Tianxing's pupils contracted sharply. The next second, he was completely engulfed in a terrifying hail of bullets. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 77. The events have concluded. Open the golden treasure chest. Under the relentless bombardment of close-in weapon systems, the pickup truck quickly disintegrated and exploded into a huge ball of fire. "You actually believed me when I said I wouldn't kill you?" GZong glanced at the burning debris scattered on the ground in the distance, then looked away. He then opened the door, got out of the car, picked up the mysterious fingerbone from the ground, and examined it closely. It is about 40 centimeters long and 10 centimeters in diameter, just a section of a fingertip. This thing, it looks a bit like human bones. GZong's eyes narrowed slightly. Moreover, he could sense that the inside of his fingerbone was emanating some indescribable divine aura. If this were used as forging material, it would be incredibly powerful. However, judging from the information above, this should be an important clue item. Unfortunately, there are too few hints, and I can't figure out what use they are for yet. GZong took the fingerbone and got into the car. Like the previous curse scroll, this fingerbone can't be stored in the backpack. It can only be placed in the armrest box. At this moment, Li Jiangguo and his convoy finally arrived. The crowd stared at the giant pickup truck, now reduced to wreckage, in the distance, and the red-hot, smoking barrel of the close-in weapon system. The shock in my heart lingered for a long time. The Ghost Dragon Society had 100 vehicles and a few hundred survivors forming an elite force. Except for a few who escaped, the rest were almost completely wiped out. Upon seeing the young figure step out of the car, everyone's gaze turned to one of boundless awe. This guy's really ruthless. A deadly crisis has been averted, but the matter was far from over. The Ghost Dragon Society's open attack on Li Jiangguo has crossed the bottom line of the entire Mountain and Sea Alliance. The news of the attack just now, once it was sent back, instantly ignited the fury of all members of the organization, and a large number of reinforcements are rushing here. Tomorrow is the final zombie horde, and to start a full-scale war with the Ghost Dragon at this time would be far too costly. Li Jiangguo needs to hurry and bring the situation under control. And at this moment, the 5-person team for this dungeon was disbanded. The group said their goodbyes to each other. Xia Zhuchuang hugged Guqingyu and then looked back at GZong. Their eyes met. Having never been good at handling interpersonal relationships, she looked slightly flustered and quickly looked away before reverting to her aloof and cold demeanor. The girl boarded her vehicle, whispered, "I'm leaving," and dragging her still healing injuries, drove away from the scene. GZong shrugged. But a short while later, the system received a message from Xiaju Shuang. "Consider today's matter a favor I owe you. If you need any help, feel free to contact me." GZong chuckled and replied, "Okay." He just said goodbye to the others and got into the off-road vehicle and left. Before leaving, he cursed and said that he would definitely make those beasts from the Ghost Dragon Society pay the price. GZong. Li Jiangguo walked over and solemnly shook hands with him. "It's fortunate that you were here today, otherwise we might all have perished inside. Also, regarding the Ghost Dragon Society incident just now, on behalf of the entire Shanghai group, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to you." GZong smiled and said, "Brother Li, you don't need to be so polite. We're all friends. I was able to get into the dungeon thanks to you. No matter what, as long as I, Li Jiangguo, am here, you will always be the most important guest of our Mountain and Sea Alliance. If you need anything, just ask. I do have a small favor to ask, Brother Li." When this was brought up, GZong also mentioned his own needs. He now needs Thunder Spirit Stones to advance his talent, and he's also lacking ammunition, such as armor-piercing bullets and rockets. In addition, he also needed to find a reliable blacksmith. These are resources that are difficult for lone wolves to obtain, but the Mountain and Sea Alliance has such a large group of survivors that it can definitely make up for these needs. That's easy. I'll just add you to our Mountain and Sea Alliance's internal trading network, where there are many items that can't be listed on exchanges. If you need anything, just buy it directly on the website, and Zhao Xiaolong will deliver it to you afterwards. You don't even need to come here. Li Jiangguo was very straightforward and got the job done with a wave of his hand. GZong then realized that these large organizations had already formed their own internal trading networks. Any good stuff is given priority for internal circulation and will never be released. No wonder there are so few good items on exchanges. As for the blacksmith you're looking for, he is right here in front of you, even though he is far away. Li Jiangwu smiled. Gu Qingyu, who was standing next to her, raised her hand and smiled gently. GZong was somewhat taken aback. "Sister Gu?" Gu Qingyu blinked. "That's right, I'm a blacksmith. GZong, you could just come to me if you need anything. I usually charge 10 to 20 gold coins for each forging, depending on the materials. But if it's you, I'll give you a 50% discount." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you from now on, Sister Gu. Just charge the normal fees. I can't let you lose money." GZong left. He had also looked into the forging fees of other major powers, and Gu Qingyu's price was very reasonable. At the same time, he began to make plans in his mind. Forging costs 10 gold coins. Forging materials cost 10 gold coins, and each forging increases the progress by about 0.7% to 1%. In total, upgrading the Blood of the Moon to this secret treasure level would cost at least 2,000 gold coins. Although I should have enough forging materials now, the forging cost will be at least 1,000 gold coins. After thinking about it, he decided to save the gold coins for now, prioritizing the vehicle. We'll talk about it after we advance to the third tier. Next, GZong declined Li Jiangguo's invitation to rest at Twilight Canyon and formally said goodbye to them. They watched the Mountain and Sea Alliance convoy depart. GZong returned to his RV, activated the autopilot, and let the RV drive itself towards the Starry Sky Forest. Only then did he drag his tired body to the bathroom for a good shower, washing away the blood and gunpowder smell. Change into a clean set of clothes. GZong slumped onto the soft sofa with a thud, finally relaxing completely. Worn out, he let out a long breath. It's already 11 a.m. He doesn't plan to explore today. He'll go to Chun Xiaowan's place later to collect today's harvest, and then get some rest to prepare for the sixth night. He prepared a lavish lunch and, while eating, entered the insider trading network that Li Jiangguo had pulled him into. This internal network is clearly only accessible to large guilds, much like a small-scale exchange. All transactions are handled by dedicated guild personnel to ensure fairness and order. GZong searched inside and indeed found the Thunder Spirit Stone. However, there are only 7 available, each priced at 20 gold coins. Since almost all the items on the shelves were non-negotiable, GZong bought them all immediately. I also bought 50 armor-piercing rounds and 10 rockets. After that, these items will be collected and delivered by designated personnel one by one. For those like GZong who are not in Twilight Canyon, an additional delivery fee of 5 to 20 gold coins will be charged based on the distance traveled. This amount of money is no longer important to him. Time and efficiency are the most important things. After finishing this matter, GZong also finished his lunch. Only then did he walk to the living area and take out the golden treasure chest from his backpack. Clang! A golden treasure chest appeared out of thin air on the floor. Its luxurious metallic sheen is mesmerizing. A strong sense of anticipation welled up in GZong's eyes. Soon, we'll be driving a large truck. Chapter 78, An Amazing Reward. A mysterious treasure level, ring of royal authority. Filled with excitement, GZong stretched out his hands and slowly opened the lid of the box. Squeak! A dazzling golden light surged forth from the cracks in the treasure chest, illuminating GZong's face. A huge pile of resources and treasures appeared before my eyes. Received 1,500 gold, 50 alloy, 35 heavy oil, and 10 mithril. Obtained firearms modification, infinite durability X1. Obtained pet egg, foxcat, X1. Obtain roulette of fortune, vehicle modification part, X1. Obtain ring of royal authority, X1, secret treasure level. GZong's eyes widened slightly. Holy crap. Awesome. Just considering the resources alone, 1,500 gold coins plus various rare materials are enough to instantly transform a penniless survivor into a top-tier player. They even released one with infinite durability. GZong excitedly threw a punch. That golden treasure chest is freaking amazing. But the main event is yet to come. He turned his gaze to the 3 remaining important items. Pet egg foxcat. Grade. Evaluation. The foxcat clan is an ancient species, with some of the bloodlines of nine-tailed foxes and chaotic cat demons remaining. They are gentle and non-competitive by nature, and live on the moonlit plains on the outskirts of the mythical forest. Because their ancestors once received the blessing of the gods, the foxcats have extremely long lifespans and great strength. Later, due to the extinction of the elf race, the foxcat clan lost its important protection and was hunted and killed in large numbers. The entire clan was displaced, and now there are very few left. GZong reached out and slowly took out the orange-yellow pet egg. The second pet egg. He examined it closely with curious eyes. This item is a Tier 3 trade-restricted item, meaning it can be sold before it hatches. But now, I'm afraid no one can afford that price. This is an ancient remnant species. The hybrid offspring are probably only 1 or 2 levels below pure-blooded dragons like Egg Boy. I'm gonna be a dad again. I wonder if this house is big enough for them to build. GZong sighed helplessly. He turned to look for Egg, searching the living area for a long time before finally finding it fast asleep in a corner under the bed. I guess I was so scared that I hid, and then I fell asleep while hiding. GZong stopped paying attention to it. He coiled up a few towels and made a soft nest on the sofa, then placed the foxcat pet egg on it before starting to examine the second prop. Roulette of Fortune, vehicle modification part. After use, the Compass of Destiny vehicle modification can be expanded into any empty space on the vehicle. Function. Using the Wheel of Fortune once gives you a 70% chance to upgrade any vehicle part by 1 level and a 30% chance to reduce any vehicle part by 1 level. Cooldown time. 2 days. Maximum 3 storage times. Comment. Accept whatever fate brings, whether good or bad. Upon seeing this information, GZong was instantly jolted awake. Holy crap, the gambling dog parts are out, and the stakes are pretty high. The value of vehicle parts will definitely increase over time. In the later stages, it will probably take a long time to collect even one, but you can gamble for it directly with this Wheel of Fortune. 70% chance of winning. For someone as lucky as myself, wouldn't this be like getting a free level? GZong left to it. Click on the Roulette of Fortune and select a place to put on the wall next to the TV. A wheel, 0.5 meter in diameter and shaped like a ship's rudder, appeared on the wall. White and black light slowly converged and flowed on the surface of the plate, exuding a mysterious aura. But GZong doesn't plan to use it now. This thing will become more cost-effective as time goes on. Anyway, it can be stored 3 times. He'll wait until it's full before using it. Then, GZong looked at the last item in the treasure chest, a black and gold ring. The black and gold forging patterns and the simple and understated texture, along with the restrained appearance, exude an undeniable aura of royalty. The Ring of Royal Power. Level, Secret Treasure. Evaluation, a relic of an ancient human king, forged from the true bones of a monarch-level creature and tempered in flames for 49 days. Despite enduring millennia of wind and dust, the precious ring still retains a trace of divinity. Only when worn by a descendant of humankind can its powerful energy be unleashed. Exclusive skill, King's Majesty, passive. The wearer will receive the blessing of the King of Men, becoming immune to most illusions and reducing the impact of enemy domains on themselves. Exclusive skill 2, King's Authority. Upon use, it unleashes a royal domain, exerting absolute suppression on the target enemy and causing effects such as disarming, spelllessness, and physical imprisonment. The skill's effect increases with the increase of spirit attribute. Its effect decreases against higher-level enemies, and its area of effect is weakened. Skill cooldown, 3 days. The cooldown can be reset for 200 gold coins. The cost doubles each time it can be reset multiple times within a day. This attribute, GZong's eyes flickered as he took out the ring and put it on his index finger. In an instant, he felt as if his spirit was connected with the precious ring. Before my eyes, it was as if I had pierced through endless time, and I saw an ancient battlefield where billions of battle cries transformed into hurricanes sweeping across the land, and countless powerful holy spirits clashing with each other, composing a magnificent epic scroll. The strange phenomenon before his eyes passed by in a flash, and GZong was slightly dazed, his heart pounding. He came to his senses and slowly stroked the ring on his hand. It's hard to imagine just how powerful its original owner must have been at the height of his power. Here, all resources and items have been acquired. The golden treasure chest turned into flying dust. GZong's attention was drawn away from the ring, and he went over to grab a bottle of chilled drink and some snacks. I relaxed on the sofa, turned on the TV, and began to enjoy the rare leisure time in the afternoon. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Black Mountain mining area, in a heavily guarded camp, after listening to the report, Zhang Dongjie smashed the marble table in front of him with a punch, his expression so ferocious that he looked like he wanted to devour someone. They're all useless. You're telling me 100 combat vehicles and 300 elite soldiers were completely wiped out? They were all wiped out by one person? Faced with Zhang Dongjie's furious questioning, the few subordinates who had managed to escape knelt on the ground, trembling all over, not daring to utter a single word. Leah, another vice president standing next to him, lowered his head slightly and said, "President, we just sent people to investigate the site, and the situation is basically true." Zhang Dongjie nearly ground his back teeth to powder, veins throbbing on his forehead, as he spat out each word. "Who is that person?" "It's GZong, that famous lone wolf. He participated in Li Jiangwo's mission this time, and his vehicle weapon has been upgraded to a close-in weapon system with unlimited ammo. Kill him at all costs." Zhang Dongjie's tone had never been so cold, so full of intense, killing intent. This time, the Ghost Dragon Society lost almost 1/10 of its fighting strength. He never expected that a lone wolf could grow to such a level in such a short time. Moreover, they've also come to stand in opposition to the Ghost Dragon Society. This scourge absolutely cannot be allowed to remain. Leah, what about the Mountain and Sea Alliance? Zhang Dongjie, wait for the 7th Night's zombie horde, find an opportunity to ambush them, and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Leah, yes. Leah left the tent, leaving only 3 members who had escaped and returned inside, kneeling on the ground, too afraid to move. One of them tentatively spoke up. "President, then what about us?" "Wang Kai." Zhang Donglai called out a name. The next second, an enormous dog head poked its head into the tent. "Have eaten." After saying that, Zhang Dongjie turned and left. Chapter 79 alarms all major forces. The eve of a period of undercurrents. Meanwhile, Li had already arrived at another secret combat tent. As a most powerful vice president of the Ghost Dragon Society, Leo was in charge of almost all affairs. Zhang Dongjie gave him the general direction, and he was responsible for implementing everything else, including finances and military power. As for why Zhang Dongjie trusted him so much, this is all because Leah is Zhang Dongjie's foster parent. Soon, Almost all the high-ranking members and top combatants of the Ghost Dragon Society were gathered in the camp. Some who could not attend in person participated through the chat channel. Leah's gaze was cold as he tapped the table with his knuckles. You should all be aware of the specifics. Hunter Team, you are responsible for finding out about GZong's background. After he leaves the vehicle, find an opportunity to snipe him from a distance. The latest you should do this is before the 7th night. Upon hearing this, all the senior executives present were deeply shocked. The Hunter Team is the most elite 7-person squad in the Ghost Dragon Society. The team includes a sniper with extreme vision talent plus Barrett, and a marksman with gold talent plus super tracking bow, both of whom possess top-tier long-range damage output capabilities. In addition, there are talents in flight combat, shadow assassination, sniffing, and sorcery. This is the Ghost Dragon Society's true, sharpest weapon, its strongest trump card besides the chairman. Such a lineup is the best possible setup for assassinating a lone wolf, especially after confirming that the opponent has disembarked from a vehicle. A woman slowly shaved her nails with a dagger and said, "Mr. Lee, it's just a lone wolf, and his vehicle is only a bit higher level. Do we really need to send our entire team?" Leah gave her a cold look. The chairman has given a strict order. This mission must succeed. You must understand that GZong is now our mortal enemy. If we don't strike first, and he attacks us, who among you, besides the chairman's super armored vehicles, can withstand close-in weapon systems? The 7-person group's gazes darkened slightly. Yes. Leah continued. Alright, now I'll explain the battle plan for tomorrow night. Transportation Department, send out a 30-man suicide squad, all in ghost vehicles, to be deployed within 50 kilometers of Twilight Canyon. Once the zombie horde erupts, keep your vehicle stealth activated and use the continuous gunfire noise to lure all the monsters into Twilight Canyon. The Minister of Transportation suddenly looked like he was having a difficult time. President Lee, for such a long distance, each vehicle will consume at least 80 gold coins for a one-way trip and a return trip. Leah interrupted him. The expenses will be reimbursed by the Finance Department. As for the return trip, what do you think it is called? A suicide squad. Transport Minister, this. Leah, call the right candidates to the training camp and have the demolition specialists forcibly implant human bombs in them. If they refuse, blow them up. Those who can complete the mission and come back alive can defuse the bombs and get promoted and made a fortune. It's that simple. Do I need to continue teaching you? The Minister of Transport, his face covered in cold sweat, replied, Yes, I understand. Leah turned his gaze to the other side. Next up is the combat unit. The ambush in the Donggu Mountains broke out. It also caused a huge uproar on the regional channel's public screen. As more details continue to emerge, the discussion is gaining momentum. This marks the first time these two large organizations have truly crossed the line. Hundreds of armed vehicles ambushed and beheaded the enemy leader. Despicable, ruthless, and leaving no room for compromise. This has led to a massive wave of curses and condemnations across the public chat since the beginning, with many casual viewers condemning the Ghost Dragon Society's despicable actions and expressing their support for the Mountain and Sea Alliance. However, what truly made this incident a hot topic in a short period of time was the stunning reversal during the ambush. Holy crap, is this for real? Absolutely true. My friend is in the Mountain and Sea Alliance Guard. He participated in this counterattack. GZong used the close-in weapon system on the roof of the vehicle to wipe out hundreds of vehicles from the Ghost Dragon Society. Holy crap, is my Master G this powerful? Didn't you all see what's going on in the chat? The Ghost Dragon Society hasn't said a single word. Put the naval guns down and proceed with the military court. Holy crap, they've even brought out close-in weapon systems? Is Master G driving a Tier 3 vehicle? I don't know, but I heard that his vehicle level is ridiculously high, so he should be considered the number 1 lone wolf in our area. Haha, those bastards from the Ghost Dragon Society are finished. They've really bitten off more than they can chew. Of all people to mess with, they had to mess with Master G. Last time I cursed at them, they even threatened me. Keep yelling. Keep yelling. Not necessarily. The Ghost Dragon Society's strength and resources are terrifying beyond your imagination. Zhang Dongjie has amassed countless ill-gotten gains these past few days. If he really wants to make a move against GZong, his situation will be extremely dangerous. Sigh, there are undercurrents. I really don't want these major forces to fight each other. The zombie horde is arriving tomorrow, and I don't know what the situation will be like then. At this moment, on the shore of Shunyue Lake, a middle-aged man sat atop a massive armored vehicle, casting his line to fish into the lake. He is Yixingzhou, the leader of the Battlefield Alliance and the most powerful man in the entire Plains region. Boss, this is a summary of all the intelligence from the Eastern Ancient Mountains. A refined woman stood beside Yixingzhou, bowing slightly. Yixingzhou's expression remained unchanged. Yes, I understand. Woman, boss, a war between these two forces seems inevitable. What do you think? Yixingzhou said slowly. At this critical juncture, Li Jiangguo will not use the entire Mountain and Sea Alliance to fight the Ghost Dragon Society to the death. They will probably still adopt a defensive strategy. The Mountain and Sea Alliance has relatively weak overall combat strength, focusing on gathering resources, building infrastructure, and stockpiling resources. In Zhang Dongji's eyes, these are nothing more than a big, juicy piece of meat. The Ghost Dragon Society understands this perfectly, which is why they dare to act so recklessly. They'll have to take a bite by tomorrow night at the latest. Then, do you think we should make some preparations in advance? When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Yixingzhou suddenly lifted the fishing rod, and a large crucian carp more than a meter long was pulled away by the force and fell onto the vehicle platform, where it bounced around with a thud. You mean we could just watch the show? No. If necessary, lend a hand to the Mountain and Sea Alliance, and don't let them lose. Yixingzhou walked over and took the hook with his bare hands, threw the big crucian carp back into the lake, and continued casting his line. Also, gather more information about GZong. Yes, I understand. The woman understood that the boss's final words were the real key point. Yixingzhou gazed into the distance at the shimmering blue lake ahead. He is a man with ambitions to conquer the world. The 7th Night's zombie horde will undoubtedly feature early-game boss-level monsters, along with unimaginably high rewards. This is enough to give a survivor a qualitative leap in strength. This was originally a 3-way game between the Battlefield Alliance, the Ghost Dragon Society, and the Mountain and Sea Alliance, with the addition of the special entity, the Divine Wind Group. But now, GZong has emerged as an unstable factor. A lone wolf who showed promise from the very first night has grown to such an astonishing level in less than a week. A close-range defense cannon with unlimited ammo and automatic target acquisition. This is something that can only be synthesized and upgraded by using a second-tier extreme, loading vehicle, and a combination of various ultra-high value products. Yixingzhou's eyes gradually narrowed. You've got something. Chapter 80. The birth of the foxcat baby. The 6th night arrives. On the plains, the armored vehicle continued to speed along. GZong had a nice nap and only woke up when she heard a rustling sound. Turning my head, I saw that Egg had somehow climbed onto the sofa and was crunching away at the foxcat's eggshell with its newly grown baby teeth. Holy crap! GZong hurriedly reached out and grabbed it. You little brat, you eat everything. That's your sister. Egg wriggled around, still chewing on half a piece of eggshell, looking quite innocent. GZong then looked down at the pet egg and found that the egg had only cracked the outer shell, while the inner membrane was still intact. You want to help it hatch? GZong paused for a moment. Eggy whimpered twice, its clear eyes showing a hint of grievance. All right, I guess your dad wronged you. I'll give you extra food later. GZong put the egg down and patted its head. He then turned his attention back to the pet egg. The thin membrane of the crack in the eggshell had a faint crimson hue, and a very faint chirping sound could be heard coming from inside. GZong waited quietly. Even Egg Boy, for the first time ever, behaved himself and stood by watching. Before long, the membrane began to tear from the inside, creating a small opening. A fluffy, crimson little head popped out from inside, meowing before its eyes were even open. GZong quickly broke open the eggshell a little and used both hands to take out the newborn little guy. It has a small, round face, much like a kitten, but its ears stand up with triangular points like a fox, and its tail is fluffy. Its fur is a mix of crimson and white, soft and smooth, and feels incredibly luxurious to the touch. It slowly opened its bright, watery eyes and meowed a few times, making GZong almost want to nurse. Egg, who was standing next to him, excitedly spun around in place and stretched his head over to see the little fox kitten, but GZong pushed him away with the back of his hand. Go play somewhere else. You smell bad. Foxcat, Hybrid bloodline, ancient breed. Level, elite monster, juvenile stage. Status, hungry. Master-servant relationship, none. Evaluation, foxcats have a natural affinity for fire. If they are nurtured with high-quality resources during their growth, they can perfectly control the power of fire element after reaching adulthood, and they also have the potential to revert to their ancestral form. Important note, you have successfully hatched a pet. You can choose to 1. Establish a master-servant relationship. 2. Release animals. A primal awakening. Could this bloodline really evolve? GZong's eyes lit up, and then he clicked to establish a master-servant relationship. For now on, I'll call you Manhwa. After naming the baby fox, GZong immediately went to the exchange to buy a baby bottle, filled it with some milk, and fed it. Egg stood by like a lackey, drooling the whole time, but didn't make a fuss. GZong also checked on Danzy's condition. Good heavens, I'm extremely hungry. I fed them such a big bowl of food this morning, and now they're starving. GZong had no choice but to replace the original milk bowl of Danzy with an extra large one, fill it with pure milk and various fresh meat buns, and also add some vegetables that Xianwan had grown. Egg couldn't wait to climb in and swim around. As for Manhwa, she ate rather slowly, so GZong used a towel to support the bottle and let her suckle slowly. After finishing all that, GZong returned to the driver's seat and looked at the map. They were now very close to the Starry Sky Forest, so he asked Xianwan to come out in a vehicle to make contact. This time, they wouldn't go to her little canyon. The situation is special now. Although he himself has no worries, it would be bad if Xianwan's location were exposed, as it would be dangerous. Soon, the two met in a dense forest. Brother, are you alright? I heard you got into a fight with the Ghost Dragon Society. Xianwan bit her lip, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry about me. It'll only be a couple of days. I'll take care of it when I have time. GZong waved his hand. You alone? No way. It's too dangerous. There are thousands of them. The girl's eyes widened. She had been holding a large basket of harvested fruits and vegetables, about to hand it to GZong. But now she instinctively stepped aside to shield him. You're not allowed to go. If you go, I won't plant any more trees for you. Hey, GZong reached out and tapped her forehead. You're threatening your boss now? Don't you know what kind of power I have? But those people are really scary, and there are so many of them. I'm afraid something will happen to you. Fine, I won't go. I'll just hide away like you, do some planting and sunbathing. The girl looked at him with resentment before handing him the basket full of fruits and vegetables. This time, in addition to various common and rare fruits and vegetables, there's also a super heavy item. That's the sunburst fruit that started growing yesterday. Sun fruit. Grade, rare artifact. Assessment. Fruits grown under extremely high temperatures and by absorbing the energy of the sun for extended periods contain extremely concentrated and potent energy. Those with a constitution below 30 should consume with caution, as there is a risk of ruptured blood vessels throughout the body. Consuming this will increase your constitution by 25 points, with a weekly limit of once. 25 points. That's really impressive. Unfortunately, like the mist treasure fruit, it can only be increased once a week, and it is a product that is extremely dependent on the weather. Who knows when we will be able to eat it again? GZong directly transferred 500 gold coins to Xianwan. Tomorrow will be the 7th day, and by then there will likely be a lot of turmoil, making it unsuitable to meet Xianwan in person. This amount of money is enough for her to fully utilize all the Tier 2 ghost vehicles, ensuring absolute safety. I don't need that much for my upgrade. You can keep it for yourself. Xianwan refused to accept the money no matter what, pushing it away like a fool. Finally, GZong glared at her, and she reluctantly accepted 300 gold coins. Go back. Remember to use ghost mode on your vehicle so you don't get spotted. Also, use the remaining money to buy some life-saving items. We don't know what tomorrow night will bring. GZong gave instructions. Xianwan looked back every few steps and finally said with a pout, if you can't beat them, just run away. GZong laughed in exasperation and waved his hand helplessly. After watching Xianwan leave, he boarded the RV and drove away from the dense forest. Just as GZong emerged from the outskirts of the great forest, he received another reminder from Li Jiangguo. He was told that the Ghost Dragon Society had already started making moves, which were likely aimed at him, and that he must be extremely careful. Zulfust. GZong's lips curled into a cold smile. He hasn't even gone to settle scores with the other party yet, So why is he rushing here to die? GZong spent the rest of the afternoon resting in the car. The armored vehicle circled the plains a few times, but unfortunately failed to trigger any intelligence. However, it did find a few insignificant wooden treasure chests, from which it opened some resources and gun ammunition. Before we knew it, dusk had fallen.